The Political Philosophy of Bakunin. Scientific Anarchism. Compiled and edited by G. P. Maximoff. Publisher's Preface. Philosophical anarchism is a very old doctrine. One would be tempted to say that it is as old as the idea of government, but clear evidence is lacking which would support such an assertion. Still, we possess texts more than 2,000 years old which not only describe human society without government, force, and constraining law, but which designate this state of social relations as the ideal of human society. In beautiful, poetic words Ovidius gives a description of the anarchist utopia. In the first book of his Metamorphoses Ovidius writes about the golden age which was without law and in which, with no one to use compulsion, everyone of his own will kept faith and did the right. There was no fear of punishment, no legal sanctions were engraved on bronze tablets, no mass of supplicants looked, full of fear, upon its avenger, but without judges everyone lived in security. The only difference between the vision of the Roman poet and that of modern philosophical anarchists is that he placed the golden age at the beginning of human history, whereas they put it at the end. But Ovidius was not the first inventor of these sentiments. He repeated in his poetry ideas which had been cherished for centuries. Georg Adler, a German social historian, who in 1899 published an exhaustive and well-documented study of the history of socialism, showed that anarchist views were certainly held by Zeno, 342–270 BC, the founder of the Stoic school of philosophy. 1 There were doubtless strong anarchist sentiments among many of the early Christian hermits, and in the politico-religious views of some, for example, Carpocrates, and his disciples, 2nd century AD, these feelings seem to have held a strong and perhaps predominant position. Such sentiments lingered on among some of the fundamentalist Christian sects of the Middle Ages and even the modern period. 1. Georg Adler, Geschichte des Sozialismus und Kommunismus von Plato bis zur Gegenwart, Leipzig, 1899, pages 46–51. Max Nettlau, the indefatigable historian of anarchism, also has gone over the field and lists a series of works composed in the 2 centuries before the French Revolution which contain strong libertarian views or even outspokenly anarchist. 2 Among the most important French works of this period are Étienne de la Boutie's Discours de la Servitude Volontaire, which was composed about 1550, but remained unpublished until 1577, Gabriel Foyni's Les Aventures de Jacques Sadre dans la découverte et le voyage de la Terre australe, which appeared anonymously in 1676, a few short essays by Diderot, and a series of poems, fables, and stories by Sylvain Maréchal which saw the line of day in the 2 decades immediately preceding the Revolution. Similarly, during the same period anarchist ideas can be traced in England, where, as in France, they are expressed usually by representatives of the most radical wing of the rising middle class. Thus anarchist views can be found in some of the writings of Winstanley, and it is well known that the young Burke in his Vindication of Natural Society, 1756, presents an ingenious argument in favor of anarchy, even though the work was intended as a satire. 2. Max Nettlau, Der Vorfreiling der Anarchie, Berlin, 1925, pages 34–66. But all these, and many other writings of this earlier period, display one of 2 characteristics which make them differ profoundly from later anarchist works. They are either openly utopian as, for example, the books of Foyni or Maréchal, or they are political tracts directed against some directly felt abuse by a ruler or a government, or aiming at the attainment of greater freedom of action in a particular political constellation. They contain not infrequently a discussion of political theory, but this is incidental and not the major object of the work. As a systematic theory, philosophical anarchism may be said to have begun in England with William Godwin's Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, which appeared in 1793. Godwin's anarchism, as well as that of his more immediate predecessors, and of Proudhon some 50 years later, is the political theory of the most radical branch of the small bourgeoisie. In the English Revolution of 1688 and the French Revolution of 1789 the bourgeoisie had broken the monopoly of political power held previously by the crown and the aristocracy. Although post-revolutionary governments were still influenced strongly by the landed nobility and the bureaucracy, which remained, Fox Long, a noblesse de robe, the more powerful and wealthy middle-class families gradually became associated by marriage or through political alliances with aristocratic circles, and provided the government abstained from excessive interference in its economic affairs, the haute bourgeoisie was willing to support it. But since it demanded and obtained greater freedom in economic matters, it was instrumental in gradually abolishing or making ineffective the old guild organizations and other protective, quasi-monopolistic associations which had survived from the Middle Ages and which had become a fetter on the full development even of small-scale trade and manufacture. By the end of the 18th century in England, the manufacturer who had a few hands in his employ, the small shopkeeper, the petty trader, formed a mass of independent entrepreneurs. By the middle of the 19th century in France, the artisan and craftsman, the peasant who owned a lot just large enough to support himself and his family, also had acquired the nature of independent small entrepreneurs. All these men had only a puny amount of capital at their disposal. They were exposed to the fresh winds of competition, unprotected by guilds or other cooperative organizations, and were relegated at the same time to a state of political impotence. They received no benefits from the government, and whatever legislation they felt, appeared to be designed for the protection of large-scale property, the safeguarding of accumulated wealth, the maintenance of monopoly rights by the large trading companies, and the support of established economic and political privilege. The more moderate elements among this group supported the trend towards parliamentary reform. The more radical ones followed Paine and later the Chartists, but a few of the most radical intellectuals held anarchist ideas. The distance between Godwin's anarchism and the liberalism of some of his contemporaries was not very wide. Basically, the two doctrines grew out of the same stream of political traditions, and the main difference between them is that anarchism was the more logical and consistent deduction from the common premises of utilitarian psychology and the conception that the greatest happiness of all and mutually harmonious social relations can be achieved only if every person is left free to pursue his self-interest. To be sure, the liberals, following John Locke, regarded property as an outflow of natural right, and hence stipulated the maintenance of a political power monopoly in the hands of the government to safeguard the security of property and life against internal and external attack. But to this the anarchists replied, the government protects the property of the rich, this property is theft, do away with the government and you'll do away with big landed and industrial property, in this way you'll create an egalitarian society of small, economically self-sufficient producers, a society, moreover, which will be free of privilege, of class distinctions, and in which government will be superfluous because the happiness, the economic security, and the personal freedom of each will be safeguarded without its intervention. It is of the utmost importance to understand that the anarchist doctrine as propounded by Godwin, Proudhon, and their contemporaries was the apotheosis of petty bourgeois existence, that its ultimate ideal was the same as that of Voltaire's Candide, to cultivate one's garden, and that it ignored or opposed large-scale industrial or agricultural enterprises, and that it, therefore, never became a political theory which could find real sympathy and enthusiastic support among the masses of industrial workers. It was the radical extension of the liberalist doctrine which regarded the freedom of each as the highest political good and the responsible reliance on one's conscience as the highest political duty. It was thus based on a political philosophy which is closely associated with the rise of middle-class, liberal, anti-socialist, political movements. Yet Bakunin, as is well known, regarded himself as a socialist, obtained admission as a leading member to the International Working Men's Association, struggled for the control of this organization, and counted among his followers and adherents many genuine proletarians. How and why did anarchism become associated so closely, around the middle of the 19th century, with socialism, a political philosophy which championed the aspirations of a different social stratum and which had appealed for so different a class of men? That the bedfellowship between anarchists and socialists was never very happy needs no reiteration. And yet, in spite of repeated conflicts, mutual incriminations, and bitter abuse, anarchists and socialists teamed up with one another again and again, so that by the end of the 19th century anarchism was quite commonly regarded as the most radical branch of socialism. The reason for the close association between socialists and anarchists cannot be found in the similarity of their basic doctrines, but alone in the revolutionary strategy common to both of them. The political philosophy of Godwin and Proudhon expressed, as already stated, the aspirations of a part of the petty bourgeoisie. With the consolidation of capitalism in Western and Central Europe during the 19th century, with the slow extension of the suffrage, and with the gradual retreat of unconditional laissez-faire and the adoption by the state of added responsibilities towards its citizens, increasingly larger portions of the middle class became staunch supporters of the existing political order, and anarchism became more and more a philosophy held only by a small marginal group of intellectuals. This development had the result that anarchist theory became more diffuse and at the same time more radical than it had been. Instead of writing fat tomes, as had been the practice of Godwin and Proudhon, anarchists turned to writing tracts, pamphlets and newspaper or magazine articles, dealing with questions of the day, points of factional or personal controversy, and problems of revolutionary tactics. Bakunin's often fragmentary writings, the high proportion of manifestos, proclamations, and open letters among his works, are typical not merely of his personal peculiarities but even more of the great bulk of anarchist publications of his day. What was needed in this situation to save anarchist theory from falling apart completely was the appearance either of a great theorist or of a dynamic, powerful personality who would by the sheer appeal of his own convictions draw together the scattering fragments of the movement. This role was played by Bakunin. Although not a theorist of the stature of his great antagonist, Marx, in the fervor of his convictions and the clan with which he expressed them he was superior to the socialist leader. The importance of Bakunin for modern students of political philosophy thus lies in the crucial position which his works occupy in anarchist and libertarian literature in general. In spite of his frequently unconcealed confusion, in spite of the internal contradictions in his writings, in spite of the fragmentary character of almost his entire literary output, Bakunin must be regarded as the most important anarchist political philosopher. By accident of birth, both as to time and place, in consequence of manifold early influences which embrace contact with Slavophilism, Hegelianism, Marxism, and Proudhonism, and last but not least because of his restless, romantic temperament, Bakunin is a man who stands at the crossroads of several intellectual currents, who occupies a position in the history of anarchism at the end of an old and the beginning of a new era. There is none of the ponderous common sense of Godwin, of the ponderous dialectics of Proudhon, of the ponderous thoroughness of Max Sumer in Bakunin's works. Anarchism as a theory of political speculation is gone, and has been reborn as a theory of political action. Bakunin is not satisfied to outline the evils of the existing system, and to describe the general framework of a libertarian society. He preaches revolution, he participates in revolutionary activity, he conspires, harangues, propagandizes, forms political action groups, and supports every social upheaval, large or small, promising, or doomed to failure, from its very beginning. And the type of revolt which Bakunin principally considers is the wild Pugachevaina, the unleashing of century-long suppressed peasant masses, who had plundered and destroyed the countryside, but had proven themselves essentially incapable of building up a new and better society. And although Bakunin was not a member of any of the nihilist action groups in Russia or elsewhere, his unconditional partisanship of the revolutionary overthrow of the existing order provided inspiration for the young men and women who believed in the efficacy of propaganda by deeds. With Bakunin there appeared, therefore, two new tendencies in anarchist theory. The doctrine shifted from abstract speculation on the use and abuse of political power to a theory of practical political action. At the same time anarchism ceased to be the political philosophy of the most radical wing of the petty bourgeoisie and became a political doctrine which looked for the mass of its adherents among the workers, and even the lumpen proletariat, although its central cadres continued to be recruited from among the intelligentsia. Without Bakunin anarchist syndicalism, such as existed for a long time notably in Spain, is unthinkable. Without Bakunin, Europe probably never would have witnessed an organized anarchist political movement, such as made itself felt in Italy, France, and Switzerland in the 30 years preceding the First World War. And it was Bakunin's talent for and imagination in establishing a school of insurrectionary activity which contributed an important influence to the policies of Lenin. 3. John Maynard, Russia in Flux, London, 1941, p. 187. Bakunin's role in the anarchist tradition may thus be regarded as having consisted in founding a new political party with the program to end all parties and to end all politics, and in having written that new party's program and its philosophical and general political underpinnings. This is no mean feat in itself, but in view of the peculiar constellation of intellectual and practical political movements which affected Bakunin, his contribution to political theory should be of special interest to students of the history of political and social ideas. In the center of Bakunin's political thought stand two problems which have provided the subject matter for a veritable host of arguments and debates: liberty and violence. The first has been the main concern of philosophical anarchism ever since it originated in human thought, the second was added by Bakunin. The originality of his contribution lies in the weaving together of both themes into a consistent whole. Unfortunately, Bakunin's thought has received very little attention up to the very recent past in the United States. For example, the well-known text on the history of political theory by George H. Sabine mentions Bakunin only once and even in this place makes no comment on any views professed by him, but merely lists him as an intellectual ancestor of syndicalism. Only a very minute fraction of the original works by Bakunin have so far been available in English translation, and hence his own opinions expressed in his own words are scarcely known to those who do not read foreign languages. But also THC Russian, French, German, and Spanish editions of Bakunin's works are not easily available, And there are quite a number of even large libraries in the United States which have only very poor and incomplete collections of Bakunin. The reason for this neglect to make available the works of a doubtless important political thinker in an American edition seems to be threefold. In part, the bad repute anarchism has had in the United States must be made accountable for it. Since it was regarded as a set of beliefs cherished by criminals or, at best, lunatics, it was not felt necessary to place before American readers the works of a man who was commonly regarded as ONC of the most important intellectual forebears of this political lunacy. But we have seen that anarchism did not originate with Bakunin, that it has a long and distinguished history, and that some of its roots, the quest for human freedom, the postulate of moral self-reliance on one's conscience, the license to use violence against tyranny, are in the Christian and the Anglo-Saxon radicalist tradition, both of which have had a deep influence on political thought in the United States. A second reason for the almost complete unavailability of Bakunin's works in English has been the persistence of a one-sided historical account of his conflict with Marx, which was built almost into a legend by later followers and disciples of Marx. This incident, the struggle for control of the International Working Men's Association, is probably the best-known episode of Bakunin's life. Unfortunately, there exists hardly a single truly objective study of that conflict. The followers of Marx have imputed sometimes the most sinister motives to Bakunin, and the followers of Bakunin, notably James Guillaume, have been inspirked by such apparent hatred of Marx that their descriptions of the conflict must be ruled out because of their very obvious bias. The best and most detached history of Bakunin's relations with Marx, that has come to my attention, is the account given by E. H. Carr in his biography of Bakunin. It is not necessary to repeat this account here, even very briefly. In essence, the struggle between Bakunin and Marx was one for the control of an organization which had international ramifications and which both believed to be able to attain great influence among large masses of the workers. Since the organization had to have a clear and consistent political program, the struggle was fought with bitterness and use of all the ideological weapons at the disposal of each side. There were denunciations and counter-denunciations, there were castigations of the opponent's character and purity of motives, and since both Marx and Bakunin could be irate, sarcastic, and violent in their use of words, the conflict was hurtful to each side and left a large amount of hatred, suspicion, and bad feeling. Bakunin lost out, but, as is well known, Marx's victory was a Pyrrhic victory. The conflict between the giants had destroyed the International. The posthumous revenge of the Marxist movement, which was infinitely better organized and provided with considerably larger funds than the followers of Bakunin, was the attempt to condemn Bakunin to oblivion. But in doing this it did a disservice even to Karl Marx himself, for he had continued to read Bakunin's writings even after the break, and on the basis of some marginal notes which he made in his copy of Gosudārstvenosti Anarchia, Statism and Anarchism, and which were published by Ryazanov in the second volume, 1926, of Letopisi Marxisma, we must conclude that many of Bakunin's ideas exerted a deep and lasting influence on Marx. And although Bakunin's influence on Russian socialism has so far only been partially investigated, there can be no doubt that he must be counted among the intellectual forebears of Lenin's party. The third reason for the past neglect of bringing out Bakunin's works in the United States must be laid at the very door of Bakunin himself. As already pointed out, most of his works are either fragmentary, or deal with political problems of the day or factional disputes. The reader of these works thus is either presented with an incomplete piece and or has to familiarize himself with the massive historical detail of the history of radical parties and movements of the 19th century to appreciate thoroughly. Some aid to potential readers of Bakunin has been available since 1937 in the bulky biography, Michael Bakunin, by Edward H. Carr. But the usefulness of Carr's work is strictly limited, since it deals almost exclusively with the factual incidents of Bakunin's life rather than with his ideas. The obvious intention of Carr to write an intellectual biography of Bakunin is exhibited clearly by the fact that he does not even mention Statism and Anarchism, a book that by some is judged to be Bakunin's greatest and most mature work. For all these reasons, it appears eminently desirable to let Bakunin speak for himself. But a publication in English of a comprehensive selection of his works in full would have presented insurmountable difficulties. Nothing less than a set of several volumes would have done justice to the voluminous output of Bakunin. Such a procedure would have been clearly impracticable, however desirable from a purely scholarly standpoint it might have been, and would probably have delayed for decades, if not forever, the appearance of Bakunin's works in English. Fortunately, these difficulties are avoided by the able compilation and systematic presentation of excerpts from Bakunin's works by G.P. Maximoff, which is contained in this volume. Although Bakunin's ideas appear in a much more systematic and logically consistent form than he ever presented them, the advantage of this arrangement is obvious, since much space is saved and yet not merely the gist but the exhaustive grounding of Bakunin's thought is presented. It is believed that this work, therefore, presents at least, in a convenient fashion, the thought of an important political thinker of the 19th century, and certainly one of the 3 or 4 leading figures in the history of philosophical anarchism. But there is still another reason why a publication of Bakunin's writings today may be considered timely. The bureaucratic, centralized state is everywhere on the increase. In the Soviet orbit, all personal freedoms, which even in the most democratic periods of those countries had led a very tenuous existence, are suppressed more thoroughly than ever before. In the Western world, political freedoms are under attack from many quarters, and the masses, instead of loudly voicing their concern over this TRC&D, appear to become daily more and more inert, with standardized tastes, standardized views, and, one would fear, standardized emotions. The field is wide open for demagogues and charlatans, and although it may still be true that not all the people can be fooled all the time, very many people apparently have been fooled a very long time. The garrison state of Stalin, on the one hand, and the increasing political apathy of large sections of the popular masses, on the other, have given a new impetus to some men of vision to reflect anew upon some of the principles which had been taken for granted as the foundation of Western political thought. The meaning of liberty and the forms and limits of political violence are problems which agitate a good many minds today, just as they did in the days of Labuti, Diderot, Junius, and Bakunin. In such a situation men like to turn for inspiration or confirmation of their own thought to the work of authors who have struggled with the same or similar problems. The startling and often brilliant insights of Bakunin presented in this volume should be a fruitful source of new ideas for the clarification of the great issues surrounding the problems of freedom and power. Bert F. Hoselitz. The University of Chicago. Introduction by Rudolf Rocker. Mikhail Bakunin stands out as unique among the revolutionary personalities of the 19th century. This extraordinary man combined in his being the dauntless socio-philosophical thinker with the man of action, something rarely encountered in one and the same individual. He was always prepared to seize every chance to remold any sphere on human society. His impetuous and impassioned urge for action subsided somewhat, however, after the defeat of the Paris Commune of 1871. And finally, following the collapse of the revolts of Bologna and Imola in 1874, he withdrew completely from political activity, 2 years before his death. His powerful body had been undermined by ailments from which he had long suffered. But it was not only the increasingly rapid decline of his physical powers which motivated his decision. Bakunin's political vision, which was later so often confirmed by events, convinced him that with the birth of the new German Empire, after the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71, another historical epoch had been ushered in, bound to be disastrous for the social evolution of Europe, and to paralyze for many years all revolutionary aspirations for a rebirth of society in the spirit of socialism. It was not the disillusionment of an elderly man, ravaged by disease, who had lost faith in his ideals, which had made him abandon the struggle, but the conviction that with the change of conditions caused by the war, Europe had entered a period which would break radically with the traditions created by the Great French Revolution of 1789. And which would be superseded by a new and intense reaction. In this respect Bakunin foresaw the future of Europe much more correctly than most of his contemporaries. He was mistaken in his estimate of the duration of this new reaction, which led to the militarization of all Europe, but he recognized its nature better than anyone else. That appears particularly in his pathetic letter of November 2, 1874, to his friend Nikolai Ogarev. As for myself, old friend, this time I also have finally abandoned any effective activity and have withdrawn from all connection with active engagements. First, because the present time is decisively inappropriate. Bismarckianism, which is militarism, police rule, and finance monopoly, united in a system characteristic of the new statism, is conquering everything. For the next 10 or 15 years perhaps, this powerful and scientific disavowal of all humanity will remain victorious. I don't mean to say that there is nothing to be done now, but these new conditions demand new methods, and mainly new blood. I feel that I am no good anymore for fresh struggles, and I have resigned without waiting for a plucky Gilbias to tell me, plus Donzillis, Monsignor. No more sermons, my lord. Bakunin played a conspicuous part in 2 great revolutionary periods, which made his name known throughout the world. When the February Revolution of 1848 broke out in France, which he, as Max Nettlau wrote, had foreseen in his fearless speech in November, 1847, on the anniversary of the Polish Revolution, Bakunin hastened to Paris, where, in the thick of the turmoil of revolutionary events, he probably lived the happiest weeks of his life. But he soon realized that the victorious course of the revolution in France, in view of the rebellious ferment noticeable all over Europe, would evoke strong reverberations in other countries, and that it was of paramount importance to unite all revolutionary elements, and to prevent DHC splitting up of those forces, knowing that such dispersion would work only to the advantage of the lurking counter-revolution. Bakunin's foreknowledge then was considerably ahead of the general revolutionary aspirations of that time, as appears from his letter of April, 1848, to P.M. Annenkov, and particularly also from his letters to his friend, the German poet Georg Herwe, written in August of THC same year. And he likewise had enough political insight to discern that existing conditions must be reckoned with, in order that the larger obstacles be removed, before the revolution could reach for higher aims. Shortly after the March Revolution in Berlin, Bakunin went to Germany, to make contact from there with his many friends among the Poles, Czechs, and other Slavic nationalities, with the thought of stimulating them to a general revolt in conjunction with the Western and German democracy. In this he saw the only possible way to batter down the last remaining bulwarks of royal absolutism in Europe, Austria, Russia, and Prussia, which had not been much affected by the Great French Revolution. To his eyes those countries loomed as the strongest barriers against any attempt at social reconstruction on the continent and the most powerful buttress for every reaction. His feverish activity in the revolutionary period of 1848-49 attained its highest point during his military leadership of the Dresden Uprising in May of the latter year, which made him one of the most celebrated revolutionaries in Europe, to whom even Marx and Engels could not deny their recognition. This period, however, was followed by gloomy years of long and harrowing confinement in German, Austrian, and Russian prisons, which were lightened only when he was exiled to Siberia in March, 1857. After 12 years of prisons and exile, Bakunin succeeded in escaping from Siberia and arriving in December, 1861, in London, where he was welcomed with open arms by his friends Herzen and Ogarev. It was just then that the widespread reaction in Europe, which had followed the revolutionary happenings of 1848-49, began gradually to abate. In the 60s new trends and a new spirit were manifest in many parts of the continent, which inspired new hope among the rebel-minded whose goal was human freedom. The exploits of Garibaldi and his gallant bands in Sicily and on the Italian mainland, the Polish insurrection of 1863-64, the growing opposition in France to the regime of Napoleon III, the beginning of a European labor movement, and the founding of the First International, were portentous signs of forthcoming great changes. All these stirring developments made not only the revolutionists of various political leanings believe that another 1848 was in the making, but even impelled reputable historians to make similar forecasts. It was a time of great expectations, which, however, was cut short by the War of 1870-71, and by the defeat of the Paris Commune and the Spanish Revolution of 1873. This vibrant atmosphere of the 60s was exactly what was needed by Bakunin's impetuous urge for action, a craving by no means weakened by his past grueling imprisonment. It almost looked as if he sought to catch up with all the activity he had missed in more than a decade of enforced silence. During the long years when he was a prisoner, first in the Austrian fortress of Olranitz and then in the Peter and Paul fortress and in Schlesselburg, where he was kept in unbroken solitary confinement, he was deprived of any possibility of learning what was going on in the outside world. Neither was he able to visualize during his exile in Siberia the far-flung transitions in Europe which had followed the stormy days of the two revolutionary years. Whatever he heard by accident in the exile period was only faint echoes from distant lands, of occurrences which had no relation to his Siberian surroundings. That helps to explain why, immediately after his escape from the farthest reaches of Alexander II's domain, Bakunin tried to resume his activity where he had left off in 1849. By announcing that he was renewing his struggle against the Russian, Austrian, and Prussian despotisms, and contending for the union of all Slavic peoples on the basis of federated communes and common ownership of land. Only after the defeat of the Polish insurrection of 1863 and Bakunin's moving to Italy, where he found an entirely new field for his energies, did his actions assume an international character. From the day he arrived in London his indefatigable inner urge drove him again and again to revolutionary enterprises which occupied the next 13 years of his agitated life. He took a leading part in the secret preparations for the Polish insurrection, and even succeeded in persuading Placid Herzen to follow a path contrary to his inclinations. In Italy he became the founder of a social revolutionary movement, which came into open conflict with Mazzini's nationalist aspirations, and which attracted many of the best elements of Italian youth. Later he became the soul and inspiration of the libertarian wing of the First International, and thus the founder of a federalist anti-authoritarian branch of the socialist movement, which spread all over the world, and which fought against all forms of state socialism. His correspondence with well-known revolutionists of various countries burgeoned to an almost unparalleled volume. He participated in the Lyons Revolt in 1870, and in the Italian insurrectional movement in 1874, at a time when his health was obviously breaking. All this indicates the mighty vitality and willpower that he possessed. Herzen said of him, "Everything about this man is colossal, his energy, his appetite, yes, even the man himself." It will be easily understood why, in view of the tempestuousness of his life, most of Bakunin's writings remained fragmentary. Publication of his collected works did not begin until 19 years after his death. Then, in 1895, the first volume of a French edition of those writings, edited by Max Netelau, was brought out by P.V. Stock in Paris. That was followed by 5 other volumes, also issued by Stock, but edited by James Guillaume, in the period from 1907 to 1913. The same publisher announced additional Bakunin works to come, but was prevented from issuing them by conditions growing out of World War I. We know that Guillaume prepared a 7th volume for the printers, and that it was to have been brought out after the armistice. But unfortunately it has not yet appeared. The 6 French volumes issued so far include, in addition to works published in pamphlet form at earlier dates, the text of numerous manuscripts never before printed. A Russian edition of Bakunin in 5 volumes was issued by Galoztruda in Petrograd in 1922. Notably, the first of these is Statism and Anarchism, which is not in the French edition. But the Russian edition lacks several of Bakunin's works which are included in the French set. In addition to these 5 tomes in Russian, the Bolshevik government planned to bring out in its socialist classics complete editions of the works of both Bakunin and Kropotkin. The editing of the Bakunin edition for this enterprise was entrusted to George Steklov, who intended to issue 14 volumes. But only 4 of these were published, containing the writings, letters, and other documents of Bakunin up to 1861. Later, however, even those 4 tomes were withdrawn from circulation. 3 Bakunin volumes in German were brought out in 1921-24 by the publishers of the periodical Der Syndikalist in Berlin. At my suggestion they undertook to produce 2 more volumes, the translation and preparation of which were to have been done by Max Netelau, who also had selected the contents of and edited the 2nd and 3rd German volumes. But the Nazi domination of Germany prevented the publication of the additional 2. In the 1920s a Spanish edition of Bakunin was projected by the administrators of the anarchist daily newspaper, La Protesta, in Buenos Aires. Diego Abad de Santillan was commissioned to prepare the Spanish text for it, with Netelau as editorial consultant. Of that edition 5 volumes had appeared by 1929, the 5th one being Statism and Anarchism, with a prologue by Netelau. But issuance of the remaining 5 was completely blocked by the suppression of both La Protesta and its book publishing business by Uriburu's dictatorial regime, established in 1930. The 5th Spanish volume included the text of Statism and Anarchism, which Bakunin wrote in Russian. This book, of which, in 1878, only a few short passages had been published in French in the newspaper L'Avant-Garde in Chaux de Fonds, Switzerland, so far has not been translated into any other language but Spanish. One special virtue of the Buenos Aires edition is the illuminating historical introduction written by Netelau for each volume. Afterward, in the time of the Spanish Civil War, Santillan tried to bring out Bakunin's works in Barcelona, and a few volumes in beautiful format were printed there, but the victory of Franco killed all attempts to complete that undertaking. No complete edition of Bakunin's works has yet been issued in any language. And none of the existing editions, except the 4-volume set issued by the Soviet Russian government, contains the writings of his first revolutionary period, which are of particular interest and importance for the understanding of his spiritual evolution. Some of those writings appeared in periodicals or in pamphlet form, in German, French, Czech, Polish, Swedish, and Russian. And among these were his notable and widely discussed essay, The Reaction in Germany, a fragment by a Frenchman, which, under the pseudonym Jules Elizard, he wrote for the Deutsche Jurabücher, published by Arnold Ruhe in Leipzig, his article about communism in Frühe PS Schweizerischer Republikaner in Zurich, 1843, the text of Bakunin's speech on the anniversary of the Polish Revolution, his anonymous articles in the Allgemeine Oder Zeitung of Breslau, his appeal to the Slays in 1849, and other writings from that period. Later on, after his escape from Siberia, there were his appeal to my Russian, Polish, and all Slavic friends, in 1862, his essay The People's Cause, Romanov, Pugachev, or Pestel? Which came out the same year in London, and various others. Bakunin was a brilliant author, though his writings lacked system and organization, and he knew how to put ardor and enthusiasm and fire into his words. Most of his literary work was produced under the direct influence of immediate contemporary events, and as he took active part in many of those events, he rarely had time for a leisurely and deliberate polishing of his manuscripts. That largely explains why so many of them remained incomplete, and often were mere fragments. Gustav Landauer understood this well when he said, "I have loved and admired Mikhail Bakunin, the most enchanting of all revolutionists, from the first day I knew him, for there are few dissertations written as vividly as his. Perhaps that is the reason why they are as fragmentary as life itself." Bakunin had long wished to set down his theories and opinions in a large all-inclusive volume, a desire which he repeatedly expressed in his later years. He attempted this several times, but for one reason or another he succeeded only partly, which, in view of his prodigiously active life, wherein one task was apt to be shoved into the background by 10 new ones, hardly could have been avoided. The first attempt in that direction was his work The Revolutionary Question, Federalism, Socialism, and Anti-Theologism. He and his more intimate friends submitted to the Inquiry Committee of the First Congress of the League for Peace and Freedom, held in Geneva in 1867, a resolution intended to win the delegates over to these postulates, an effort which, because of the composition of the committee, was utterly hopeless. Bakunin expounded the 3 points in a lengthy argument which was to be printed in Bern. But after a few sheets had gone through the press, the job was stopped and the type forms destroyed, for reasons never explained. The manuscript, or most of it, surviving, the text was published in 1895 in the first volume of the French edition of Bakunin. That work runs to 205 pages. Its conclusion, however, is missing, the final printed paragraph ending with a broken sentence. We do not know whether that part was lost, or if Bakunin never got around to completing this manuscript. But the pages which were preserved show clearly that he intended to include in one volume the basic tenets of his theories and opinions. A second and more ambitious attempt was made by Bakunin with his The Nauto-Germanic Empire and the Social Revolution, the first part of which was published in 1871. A second part, of which several pages had been set up in type, was never published in his lifetime. But numerous manuscripts left by him, of which several had been prepared with great care, as is evidenced by the changes in the text, prove that he was exceedingly anxious to complete this work. Like most of Bakunin's literary productions, this one also was inspired by the pressing events of the hour. In that instance the compelling motif was the Franco-German War of 1870-71. He preceded that script in September, 1870, with the kind of introduction entitled Letters to a Frenchman about the Present Crisis, of which only a small part of 43 pages was put into print at that time. With those letters, which he had secretly dispatched to rebel elements in France, Bakunin tried to arouse the French people to revolutionary resistance against the German invasion, and his personal participation in the insurrection of Lyons in September, 1871, bears witness that he was willing to risk his own life in that venture. Only after the insurrectionary efforts in Lyons and Marseille failed and he was forced to flee from France, did he find time to work on his more substantial manuscript, though even then his writing was frequently interrupted. The residue of his Letters to a Frenchman, which was not printed while he lived, as well as most of the manuscripts he intended for his larger volume about the Nauto-Germanic Empire, were published for the first time, in French, long after his death. Though Bakunin never succeeded in completing this intended larger volume, that attempt to concentrate on the most important points of his socio-philosophical theories, enabled him soon thereafter to confront Mazzini with brilliant arguments, when the latter launched his attacks against the First International and the Paris Commune. In fact, the polemical writings of Bakunin against Mazzini, and particularly his The Political Theology of Mazzini and the International, are among the best he ever wrote. From various manuscripts left by Bakunin, it is evident that he meant to write a sequel to this latter pamphlet, but only a few sketchy notes on the subject were discovered. His last important work, Statism and Anarchism, appeared in 1873. It was the only extensive text that he wrote in Russian. In it he incorporated many ideas which are found in one form or another in several other manuscripts, intended for inclusion in the Nauto-Germanic Empire and the Social Revolution. But of Statism and Anarchism, which, together with an appendix, comprises 332 printed pages in that Russian edition, only the first part has been published. In 1874, when Bakunin had definitely retired from both public and secret revolutionary action, he might have found time for the materialization of his lifelong ambition, but his illness and worries over the problem of obtaining the bare necessities for subsistence marred the last 2 years of his life, though he did not suspect that he had only a short while longer to live. Yet even in those days of dire poverty he was tormented by the desire to finish the major literary task so often interrupted. In November, 1874, he wrote in the previously quoted letter to Ogarev. By D.H.C. Way, I do not sit around idle, but I work a lot. First, I am writing my memories, and second, I am preparing myself, if my forces will allow it, to write the last words concerning my deepest convictions. And I read a lot. Now I am reading 3 books simultaneously, Kolb's History of Human Culture, John Stuart Mill's autobiography, and Schopenhauer. I have had enough of teaching. Now, my old friend, in our old days we want to begin learning again. It is more amusing. But his memoirs, which Herzen had urged him so often to put on paper, were never written, except for a fragment, Histoire de ma vie, in which Bakunin tells of his early youth on the estate of his parents in Priyamukino. It was published for the first time by Max Netelau in September, 1896, in the magazine Société Nouvelle of Brussels. Even though the bulk of Bakunin's writings remained fragmentary, nevertheless the numerous manuscripts he left, which saw the light of print only in later years, contain many original and sagaciously developed ideas on a great variety of intellectual, political, and social problems. And these largely still maintain their importance and may also inspire future generations. Among them are profound and ingenious observations on the nature of science and its relation to real life and the social mutations of history. One should keep in mind that those superb dissertations were written at a time when intellectual life generally was under the influence of the reawakened natural sciences. At that time, too, functions and tasks were often assigned to science which it could never fulfill, and thus many of its representatives were led to conclusions justifying every form of reaction. The advocates of the so-called social Darwinism made the survival of the fittest the basic law of existence for all social organisms and rebuked anyone who dared contradict this latest scientific revelation. Bourgeois and even socialist economists, carried away by their fervor to give their own treatises a scientific foundation, misjudged the worth of human labor so greatly that they pronounced it equivalent to a commodity exchangeable for any other commodity. And in their attempts to reduce to a simple formula value for use and exchange value, they forgot the most vital factor, the ethical value of human labor, the real creator of all cultural life. Bakunin was one of the first who clearly perceived that the phenomena of social life could not be adapted to laboratory formulas, and that efforts in this direction would inevitably lead to odious tyranny. He by no means miscalculated the importance of science, and he never intended to dispute the place to which it was entitled, but he advised caution against attributing too great a role to scientific knowledge and its practical results. He objected to science becoming the final arbiter of all personal life and of the social destiny of humanity, being keenly awake to the disastrous possibilities of such a course. How right he was in his forebodings, we understand better now than most of his contemporaries could know. Today, in the age of the atomic bomb, it becomes obvious how far we may be misled by the predominance of exclusively scientific thinking, when it is not influenced by any human considerations, but has in mind only immediate results without regard to final consequences, though they may lead to extermination of all human life. Among countless fragmentary notes by Bakunin there are various sketchy memoranda, which indicate that he meant to elaborate them when time might permit. And there was never enough time for him to do this. But there also are others, developed with meticulous care and vividly expressive language, for instance, the scintillating essay which Carlo Cafiero and Élisée Reclus published for the first time in I-88Z, in pamphlet form, under the title God and the State. Since then that pamphlet has been republished in many languages and has had the widest circulation of any of its author's writings. A logical continuation of this essay, in pages penned for the Nauto-Germanic Empire, was found later by Ncietlau among Bakunin's manuscripts, and he incorporated it under the same title in the first volume of the French edition of the Bakunin Ouvres, after publishing an extract thereof in English in James Tokitti's magazine Liberty in London. Bakunin's world of ideas is revealed in a diversity of manuscripts. Therefore it was no mean task to find in this labyrinth of literary fragments the essential interconnections to form a complete picture of his theories. It was an admirable purpose on the part of our cherished comrade Maximoff, who died all too young, to present in proper order the most important thoughts of Bakunin, and thus to give the reader a clear exposition of his doctrines in the pages which follow. This work is particularly commendable because most of Bakunin's collected writings in any language are out of print and difficult to obtain. The Russian and German editions are completely out of print, and several volumes of the French edition also are no longer obtainable. It is especially gratifying that the present edition will appear in English, because only Bakunin's God and the State and a few minor pamphlets have been issued in that language. Maximoff divided his annotated selections into 4 parts, and arranged in logical sequence the fundamental concepts expressed by Bakunin on subjects including religion, science, the state, society, the family, property, historical transitions, and his methods in the struggle for social liberation. As a profound connoisseur of Bakunin's socio-philosophical ideas and of his literary work, he was eminently qualified to undertake this project, to which he devoted years of painstaking labor. Gregory Petrovich Maximov was born on November 1893, in the Russian village of Mytoshino in the province of Smolensk. After completing his elementary education he was sent by his father to the theological seminary in Vladimir to study for the priesthood. Though he finished the course there, he realized that he was not fitted for that vocation, and went to St. Petersburg, where he entered the Agricultural Academy, graduating as an agronomist in 1915. At a very early age he became acquainted with the revolutionary movement. He was tireless in his quest for new spiritual and social values, and during his college years he studied the programs and methods of all revolutionary parties in Russia, until he came across some writings of Kropotkin and Stepniak, in which he found confirmation of many of his own ideas which he had worked out by himself. And his spiritual evolution was further advanced when, later on, he discovered in a private library in the Russian interior two works of Bakunin which impressed him deeply. Of all the libertarian thinkers it was Bakunin who appealed most strongly to Maximov. The bold language of the great rebel and the irresistible power of his words which had profoundly influenced so many of Russia's youths, now also won over Maximov, who was to remain under his spell for the rest of his life. Maximov took part in the secret propaganda among the students in St. Petersburg and the peasants in the rural regions, and when finally the long-awaited revolution broke out, he established contacts with the labor unions, serving in their shop councils and speaking at their meetings. It was a period of boundless hope for him and his comrades, which, however, was shattered not long after the Bolsheviks seized control of the Russian government. He joined the Red Army to fight against the counter-revolution, but when the new masters of Russia used the army for police work and for the disarming of the people, Maximov refused to obey orders of that kind and was condemned to death. He owed it to the solidarity and dynamic protests of the Steel Workers' Union that his life was spared. The last time that he was arrested was on March 8, 1921, at the time of the Kronstadt Rebellion, when he was thrown into the Taganka prison in Moscow with a dozen comrades on no other charge than the holding of his anarchist opinions. 4 months later he took part in a hunger strike there which lasted 10.5 days and which had wide reverberations. That strike was ended only after French and Spanish comrades, then attending a congress of the Red Trade Union International, raised their voices against the inhumanity of the Bolshevik government, and demanded that the imprisoned men be freed. The Soviet regime acceded to this demand, on condition that the prisoners, all native Russians, be exiled from their homeland. That is why Maximov went first to Germany, where I had the welcome opportunity to meet him and to join the circle of his friends. He remained in Berlin for about 3 years and then went to Paris. There he stayed for 6 or 7 months, whereupon he emigrated to the United States. Maximov wrote a great deal about the human struggle through many years, during which he was at various times an editor of and contributor to libertarian newspapers and magazines in the Russian language. In Moscow he served as co-editor of Glos Truda, Voice of Labor, and later of its successor, Novy Glos Truda, New Voice of Labor. In Berlin he became the editor of Rabochi Put, Labor's Path, a magazine published by Russian anarcho-syndicalists. Settling later in Chicago, he was appointed as editor of Glos Truzenica, Voice of the Toiler, to which he had contributed for Europe. After that periodical ceased to exist he assumed the editorship of Dielo Trauda Probuzdini, Labor's Cause Awakening, a name growing out of the merger of two magazines, issued in New York City, a post he held until his death. The roster of Maximov's writings in the periodical field makes up a long and substantial bibliography. To his credit, due is the writing of a book entitled The Guillotine at Work, a richly documented history of 20 years of terror in Soviet Russia, published in Chicago in 1940, a volume called Constructive Anarchism, brought out likewise in that city in 1952, a pamphlet, Bolshevism, Promises and Reality, an illuminating analysis of the actions of the Russian Communist Party, issued in Glasgow in 1935 and reprinted in 1937, and 2 pamphlets published in Russian in Germany earlier, instead of a program, which dealt with the resolutions of 2 conferences of anarcho-syndicalists in Russia, and why and how the Bolsheviks deported the anarchists from Russia, which related the experiences of his comrades and himself in Moscow. Maximov died in Chicago on March 16, 1950, while yet in the prime of life, as the result of heart trouble, and was inurned by all who had the good fortune to know him. He was not only a lucid thinker but a man of stainless character and broad human understanding. And he was a whole person, in whom clarity of thought and warmth of feeling were united in the happiest way. For him, anarchism was not merely a concern for things to come, but the leitmotif of his own life. It played a part in all of his activities. He also possessed understanding for other conceptions than his own, so long as he was convinced that such beliefs were inspired by goodwill and deep conviction. His tolerance was as great as his comradely feeling for all who came into contact with him. He lived as an anarchist, not because he felt some sort of duty to do so, imposed from outside, but because he could not do otherwise, for his innermost being always caused him to act as he felt and thought. Krompond, N. Y. July, 1952. Mikhail Bakunin, a biographical sketch by Max Nedelau. Mikhail Alexandrovich Bakunin was born on May 18, 1814 in Pryamyukino, an estate on the banks of the Yasuga, in the Novotorshuk district of Tver province. His grandfather, Mikhail Vasilovich Bakunin, state councillor and vice president of the Chamber Collegium in the time of Catherine II, had bought the estate in 1779, and after leaving government service, had lived there with his large family. His third son, Alexander, Mikhail Bakunin's father, for unknown reasons was brought up after the age of 9 in Italy, where he became a doctor of philosophy at the University of Padua. Though Alexander was slated for diplomatic service, he took up natural sciences also, and followed in general liberal philosophical and cosmopolitan ideas which were prevalent in all educated circles in the years before the French Revolution and in the period immediately following the storming of the Bastille. But the grim realities of the years of revolution quenched his Platonic liberalism. One of his two brothers was a government official and the other an officer. Alexander, however, very soon left the government service, and at the request of his parents he managed the family estate, where his unmarried sisters also lived. These sisters were wholly absorbed in religious devotions, apparently because of the death of their brother Ivan, an officer who had been killed in the Caucasian War in the 1820s. Note: Bakunin's birth date in this sketch is given in Russian Old Style, and Nedalau's Russian dates therein evidently are all Old Style, which in the 19th century was in each instance 12 days earlier than the equivalent date in our own calendar. Not before he reached the age of 40 did Alexander fall in love, and then he married a young woman of the Murailov family, Barbara Alexandrovna, who had had numerous suitors. During the years 1811 to 1824 she became the mother of 11 children. The oldest were daughters, Lubov, 1811, and Barbara, 1812, they were followed by Mikhail, 1814, the daughters Tatiana, 1815, and Alexandra, 1816, and 5 sons, born between 1818 and 1823, and a daughter who died at the age of 2. This big family lived most of the time in Pryamyukino, occasionally visiting Tver and Moscow, until studies, or, in the case of the older sisters, marriage and an early death in 1838 decreased the size of the household. The parents, particularly the father, who became blind, reached a ripe old age. He died in 1856, the mother in 1864. Mikhail Bakunini's youth and his relationships with his family circle undoubtedly had a great influence on his development, as appears from his own short account, The Youth of Mikhail Bakunin, published in Moscow, 1911, in Russkaya Mysl, Russian Thought, from the letters carefully edited by A. Kornilov, and other material. Although Bakunin outgrew his environment so completely, nevertheless it supplied the basis, trend, and motivation for his career, while the energy of his active life and the breadth of his aims undoubtedly sprang from his individual nature. His great capacity to absorb the best thoughts and achievements of his period was combined with ability to coordinate their inner meaning with his own purposeful and resolute striving toward a distant goal. While there were no radical or realistic influences in his parents' home to shape his character, there were humanistic influences there which tended to deepen his inner life. His old father, cautiously conservative as his attitude toward young people appeared to be, was however, deeply influenced by the prevailing humane ideas of the encyclopedist and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The piety of Mikhail's aunts was transferred to the oldest of their nieces in the form of a cult of their inner life, and a striving toward unattainable truth, which they later came to look for in philosophy rather than in religion. As Mikhail grew older, his sisters soon began to see in him a co-searcher with them for the truth, and the uncontested spiritual mentor of this younger brother. Soon he became the spiritual leader of all his brothers and sisters. That family circle was, in fact, the most ideal group to which he ever belonged, the model for all his organizations and his conception of a free and happy life for humanity in general. The absence of any economic problems, the comfortable country life among the beauties of nature, though it was based on the serfdom of so many, formed a close bond between these sisters and brothers, created a microcosm of freedom and solidarity with intimate and intensive striving toward the inner perfection of each one of them and the full expression of his inborn talents. There was, however, always present the desire that from the fulfillment of each one, the best interests of all should be forwarded. From this soon developed Mikhail's desire to serve all humanity and to give selflessly to others everything he might gain for himself. Here undoubtedly were planted the seeds of his lifelong striving toward a world in which freedom and solidarity, anarchism and socialism, could be united, doctrines inseparable from spiritual freedom and from that understanding of nature, free of all superstitions, atheism. What seemed to be missing then was the desire for destruction of the existing society which later filled him so completely. He felt a holy zeal and a fervent desire to work toward that aim. This logically grew into his conviction of the necessity of destruction, revolution. Bakunin's spiritual development was interrupted but by no means stopped when on November 25, 1828, at the age of 14.5, he was sent to St. Petersburg to enter the artillery school. For several years he lived in that institution, and hated it, until he was promoted to the officer class at the end of January, 1833. Now permitted to live outside the institution, he greeted his new freedom with joy. Soon he had a temporary romance with a young cousin, and later in the summer of 1833, was deeply inspired by the poems of Venivitinov. This was followed by an attachment to an old friend of his father and a relative of his mother, the former statesman Nikolai Nazarovich Muravyov, who gave him a practical insight into Russian political and economic affairs. A younger Muravyov, Sergei Nikolaevich, who was 5 years older than Bakunin, very probably helped to foster his Russian nationalist sentiments at that time. Such proclivities, though never lacking, had found little encouragement in the cosmopolitan education in his father's home. In August to September, 1833, Mikhail visited his family in Pryamykino, and there found a new cause to champion: the fight for justice, the struggle of youth against the older generation, and the struggle of human freedom against authority. At first this took the form of his siding with his oldest sister in her rebellion against an unhappy marriage that was hateful to her. This was his first struggle, which he fought with all his energy. Consequently the illusion of general harmony, particularly of the time-honored family happiness, was destroyed. His military career, which had never much interested him, was cut short by a violent quarrel with a general, after which he was assigned to an artillery brigade in western Russia, beginning in 1834, before he had finished his officer's training. His military service in the provinces of Minsk and Grodno was interrupted by a summer journey to Pryamykino. He detested that service, which was a torture to him. He was also in Vilna, and there he became somewhat acquainted with Polish society and got a glimpse of Russia's policy in Poland, through another relative, M. N. Muravyov, then governor of Grodno, who later became so notorious as Poland's man. Smarting under military service and feeling terribly lonesome, Bakunin at that time, December, 1834, dreamed of dedicating himself to science and some civilian occupation after leaving the service. Only in the event of war, he decided, would he remain in the army. He hoped to be transferred to his home territory, and at the beginning of 1835 he was sent to Tver to buy horses. From there he went to Pryarnikino, reported sick, and greatly against the wishes of his father, obtained his discharge from the army on December 18, x835. The father got for him a position in the civil government service in Tver, but he refused to accept it. His fond desire was to train himself for scientific work and obtain a professorship in order to disseminate the philosophical knowledge he had gained from his studies. In March, 1835, he became acquainted in Moscow with a young man named Stankovich, born in 1813. During the summer his friend Yefremov visited the family estate, and in the fall Stankovich also came there and he and Mikhail became intimate friends. Their philosophical interest at the time was concentrated on Kant. However, Stankovich, for several years a student of German philosophy, wanted to study Kant as a basis for understanding Schelling. Connection of Bakunin with Stankovich's circle of friends, established in 1831 and 1832, was easily formed through his acquaintance with the Beer family in Moscow, whose two daughters were friends of his sisters and at whose house Stankovich and his friends often visited. In the fall of 1835 he had conceived in Tver, with his sisters and brothers and the Beer sisters in Pryamykino, the idea of forming his own intimate circle, united in purpose and thought, as a refuge against the outside world. This was, so to speak, the first of his secret societies, which always had an inner core of his closest friends. To detail all these relationships would be a huge task. Those who are interested in the people of the 30s and 40s and who can read Russian could be referred to numerous volumes of correspondence, memoirs, biographies, etc., but for those not acquainted with this special material it would be necessary to write volumes of explanation. In general, however, it can be said, that behind the philosophical literary ideology they put forward, the real life of all these diverse young men and women went on and demanded its right to be heard. Their mutual idealistic aim formed a bond between the rich and the relatively poor, and still more did the cross-currents of love affairs and passions, happy and unhappy, hopeless or fulfilled. The final solution of all these entanglements and conflicts, entered into with philosophical zeal and intensively discussed, was generally a very prosaic one, wholly outside of the realm of ideas. Naturally Mikhail was soon in the center of these surging emotions, and took upon himself not only his own affairs but also those of his sisters. It was inevitable that his friends, Bielinski included, would fall in love with his sisters, while Mikhail remained emotionally impervious, though many a girl's heart beat faster when he was around. In addition to that, there was his personal championship of his eldest sister, already mentioned, in her luckless marriage. Because of the intimate family life of his early youth he could not brush aside such worries, but had to interfere with great energy in all these matters, which might have been settled much better by themselves without his meddling, and resulted in many conflicts and enmities. This trait remained in him to the end of his life, for he was deeply convinced of his mission as a social being. Being interested only in the remote possibility of a professorship of philosophy in Moscow as his goal in life, Mikhail came to a sharp break with his family, and at the beginning of 1836, he left his parents' home for Moscow, to establish an independent existence in the metropolis. He expected to attain this by private tutoring in mathematics while studying at the university as a non-matriculated student. The immediate reason for the quarrel with his parents was Bakunin's persistent demand to travel abroad, in order to study at a German university, which his old father, blessed with 11 children, considered an impossible extravagance. In Moscow, after February 1836, Mikhail was entirely absorbed in the philosophical ideas of Fichte, whose lectures on the destiny of the scholar he translated for the telescope at the request of Minsky. Fichte's The Way to a Blessed Life fascinated him, and became his favorite book. With Stankiewicz, he read Goethe, Schiller, Jean-Paul, E.T.A. Hoffmann, and others. But his hope for economic independence did not materialize, neither then nor at any time in all his years. In April 1836, he began to lecture, but by the end of May he was back in Pryamukino, and remained there for quite a while, as the conflict with his father had somewhat subsided, though neither of them abandoned his point of view. With his sisters, who greatly deplored his brusque attitude toward the father, he had threshed out the matter by correspondence. In the spring and summer he succeeded in converting them from their formal piety, which up to that time they had considered the greatest aim in life, to the most idealistic form of Fichteanism as propounded in The Way to a Blessed Life. Also he strengthened his somewhat weakened influence over them and his growing brothers. Little information is available on the following years up to the summer of 1840, during which Bakunin transferred his theoretical allegiance from Fichte to Hegel, in fact to the most rigorous Hegelianism, with its conservative reactionary conclusions concerning the Russia of that day. That period also was marked by his relationship with Bielinski, his conflicts with the radical and socialist circles centering about Herzen and Ogarev, and his contact with the younger Slavophiles, particularly with Konstantin Aksakov and the older Phadayev, 1794–1856. It was for Bakunin largely a painful period of waiting because he could not obtain from his father the means to study at a German university, neither were his other hopes fulfilled. He was only 26 years old when he finally left Russia, but he had begun to fear that there he would gradually decay mentally. Probably, however, these years were useful to him spiritually, because by continuous mental activity he learned to enhance through brilliant discussions his rather small philosophical knowledge. He now faced new impressions abroad with a more mature outlook than he had had in 1836, and thus he escaped from being entirely absorbed by any one doctrine, as had happened to him in the case of Fichte and Hegel. And fortunately the evolution of the radical philosophy and of socialism advanced rapidly in the years after 1840, while during the years 1836 to 1840 it had been only in the stages of incubation. In this respect, also, conditions favored him. The circumstances of his leaving Russia are clear from his well-known letter, Tver, April 20, 1840, to Herzen, who finally lent him money for the journey, and also from his passport, Tver, May 29, for the journey from St. Petersburg by way of Lübeck to Berlin on June 29, 1840. We do not know the details of Bakunin's mental growth during his sojourn in Berlin and Dresden up to the end of 1842, but in the second half of this period he did make continuous progress toward becoming a conscious revolutionary. 3 documents serve as milestones of this mental evolution: Bakunin's preface to Hegel's lectures to high school students, published in the Moskovsky Nabyutel, Volume 16, 1838, edited by Klinsky, the article on Philosophy in Otechestveni i Zapiski, St. Petersburg, 1849, Volume 9, Section 2, the second part of which was never published, and Reaction in Germany, a fragment by a Frenchman signed Jules Elizard, In the Deutsche Jurbeker für Wissenschaft und Kunst, Leipzig, October 1721, 1842. It is surprising to find in the first of these two publications that such a clear mind could still remain so profoundly influenced by empty dogmas, which Bakunin took as absolute truth, without any regard to reality. Yet the famous article in the Deutsche Jurbeker, in spite of its philosophical verbiage, was a clarion call for revolution in the widest sense, including social revolution. It ended with the words, "Let us have confidence in the eternal spirit which destroys and annihilates only because it is the unfathomable and eternally creative source of life." The urge of destruction is at the same time a creative urge. It is noteworthy also that Bakunin, after 3 university semesters in Berlin, preferred to move to Dresden in the spring of 1842, to enjoy the company of Arnold Ruhe, who at that time was the center of the radical Hegelians, and not to prepare for a Moscow professorship. Losing interest in that, his chief concern now was awaiting the revolution. At that time Inani forces were working toward the revolution, which indeed was not far distant, as was proved in 1848. Only then did the Western world unfold to him, a world which up to that time he had viewed with disdain, partly because of his Russian nationalist point of view, which still clung to him, and partly because of the lofty philosophical knowledge he imagined he had. Socialism, as it was developing at that time in France, was introduced to the German public for the first time through the well-known book of Dr. Lawrence Stein. This book did not offer anything new, but gave a sizable survey of many socialistic trends and the reasoning behind them, and in 1842 it introduced Bakunin, as he himself pointed out, to this subject, which fascinated him. In Berlin in 1840, he saw his sister Barbara, who had returned from the deathbed of Stankovic in Italy. In Berlin and Dresden his younger brother and Ivan Turgenev were his closest friends. By now his connection with Russia was finally severed and he became a true exile, fully accepting his status. The Russian government became aware of his radical evolution and demanded his return to Russia. But Bakunin had no intention of submitting, and in January, 1843, he took the decisive step of going to Zurich with Georg Herwe, the most famous poet of the time. Herwe returned to Zurich, then the center of literary, political, and revolutionary propaganda for Germany, and to which, that spring, Wilhelm Weitling, the German communist, transferred his activity from French Switzerland. During his Zurich sojourn from January 16 to the beginning of June, Bakunin, having closely observed the political activities there, lost all his Republican political illusions, if he still had any. Through his personal relations with Weitling, he became acquainted with the communist ideology, which he considered a general revolutionary factor, but which, however, never succeeded in captivating him. From that time up to 1848, he had friendly relations with German communists in Switzerland and in Paris, and occasionally he called himself a communist. In a letter to Reinhold Soldier, dated October, 1844, and in some other letters to Soldier, August Becker, and the wife of Professor Vogt, he expressed these ideas up to 1847. Opinions voiced by Bakunin at that time were published in the Deutsche Französische Jurabücher, Paris, 1844, under the title B. To R. Bakunin to Ruhe, dated Peter Island in the Bieler Lake, May, 1843, and several articles entitled Der Kommunismus in the Schweizerische Republikaner, Zurich, June 2, 6 and 13, 1843, sign 30. I believe also that still another article, in 1843, generally overlooked, was written by Bakunin. Closer scrutiny of the articles would show that he was sympathetic and hopefully, though not uncritically, inclined toward the expressions of socialism then current. Those movements championed a good cause, had a very lofty goal, but they could not satisfy his aspirations for ideas and systems that would really liberate mankind. He felt instinctively the absence of freedom in these systems, and therefore he hesitated to accept completely any of the ideas embodied in them. Shortly before the arrest of Weitling, Bakunin went to western Switzerland and lived in Geneva, Lausanne, and also in Nyon. He tramped on foot over the Alps to Bern, where he remained during the winter of 1844 until February. These travels and sojourns were influenced by his personal relations. In Zurich he knew August Fohlen, the brother of Professor Vogt's wife, who lived in Bern. In Dresden he knew Madame Pescontini, a German-Russian from Riga, who lived with her husband, an Italian émigré, in Promentu near Nyon. His lifelong friend, the musician Adolf Reichel, from East Prussia, whom he had met in Dresden, also had come to Geneva, and together with him and the German communist, August Hecker, he had crossed the Alps on foot. Reichel remained with him in Bern in order to accompany him in February, 1844, to Brussels. Bakunin's long friendship with the sons of the Vogt family began at that time. THC youngest vote, Adolf, and Adolf Frankl were the only ones who, 33 years later, stood at Bakunin's beer and burn. On July 21, 1843, the Swiss police issued an official report, signed by State Councillor Bluntschli, quoting many letters of Weidling's in which Bakunin's name was mentioned repeatedly. This put the Russian police into motion, and in February 1844, the Moscow ambassador in Bern ordered Bakunin to return to Russia immediately. But Mikhail preferred to move to Brussels. There he saw the first Polish émigrés, and as he knew everywhere how to meet the most important men in radical and revolutionary movements, who in turn considered him a highly interesting acquaintance, he became friendly with old Joachim Leleville, one of the most charming Poles of that period. Thus he got acquainted with the Polish aspirations in their most exalted, but also in their most determined and intransigent ideas, the demand for the historical Poland of 1772, which included Lithuania, Little Russia, and White Russia. As a Russian, but also as a Democrat and internationalist, Bakunin maintained, on the contrary, the right to autonomy and independence for the non-Polish territories within these historic frontiers. Thus, in spite of all his sympathy for the Poles and all his efforts to bring about cooperation, it inevitably followed that the Poles always considered him an unwelcome and disturbing element in their plans and never reciprocated his sincere attempts toward solidarity with them. Since the Poles as well as Bakunin saw in each other a revolutionary factor of some real value, the subject was rarely discussed frankly, and all attempts at mutual action were destined to failure. To this was added the fact that the question of liberation of the peasants and the distribution of land naturally separated Bakunin from the powerful aristocratic Polish party, as did also their extreme clericalism. After a short visit to Paris in 1844, Mikhail persuaded his friend Reichel to come and live with him in Paris, and they stayed there until 1847. Bakunin endeavored to get in contact with the German radicals who lived there, particularly with the circle around the weekly Vorwärts, through which he got acquainted with Marx and Engels. Many disagreeable quarrels ensued between Rouhe, Marx, and Herwe, and lasted up to the time when the German circle was broken up by expulsion of its members and the suspension of the publication. Thereafter Bakunin did not take any sustained interest in the German movement, but he remained in friendly relations with Herwe and his wife, with Karl Vogt, a few German communists, and in general, with the Swiss acquaintances he had made in 1843-44. He became acquainted with French socialists and political and literary personalities of all shades of opinion, without getting very close to any of them, with the exception of Proudhon, whose ideas and personality attracted him, and who in turn showed interest in Bakunin. He also met Russians, the decabrist Nikolai Turgenev, as well as many Russian visitors to Paris, Poles, Italians, and others. It was a period in which a great many advanced ideas emerged, without, however, any one idea predominating. While the bourgeois system seemed to be nearing its full development unchallenged, Bakunin sensed that, underneath, the ferment of the coining revolution was at work. "We arrived," Bakunin said in 1876, according to a French socialist, "at the firm belief that we were witnessing the last days of the old civilization, and that the age of equality would soon begin." Very few could resist this highly charged emotional atmosphere in Paris. 2 months on the boulevards was usually long enough to change a liberal into a socialist. In spite of this active and interesting life during the years 1845, 1846, and 1847, Bakunin was not happy, because he felt more isolated than any of the others. Neither did he have a clear conception of the future. To be more exact, these various socialist trends were all narrowly sectarian, each one opposed to the others, because they had no right of assembly nor freedom for public activity. Their adherents were limited to an artificial life through books, magazines, and small groups. It is true that Bakunin did not join any of the groups, but to conclude from this fact that at that time he was no socialist would be, in my opinion, absolutely wrong. He did not find his conception of socialism in any of the sects then existing. Indeed, he probably had not clearly formulated his own ideas, as he had no practical incentive to do so. It is impossible to imagine him as a follower of a certain trend or sect, such as being a Fourierist, Cabetist, Dr. Marxist. The only man from whom he could derive part of his socialism then was Proudhon. One of Bakunin's Italian comrades, at the end of the 60s, stated that Bakunin had told him that, when reading Proudhon's book, it had suddenly flashed upon him, "This is the right thing." That is how it must have happened. Only Proudhon had at that time the idea of attaining full freedom, of really abolishing the state, without rebuilding it in a new form. This established a spiritual bond between the two men, though they differed on certain details. That Bakunin understood the basic ideas of anarchism, which he approved, is shown by a few passages in his intimate letters to Herwe. by pure accident he had no opportunity to express them publicly. The voice he had raised in 1842 and 1843 was now silenced, except in Slavonic affairs, and his work on Feuerbach, whose ideas he wanted to publish in French, was not completed or was lost. In December 1844, Tsar Nikolai I issued, at the proposal of the Senate, a decree depriving Bakunin of all his civil and nobility rights, confiscating his property in Russia and condemning him to lifelong exile in Siberia should he ever be caught on Russian soil. He wrote a long letter on this subject to the Paris Reform, January 27, 1845, expressing his first free opinion on Russia and foreshadowing his future writings in many respects. His first statement on Poland was made in his letter to Le Constitutionnel, March 19, 1846, on the occasion of Russian persecution of Polish Catholics. Soon afterward he tried, as he also tells in his Confession of 1851, to enter into conspirative relations with the Polish Democratic Central Committee, the headquarters of which was in Versailles. His aim was revolution in Russia, a republican federation of all Slavic countries, and establishment of a united and indivisible Slavic republic, administered federatively for interior affairs and centralized politically for foreign affairs. But nothing came out of these deliberations, mainly because he could not offer the Poles anything except his good intentions. Before that, after the appearance of his article in La Réforme, the Polish aristocrats, such as Prince Adam Czartoryski, as well as the democratic Poles, welcomed him, and the Polish classical poet, Adam Mickiewicz, tried to attract him into his mystical federalist circle, which Bakunin, however, declined to enter. Again in 1846 young refugee Poles from Krakow approached him, and it was this group which invited him to speak at the meeting of November 29, 1847, in commemoration of the Polish insurrection of 1830. A few renounced before, in 1847, Bakunin again met with Herzen, Bielinski, and other Russian friends in Paris, and though that reunion was amicable, those friends did not respond to his plea that conspiratory action be planned for a revolutionary movement in Russia. There is no evidence that he knew of the efforts of the group of Petrashevsky and Speshnev at that time. Thus he could not help knowing or feeling that he was quite alone so far as Russian problems were concerned. On November 29 he made his famous speech in Paris in favor of a revolutionary conciliation between Poles and Russians. Thereupon, at the request of the Russian ambassador, he was expelled from France, and on December 19, he went to Brussels, where he met many Poles as well as the communist circle of Karl Marx, whom he greatly disliked. On February 14, 1848, he spoke again at a meeting called by Level to form brotherly ties between Polish and Russian Democrats. According to Bakunin's confession he also spoke of the great future of the sleighs, destined to rejuvenate the Western world, of the breakup of Austria, etc. The full text of that speech was never published. The Russian embassy, headed by Count Kiselev, also tried to ruin his reputation by setting rumors afloat that he actually was a Russian agent, who had exceeded his orders. This slander was passed on to the French government by Polish intermediaries. Bakunin answered in an open letter of February 7, 1848, to Count Duchatel, then Minister of Interior, but after the February Revolution, the same source spread this calumny in democratic circles and cast a shadow of doubt over all the rest of Bakunin's life, beginning with 1848-49, the last year of his activity at that time. When the longed-for revolution finally came, Bakunin's joy knew no bounds. Even his crestfallen confession of 1851 contained an enthusiastic description of the life and activities of the people of Paris, in which he took part up to April 1848. La Réforme of March 13 carried a lengthy article by him, in which his ideas were summarized. But what grieved him most was that he saw no sign of an approaching Russian revolution, to accomplish which he felt driven to give his utmost energies. Russian power was in the service of the counter-revolution, and in fact it did intervene in Hungary in 1849, to suppress the revolution there. In 1848 a clash between the rebelling countries of Europe and the Russia of Tsar Nikolai I appeared probable, and the Poles worked toward this goal. Bakunin wanted to prevent that conflict, and the idea of a Slavic federation seemed to him the proper means. Such a federation was intended to unite all Slavs, Poles, and Russians as well, under the battle cry of liberating the Slavs living under the rule of Prussia, Austro-Hungary, and Turkey. Bakunin had no resources for this propaganda, so he approached Flocon, Louis Blanc, and Albert and Ledru Rollin, who reluctantly lent him 2,000 francs. For everything else he was dependent on the Poles. He went to Germany, where the slander launched by the Russian embassy followed him, as did also the lie that he was preparing an attempt on the life of the Tsar. This brought about another expulsion. These slanders likewise affected his trial in Saxony, 1849-50, and in 1851 were to help determine his fate in Russia. His journey took him through Baden to Frankfurt and Cologne, where he made the final break with Marx on account of Herwa. From there he went to Berlin, where the police stopped him from traveling on to Posen. From Berlin he went to Leipzig and Breslau, where he again met many Poles. Then he continued on to the Slav Congress in Prague, in which he actively participated. This congress was followed by the bloody but abortive Week insurrection in June, 1848, which Bakunin wanted to promote and intensify. His return to Breslau and to Berlin was followed by his expulsion from Prussia and Saxony, but finally in the fall and winter he found a pleasant and safe refuge in Coethen, Anhalt state, at that time an oasis of freedom in Germany, where certain cabinet ministers of that state, old friends of Max Stirner and his comrades, were his table companions in the local Rathskeller. Later, when the conspiracy became more active, Bakunin returned to Leipzig. His life in the underground there was interrupted by a still more secret journey to Prague, and finally he went to Dresden to be nearer to Bohemia. While he was there the May Revolution of 1849 broke out. He gave all his energy to it, and shared the fate of other leaders of the revolution, when, after several sleepless nights, totally exhausted, he was arrested in Chemnitz, Saxony, on the night of May 9. This put an end to his activities for many years to come. Bakunin's ideas in that period can be ascertained from a few documents of the Prague Slav Congress, particularly from the Charter of a New Slavic Policy and from the pamphlet Appeal to the Slaves published in the fall of 1848, and other statements of that time and later. The most extensive account of his plans is set down in his Confession of 185I. To this can be added a few intimate letters, particularly to Herwa, and his long defense plica at the trial in Saxony. I am familiar only with extracts of this plea contained in a letter to his lawyer, but the whole plea as well as the statements in the preliminary questioning are available for publication. From these sources we see how he, who in the months immediately following February 24, certainly was inspired by the purest revolutionary spirit, gradually became more and more imbued with nationalist ideas, until, after the events in Prague and Breslau, he indulged in the most commonplace expressions of hate against everything German. This made him feel impelled, as he says in his confession to Nikolai I, to write to the Tsar asking forgiveness for his sins and imploring him to put himself at the head of the Slavs as their savior and father, and to carry the banner of Slavdom into Western Europe. His good common sense prevented him, however, from finishing this letter, and he destroyed it. Nothing compelled him to record this fact, which, by the way, is not so surprising, since nationalism unites men of all ideologies, and the revolutionist and the Tsar stood here on common ground. Autumn in 1848 brought about a change in Bakunin's attitude. He came out in favor of common struggles of all peoples, Slavs, Magyars, and Germans, against the oppressors, their governments. By organizing and heading Czech and German secret societies to instigate a revolutionary movement in Bohemia, he made extraordinary efforts to help German democracy which, at that time, was preparing for the struggles of 1849. But only the German Democrats in Saxony started a revolt, in May, 1849, while the premature Czech conspiracy was nipped in the bud by many arrests, ending in a lengthy trial and cruel sentences to long imprisonment of many young Czechs and Germans in Bohemia. In general, it can be said, however, that Bakunin's activity in 1848 lost much of its effectiveness because of its close relation to nationalism. It was therefore fortunate for the clarifying of his ideas that the May Revolution in Dresden offered him such a welcome opportunity for objective revolutionary activity unmarred by nationalism. Next, Bakunin spent 1 year in Saxon prisons in Dresden and in the fortress of Königstein, up to June 13, 1850, when a death sentence against him was commuted to imprisonment for life. That his spirit was unbroken appears in his letters from the fortress to Adolf and Matilda Reichel. He was then extradited to Austria, where for 1 year he was chained in his cell and had to submit to endless questioning in Prague and Olmütz till 1851, probably the grimmest experience of his life. This was followed by a new condemnation to death with immediate commutation of the sentence, but extradition to Russia. Not knowing what to expect, Bakunin viewed his fate with dread, but was pleasantly surprised when he soon found himself treated relatively well as a state prisoner of importance, and also considered as such in the Peter and Paul fortress in St. Petersburg. After 2 months, around August, 1851, the Tsar sent Count Orlov to see Bakunin in the fortress and to ask for a confession from him. Bakunin really did write this, as it became known in 192I. The document did not change his situation, and Nikolai's successor, Alexander II, pointed out quite correctly that he did not see any repentance in that confession. Opinions may vary concerning this document, but it contained nothing that would have endangered any person or compromised any cause, embodying, rather, hate against everything German. This made him feel impelled, as he says in his confession to Nikolai I, to write to the Tsar asking forgiveness for his sins and imploring him to put himself at the head of the slavs as their savior and father, and to carry the banner of Slavdom into Western Europe. His good common sense prevented him, however, from finishing this letter, and he destroyed it. Nothing compelled him to record this fact, which, by the way, is not so surprising, since nationalism unites men of all ideologies, and the revolutionist and the Tsar stood here on common ground. Autumn in 1848 brought about a change in Bakunin's attitude. He came out in favor of common struggles of all peoples, Slavs, Magyars, and Germans, against the oppressors, their governments. By organizing and heading Czech and German secret societies to instigate a revolutionary movement in Bohemia, he made extraordinary efforts to help German democracy which, at that time, was preparing for the struggles of 1849. But only the German Democrats in Saxony started a revolt, in May, 1849, while the premature Czech conspiracy was nipped in the bud by many arrests, ending in a lengthy trial and cruel sentences to long imprisonment of many young Czechs and Germans in Bohemia. In general, it can be said, however, that Bakunin's activity in 1848 lost much of its effectiveness because of its close relation to nationalism. It was therefore fortunate for the clarifying of his ideas that the May Revolution in Dresden offered him such a welcome opportunity for objective revolutionary activity unmarred by nationalism. Next, Bakunin spent 1 year in Saxon prisons in Dresden and in the fortress of Königstein, up to June 13, 1850, when a death sentence against him was commuted to imprisonment for life. That his spirit was unbroken appears in his letters from the fortress to Adolf and Matilda Reichel. He was then extradited to Austria, where for 1 year he was chained in his cell and had to submit to endless questioning in Prague and Olmütz till 1851, probably the grimmest experience of his life. This was followed by a new condemnation to death with immediate commutation of the sentence, but extradition to Russia. Not knowing what to expect, Bakunin viewed his fate with dread, but was pleasantly surprised when he soon found himself treated relatively well as a state prisoner of importance, and also considered as such in the Peter and Paul fortress in St. Petersburg. After 2 months, around August, 1851, the Tsar sent Count Orlov to see Bakunin in the fortress and to ask for a confession from him. Bakunin really did write this, as it became known in 192I. The document did not change his situation, and Nikolai's successor, Alexander II, pointed out quite correctly that he did not see any repentance in that confession. Opinions may vary concerning this document, but it contained nothing that would have endangered any person or compromised any cause, embodying, rather. The Bell was then at the peak of its influence, contains hymns of praise for Muravov. This may be explained by Bakunin's increasing nationalist psychosis, induced and nourished by the expansionist ideas of the officials and exploiters who surrounded him in Siberia, causing him to overlook the plight of their victims. Finally Muravov left Siberia without being able to do anything for Bakunin, and that relieved him of any compunction which might have restrained him from escaping while a relative was governor. He left Irkutsk on June 18, 186-1, sailed down the Amur River, succeeded in boarding an American ship, and, after passing through several Japanese ports, San Francisco, Panama, and New York, he arrived in London on December 27 and went straight to the home of Herzen and Ogarev, who received him like a brother. In Yokohama he had met up with a fellow fighter of the Dresden May Revolt, and in the United States he talked with comrades of the 1848 Revolution. From San Francisco he had written to Herzen that he would continue his efforts, begun in that year, toward Slavic federalism. In short, from the first hour of his freedom he was ready to resume with unimpaired energy his activity, interrupted in 1849, aiming at a Russian peasant revolution, Slavic national wars for independence, and Slavic federation. In the Italy of 1859 and in the actions of Garibaldi he recognized the way, perceiving many symptoms of the rising tide toward liberty, and, as in 1848, Bakunin again was ready to do his share. His socialism, however, was deeply buried beneath his nationalist. That appears still more evident from his first open letter entitled To Russian, Polish, and All Slavic Friends, published on February 15, 1862, from the pamphlet The People's Cause, Romanov, Pugachev, or Pestel? Issued in London in 1863, and from shorter articles, from Herzen's account in his posthumous writings, and from Bakunin's own letters, some of which appeared in the St. Petersburg periodical Bilo, The Past. There were important and impressive open movements in Russia, Chernyshevsky's and the youth movement, secret organizations of unknown and constantly shifting scope, such as Zemlya i Volya, Land and Freedom, and the great liberal movement headed by Herzen and Ogarev, the Zemstvos, in which several brothers of Bakunin distinguished themselves in Tver, etc. Here also may be mentioned the sectarian movement of Ogarev and Kelseyev, the revolutionary possibilities of which were so extremely overrated. These movements, which needed many years to reach their full development, were suddenly followed or joined by the Polish movement in the violent form of an insurrection, which complicated the situation considerably. Only Bakunin and a Russian military organization, headed by a sympathetic officer from Warsaw named Potebnia, were willing to cooperate sincerely with the Poles. At the same time, however, the old dissensions between Bakunin and the Poles continued, and there were, for example, bitter polemics with Mieroslawski. Though this situation, in 1862 and 1863, offered innumerable opportunities for action by Bakunin, embroilments repeatedly ensued, and led more to confusion than to solutions. Thus, in spite of his good intentions, his activities produced only meager results. He conspired in all directions, had negotiations in Paris, and on February 2, 1863, he went via Hamburg and Copenhagen to Stockholm, where he remained until autumn, and where, after many vicissitudes, he was reunited with his wife, who had found her way out of Siberia. He was not connected with the Polish incursion of Lipinski, whom he met in Malmo, but he would have been willing to go to Russia, if he had sensed the beginning of any revolutionary movement there. This element lacking, he did his best to influence public opinion in Sweden about events in Finland. His speeches and articles in the large dailies created a sensation, and he was fairly lionized, but was unable to get armed assistance from the Poles. Bakunin never abandoned his attitude in public, but he had such bad experiences with many personalities in the Polish movement and with the elusive Russian secret organizations, that in the fall of 1863 he withdrew entirely from Slavic national movements, and probably reconsidered the situation thoroughly. It also became apparent to him that further work with Herzen and Ogarev in London would be impossible. Bonapartist France was out of the question for a permanent sojourn, but there was one country where he would be able to remain, Italy, which had an active radical party. At the end of 1863 he left London, and by slow stages, crossing Belgium, France, and Switzerland, he reached Italy. From that time onward he began anew to participate in the international revolutionary movement. I do not know whether, during that journey, in the course of which he met Proudhon, Elie, and Elisée Reclus, Vogt, Garibaldi, and other old and new friends, he intended to make direct connection with those men, or if he went just for the purpose of meeting old friends and gathering information. His new place of residence was Florence, where he stayed through the first half of 1864. In August he went to London and Sweden, and in November, going back to London and then to Brussels and Paris, he returned to Florence. While on those travels, the purpose of which is not quite clear, he was visited by Marx in London, and in Paris saw Proudhon for the last time. The summer of 1865 found him in Sorrento, and till August, 1867, he dwelt in Naples and vicinity. Bakunin enjoyed his sojourn in Italy, particularly the simple, natural life of the people, and from the fall of 1869 until his death 7 years later he lived in small towns in the Swiss canton of Ticino. He saw the defeat of the Polish Revolution of 1863, which was led by the feudal lords, but he hoped to live to see a peasant upheaval and a new European revolution in the offing. Inasmuch as he maintained contacts with the leading men in the militant parties and their following among young people, especially in Italy, he undoubtedly became aware of two great obstacles: the fact that the national movements were inextricably blended with the designs of the states, Napoleon III in particular was behind these, and that the ideologies of the young people were hopelessly circumscribed by religious ideas and by the pseudo-socialism of Mazzini. Therefore Bakunin felt compelled to assemble and educate a group of clear-thinking revolutionists freed from the fetters of religion and religious philosophy, and opposed to the idea of the state, and to establish among them close contacts which would facilitate international activities. He tried to use the Freemason movement for that purpose, and explained his ideas with great lucidity to Italian lodges, but failed to win them over. He then worked alone and did succeed in forming an intimate circle of able persons from various countries, a secret society, so to speak, which may be designated as the Fraternité Internationale. Through personal contact and extensive correspondence he worked tirelessly to clarify the ideas of his comrades, and to free them from a variety of nationalist preconceptions. Most of them made valuable contributions to the international socialist movement in later years. Through this activity, begun in Florence, perhaps during his first visit to that city, or even earlier in London, Bakunin systematized his anti-religious, atheist, anti-state, and anarchist Weltanschauung, and of course also formulated his socialist, national, and federalist ideas. This was done in comprehensive programs and program outlines for closely knit groups, in elaborate expositions, which he probably wrote first for the Freemasons, in occasional articles, and in his careful and widespread correspondence. Represented in these are all the ideas with which he was equipped when he joined the First International in 1868. The labor movement as such was given the least consideration because in 1864 it had hardly existed. Bakunin had no personal contact with the insignificant labor movement in London in 1862-63, and in Italy there was no such movement at all. The International, when Marx spoke to him about it in 1864, was then in its initial stage, and the followers of Proudhon in Paris were not a revolutionary element for action in Bakunin's sense. These circumstances explain why he acted alone and created by himself an international revolutionary fighting group. When later, in September 1867, European Democrats at their Geneva Congress formed the League for Peace and Freedom, Bakunin considered this international organization an appropriate medium within which he and his friends in the Fraternité could forward and spread their ideas. In 1868 he submitted his thoughts to this effect to the Geneva and Bern Congresses, outlining them in his Federalism, Socialism, and Anarchism. He also was notably active in the organizing committee of the League in 1867-68, while living in Vevey and Clarens. But the bourgeois socialists proved deaf to socialist ideas, whereupon Bakunin and some of his friends left the League, joined the Geneva section of the International, and founded the Alliance of Socialist Democracy, with which of course, the old secret group of the Fraternité Internationale would continue to exist. Under these conditions, which came about quite by themselves, but the intrinsic nature of which remained unknown and incomprehensible to all outsiders, including Marx, Bakunin joined the labor movement of the period represented by the International. This movement developed after 1864, principally in its theories, and spread rather slowly. Only after 1868 did it show a more pronounced revolutionary spirit, as manifested by strikes and in the Congress of Brussels. Thus the time was most opportune, and between the end of 1868 and the summer of 1869 the socialist movement in Geneva was revived, and temporarily wrested from the hands of the local politicians. The Swiss Jura Federation was one for the anti-authoritarian socialist concepts. Revolutionary socialism in France was considerably invigorated, particularly in Lyons and Marseille. The International in Spain was founded and from the very beginning inspired by anarchist ideas. The Italian International was built on the foundation laid many years before, and those ideas also had certain influence in Russia. In various articles by Bakunin in Égalité of Geneva his propaganda presented to the workers the most comprehensive socialist thought and aims with marvelous clarity and objectivity. At the same time he worked at selecting, educating, and coordinating elements capable of really revolutionary initiative. It was through Bakunin that the International was revived and received its real incentive. Though the International of Belgium and Paris showed some vigor, it never rose above mediocrity. Bakunin and his friends were the first to arouse it, and the Paris Commune did the rest. There is a wealth of documentary material and reminiscences about Bakunin's international activity in the period from the fall of 1868 to the summer of X874. The versatility and intensity of his work can be recognized in the daily notes he wrote during 2 of those years, and in numerous manuscripts, publication of which began in 1895. Among his outstanding efforts were those in the sections of the Alliance and in the editorial office of Égalité, his propaganda in the Jura region of Switzerland in the spring of 1869, in the last period of the Paris Commune in 1871, and particularly during the preparation of a commune revolt in Besançon, in order to come to the rescue of the Paris Commune. 2. There were his attempts to initiate in the southwest and south of France, during the Franco-Prussian War of 1871, a social revolutionary action which would refuse to recognize the state, but would promote the creation of free communes, to be seconded by similar movements in Spain and Italy to help that in France. These were ambitious plans for which Bakunin risked his life to no purpose in Lyons in September of that year, though he succeeded in organizing the demonstration of September 2. But after further attempts in Marseille he had to return to Locarno. The Russian episode of I-869-70 in connection with Nechayev makes a notable chapter in itself, which, however, should not be judged without full knowledge of the documentary material involved. More satisfactory are the reports on Bakunin's Russian propaganda in Zurich in 1872-73, the famous summer of 1872 which saw him in Zurich and in the Jura region for a longer period, and the reports on the Russian printing plants of his friends in Zurich and London, which published several important works of his, among them Statism and Anarchism, which, unfortunately, like so many of his writings, was never completed. When Mazzini, the eternal enemy of socialism, denounced the Paris Commune, Bakunin came to its defense and to that of the International in a brilliant pamphlet issued in Milan. This led many young Italians to communicate with him and to form sections of the International, which had an inner revolutionary core of militant comrades closely connected with Bakunin. That was the Alliance Revolutionaire Socialiste, the very soul of the Italian International. The Spanish International, the Alianza, had a similar core. Bakunin's intimate friend and comrade, Finelli, had organized it in 1868 during a journey to Barcelona and Madrid, arranged by Bakunin's circle. In 1870 and again in the summer of 1873 Bakunin was on the point of going to Spain, where he would have found in Barcelona his most convinced and reliable followers, but circumstances prevented him from going there. Finally, in August 1874, he went to Italy, where preparations for an insurrectional movement were underway in many places. He was in Bologna on the night of the Prati di Caprara, and after the defeat of that movement he fled to Switzerland, which was his last revolutionary peregrination. It is well known that these activities, which aimed at the spreading and revolutionary realization of the ideas of collective anarchism, and thus of any authoritarian socialism, were bitterly resented and hated by Karl Marx and his followers. They wanted to found social democratic labor movements, or if the opportunity arose, a situation which, however, they themselves did not intend to bring about by revolutionary action, to seize power as dictators of the revolution and to establish an authoritarian people's state. They hated Bakunin because his and all other liberal revolutionary activities opposed and thwarted these objectives. This bitter hatred, which often assumed most repulsive forms, because of their complete ignorance of Bakunin's real objectives and actions, as appears from the published correspondence between Marx and Engels, expressed itself by the spreading of slander as well as by administrative chicanery and arbitrary decisions in the International, the executive committee of which in London was dominated by Marx. A local political party in Geneva and several henchmen such as Nicholas Hutin and Paul Lafargue helped Marx in this job. These intrigues reached their peak at the Hague Congress of the International, September 1872, where, through a majority obtained by tricks and wily maneuvers, Bakunin was expelled from the International, and, in addition, was slandered at the instigation of Marx. All those facts have been investigated fully and so thoroughly explained that the final judgment, now entirely possible, is certainly a blot on the memory of Marx and Engels. These arbitrary dictatorial tactics at the London Conference of 1871 and the Hague Congress of 1872, which were aimed at altering completely the spirit of the International, resulted in a closer union of the anti-authoritarian sections and federations. Beginning with the answer to the Jura Circular of November, 1871, this unity was emphasized by a declaration of the minority of the Hague Congress, and the Congress of Saint-Imier, Switzerland, September, 1872, and brought about the reorganization of the International at the Geneva Congress of 1873, while the organization of the authoritarian remnant of the International collapsed miserably. Bakunin lived to see this victory of the libertarian trend, the effects of which, however, were thwarted temporarily by the general reaction of the 70s, following the defeat of the Commune of Paris. Nevertheless, this victory led directly to the spiritual consolidation of all freedom-loving revolutionary elements, to whom the future belongs. After his return from exile, Bakunin's personal situation, owing to some special circumstances, was somewhat better up to 1868, but later he again was beset by poverty and worries, which were mitigated only in X872 to 1874 by the Caffiero episode. But after this he felt even more keenly his destitution and privation, from which death alone finally relieved him. His health, impaired by his various imprisonments, had broken down, causing him much suffering and bringing his life to an end at the age of not quite 62. Nevertheless, up to his last years, which he spent in Lugano, he preserved the lucidity of his spirit, and all his concepts, desires, and hopes. In June, 1876, he went, hopelessly ill, to Bakunin and died there on July 1, attended by the friend of his youth, Professor Vogt, who was his physician, and by the musician, Adolf Reichel. His ideas remain fresh and will live forever. The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, Scientific Anarchism. Part I, Philosophy. 01, The World Outlook. Note, the side heads, X-heads, set in bold type at the beginning of paragraphs are Maximov's annotations, while the Roman text is Bakunin's. Nature is rational necessity. This is not the place to enter into philosophical speculations on the nature of being. Yet, since I have to use this word nature frequently, it is necessary to make my meaning clearly understood. I could say that nature is the sum of all things that have real existence. This, however, would give an utterly lifeless concept of nature, which, on the contrary, appears to us as being all life and movement. For that matter, what is the sum of things? Things that exist today will not exist tomorrow. Tomorrow they will not pass away but will be entirely transformed. Therefore I shall find myself much nearer to the truth if I say, nature is the sum of actual transformations of things that are and will ceaselessly be produced within its womb. In order to render more precise the idea of this sum or totality, I shall lay down the following proposition as a basic premise. Whatever exists, all the beings which constitute the undefined totality of the universe, all things existing in the world, whatever their particular nature may be in respect to quality or quantity, the most diverse and the most similar things, great or small, close together or far apart, necessarily and unconsciously exercise upon one another, whether directly or indirectly, perpetual action and reaction. All this boundless multitude of particular actions and reactions, combined in one general movement, produces and constitutes what we call life, solidarity, universal causality, nature. Call it, if you find it amusing, God, the Absolute. It really does not matter provided you do not attribute to the word God a meaning different from the one we have just established, the universal, natural, necessary, and real, but in no way predetermined, preconceived, or foreknown combination of the infinity of particular actions and reactions which all things having real existence incessantly exercise upon one another. Thus defined, this universal solidarity, nature viewed as an infinite universe, is imposed upon our mind as a rational necessity. Point 1. Universal causality and creative dynamics. It stands to reason that this universal solidarity cannot have the character of an absolute first cause. On the contrary, it is merely the result produced by the simultaneous action of particular causes, the totality of which constitutes universal causality. It creates and will always be created anew, it is the combined unity, everlastingly created by the infinite totality of the ceaseless transformations of all existing things, and at the same time it is the creator of those very things. Each point acts upon the whole, here the universe is the resultant product, and the whole acts upon every point, here the universe is the creator. The creator of the universe. Having laid down this definition, I can say, without fear of being ambiguous, that universal causality, nature, creates the worlds. It is this causality that has determined the mechanical, physical, geologic, and geographic structure of our Earth, and, having covered its surface with the splendors of vegetable and animal life, it still continues to create, in the human world, society in all its past, present, and future developments. 2. Nature acts in conformity to law. When man begins to observe, with steady and prolonged attention, that part of nature which surrounds him and which he discovers within himself, he will finally notice that all things are governed by inherent laws which constitute their own particular nature, that each thing has its own peculiar form of transformation and action, that in this transformation and action there is a succession of facts and phenomena which invariably repeat themselves under the same given conditions, and which, under the influence of new and determining conditions, change in an equally regular and determined manner. This constant reproduction of the same facts through the action of the same causes constitutes precisely nature's method of legislation, order in the infinite diversity of facts and phenomena. The supreme law. The sum of all known and unknown laws which operate in the universe constitutes its only and supreme law. 3. In the beginning was the act. It stands to reason that in the universe thus conceived there can be neither a priori ideas nor preconceived and preordained laws. Ideas, the idea of God included, exist upon the earth only insofar as they are produced by the mind. It is therefore clear that they emerged much later than the natural facts, much later than the laws governing such facts. They are right if they correspond to those laws. They are false if they contradict the latter. As to natural laws, those manifest themselves under this ideal or abstract form of law only through the human mind, reproduced by our brain on the basis of more or less exact observation of things, phenomena, and the succession of facts. They assume the form of human ideas of a nearly spontaneous character. Prior to the emergence of human thought, they were unrecognized as laws and existed only in the state of real, natural processes, which, as I have pointed out above, are always determined by the indefinite concurrence of particular conditions, influences, and causes which regularly repeat themselves. The term nature thus precludes any mystic or metaphysical idea of a substance, final cause, or providentially contrived and directed creation. 4. Creation. By the word creation we do not imply theologic or metaphysical creation, nor do we mean thereby artistic, scientific, industrial, or any other form of creation which presupposes an individual creator. By this term we simply mean the infinitely complex product of an illimitable number of widely diverse causes, large and small, some of them known, but most of them still remaining unknown, which, having combined at a given moment, not without cause, of course, but without any premeditation or any plans mapped in advance, have produced this fact: harmony in nature. But, we are told, were this the case, history and the destinies of human society would present nothing but chaos, they would be mere playthings of chance. On the contrary, only when history is free from divine and human arbitrariness, does it present itself in all the imposing, and at the same time rational, grandeur of a necessary development, like the organic and physical nature of which it is the direct continuation. Nature, notwithstanding the inexhaustible wealth and variety of beings of which it is constituted, does not by any means present chaos, but instead a magnificently organized world wherein every part is logically correlated to all the other parts. The logic of divinity. But, we also are told, there must have been a regulator. Not at all. A regulator, were he even God, would only thwart by his arbitrary intervention the natural order and logical development of things. And indeed we see that in all the religions the chief attribute of divinity consists in being superior, that is, in being contrary to all logic and possessing a logic of its own, the logic of natural impossibility or of absurdity. 5. The logic of nature. To say that God is not contrary to logic is to say that he is absolutely identical with it, that he himself is nothing but logic, that is, the natural course and development of real things. In other words, it is to say that God does not exist. The existence of God has meaning only insofar as it connotes the negation of natural laws. Hence the inescapable dilemma follows. The dilemma. God exists, hence there can be no natural laws, and the world presents mere chaos, or the world is not chaos, and it possesses inherent order, hence God does not exist. Degree. The axiom. What is logic if not the natural course and development of things, or the natural process by means of which many determining causes produce a fact? Consequently, we can enunciate this very simple and at the same time decisive axiom. Whatever is natural is logical, and whatever is logical is realized or is bound to be realized in the natural world, in nature, in the proper sense of the word, and in its subsequent development, in the natural history of human society. The first cause. But why and how do the laws of the natural and social world exist if no one created them and if no one is governing them? What gives them their invariable character? It is not within my power to solve this problem, nor, so far as I know, has anyone ever found an answer to it, and doubtless nobody ever will find one. 8. Natural and social laws exist in and are inseparable from the real world, from the totality of things and facts of which we are the products and effects, unless we also in our turn become the relative causes of new beings, things, and facts. This is all we know, and, I believe, all we can know. Besides, how can we find the first cause if it does not exist? What we have called universal causality is in itself only the result of all the particular causes operating in the universe. 8. Metaphysics, theology, science, and the first cause. The theologian and the metaphysician would forthwith avail themselves of this forced and necessary eternal human ignorance in order to impose their fallacies and fancies upon mankind. But science scorns this trivial consolation, it detests these as ridiculous and dangerous illusions. When not able to go on with its investigations, when it sees itself compelled to call them off for the time being, it will prefer to say, "I do not know," rather than present unverifiable hypotheses as absolute truths, and science has done more than that. It has succeeded in proving, with a certitude that leaves nothing more to be desired, the absurdity and insignificance of all theological and metaphysical conceptions. But it did not destroy them in order to have them replaced by new absurdities. When it has reached the limit of its knowledge, it will say in all honesty, "I do not know." But never will it draw any inferences from what it does not and cannot know. Degree. Universal science is an unattainable ideal. Thus universal science is an ideal which man will never be able to realize. He will always be forced to content himself with the science of his own world, and even when this science reaches out to the most distant star, he still will know little about it. Real science embraces only the solar system, our terrestrial sphere, and whatever appears and passes upon this earth. But even within these limits, science is still too vast to be encompassed by one man or one generation, the more so because the details of our world lose themselves in the infinitesimal and its diversity transcends any definite boundaries. The hypothesis of divine legislation leads to the negation of nature. If harmony and conformity to law reign in the universe, it is not because the universe is governed according to a system preconceived and preordained by supreme will. The theological hypothesis of divine legislation leads to a manifest absurdity and to the negation not only of any order but of nature itself. Laws are real only insofar as they are inseparable from the things themselves, that is, they are not ordained by an extraneous power. Those laws are but the simple manifestations or continuous variations of things and combinations of varied transient but real facts. Nature itself does not know any laws. All this constitutes what we call nature. But nature itself does not know any laws. It works unconsciously, representing an infinite variety of phenomena inevitably manifesting and repeating themselves. And it is only because of this inevitability of action that order can and actually does exist in the universe. 2. The unity of the physical and social worlds. The human mind and the science it creates study those characteristics and combinations of things, and systematize and classify them with the aid of experiments and observation, such classifications and systematizations being termed laws of nature. 13. Science thus far has had for its object only the mental, reflected, and, in so far as it is possible, the systematic reproduction of laws inherent in the material as well as the intellectual and moral life of the physical and social worlds, both of which, in reality, constitute but one natural world. The classification of natural laws. These laws fall into two categories, those of general laws and those of particular and special laws. Mathematical, mechanical, physical, and chemical laws are, for instance, general laws which manifest themselves in everything that is real existence. In short, they are inherent to matter, that is, inherent in the real and only universal being, the true basis of all existing things. 5. Universal laws. The laws of equilibrium, of the combination and mutual interaction of forces or of mechanical movement, the law of gravitation, of vibration of bodies, of heat, light, electricity, of chemical composition and decomposition, are inherent in all things that exist. These laws make no exception for the manifestations of will, feeling, and intelligence which constitute the ideal world of man and which are but the material functions of organized and living matter in animal bodies, and especially those of the human animal. Consequently all these laws are general laws, since all the various orders, known and unknown, of real existence are subject to their operation. Particular laws. But there also are particular laws which are relevant only to particular orders of phenomena, facts, and things, and which form their own systems or groups, like, for instance, the system of geologic laws, the system of laws pertaining to vegetable and animal organisms, and, finally, laws governing the ideal and social development of the most accomplished animal on earth, man. Interaction and cohesion in nature. Not that laws pertaining to one system are altogether foreign to the laws underlying other systems. In nature everything is much more closely interlinked than what is generally thought, and perhaps even desired, by the pedants of science in the interests of greater precision in their work of classification. 18. The invariable process by means of which a natural phenomenon, extrinsic or intrinsic, is constantly reproduced, and the invariable succession of facts constituting this phenomenon, are precisely what we call its law. However, this constancy and this recurrent pattern are not absolute in character. 17. The relative character of natural laws is treated by Bakunin in a somewhat different form in Federalism, Socialism, and Anti-Theologism, Russian Volume 3, pages 162 to 164. The limits of man's understanding of the universe. We shall never succeed in envisaging, much less in comprehending, this one real system of the universe, in one way infinitely outspread, in another infinitely specialized. We shall never succeed in doing it, for our investigations are brought to a halt before two infinities, the infinitely great and the infinitesimally small. 11.18. Its details are inexhaustible. Man will never be able to recognize more than an infinitesimally small part thereof. Our star-spangled sky with its multitude of suns forms only an imperceptible speck in the immensity of space, and though our eye embraces it, we know almost nothing about it. We must content ourselves with a tiny bit of knowledge about our solar system, which we assume to be in perfect harmony with the rest of the universe. For if such harmony did not exist, it would have to be established or our entire system would perish. We already have obtained a good idea of the workings of this harmony with respect to celestial mechanics, and we also are beginning to find out more and more about it in relation to the realms of physics, chemistry, and even geology. Only with great difficulty will our knowledge go much beyond that. If we seek more concrete knowledge, we shall have to keep close to our terrestrial sphere. We know that our Earth was born in time, and we assume that, after an unknown number of centuries have passed, it will have to perish, just as everything else that is born exists for some time and then perishes, or rather undergoes a series of transformations. 12. How did our terrestrial sphere, which at first was incandescent, gaseous matter, cool off and take definite shape? What was the nature of the prodigious series of geologic evolutions which it had to traverse before it could produce upon its surface this immeasurable wealth of organic life, beginning with the first cell and ending with man? How did it keep on being transformed and still continue its development in the historic and social world of man? Where are we heading, impelled by the supreme and inevitable law of incessant transformations which in human society are called progress. These are the only questions open to us, the only questions that can and should be seized upon, studied, and solved by man. Forming, as we already have said, only an imperceptible speck in the limitless and undefinable question of the universe, they present to our minds a world that is infinite in the real and not in the divine, that is, the abstract, meaning of the word. It is infinite not in the sense of a supreme being created by religious abstraction, on the contrary, it is infinite in the tremendous wealth of its details, which no observation, no science, can ever hope to exhaust. 20. Man should know the laws governing the world. But, if man does not intend to renounce his humanity, he has to know, he has to penetrate with his mind the whole visible world, and, without entertaining the hope of ever comprehending its essence, plunge into an ever deeper study of its laws, for our humanity is acquired only at such a price. Man must gain knowledge of all the lower realms, of those which preceded him and those contemporaneous with his own existence, of all the mechanical, physical, chemical, geologic, vegetable, and animal evolutions, that is, of all the causes and conditions of his own birth and existence, so that he may be able to understand his own nature and mission upon this earth, his home and his only scene of action, and so that in this world of blind fatality he may inaugurate the reign of liberty. 21. Abstraction and analysis are the means whereby the universe is comprehended. And in order to comprehend this world, this infinite world, abstraction alone is not sufficient. It would again lead us infallibly to God, to non-being. It is necessary, while applying our faculty of abstraction, without which we would never be able to rise from a simple to a more complex order of things, and, consequently, never comprehend the natural hierarchy of beings, it is necessary, we say, that our intelligence plunge with love and respect into a painstaking study of details and of the infinitesimal minutiae without which we could not conceive the living reality of beings. Only by uniting those two faculties, those two apparently contradictory tendencies, abstraction and attentive, scrupulous, and patient analysis of details, can we rise to a true conception of our world, not merely externally but internally infinite, and form a somewhat adequate idea of our universe, of our terrestrial sphere, or, if you please, of our solar system. It then becomes evident that, while our sensations and our imagination are capable of giving us an image, a representation of our world necessarily falls to a greater or lesser degree, it is science alone which can give us a clear and precise idea of it. 22. Man's task is inexhaustible. Such is the task of man, it is inexhaustible, it is infinite, and quite sufficient to satisfy the heart and spirit of the most ambitious men. A transient and imperceptible being lost in the midst of a shoreless ocean of universal mutability, having an unknown eternity behind him and an eternity just as unknown ahead of him, the thinking, active man, the man who is conscious of his human mission, remains proud and calm in the awareness of his liberty which he won by freeing himself through work and science and by liberating, through revolt when necessary, the men around him, his equals and brothers. This is his consolation, his reward, his only paradise. Real unity is negation of God. If you ask him after that what is his intimate thought and his last word about the real unity of the universe, he will tell you that it is constituted by the eternal transformation, a movement which is infinitely detailed and diversified, which is self-regulated and has no beginning, limit, nor end. And this is the absolute reverse of any doctrine of providence, it is the negation of God. 23. 02. Idealism and materialism. Development of the material world. The gradual development of the material world, as well as of organic animal life and of the historically progressive intelligence of man, both individual and social, is perfectly conceivable. It is a wholly natural movement from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher, from the inferior to the superior, a movement in conformity with our daily experience and accordingly ISO with our natural logic, with the very laws of our mind, which, being formed and developed only with the aid of this same experience, is nothing else but its reproduction in the mind and brain, its meditated pattern. The system of the idealists. The system of the idealists is quite the opposite of this. It is the complete reversal of all human experience and of that universal and general common sense which is the necessary condition of all understanding between man and man, and which, in rising from the simple and unanimously recognized truth that 2 times 2 is 4 to the sublimest and most complicated scientific speculations, admitting, moreover, nothing that has not been strictly confirmed by experience or by observation of facts and phenomena, becomes the only serious basis of human knowledge. The course of the metaphysicians. The course followed by the gentlemen of the metaphysical school is wholly different. And by metaphysicians we mean not only the followers of Hegel's doctrine, of whom few are now left, but also the positivists, and all the present votaries of the goddess of science, likewise all those who, proceeding by various means, even if by the means of the most painstaking, although necessarily imperfect study of the past and present, have set up for themselves an ideal of social organization into which they want to force at any cost, as into a Procrustean bed, the life of future generations, and all those, in a word, who do not regard thought and science as necessary manifestations of natural and social life, but narrow down this poor life of ours to such an extent that all they can see in it is only the practical manifestation of their own thought and of their own rather imperfect science. 2. The method of idealism. Instead of pursuing the natural order from the lower to the higher, from the inferior to the superior, and from the relatively simple to the more complex, instead of tracing wisely and rationally the progressive and real movement from the world called inorganic to the organic world, to the vegetable, and then the animal kingdom, and finally to the distinctively human world, instead of tracing the movement from chemical matter or activity to living matter or activity, and from living activity to the thinking being, the idealists, obsessed, blinded, and pushed on by the divine phantom which they inherited from theology, take precisely the opposite course. They begin with God, presented either as a person or as a divine substance or idea, and the first step that they take is a terrible fall from the sublime heights of the eternal ideal into the mire of the material world, from absolute perfection into absolute imperfection, from thought to being, or rather from supreme being to mere nothingness. Idealism and the mystery of divinity. When, how, or why the divine being, eternal, infinite, absolutely perfect, and who probably became weary of himself, decided upon this desperate somersault is something that no idealist, no theologian, no metaphysician, no poet, has ever been able to explain to the layman or to understand himself. All religions, past and present, and all the systems of transcendental philosophy revolve around this unique and iniquitous mystery. 3. Holy men, divinely inspired lawgivers, prophets, and messiahs have sought life in it and found only torment and death. Like the ancient Sphinx, it devoured them, because they could not explain it. Great philosophers, from Heraclitus and Plato down to Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, not to mention the Indian philosophers, have written heaps of volumes and built systems both ingenious and sublime, in which they said in passing many grand and beautiful things, and discovered immortal truths, yet they left this mystery, the principal object of their transcendental researches, just as unfathomable as before. And if the gigantic efforts of the most wonderful geniuses the world has ever known, and who through at least 30 centuries have each undertaken anew this labor of Sisyphus, have resulted only in rendering the mystery still more incomprehensible, token we hope that it will be unveiled for us by the uninspired speculations of some pedantic disciple of an artificially warmed-over metaphysics? And this at a time when all vital and serious minds have turned away from that ambiguous science which came as a result of a compromise, which doubtless can be explained by history, between the unreason of faith and sound scientific reason. 4. It is evident that this dreadful mystery cannot be explained, which means that it is absurd, for only the absurd admits of no explanation. It is evident that whoever finds it essential to his life and happiness must renounce his reason and return, if he can, to naive, blind, and crude faith, to repeat with Tertullian and all sincere believers the words which sum up the very quintessence of theology, credo qui absurdum. I believe because it is absurd, then all discussion ceases, and nothing remains but the triumphant stupidity of faith. 5. The contradictions of idealism. The idealists are not strong on logic, and one might say that they despise it. This is what distinguishes them from the metaphysicians of the pantheistic and deistic school, and imparts to their ideas the character of practical idealism, drawing its inspiration much less from the rigorous development of thought than from the experience, I might almost say from the emotions, historical and collective as well as individual, of life. This imparts to their propaganda an appearance of wealth and vital power, but an appearance only, for life itself becomes sterile when paralyzed by a logical contradiction. 6. This contradiction consists in the following: they want God, and they want humanity. They persist in linking up two terms which, once separated, cannot be conjoined without destroying each other. They say in one breath, God and the liberty of man, or God and the dignity, justice, equality, fraternity, and welfare of men, without paying heed to the fatal logic by virtue of which, if God exists, all these things are condemned to non-existence. For if God is, he is necessarily the eternal, supreme, and absolute master, and if such a master exists, man is a slave. Now if man is a slave, neither justice, nor equality, nor fraternity, nor prosperity is possible for him. They, the idealists, may, in defiance of sound sense and all historical experience, represent their God as being animated by the tenderest love for human liberty, but a master, whatever he may do, and no matter how much of a liberal he may want to appear, will nevertheless always remain a master, and his existence will necessarily entail the slavery of all those who are beneath him. Therefore, if God existed, he could render service to human liberty in one way only, by ceasing to exist. A zealous lover of human freedom, deeming it the necessary condition of all that I admire and respect in humanity, I reverse Voltaire's aphorism and say, if God really existed, it would be necessary to abolish him. 7. The contemporary defenders of idealism. With the exception of the great but misled hearts and minds, to which I have already referred, who are now the most obdurate defenders of idealism? In the first place, all the reigning houses and their courtiers. In France, it was Napoleon III and his wife, Madame Eugénie. It is still all their former ministers, courtiers, and marshals, from Roure and Bazaine down to Florian Pietri, the men and women of this imperial world who have done such a good job in idealizing and saving France, journalists and savants, the Cassagnacs, the Girardins, the Duvernois, the Voyous, the Leverriers, the Dumas, the black phalanx of Jesuits and Jesuitesses in whatever garb they may appear in, the entire nobility as well as the upper and middle bourgeoisie of France, the doctrinaire liberals and liberals devoid of doctrines, the Guizos, the Thyrses, the Jules Favors, the Pelotons, and the Jules Simons, all hardened defenders of bourgeois exploitation. In Prussia, in Germany, it is William I, the current representative of the Lord God on earth, all his generals, his officers, Pomeranian and others, his entire army, which, strong in its religious faith, has just conquered France in the ideal way that we have come to know so well. In Russia it is the Tsar and his court, the Muraviefs and the Bergs, all the butchers and pious converters of Poland. Idealism is the banner of brutal force. Everywhere, in short, religious or philosophical idealism, the one being simply the more or less free interpretation of the other, serves today as the banner of bloody and brutal material force, of shameless material exploitation. Materialism is the banner of economic equality and social justice. On the contrary, the banner of theoretical materialism, the red banner of economic equality and social justice, is unfurled by the practical idealism of the oppressed and famished masses who strive to bring about the greatest liberty and realize the human right of each individual in the fraternity of all men on earth. 8. The true idealists and materialists. Who are the true idealists? The idealists not of abstraction, but of life, not of heaven, but of earth, and who are the materialists? It is evident that the essential condition of theoretical or divine idealism is the sacrifice of logic, of human reason and the renunciation of science. On the other hand, we see that in defending the doctrines of idealism, one finds himself drawn into the camp of the oppressors and exploiters of the masses. These are the two great reasons which, it would seem, should be sufficient to alienate from idealism every great mind and every great heart. How does it happen that our illustrious contemporary idealists, who certainly lack neither mind, nor heart, nor goodwill, and who have placed their lives at the service of humanity, how does it happen that they have persisted in remaining among the representatives of a doctrine henceforth condemned and dishonored? They must have been impelled by very strong motives. These cannot be logic nor science, for logic and science have pronounced their verdict against the idealistic doctrine. And it stands to reason that personal interests cannot be counted among their motives, because these people are infinitely above self-interest. Then it must have been a powerful motive of a moral order. Which? There could be but one. These celebrated people think, no doubt, that idealistic theories or beliefs are essential to the dignity and moral grandeur of man, and that materialistic theories reduce him to the level of the beast. 9. But what if the opposite were true? Every development implies the negation of its point of departure. And since the point of departure, according to the doctrine of the materialistic school, is material, the negation must necessarily be ideal. Starting from the totality of the real world, or what is abstractly called matter, materialism logically arrives at the true idealization, that is, at the humanization, at the full and complete emancipation, of society. On the other hand, and for the same reason, the starting point of the idealistic school is ideal and it necessarily arrives at the materialization of society, at the organization of brutal despotism and a vile, iniquitous exploitation in the forms of the church and the state. The historic development of man according to the materialistic school is a progressive ascension, while in the idealistic system it can be nothing but a continuous fall. 1.10. Points of divergence between materialism and idealism. Whatever question pertaining to man we may happen to touch upon, we always run into the same basic contradiction between those two schools. Thus materialism starts from animality in order to establish humanity, idealism starts from divinity in order to establish slavery and doom the masses to perpetual animality. Materialism denies free will and ends in the establishment of liberty. Idealism, in the name of human dignity, proclaims free will and founds authority on the ruins of every liberty. Materialism rejects the principle of authority, rightly viewing it as the corollary of animality, and believing, on the contrary, that the triumph of humanity, which materialism regards as the main object and significance of history, can be realized only through liberty. In a word, when approached on any question, you will always find the idealist in the very act of practical materialism, while on the other hand, you will invariably see the materialist pursuing and realizing the most ideal aspirations and thoughts. 11. Idealism is the despot of thought, just as politics is the despot of will. Only socialism and positive science show due respect to nature and the freedom of men. 12. Marxism and its fallacies. The doctrinaire school of socialists, or rather of state communists of Germany, is quite a respectable school, a circumstance which, however, does not prevent it from lapsing into errors from time to time. One of its main fallacies is that it took as the basis of its theories a principle which is profoundly true when viewed in its proper light, that is, from a relative point of view, but which becomes utterly false when observed in isolation from other conditions and held up as the only ground and primary source of all other principles, as is done by that school. This principle, constituting moreover the essential foundation of positive socialism, was first given its scientific formulation and developed by Karl Marx, the chief leader of the German Communists. It is the dominant idea of the famous Communist Manifesto. 3. Marxism and idealism. This principle is in absolute contradiction to the principle recognized by the idealists of all schools. While the idealists deduce all the facts of history, including the development of material interests and the various stages of economic organization of society, from the development of ideas, the German Communists, on the contrary, see in all human history, in the most ideal manifestations of collective as well as individual human life, in every intellectual, moral, religious, metaphysical, scientific, artistic, political, juridical, and social development taking place in the past and in the present, only the reflection or the inevitable result of the development of economic phenomena. While the idealists maintain that ideas produce and dominate facts, the communists, in full agreement with scientific materialism, maintain on the contrary that facts beget ideas and that ideas are always only the ideal reflection of events, that out of the sum total of phenomena, the economic material phenomena constitute the essential basis, the main foundation, while all the others, the intellectual and moral, political, and social phenomena, follow as a necessary derivative from the former. Who are right, the idealists or the materialists? Who are right, the idealists or the materialists? When the question is stated in this way, hesitation becomes impossible. Undoubtedly the idealists are wrong and the materialists are right. Yes, facts come before ideas. Yes, the ideal, as Proudhon said, is but the flower, the roots of which lie in the material conditions of existence. Yes, the whole history of humanity, intellectual and moral, political and social, is but the reflection of its economic history. All branches of modern science, of a conscientious and serious science, concur in proclaiming this great, basic, and decisive truth. Yes, the social world, the purely human world, in short, humanity, is nothing but the last and supreme development, at least in so far as our own planet goes, the highest manifestation of animality. But as every development necessarily implies the negation of its base or point of departure, humanity is at the same time the cumulative negation of the animal principle in man. And it is precisely this negation, as rational as it is natural, and rational precisely because it is natural, at once historical and logical, as inevitable as the development and realization of all the natural laws in the world, that constitutes and creates the ideal, the world of intellectual and moral convictions, the world of ideas. 15. The first dogma of materialism. Mazzini contends that we materialists are atheists. We have nothing to say to this, for we are indeed atheists, and we take pride in it, in so far as pride can be permitted to wretched individuals who like waves rise up for a moment and then vanish in the vast collective ocean of Hernan society. We are proud of it, because atheism and materialism are the truth, or rather the actual basis of truth, and also because, above everything else, above practical consequences, we desire the truth and only the truth. And besides, we believe that despite appearances, despite the cowardly promptings of a policy of caution and skepticism, only that the truth will bring practical well-being to the people. Such is the first dogma of our faith. But it looks ahead, toward the future, and not backward. The second dogma of materialism. You are not content, however, with pointing out our atheism and materialism. You infer from it that we cannot have love for people nor respect for their virtues, that the great things which have caused the most noble hearts to throb, freedom, justice, humanity, beauty, truth, must be altogether alien to us, and that, aimlessly dragging out our wretched existence, crawling rather than walking erect upon earth, we know of no other cares than to gratify our coarse and sensual appetites. And we tell you, venerable but unjust master, Mazzini, that this is a grievous error on your part. Do you want to know to what extent we love those great and beautiful things, the knowledge and love whereof you deny to us? Let it be known to you that our love for them is so strong that we are heartily sick and tired of seeing them everlastingly suspended in your heaven, which ravish them from earth, as symbols and never realized promises. We are not content any more with the fiction of those beautiful things, sire, want them in reality. And here is the second dogma of our faith, illustrious master. We believe in the possibility, in the necessity, of such realizatio upon the earth. At the same time we act convinced that all those things which you worship as heavenly hopes will necessarily lose their mystic and divine character when they become human and earthly realities. The matter of idealism. You thought you had disposed of us completely by calling us materialists. You thought that you had thereby condemned and crushed us. But do you know where this error of yours comes from? What you and we call matter are two totally different things, two totally different concepts. Your matter is a fictitious entity, like your God, like your Satan, like your infinite soul. Your matter is infinite grossness, inert brutality. It is an entity just as impossible as the pure, incorporeal, absolute spirit, both of whom exist only as figments of the abstract fantasy of theologians and metaphysicians, the only authors and creators of those two fictions. The history of philosophy has revealed to us the process, a simple process indeed, of the unconscious creation of this fiction, the origin of this fatal historical illusion, which the long course of many centuries has hung heavily, like a terrible nightmare, upon the oppressed minds of human generations. The spirit and the matter. The first thinkers were necessarily theologians and metaphysicians, the human mind being so constituted that it must always start with a great deal of nonsense, with falsehood and errors, in order to arrive at a small portion of the truth. All of which does not altogether speak in favor of the holy traditions of the past. The first thinkers, I say, took the sum of all the real beings known to them, themselves included, of everything that, so it seemed to them, constituted force, movement, life, and intelligence, and called it spirit. All the rest, the formless, lifeless mass which, as they saw it, was left after their own minds had unconsciously abstracted it from the actual world, they named matter. And then they wondered that this matter, which, like the same spirit, existed only in their imagination, was so inactive, so stupid, in the presence of their God, the pure spirit. 17. The matter of materialists. We frankly admit that we do not know your God, but neither do we know your matter, or rather, we know that one as well as the other does not exist, but that they were created a priori by the speculative fantasy of naive thinkers of bygone ages. By these words matter and material we understand the totality, the hierarchy of real entities, beginning with the most simple organic bodies and ending with the structure and functioning of the brain of the greatest genius, the most sublime feelings, the greatest thoughts, the most heroic acts of self-sacrifice, duties as well as rights, the voluntary renunciation of one's own welfare, of one's egoism, everything up to the transcendental and mystic aberrations of Mazzini, as well as the manifestations of organic life, chemical properties and actions, electricity, light, heat, the natural gravitation of bodies. All that constitutes, in our view, so many different but at the same time closely interlinked evolutions of the totality of the real world which we call matter. Materialism is not pantheism. And note well, we do not regard this totality as a sort of absolute and everlastingly creative substance, as the pantheists do, but as the perpetual result produced and reproduced anew by the concurrence of an infinite series of actions and reactions, by the incessant transformations of real beings who are born and who die in the midst of this infinity. Matter includes the ideal world. I will sum up, we designate, by the word material, everything taking place in the real world, within man as well as outside of him, and we apply the word ideal exclusively to the products of the cerebral activity of man. But since our brain is wholly an organization of the material order, its function being therefore also material like the action of all other things, it follows that what we call matter, or the material world, does not by any means exclude, but, on the contrary, necessarily embraces the ideal world as well. 18. Materialists and idealists in practice. Here is a fact deserving attentive thought on the part of our Platonic adversaries. How does it happen that the theoreticians of materialism usually show themselves in practice as being greater idealists than the idealists themselves? This, however, is quite logical and natural. For every development implies to some extent a negation of the point of departure. The theoreticians of materialism start from the concept of matter and arrive at the idea, whereas the idealists, for their starting point the pure, absolute idea, and constantly reiterating the old myth of original sin, which is only the symbolic expression of their own sad destiny, relapse, in theory and in practice, into the realm of matter from which they seemingly find it impossible to disentangle themselves. And what matter? Brutal, ignoble, stupid matter, created by their own imagination as their alter ego, or as the reflection of their ideal self. 19. In the same way the materialists, always conforming their social theories to the actual course of history, view the animal stage, cannibalism, and slavery as the first starting points of the progressive movement of society. But what are they aiming at? What do they want? They want the emancipation, the full humanization of society, whereas the idealists, who take for the basic premise of their speculations the immortal soul and freedom of the will, inevitably end up in the cult of public order like Thiers, in the cult of authority like Mazzini, that is, in the establishment and consecration of perpetual slavery. Hence it followed that theoretic materialism necessarily results in practical idealism, and that idealistic theories find their realization only in a coarse practical materialism. Only yesterday the proof thereof unfolded before our eyes. Where were the materialists and atheists? In the Paris Commune. And where were the idealists who believe in God? In the Versailles National Assembly. What did the revolutionaries of Paris want? They wanted the final emancipation of humanity through the emancipation of labor. And what does the triumphant Versailles Assembly want now? The ultimate degradation of humanity under the double yoke of spiritual and secular power. The materialists, imbued with faith and with scorn for suffering, danger, and death, want to forge ahead, for they see before them the triumph of humanity. But the idealists, gasping for breath and seeing ahead of them nothing but bloody specters, want at any cost to push humanity back into the mire from which it extricated itself with such great difficulty. Let anyone compare both and pass judgment. 20. 03. Science, General Outlook. The unity of science. The world is a unity, notwithstanding the infinite variety of its component beings. Man's reason, which takes this world as an object to be recognized and comprehended, is the same or identical, despite the infinite number of various human beings, past and present, by whom it is represented. Science, therefore, also must be unified, for it is but the recognition and comprehension of the world by human reason. 1. The object of science. Science has for its sole object the thought out and, as far as possible, systematic reproduction of the laws inherent in the material as well as the intellectual and moral life of both the physical and social worlds, which in reality are part of the same natural world. 2. These laws divide and subdivided into general, and into particular and special laws. 3. The method of science. In order to ascertain those general, particular, and special laws, man has no other means but attentive and exact observation of facts and phenomena which occur outside as well as within him. And in the course of this observation he distinguishes the accidental, contingent, and mutable from what occurs always and everywhere in the same invariable manner. 4. What is the scientific method? It is the realistic method par excellence. It proceeds from the particular to the general, from studying and ascertaining facts to understanding them, and thence to ideas. Its ideas are but the faithful representation of the coordination, succession, and mutual action or causality which exist between real facts and phenomena. Its logic is nothing more than the logic of facts. 5. The scientific or the positivist method does not recognize any synthesis which has not been preliminarily verified by experience and a scrupulous analysis of facts. 6. Experiment and criticism. Man has no other means of firmly convincing himself of the reality of a given thing, fact, or phenomenon, than actually to find, recognize, and establish them in their fullness without any admixture of fantasy, conjectures, and irrelevancy brought in by the human mind. Thus experience becomes the foundation of science. And it is not the experience of the individual that we have in mind. Science, therefore, has as its basis the collective experience not only of contemporaries, but likewise of all past generations. It does not admit any evidence without preliminary criticism. 7. Wherein does this criticism consist? It consists in comparing things affirmed by science with the conclusions of my own personal experience. And wherein does the experience of every individual consist? In the evidence of his senses governed by his reason. I do not accept anything which I have not found in the material state, which I have not seen, heard, or where possible, touched with my own fingers. For me personally, this is the only means of becoming convinced of the reality of an object. And I trust the evidence only of that person who unconditionally proceeds in the same manner. 8. Hence it follows that science is first of all based upon the coordination of a mass of personal experiences, past and contemporary, always subjected to the rigorous test of reciprocal criticism. It is impossible to imagine any more democratic basis than this. It is the essential primary foundation, and all human knowledge which in the last analysis has not been tested by such criticism, must be totally excluded as lacking any certitude or scientific value. Science and belief. There is nothing so unpleasant for science as belief. Criticism never says the last word. For criticism, representing the great principles of rebellion within science, is the one severe and incorruptible guardian of truth. 9. The inadequacy of experience and criticism. Science, however, cannot confine itself to this basis, which does no more than provide it with a multitude of the most diverse facts of nature duly established by countless individual observations and experiences. Science properly begins with the comprehension of things, facts, and phenomena. 10. The properties of science. The general idea is always an abstraction, and therefore it is in some degree a negation of real life. I have said that human thought, and consequently science itself, can grasp and name in real facts only their general meaning, their general relations, their general laws. In short, thought and science can grasp that which is permanent in the continued transmutations of things, but never their material and individual aspect, palpitating, so to speak, with life and reality, but for that very reason transient and elusive. The limits of science. Science comprehends the thought of reality, but not reality itself, the thought of life, but not life itself. That is its limit, its only insuperable limit, since it is grounded in the very nature of human thought, which is the only organ of science. 11. The mission of science. It is in this nature of thought that the indisputable rights and the great mission of science are grounded, as well as its impotence in respect to life and even its pernicious action whenever it arrogates to itself, through its official representatives, the right to govern life. The mission of science consists in the following: by establishing the general relations of transitory and real things, by discerning general laws inherent in the development of the phenomena of the physical and social worlds, it fixes, so to speak, the unchangeable landmarks of the progressive march of humanity by indicating the general conditions, the rigorous observation of which is a matter of prime necessity, and the ignoring or forgetting of which leads to fatal results. Science and life. In a word, science is the compass of life, but it is not life itself. Science is immutable, impersonal, general, abstract, insensible, like the laws of which it is but an ideal, thought out or mental, that is, cerebral, reproduction. The word cerebral is used here as a reminder that science itself is only a material product of a human material organ, the brain. Life is fleeting and transitory, but it also palpitates with reality and individuality, with sensibility, sufferings, joys, aspirations, needs, and passions. It alone spontaneously creates real things and beings. Science creates nothing, it only recognizes and establishes the creations of life. And every time scientific men, emerging from their abstract world, interfere with the work of vital creation in the real world, all they propose or produce is poor, ridiculously abstract, bloodless and lifeless, stillborn, like homunculus, created by Wagner, the pedant disciple of the immortal Dr. Faust. It follows that the only mission of science is to enlighten life and not to govern it. 12. Rational science. By rational science we understand a science which has rid itself of all the phantoms of metaphysics and religion, but which differs at the same time from purely experimental and critical sciences. It differs from the latter, first in not confining its investigations to a definite object but in trying to encompass the whole world, insofar as that world is known, for rational science is not concerned with the unknown. Second, rational science, unlike experimental science, does not confine itself to the analytical method, but has recourse to the method of synthesis as well, and often proceeds by analogy and deduction, although it attaches only a hypothetical significance to syntheses, except where they have been thoroughly confirmed by the most rigorous experimental or critical analysis. The hypotheses of rational science and metaphysics. The hypotheses of rational science differ from those of metaphysics in that the latter, deducing its hypotheses as logical corollaries from an absolute system, pretends to force nature to accept them, whereas the hypotheses of rational science follow not from a transcendental system, but from a synthesis which is in itself only the resume or the general inference from a variety of facts, the validity of which has been proven by experience. That is why those hypotheses can never have an imperative and obligatory character, being presented, on the contrary, in such a manner as to make them subject to withdrawal as soon as they are refuted by new experiences. 13. Theological and metaphysical survivals in science. Since in the historic development of the human intellect, science comes always after theology and metaphysics, man arrives at this scientific stage already prepared and greatly corrupted by a certain kind of abstract thinking. He carries over many abstract ideas worked out by theology as well as by metaphysics, ideas which on the one hand were the object of blind faith, and on the other the object of transcendental speculations and more or less ingenious play of words, explanations, and proofs of a kind that do not prove nor explain anything, because they are beyond the sphere of concrete experiment, and because metaphysics has no other guarantee of the very objects about which it reasons than the affirmations or categorical dictates of theology. 14. From theology and metaphysics toward science. Man, at first theologian and metaphysician, and then tired of both theology and metaphysics, because of their theoretical barrenness and their baneful results in practice, carries over, as a matter of course, all those ideas into science. Yet he introduces them not as fixed principles to be used as points of departure but as questions to be solved by science. He came to science because he began to doubt these ideas. And he doubts them because his long experience with theology and metaphysics, which fathered them, showed him that neither of the two gave him any certainty about the reality of their creations. And what he doubts and rejects in the first place is not so much those creations, those ideas, as the methods, means, and ways by which theology and metaphysics created them. He rejects the system of revelations and the theologian's faith in the absurd because it is absurd, and he no longer wishes to be imposed on by the despotism of priests nor by the butchers of the Inquisition. And above all, he rejects metaphysics because it took over, either without criticism or with illusory and much too complacent and mild criticism, the creations, the basic ideas of theology, the idea of the universe, of God, and of a soul or spirit separated from matter. It was upon those ideas that it built its system, and inasmuch as it took the absurd for its starting point, it inevitably ends up with the absurd. Thus emerging from theology and metaphysics, man first of all seeks a truly scientific method which above all gives him complete certitude about the reality of the things on which he reasons. The great unity of science is concrete. Vast as the world itself, science, exceeds the capacities of the individual man, even though he may be the most intelligent of all humans. No one is capable of encompassing science in all its universality, and in all its infinite details. He who clings to the general and neglects the particular lapses therewith into metaphysics and theology, for the scientific generalization differs from the generalization in theology and metaphysics in that the former is built not upon an abstraction from all particulars, as is the case with metaphysics and theology, but, on the contrary, solely by relating the particulars into an ordered whole. The great unity of science is concrete. It is unity in infinite diversity, whereas the unity of theology and metaphysics is abstract. It is a unity in the void. In order to grasp scientific unity in all its infinite reality, one would have to be able to understand all the beings whose natural, direct, and indirect interrelations constitute the universe. And manifestly this task exceeds the capacities of any one man, one generation, or of humanity as a whole. The advantage of positive science. The immense advantage of positive science over theology, metaphysics, politics, and juridical right consists in this, that instead of the false and baneful abstractions, upheld by those doctrines, it sets up true abstractions which express the general nature and logic of things, their general relations, and general laws of development. This is what separates it, positive science, from all preceding doctrines and what will always assure it an important and significant place in human society. 16. Rational or positive philosophy. Rational philosophy or universal science does not proceed aristocratically or authoritatively as the defunct metaphysics does. The latter, always organized from the top downward, by deduction and synthesis, also pretended to recognize the autonomy and freedom of particular sciences, but in actuality it greatly cramped them, by imposing upon them laws and even facts which often could not be found in nature, and preventing them from applying themselves to experimental researches, the results of which might have reduced to naught all the speculations of metaphysics. Metaphysics, as you can see, acted according to the method of centralized states. Rational philosophy, on the contrary, is a purely democratic science. It is organized freely, from the bottom upward, and it regards experience as its only basis. LT cannot accept anything which has not been analyzed, or confirmed by experience or by the most severe criticism. Consequently God, infinity, the absolute, all those subjects so much beloved by metaphysics, are entirely absent from rational science. Indifferently it turns away from them, regarding them as phantoms or mirages. but phantoms and mirages play an essential part in the development of the human mind, and man usually has arrived at the comprehension of simple truths only after conceiving and then exhausting all sorts of illusions. And since the development of the human mind is a real subject matter for science, natural philosophy assigns to these illusions their true places. It concerns itself with them only from the point of view of history, and at the same time it tries to show us the physiological as well as the historic causes accounting for the birth, development, and decay of religious and metaphysical ideas, and also their relative and transitory necessity for the development of the human mind. Thus it renders them all the justice to which they are entitled and then turns away from them forever. Coordination of sciences. Its subject is the real and known world. In the eyes of the rational philosopher, there is only one existence and one science in the world. That is why he aims to unify and coordinate all the particular sciences. This coordination of all the positive sciences into one single system of human knowledge constitutes the positive philosophy or the universal science. The and at the same time the absolute negation of religion and metaphysics, this philosophy, which had been anticipated and prepared a long time ago by the noblest minds, was first conceived as a complete system by the great French thinker, Auguste Comte, who boldly and skillfully traced its original outline. 18. The coordination of sciences established by positive philosophy is not just simple juxtaposition, it is a sort of organic concatenation which begins with the most abstract science, mathematics, which has for its subject matter facts of the simplest order, and gradually ascends toward comparatively more concrete sciences which have for their subject matter facts ever growing in their complexity. And thus from pure mathematics one passes to mechanics, to astronomy, and then to physics, chemistry, geology, and biology, including here the classification, comparative anatomy, and physiology of plants, and then of animals, and finally reaches sociology, which embraces all human history, such as the development of the collective and individual human existence in political, economic, social, religious, artistic, and scientific life. There is no break of continuity in this transition from one to the other followed by all sciences, beginning with mathematics and ending with sociology. One single existence, one single knowledge, and always the same basic method, but which necessarily becomes more and more complicated in the measure that the facts presented to it grow in complexity. Every science forming a link in the successive series rests largely upon the preceding science and, insofar as the present state of our real knowledge permits it, it presents itself as the necessary development of the antecedent science. 19. The order of sciences in the classifications of Comte and Hegel. It is curious to note that the order of sciences established by Auguste Comte is almost the same as the one in the Encyclopedia of Sciences, by Hegel, the greatest metaphysician of past or present times, whose glory was that he brought the development of speculative philosophy to its culminating point, from which, impelled by its own peculiar dialectics, it had to follow the downward path of self-destruction. But between Auguste Comte and Hegel there was an enormous difference. The latter, true metaphysician that he was, spiritualized matter and nature, deducing them from logic, that is, from spirit. Auguste Comte, on the contrary, materialized the spirit, grounding it solely in matter. And therein lies his greatest glory. Psychology. Thus psychology, a science which is so important, which constituted the very basis of metaphysics, and which was regarded by speculative philosophy as practically absolute, spontaneous, and independent from any material influence, this science is based in the system of Auguste Comte solely upon physiology and is but the continued development of the latter. Thus what we call intelligence, imagination, memory, feeling, sensation, and will are nothing else in our eyes but the sundry faculties, functions, and activities of the human body. 20. The starting point of positive science in its study of the human world. Considered from the moral point of view, socialism is the self-esteem of man replacing the divine cult. Envisaged from the scientific, practical point of view, it is the proclamation of a great principle which permeated the consciousness of the people and became the starting point for the investigations and development of positive science as well as for the revolutionary movement of the proletariat. This principle, summed up in all its simplicity, runs as follows: just as in the so-called material world, inorganic matter, mechanical, physical, chemical, is the determining base of organic matter, vegetable, animal, cerebral, and mental, so in the social world, which can be regarded as the last known stage of development of the material world, the development of economic problems has always been the determining base of religious, philosophical, and social development. 21. Considered from this point of view, the human world, its development and history, will one day appear to us in a new and much broader light. More natural and humane, and pregnant with lessons for the future. Whereas formerly the human world was envisaged as the manifestation of a theological, metaphysical, and juridico-political idea, now we must renew the study of it by taking nature as the starting point and the peculiar physiology of man as the guiding thread. 22. Sociology and its tasks. In this way one can already foresee the emergence of a new science, sociology, that is, the science of general laws governing all the developments of human society. This science will be the last stage and the crowning glory of positive philosophy. History and statistics prove to us that the social body, like any other natural body, obeys in its evolutions and transformations general laws which appear to be just as necessary as the laws of the physical world. The task of sociology should be to clear those laws from the mass of past events and present facts. Aside from the immense interest which it already presents to the mind, it holds out a promise of great practical value for the future. For just as it is possible for us to dominate nature and transform it in accordance with our progressive needs, owing to our acquired knowledge of nature's laws, so shall we be able to realize freedom and prosperity in the social environment only when we take into account the natural and permanent laws which govern that environment. Once we recognize that the gulf which in the imagination of theologians and metaphysicians was supposed to separate spirit from nature actually does not exist at all, then we will have to regard the social body as we would any other body, more complex than the others but just as natural and obeying the same laws, in addition to those which apply to it exclusively. Once this is admitted, it will become clear that knowledge of and rigorous observance of those laws are indispensable in order to make practicable the social transformations we shall undertake. But, on the other hand, we know that sociology is a science, which has only recently emerged, and that it is still seeking out its elementary principles. If we judge this science, the most difficult of all sciences, by the example of others, we shall have to admit that centuries will be needed, or at least 1 century, in order that it may constitute itself in definite form and become a serious and more or less adequate and self-sufficient science. 23. History not yet a real science. History, for example, does not yet exist as a real science, and for the present we are only beginning to catch glimpses of the infinitely complex tasks of this science. But let us suppose that history as a science had already constituted itself in its final shape. What could it give us? It would reproduce a faithful and rational picture of the natural development of the general conditions, material and spiritual, economic, political, and social, religious, philosophical, aesthetic, and scientific, of societies which have had a history. But this universal picture of human civilization, however detailed it might be, would never present anything more than a general and consequently abstract evaluation, in the sense that the billions of individuals who make up the living and suffering materials of this history, at once triumphant and dismal, triumphant from the point of view of its general results and dismal from the point of view of the gigantic hecatomb of human victims crushed beneath its chariot wheels, that those billions of obscure individuals without whom none of the great abstract results of history would have been attained, and who, it should be well borne in mind, have never benefited from any of these results, will not find even the slightest place in history. They lived and were sacrificed, crushed for the good of abstract humanity, that is all. The mission and limits of social science. Should the science of history be blamed for it? That would be ludicrous and unjust. Individuals are too elusive to be grasped by thought, by reflection, or even by human speech, which is capable of expressing only abstractions. They are elusive in the present as well as in the past. Therefore social science itself, the science of the future, will necessarily continue to ignore them. All that we have a right to demand of it is that it shall faithfully and definitely point out the general causes of individual suffering. Among those causes it will, of course, not forget the immolation and subordination, alas, still too common even in our time, of living individuals to abstract generalizations, and at the same time it will have to show us the general conditions necessary to the real emancipation of the individuals living in society. That is its mission and those are its limits, beyond which its activity can be only baneful and impotent. For beyond those limits begin the pretentious doctrinaire and governmental claims of its licensed representatives, its priests. It is time to do away with all popes and priests. We want them no longer, not even if they call themselves social democrats. I repeat once more, the sole mission of science is to light the way. Only life itself, freed from all governmental and doctrinaire fetters and given the full liberty of spontaneous action, is capable of creation. 24. 04. Science and authority. Science and government. A scientific body entrusted with the government of society would soon end by devoting itself not to science but to quite another interest. And that, as is the case with all established powers, would consist in its endeavor to perpetuate itself in power and consolidate its position by rendering the society placed in its care even more stupid and consequently ever more in need of being governed and directed by such a body. 1. Hence it follows that the only mission of science is to illumine life but not to govern it. Government by science and men of science, even if they style themselves positivists, the disciples of Auguste Comte, or even the disciples of the doctrinaire school of German communism, cannot fail to be impotent, ridiculous, inhuman, cruel, oppressive, exploiting, and pernicious. 2. What I preach then is, up to a certain point, the revolt of life against science, or rather against government by science, not against the destruction of science, for that would be a high crime against humanity, but the putting of science in its rightful place so that it would never forsake it again. 3. The authoritarian tendencies of the scientists. Though we can be almost certain that no scientist would dare to treat a man today as he treats rabbits, nevertheless there remains the fear that scientists as a body, if permitted to do so, might submit living men to scientific experiments, doubtless less cruel but none the less disastrous to their human victims. If scientists cannot perform experiments upon the bodies of individuals, they are eager to perform such experiments upon the collective body, and it is in this that they must be unconditionally stopped. The savants as a caste. In their present organization the monopolists of science, who as such remain outside of social life, undoubtedly form a separate caste which has much in common with the caste of priests. Scientific abstraction is their god, living and real individuals their victims, and they themselves the licensed and consecrated priests. Science, in contradistinction to art, is abstract. Science cannot go outside of the realm of abstractions. In this respect it is vastly inferior to art, which, properly speaking, has to do with general types and general situations, but which, by the use of its own peculiar methods, embodies them in forms which, though not living forms in the sense of real life, nonetheless arouse in our imagination the feeling and recollection of life. In a certain sense it individualizes types and situations which it has conceived, and by means of those individualities without flesh and bone, and consequently permanent and immortal, which it has the power to create, it recalls to our minds living, real individuals who appear and disappear before our eyes. Art therefore is, as it were, the bringing back of abstraction to life. Science, on the contrary, is the perpetual immolation of fugitive and passing, but real life on the altar of eternal abstractions. 4. Science and the real man. History, however, is not made by abstract individuals, but by real, living, and passing individuals. Abstractions do not move by themselves, they advance only when borne by real people. But for these beings who are composed not of mere ideas but of flesh and blood reality, science has no heart. It considers them at most as material for intellectual and social development. What does it care for the particular conditions and the ephemeral fate of Peter or James? 5. Since by its very nature science has to ignore both the existence and the fate of the individual, of the Peters and Jameses, it must never be permitted, nor must anyone be permitted in its name, to govern Peter and James. For science in that case would be capable of treating them much the same as it treats rabbits. Or perhaps it would continue to ignore them. But its licensed representatives, men who are far from being abstract but on the contrary quite active men with real interests, yielding to the pernicious influence which privilege inevitably exercises upon men, would finally end up by fleecing those individuals in the name of science, just as they have hitherto been fleeced by priests, politicians of all shades, and lawyers, all of whom did it in the name of God, or of the state, or of juridical right. 6. The inevitable results of a government by savants. But until the masses have reached a certain level of education, will they not have to let themselves be governed by men of science? God forbid. It would be better for those masses to dispense with science altogether than to allow themselves to be governed by men of science. The first effect of the existence of such a government would be to render science inaccessible to the people. For such a government necessarily would be aristocratic, because existing scientific institutions are aristocratic by their essential nature. An aristocracy of intellect and learning. From a practical point of view, this would be the most implacable and from the social point of view the most arrogant and offensive aristocracy. And such would be the power established in the name of science. Such a regime would be capable of paralyzing all life and movement in society. The scientists, ever presumptuous, conceited and impotent, would want to meddle with everything, and as a result the sources of life would dry up under their abstract and learned breath. 7. Picture to yourself a learned academy composed of the most illustrious representatives of science. Suppose that this academy were charged with the task of legislating and organizing society, and that, inspired by the purest love of truth, It dictates to society only laws which are in absolute harmony with the latest individuals who appear and disappear before our eyes. Art therefore is, as it were, the bringing back of abstraction to life. Science, on the contrary, is the perpetual immolation of fugitive and passing, but real life on the altar of eternal abstractions. 4. Science and the real man. History, however, is not made by abstract individuals, but by real, living, and passing individuals. Abstractions do not move by themselves, they advance only when born by real people. But for these beings who are composed not of mere ideas but of flesh and blood reality, science has no heart. It considers them at most as material for intellectual and social development. What does it care for the particular conditions and the ephemeral fate of Peter or James? 5. Since by its very nature science has to ignore both the existence and the fate of the individual, of the Peters and Jameses, it must never be permitted, nor must anyone be permitted in its name, to govern Peter and James. For science in that case would be capable of treating them much the same as it treats rabbits. Or perhaps it would continue to ignore them. But its licensed representatives, men who are far from being abstract but on the contrary quite active men with real interests, yielding to the pernicious influence which privilege inevitably exercises upon men, would finally end up by fleecing those individuals in the name of science, just as they have hitherto been fleeced by priests, politicians of all shades, and lawyers, all of whom did it in the name of God, or of the state, or of juridical right. 6. The inevitable results of a government by savants. But until the masses have reached a certain level of education, will they not have to let themselves be governed by men of science? God forbid. It would be better for those masses to dispense with science altogether than to allow themselves to be governed by men of science. The first effect of the existence of such a government would be to render science inaccessible to the people. For such a government necessarily would be aristocratic, because existing scientific institutions are aristocratic by their essential nature. An aristocracy of intellect and learning. From a practical point of view, this would be the most implacable and from the social point of view the most arrogant and offensive aristocracy. And such would be the power established in the name of science. Such a regime would be capable of paralyzing all life and movement in society. The scientists, ever presumptuous, conceited and impotent, would want to meddle with everything, and as a result the sources of life would dry up under their abstract and learned breath. 7. Picture to yourself a learned academy composed of the most illustrious representatives of science. Suppose that this academy were charged with the task of legislating and organizing society, and that, inspired by the purest love of truth, it dictates to society only laws which are in absolute harmony with the latest just in Russia but throughout Europe? And so all these 20 or 30 savants are to rule the whole world. Can one conceive a more absurd and repugnant despotism? The chances are that those 30 scientists would fall out among themselves, but if they did work together it would be only to the woe of humanity. To be the slaves of pedants, what a fate for humanity! Give them, the scientists, this full freedom, to dispose of the lives of others, and they will submit society to the same experiments which they now perform, for the benefit of science, upon rabbits, cats, and dogs. Let us honor the scientists on their proper merits, but let us not accord them any social privileges lest we thereby wreck their minds and morals. Let us not recognize on their part any other rights but the general right freely to advocate their convictions, thoughts, and knowledge. Neither to them nor to anyone else should be given power to govern, for by the operation of the immutable law of socialism, those invested with such power necessarily become oppressors and exploiters of society. 9. Science and the organization of society. How could this contradiction be solved? On the one hand, science is indispensable to the rational organization of society. On the other hand, being incapable of interesting itself with that which is real and living, it must not interfere with the real or practical organization of society. This contradiction can be solved in only one way: science, as a moral entity existing outside of the universal social life and represented by a corporation of licensed savants, should be liquidated and widely diffused among the masses. Called upon to represent henceforth the collective consciousness of society, science must in a real sense become everybody's property. In this way, without losing thereby anything of its universal character, of which it can never divest itself without ceasing to be science, and while continuing to concern itself with general causes, general conditions, and general relations of things and individuals, it will merge in fact with the immediate and real life of all. That will be a movement analogous to that which made the Protestants at the beginning of the Reformation say that there was no further need of priests, for henceforth every man would be his own priest, each man, thanks to the invisible and direct intervention of the Lord Jesus Christ, at last being able to devour the body of God. But here the question is not of Jesus Christ, nor of the body of God, nor of political liberty, nor of juridical right, all of which come as metaphysical revelations and, as is known, are all alike indigestible. And the world of scientific abstractions is not a revealed world, it is inherent in the real world, of which it is only the general or abstract expression and representation. So long as it forms a separate domain, specially represented by a corporation of savants, this ideal world threatens to take the place of the Eucharist in relation to the real world, reserving for its licensed representatives the duties and functions of priests. That is why it is necessary, by means of general education, equally available for all, to dissolve the segregated social organization of science, in order that the masses, ceasing to be a mere herd, led and shorn by privileged shepherds, may take into their own hands their historic destinies. 10.05 Modern science deals in falsities. The seats of modern science. At present the science and scientists of European schools and universities are in a state of systematic and premeditated falsification. One might think that these schools were established especially to poison bourgeois youth intellectually and morally. For the schools and universities have become marts of privilege where falsehood is sold both at wholesale and retail. We are not going to point to theology, the science of divine falsehood, to jurisprudence, the science of human falsehood, to metaphysics, or idealistic philosophy, which are sciences of all kinds of half-lies. But we shall point here to such sciences as history, philosophy, politics, and economic science, which are falsified by being deprived of their true basis, natural science, and are based to an equal extent on theology, metaphysics, and jurisprudence. One can say without fear of exaggeration that any young man who has graduated from these universities and is imbued with those sciences, or rather with systematized lies and half-lies which arrogated to themselves the name of science, is lost unless special circumstances arise which may save him from that fate. The professors, those modern priests of licensed political and social quackery, poison the university youth so effectively that it would need a miracle to cure them. By the time a young man is graduated from the university, he has already become a full-fledged doctrinaire, full of self-conceit and contempt for the rabble, whom he is quite ready to oppress, and especially to exploit, in the name of his intellectual and moral superiority. The younger such a person is, the more pernicious and reprehensible he becomes. The revolutionizing character of natural sciences. It is altogether different with the faculty of exact and natural sciences. Those are genuinely scientific. They are foreign to theology and metaphysics and are inimical to all fictions, being exclusively based upon exact knowledge, upon conscientious analysis of facts, and upon pure reasoning, that is to say upon the individual's common sense, broadened by the well-coordinated experience of all. As much as the idealistic sciences are aristocratic and authoritarian, so are the natural sciences democratic and extensively liberal. And therefore what do we see in practice? Young men who have studied the idealistic sciences eagerly enter the party of exploiters and reactionary doctrinaires, while those who have studied natural sciences join, with equal eagerness, the party of the revolution, and many of them are frankly revolutionary socialists. Education and science are now the privilege of the bourgeoisie. In all the European states it is only the bourgeoisie, an exploiting and dominating class, including the nobility, which today exists only in name, that receives a more or less serious education. Apart from that, a special minority is produced from the midst of the bourgeoisie, one which devotes itself exclusively to the study of the greater problems of philosophy, social science, and politics. It is this minority that, properly speaking, constitutes the newest aristocracy of the licensed and privileged intellectuals. It is the quintessence and the scientific expression of the spirit and interests of the bourgeoisie. Science and its progress at the service of the bourgeoisie. The modern universities of Europe, which form a sort of scientific republic, render in the present day the same services to the bourgeoisie which at one time the Catholic Church rendered to the nobility, and just as Catholicism once sanctioned the violence perpetrated by the nobility upon the people, so does the university, this church of bourgeois science, explain and legitimize the exploitation of the same people by bourgeois capital. Is it any wonder that in the great struggle of socialism against bourgeois political economy, the official science of today has decisively taken and continues to take the side of the bourgeoisie? (2) Most of all we blame science and the arts for extending their benefits and exercising their influence only over a very small section of society, to the exclusion and therefore to the detriment of the great majority. In this connection one can now say about progress in science and art the same that has already been said with so much reason about the amazing development of industry, commerce, and credit, in a word, of the social wealth in the most civilized countries of the modern world. 3. Technical progress under capitalism paralleled by growth of poverty among the masses. The progress is stupendous, that is true. But the more it grows, the more does it become the cause of intellectual and consequently of material slavery, the cause of poverty and mental backwardness of the people, for it constantly deepens the gulf separating the intellectual level of the privileged classes from that of the great masses of the people. 4. The proletariat must take possession of science. Let us not lay the blame on consequences, but turn instead to root causes. The science of the schools is the product of the bourgeois spirit, and the representatives of this science were born, grew up, and were educated in a bourgeois environment, under the influence of the spirit and exclusive interests of the latter. Therefore it stands to reason that this science, as well as its representatives, should be inimical to the real and full emancipation of the proletariat, and that their economic, philosophical, political, and social theories, consistently worked out in the same spirit, should have for their aim only to prove the incapacity of the working masses and accordingly the mission of the bourgeoisie to govern them to the end of time, since wealth gives it knowledge and knowledge in turn affords it the opportunity to grow still richer. How can the workers break this vicious circle? They must, of course, acquire knowledge and take possession of science, this mighty weapon without which, it is true, they can make revolutions, but lacking which they will never be able to erect upon the ruins of bourgeois privileges the equality of rights, justice, and liberty which constitute the true basis of all their political and social aspirations. 5. 06. Man, Animal and Human Nature. The unity of man and nature. Man forms together with nature a single entity and is the material product of an indefinite number of exclusively material causes. Monism and dualism, the universal consciousness of humanity. To people who think logically and whose minds function on the level of modern science, this unity of the universe or of being has become a well-established fact. One must recognize, however, that this fact, which is so simple and self-evident that anything opposed to it appears to us as being absurd, finds itself in flagrant contradiction to the universal consciousness of humanity. The latter, manifesting itself in the course of history in widely diverse forms, always unanimously recognized the existence of two distinct worlds, the spiritual and the material world, the divine and the real world. Beginning with the crass fetishists who worshipped in the world surrounding them the action of a supernatural power embodied in some material object, all the peoples believed and still believe in the existence of some kind of a divinity. The irrefutability of dualism. This imposing unanimity, in the opinion of many people, carries more weight than the proofs of science, and if the logic of a small number of consistent but isolated thinkers contradicts this universal assent, the worse, so these people declare, for that logic. Thus the antiquity and universality of belief in God have become, contrary to all science and all logic, irrefutable proofs of the existence of God. But why should it be so? Until the age of Copernicus and Galileo, the whole world, with the exception of the Pythagoreans, believed that the sun revolved around the earth. Did the universality of such a belief prove the validity of its assumptions? And always and everywhere, beginning with the origin of historic society down to our own period, a small conquering minority has been, and still is, exploiting the forced labor of the masses of workers, slaves or wage earners. Does it follow that the exploitation of the labor of someone else by parasites is not an iniquity, robbery, and theft? Absurdity is old, truth is young. Here are two examples which show that the arguments of our deists are utterly worthless. And indeed, there is nothing more universal, more ancient, than absurdity. It is truth, on the contrary, that is relatively much younger, always being the result, the product of historic development, and never its starting point. For man, by origin, the cousin, if not the direct descendant, of the gorilla, started out from the dark night of animal instinct in order to arrive at the broad daylight of reason. This fully accounts for his past absurdities and partly consoles us for his present errors. The character of the historic development of humanity. The entire historic development of man is simply a process of progressive removal from pure animality by way of creating his humanity. Hence it follows that the antiquity of an idea, far from proving anything in favor of it, should on the contrary arouse our suspicions. As to the universality of a fallacy, it proves only one thing, the identity of human nature at all times and in every climate. 2. The origin of man. Organic life, having bone with the simplest hardly organized cell, and having led it through the whole range of transformation, from the organization of plant life to that of animal life, has finally made a man out of it. 3. Our first ancestors, our Adams and Eves, were, if not gorillas, very near relatives of theirs, omnivorous, intelligent, and ferocious beasts, endowed in a higher degree than the animals of any other species with two precious faculties, the thinking faculty and the urge to rebel. Thought and rebellion. These two faculties, combining their progressive action throughout the history of mankind, represent in themselves the negative moment, aspect, or power in the positive development of human animality, and consequently create all which constitutes humanity in man. 4. The term moment is used here as a synonym for the term factor, as in the expression, the psychological moment. James Guillaume. Idealists of all schools, aristocrats, and bourgeois, theologians and metaphysicians, politicians and moralists, clergymen, philosophers, and poets, not forgetting the liberal economists, zealous worshippers of the ideal, as we know, are greatly offended when told that man, with all his magnificent intelligence, his sublime ideas, and his boundless aspirations, is, like all else existing in the world, nothing but matter, only a product of vile matter. 5. Man, like everything else in nature, is an entirely material being. The mind, the thinking faculty, the power to receive and reflect different external and internal sensations, to bring them back to memory after they have passed away and to reproduce them by the power of imagination, to compare and distinguish them from one another, to abstract common determinations and thus to create general or abstract concepts, and finally the ability to form ideas by grouping and combining concepts in accordance with various methods. In a word, intelligence, the sole creator of our whole ideal world, is a property of the animal body and especially of the altogether material mechanism of the brain. 6. The material source of the moral and intellectual acts of man. What we call intelligence, imagination, memory, feeling, sensation, and will, are to us but the various properties, functions, and activities of the human body. 7. Science has established that all the intellectual and moral acts which distinguish man from the other animal species, such as thought, the manifestations of human intelligence and conscious will, have as their only source the purely material, although doubtless highly perfect, organization of man, without the shadow of intervention by any spiritual or extramaterial agency. In short, they are the products resulting from a combination of the diverse, purely physiological functions of the brain. This discovery is of immense importance from the point of view of science as well as that of life. There are no more gaps of discontinuity between the natural and the human worlds. But just as the organic world, which, being the continuous and direct development of the non-organic world, differs from the latter by the introduction of an active new element, organic matter, produced not by the intervention of some extramaterial cause, but by the combinations of the same non-organic matter, hitherto unknown to us, and producing in turn, upon the basis and under the conditions of the non-organic world, of which it is the highest result, all the richness of plant and animal life. In the same way the human world, being the direct continuation of the organic world, is essentially distinguished from the latter by the new element, thought. And that new element is produced by the purely physiological activity of the brain and produces at the same time within this material world and under both organic and inorganic conditions, of which it is the final recapitulation, all that we call the intellectual and moral, political and social, development of man, the history of humanity. 8. The cardinal points of man's existence. The cardinal points of the most refined human existence, as well as of the most torpid animal existence, will always remain the same: to be born, to develop and grow, to work in order to eat and drink, in order to have shelter and defend oneself, in order to maintain one's individual existence in the social equilibrium of his own species, to love, reproduce and then to die. Nature knows of no qualitative differences. For man we have to add to these points only one new element, thought and understanding, a faculty and a need which doubtless are already found in a lesser but quite perceptible degree in those animal species which by their organization stand nearest to man. For it seems that nature knows of no absolute qualitative differences, and that all such differences are in the last analysis reduced to differences in quantity, which, however, only in man attain such commanding and overwhelming power that they gradually transform all his life. Wrong conclusions from the fact of the animal descent of man. As it has been well observed by one of the greatest thinkers of our age, Ludwig Feuerbach, man does everything the animals do, only he does it in a more and more humane way. Therein lies all the difference. But it is an enormous difference. 9. In this connection it will not be amiss to repeat the above to many of the partisans of modern naturalism or materialism, who, because man in our days has discovered his full and complete kinship with all the other animal species and his immediate and direct descent from the earth, and also because man has renounced the absurd and vain boastings of spirituality which, under the pretext of granting him absolute liberty, condemned him in fact to perpetual slavery, imagine that this gives them the right to shed all respect for man. Such people may be compared to lackeys, who, having found out the plebeian origin of one eliciting respect by his natural dignity, believe themselves entitled to treat him as their equal, for the simple reason that they cannot conceive of any other dignity but the one produced by aristocratic birth. Others are so happy over the discovery of man's kinship with the gorilla that they would gladly retain him in the animal state, and they refuse to understand that man's whole historic mission, his dignity and liberty, consist in getting further and further away from that state. 10. The historic world. Yes, man does everything the animals do, only he does it in a more and more humane way. Therein lies all the difference, but it is an enormous difference. It embraces all civilization, with all the marvels of industry, science, and the arts, with all the developments of humanity, religious, aesthetic, philosophic, political, economic, and social, in a word, the whole domain of history. Man creates this historic world by the exercise of an active power which is found in every living being, which constitutes the essence of all organic life, and which tends to assimilate and transform the external world in accordance with everyone's needs. The active force is of course instinctive and inevitable, and precedes any thought, but when illumined by man's reason and determined by his conscious will, it becomes transformed within man and for man into intelligent and free labor. 11. Labor is a necessity. All animals must work in order to live. All of them, according to their needs, their understanding, and their strength, take part, without noticing or being aware of it, in this slow work of transforming the surface of the earth into a place more favorable to animal life. But this work becomes properly human only when it begins to satisfy, not merely the fixed and inevitably circumscribed needs of animal life, but also those of the thinking and speaking social being who endeavors to win and realize his freedom to the full. 12. Slavery in nature. The accomplishment of this immense, boundless task is not only effected by man's intellectual and moral development, but also by the process of material emancipation. Man becomes man in reality, he conquers the possibility of development and inner perfection provided only that he breaks, to some extent at least, the slave chains which nature fastened upon its children. Those chains are hunger, privation of all sorts, physical pain, the influence of climate and seasons, and in general, the thousands of conditions of animal life which keep the human being in almost absolute dependence upon his immediate environment, the constant dangers which in the guise of natural phenomena threaten him on all sides, the perpetual fear which lurks in the depths of all animal existence and which dominates the natural and savage individual to such an extent that he finds within himself no power of struggle or resistance. In other words, not a single element of the most absolute slavery is one lacking. 13. Fear compels struggle. The perpetual fear which he feels, and which underlies every animal's existence, form also, as I shall be able to show later, the first basis of every religion. It is this fear that makes it necessary for the animal to struggle throughout its life against dangers threatening it from the outside, and to maintain its own existence, individual and social, at the expense of everything surrounding it. Work is the highest law of life. Every animal works, it lives only by working. Man as a living being, is not exempt from this necessity, which is the supreme law of life. He must work in order to maintain his existence, in order to develop in the fullness of his being. There exists, however, an enormous difference between the work of man and the work of animals of all species. The work of animals is stagnant, because their intelligence is stagnant. On the contrary, man's work is progressive, his intelligence being highly progressive in character. The superiority of man. Nothing proves better the decisive inferiority of all animal species, compared to man, than the incontestable fact that the methods and results of work, individual and collective, of the many other animal species, while frequently being so ingenious as to give the impression of being guided and affected by scientifically trained intelligence, do not change and hardly improve at all. Ants, bees, beavers, and other animals which live in societies do now precisely the same thing which they were doing 3,000 years ago, showing that there is nothing progressive about their intelligence. Today they are just as skilled and just as stupid as they were 30 or 40 centuries ago. Progress in the animal world. There is certainly a progression in the animal world. But it is the species themselves, the families, and even the classes, that undergo slow transformations, driven along by the struggle for existence, the supreme law of the animal world, by virtue of which intelligent and energetic organizations force out inferior species that show themselves incapable of holding their own in the constant struggle. In this respect and only in this one, there is movement and progress in the animal world. But within the species themselves, within the families and classes of animals, such movement and progress are absent or nearly absent. 14. Character of man's work. Man's work, from the point of view of methods as well as of results, is just as capable of progressive development and improvement as his intelligence. Man builds his world by combining his neurocerebral energy with his muscular work, his scientifically trained mind with physical power, and by applying his progressive thought to work, which, being at first exclusively animal, instinctive, blind, and almost mechanical, becomes more and more rational as time goes on. In order to visualize this vast ground which man has covered in the course of his historic development, one must compare the huts of the savages with the beautiful palaces of Paris which the brutal Prussians thought themselves destined by Providence to destroy, and also compare the pitiful armaments of primitive populations with the terrible machines of destruction which came as the last word of German civilization. 1507. Man is conqueror of nature. What all the other animal species, taken together, could not accomplish, was done by man. He actually transformed the greater part of the earth, making it into a habitable place fit for human civilization. He overcame and mastered nature. He turned this enemy, the first terrible despot, into a useful servant, or at least into an ally as powerful as it is faithful. What does it mean to conquer nature? It is necessary, however, to have some idea about the true meaning of the expression, to conquer nature or master nature. The action of man upon nature, like any other action in the world, is inevitably determined by the laws of nature. It is, without doubt, the direct continuation of the mechanical, physical, and chemical action of all inorganic, complex, and elementary entities. It is the most direct continuation of the action of plants upon their natural environment and of the more and more developed and conscious action of all animal species. It is indeed nothing but animal action, governed by progressive intelligence and science, both of which are a new mode of transformation of matter and man. Hence it follows that When acts upon nature, it is in reality the case of nature working upon itself. And one can see clearly that no rebellion against nature is possible. 1. Man and the laws of nature. Therefore man will never be able to combat nature, he cannot conquer nor master it. When man undertakes and commits acts which seemingly militate against nature, he once more obeys the laws of that very same nature. Nothing can free him from their domination, he is their unconditional slave. But this indeed is no slavery at all, inasmuch as every kind of slavery presupposes two beings existing side by side and one of them subject to the other. Man being a part of nature and not outside of it therefore cannot be its slave. 2. Yet still, in the heart of nature, there exists a slavery from which man must free himself if he does not want to renounce his humanity. This is the natural world which envelops him and which is usually called external nature. It is the sum total of things, phenomena, and living beings which envelop and keep on tormenting man, without and outside of which he could not exist for even one solitary moment, but which nevertheless seem to be plotting against him so that every moment of his life he is forced to fight for his existence. Man cannot escape from this external world, for it is only in this world that he can live and draw his sustenance, but at the same time he has to safeguard himself against it, for it always seems intent upon devouring him. 3. What then is the meaning of the expression, to combat, to master nature? Here we have an everlasting misunderstanding, which is due to the twofold meaning given to the term nature. On the one hand nature is regarded as the universal totality of things and beings as well as of natural laws. Against nature thus conceived, as I have already pointed out, no struggle of any kind is possible, for this kind of nature envelops and comprises everything, it is the absolute, all-powerful being. On the other hand, by nature is understood the more or less limited totality of phenomena, things, and beings which envelop man, in short, his external world. Against this external nature, struggle is not only possible but inevitable, being forced by universal nature upon everything that lives or exists. For, as I have already pointed out, everything that exists and every living being carries within itself the twofold law of nature. 1. No existence is possible outside of one's natural environment and its external world. 2. In that external world only that can maintain itself which exists and lives at the expense of that world and is in constant struggle against it. The necessity of struggle against external nature. Man, endowed with faculties and attributes which universal nature bestowed upon him can and should conquer and master this external world. He, on his part, must subdue it and wrest from it his freedom and humanity. 4. Long before the beginnings of civilization and history, during a far distant period which may have lasted many thousands of years, man was nothing but a wild animal among many other wild animals, a gorilla, perhaps, or a close relation to it. A carnivorous or, which is more likely, an omnivorous animal, he was no doubt more voracious, savage, and fierce than his cousins of other species. Like the latter he worked and waged a destructive struggle. The ideal state, what brought man out of the brute paracrise. This was the state of innocence, glorified by all kinds of religions, the ideal state so much extolled by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. What forced him out of this animal paradise? It was his progressive intelligence, naturally, necessarily, and gradually applied to his animal work. Man's intelligence develops and progresses only through knowledge of real things and facts, only through thoughtful observation and an ever more and more exact and painstaking examination of the relations and the regular sequences of the phenomena of nature, and of the various stages of their development, in short, of their inherent laws. Knowledge of natural laws furthers human aims. Once man acquires knowledge of these laws governing all beings, himself included, he learns to foresee certain phenomena, enabling him to forestall their effects or to safeguard himself against their unwelcome and harmful consequences. Besides, this knowledge of the laws governing the development of the phenomena of nature applied to his muscular work, which at first is purely instinctive and animal in its character, enables him in the long run to derive benefit from those natural things and phenomena, the totality of which constitutes the eternal world, the same world which was so hostile at first, but which, owing to science, ends up by contributing powerfully toward the realization of man's aims. 5. Man slow to utilize fire. Many centuries passed before man, who was just as wild and dull-witted as the apes, learned the art, now so rudimentary, trivial, and at the same time so valuable, of making fire and using it for his own needs. Those extremely simple arts, which today constitute the domestic economy of the least civilized peoples, involve immense inventive efforts on the part of the earliest generations. That accounts for the desperately slow tempo of man's development during the prehistoric period, compared with his rapid development in our days. Knowledge is the weapon of victory. It was in this manner that man transformed and continues to transform his environment, external nature, that he conquers and masters it. Did this come as a result of man's revolt against the laws of universal nature, which embraces all that exists and which also constitutes man's nature? On the contrary, it is through the knowledge and the most attentive and exact observation of this law, that man succeeds not only in freeing himself from the yoke of external nature, but likewise in at least partly subduing it. But man does not content himself alone with that. Just as the human mind is capable of making an abstraction out of its own body and personality, and treating it as an external object, so does man, who is constantly driven on by an inner urge inherent in his being, apply the same procedure, the same method, in order to modify, correct, and perfect his own nature. This is a natural inner yoke which man must also learn to shake off. At first this yoke appears to him in the form of his own weakness, imperfection, or personal infirmities, bodily as well as intellectual and moral infirmities, and then it appears in the most general form of his brutality or animality contrasted with his human nature, which progressively grows within him as his social environment develops. 6. Battling inner slavery. Man has no other means of struggling against this inner slavery except through the science of the natural laws governing his individual and collective development and the application of that science to his individual training, by means of hygiene, physical exercise, exercising of his affections, mind, and will, and likewise by means of a rational education, as well as to the gradual change of the social order. Universal nature is not hostile to man. Being the ultimate product of nature on this earth, man, through his individual and social development, continues, so to speak, the work, creation, movement, and life of nature. His most intelligent and abstract thoughts and actions, which as such are far removed from what is usually called nature, are in reality only nature's new creations and manifestations. Man's relations to this universal nature cannot be external, cannot be those of slavery or of struggle. He carries this nature within himself and is nothing outside of it. But in studying its laws, in identifying himself in some measure with them, in transforming them by a psychological process of his own brain into ideas and human convictions, he frees himself from the triple yoke imposed upon him, first by external nature, then by his inner individual nature, and finally, by society, of which he is a product. 7. No revolt is possible against universal nature. It seems to me quite evident from what has already been said that no revolt is possible on the part of man against what I call universal causality or universal nature. The latter envelops and pervades man, it is within and outside of him, and it constitutes his whole being. In revolting against this universal nature, he would revolt against himself. It is evident that man cannot even conceive the slightest urge or need for such a revolt, since he does not exist apart from universal nature, since he carries it within himself and since at every moment of his life he finds himself wholly identical with it, he cannot consider or feel himself a slave of this nature. On the contrary, it is only by studying and by making use, by means of his thought, of the external laws of this nature, laws which manifest themselves equally in everything constituting his external world as well as his own individual development, bodily, intellectual, and moral, that he succeeds in gradually shaking off the yoke of external nature, of his own natural imperfections, and as we shall see further on, the yoke of an authoritarian social organization. the dichotomy of spirit and matter. But how then could there arise in man's mind the historic thought of separation of spirit and matter? How could man ever conceive this impotent, ridiculous, but at the same time historic attempt to revolt against nature? This thought and attempt occurred simultaneously with the historic conception of the idea of God, of which in effect they are the necessary corollary. Man at first understood by the word nature only what we call external nature, his own body included. What we call universal nature he called God, hence the laws of nature appeared not as inherent laws but as manifestations of the divine will, God's commandments imposed from above upon nature as well as upon man. In line with this, man, siding with God, whom he himself created in opposition to nature and his own being, declared himself in revolt against nature, and laid the foundation for his own political and social slavery. Such has been the historic work of all the religious cults and dogmas. 8. Mind and will. Man's life is the continuation of animal life. Intelligence is a quantitative but not a qualitative difference. The individual as well as the social life of man was in the beginning nothing but the immediate continuation of animal life, complicated by a new element, the faculty of thinking and speaking. Man is not the only intelligent animal on earth. Far from it. Comparative psychology proves that there is no animal which is altogether devoid of intelligence, and that the closer a species approaches man in its organization and especially in the structure of its brain, the higher it stands in the development of its intelligence. But only in man does intelligence reach the high stage of development which can properly be called the thinking faculty, that is, the power to compare, separate, and combine the representations of external and internal objects given to us by our senses, to form groups of such representations, and then again to compare and combine those groups, which are not real entities nor representations of objects perceived by our senses, but only abstract notions formed and classified by the work of our mind, and which, retained by our memory, another faculty of our brain, become the starting point or basis for those conclusions which we call ideas. Only man is endowed with the power of speech. All these functions of our brain would be impossible if man were not endowed with another faculty, complementing the thinking faculty and being inseparable from it, the faculty to incorporate, so to speak, and to identify by external signs all the operations of the mind, the material movements of the brain, up to their most subtle, most complicated variations and modifications. In short, if man were not endowed with the power of speech, all other animals have a language, who doubts that? But since their intelligence never rises above material representations, or, what is more, above the most elementary comparison and combination of those representations, their language, lacking organization and incapable of development, can express only material sensations and notions but never ideas. 1. From these ideas man deduces conclusions or necessary logical applications. We meet people, alas, quite often, who have not yet reached the full possession of this faculty, but we never saw or heard any member of an inferior species exercising this faculty, unless we are given the instance of Balaam's ass, or of other such animals recommended by various religions to our faith and esteem. Thus we can say, without fear of being refuted, that of all the animals living upon this earth only man is able to think. The faculty of abstraction. Only man is endowed with this power of abstraction, no doubt developed and fortified within the human species by age-long exercise. By inwardly and gradually elevating man above the objects surrounding him, above all that which is called the external world, and even above himself as an individual, this faculty enables man to conceive, to create the idea of the totality of existences, of the universe, of infinity or the absolute, an idea altogether abstract and, if you please, devoid of any content, but nevertheless an all-powerful idea, and the instrumental cause of all the subsequent conquests of man. For it is this idea only that forces him out of the sham beatitudes and the stupid innocence of the animal paradise, in order to lead him to the triumphs and the infinite torments of a boundless development. The germ of analysis and scientific experiments. Owing to this faculty of abstraction, man, by rising above the immediate pressure exercised by all external objects upon every individual, can compare one object with the others and observe their relations. Here is the beginning of analysis and of experimental science. And owing to this same faculty, man undergoes a process of increbifurcation, rising above his own drives, instincts, and urges, insofar as these are of a passing and particular nature. This enables him to compare his inner drives just as he compares external objects and movements, and to side with some against others in accordance with the social ideal crystallizing within him. Here we already have the awakening of conscience and of what we call will. 2. The human world begins. With the first awakening of thought manifested in speech begins the exclusively human world, the world of abstractions. Owing to this faculty of abstraction, as we already have said, man, born and produced of nature, creates for himself, in the midst of and under the conditions of this same nature, a second existence which conforms with and is progressive in the same way as his ideal. The dialectics of human development. Whatever lives, we add for greater clarity, tends to realize itself in the fullness of its being. Man, at the same time both a thinking and a living entity, must first of all know himself in order to attain full self-realization. This is the cause of the vast lag which we observe in his development, and by reason of which many hundreds of centuries were necessary for man to arrive at the present state of society in the most civilized countries, a state that is still far behind the ideal toward which we are heading. Man had to exhaust all the stupidities and all possible adversities in order to be able to realize the modicum of reason and justice which now prevails in the world. The last phase and the supreme goal of all human development is liberty. Jean-Jacques Rousseau and his disciples were wrong in seeking this liberty in the beginnings of history, when man, still totally lacking any self-knowledge and therefore quite incapable of working out any kind of contract, was suffering under the yoke of that inevitability of natural life to which all animals are subject. Nature and human freedom. Man could free himself from this yoke, in a certain sense, only by the gradual use of his reason, which, although developing very slowly, discerned little by little the laws governing the external world as well as those which are inherent in our own nature, and appropriated them, so to say, by transforming them into ideas, almost spontaneous creations of our own brains. While continuing to obey those laws, man in reality simply obeyed his own thoughts. In respect to nature, this is for man the only possible dignity and freedom. There will never be any other freedom, for natural laws are immutable and inevitable, they are the very basis of all existence, and constitute our own being, so that no one can rebel against them without immediately arriving at the absurd or without causing his own destruction. But in recognizing and assimilating them with his own mind, man rises above the immediate pressure of his external world, and then, becoming in turn a creator, henceforth obeying only his own ideas, he more or less transforms the latter in accordance with his progressive needs, impressing upon it to some extent the image of his own humanity. Universal conation and the il invitali. Thus what we call the human world has no other immediate creator but man himself, who produces it by overcoming step by step the external world and his own bestiality, thus gaining for himself his liberty and human dignity. He conquers them, impelled by a force which is independent of him, an irresistible force inherent in all living beings. This force is the universal current of life, the same one which we call universal causality, nature, which manifests itself in all living beings, plants or animals, in the urge of every individual to realize for himself the conditions necessary for the life of its species, that is, to satisfy his needs. Free will. This urge, this essential and supreme manifestation of life, constitutes the basis of what we call will. Inevitable and irresistible in all the animals, the most civilized man included, instinctive, one might almost say mechanical, in the lower organisms, more intelligent in the higher species, it reaches full awareness only in man, who, owing to his intelligence, which raises him above instinctive drives and enables him to compare, criticize, and regulate his own needs, is the only one among all the animals on earth possessing conscious self-determination, a free will. Freedom of will is only relative. It stands to reason that this freedom of human will in the face of the universal life current, or this absolute causality, in which every will is, so to speak, only a streamlet, has no other meaning but the one given to it by reflection, inasmuch as it is opposed to mechanical action or even instinct. Man apprehends and is clearly aware of natural necessities which, being reflected in his brain, are reborn through a little-known physiological process as the logical succession of his own thoughts. This comprehension in the midst of his absolute and unbroken dependence gives him the feeling of self-determination, of conscious, spontaneous will and liberty. Natural drives are sublimated but not suppressed by man. Short of suicide, partial or total, no man can free himself from his natural urges, but he can regulate and modify them by striving more and more to make them conform to what at different epochs of intellectual and moral development he calls the just and beautiful. 3. Freedom of will is qualified but not unconditional. Since every man at his birth and during the whole course of his development throughout his life, is nothing else but the result of a countless number of actions, circumstances, and conditions, material and social, which continue shaping him as long as he lives, where could he, a small, transient, and hardly perceptible link in the universal concatenation of all past, present, and future beings, get the power to break by an act of will this eternal and all-powerful solidarity, this absolute and universal entity which has real existence but which no human imagination can ever hope to comprehend? Let us recognize once for all that against this universal nature, our mother who shapes us, brings us up, feeds us, surrounds, and permeates us to the marrow of our bones, to the deepest recesses of our intellectual and moral being, and which end by smothering us in her maternal embraces, that against this universal nature there can be neither independence nor revolt. Rational liberty, the only possible liberty. True, man, with the aid of knowledge and by the thoughtful application of the laws of nature, gradually emancipates himself, but not from the universal yoke which he bears, together with all the living beings and the existing things that come into and disappear in this world. Man only frees himself from the brutal pressure exercised upon him by his own external world, material and social, which includes all the things and all the men surrounding him. He rules over things through science and work. As to the arbitrary yoke imposed by men, he throws it off through revolution. Such is the only rational meaning of the word liberty, that is, the rule over external things, based upon the respectful observation of the laws of nature. It is independence from the pretensions and despotic acts of men, it is science, work, political revolt, and, along with all that, it is finally the well thought out and free organization of the social environment in conformity with the natural laws inherent in every human society. The first and last condition of this liberty rests then in absolute submission to the omnipotence of nature, and the observation and the most rigid application of its laws. 4. Like mind, will is a function of matter. Like intelligence, will then is not a mystic, immortal, and divine spark which was miraculously dropped down from heaven to earth to give life to pieces of flesh, to lifeless bodies. It is the product of organized and living flesh, the product of the animal organism. Man's organism is the most perfect of all organisms, consequently, man's will and intelligence are relatively the most perfect and above all the most capable of ever greater progress and perfection. Neural and muscular power. Will, like intelligence, is a neural faculty of the animal organism and has the brain as its special organ. Muscular or physical force and neural force, or the power of will and intelligence, have this in common, first, that every one of them depends upon the organization of the animal which the latter received at birth, and which in consequence is the product of a multitude of circumstances and causes not only lying outside of this animal organization but preceding it, and second, that all are capable of development with the aid of exercise and training, which once more goes to prove that they are the product of external causes and actions. It is clear that being in respect to their nature and their intensity simply the effects of causes that are altogether independent of them, these forces themselves have only relative independence in the midst of that universal causality which constitutes and embraces the worlds. What is muscular force? It is a material force of certain intensity generated within the animal by the concurrence of influences or antecedent causes, and which at a given moment enables the animal to oppose to the pressure of external forces not absolute but a somewhat relative resistance. Will is determined by a structure of organism. The same holds true about the moral force which we call the power of will. All animal species are endowed with this power in various degrees, and this difference is first of all determined by the particular nature of their organism. Among all the animals of this earth the human species is endowed with it to the highest extent. But even within this very species not all individuals receive at their birth an equal volitional disposition, the greater or lesser will capacity being determined beforehand by the relative health and normal development of one's body, and above all by a more or less fortunate brain structure. Here then, at the very beginning, we have a difference for which man is in no way responsible. Is it my fault that nature endowed me with an inferior will capacity? The most rabid theologians and metaphysicians will not dare say that what they call souls, that is, the sum total of affective, intellectual, and volitional faculties which everyone receives at birth, are all equal. The role of exercise in the training of the will. True, the volitional faculty, as well as the other faculties of man, can be developed by education and appropriate exercises. Those exercises accustom children gradually to refrain from manifesting immediately every slight impression, and to control more or less the reflex movements of their muscles when stimulated by internal and external sensations transmitted by their nerves. At a later stage, when a certain degree of the power of reflection is developed within the child by an education suitable to his character, the same exercise, becoming in turn more and more conscious in character and calling to its aid the merging intelligence of the child and basing itself to a certain extent upon the volitional power developing within him, trains the child to repress the immediate expression of its feelings and desires and to subject all the voluntary movements of the body, as well as that which is called its soul, its very thought, its words and acts, to a dominant aim, whether good or bad. Is man responsible for his upbringing? Man's will, thus developed and trained, is evidently nothing else but the product of influences lying outside of him and, reacting upon the will, they determine and shape it independently of his own resolves. Can a man be held responsible for the upbringing, bad or good, adequate or inadequate, which he gets? Up to a certain point man can become his own educator, his own instructor as well as creator. But it is to be seen that what he acquires is only a relative independence and that in no way is he released from the inevitable dependence, or the absolute solidarity by which he, as a living being, is irrevocably chained to the natural and social world. 509 Man subject to universal inevitability. Animal or human will is not the creative motive power. It having been proven that animal will, human will included, is an altogether formal power, capable, as we shall see further, of modifying to a certain point, through the knowledge of natural laws and by strictly submitting its actions to those laws, the relations between man and the things surrounding him as well as the relations between the things themselves, but not capable of producing or creating the essence of animal life, it having been proven that the altogether relative power of this will, once put up against the only existing absolute power of universal causality, would forthwith appear as absolute impotence or as a relative cause of new relative effects determined and produced by the very same causality. It becomes evident that it is not in the animal will but in the universal and inevitable solidarity of things and beings that we have to look for the mighty motive power which creates the animal and human world. The universal motive power is blind and unconscious. This motive power we call neither intelligence nor will. For in fact it has not and cannot have any self-consciousness, determination, or resolution of its own. It is not the indivisible, substantial, and single being as represented by the metaphysicians, but the product and, as I have said, a result eternally reproduced by all the transformations of beings and things within the universe. In a word, it is not an idea but a universal fact, beyond which it is impossible to conceive anything. And this fact is not at all an immutable being, but is, on the contrary, perpetual movement, manifesting and forming itself by an infinity of relative action and reaction, mechanical, physical, chemical, geologic, and those of the plant, animal, and human worlds. As the resultant of that combination of relative and countless movements, this universal motive power is all-powerful just as it is inevitable, blind, and unconscious. It creates worlds and is at the same time their product. In every domain of earthly nature it manifests itself through laws or particular forms of development. In the inorganic world, in the geologic formation of our sphere, it presents itself as the incessant action and reaction of mechanical, physical, and chemical laws which seemingly can be reduced to one basic law, the law of gravitation and movement, or rather of material attraction, all other laws being only its various manifestations and transformations. Those laws, as I have already observed, are general in the sense that they encompass all phenomena produced upon the earth, governing the relations and the development of organic, vegetable, animal, and social life as well as the inorganic totality of things. The law of nutrition, formulated by Auguste Comte. In the organic world the same universal motive power manifests itself through a new law based upon the sum total of the general laws, which doubtless is but a new transformation, the secret of which has escaped us until now, but which is a particular law in the sense that it manifests itself only in living beings, plants, animals, and man. This is the law of nutrition, which, using the expression of Auguste Comte, consists, 1. In the inner absorption of nutritive materials drawn from the ambient system and their gradual assimilation. 2. In the outward exhalation of molecules, which from that moment become foreign to the organism and necessarily disintegrate in the accomplishment of nutrition. Auguste Comte, Codes de Philosophique Positive. Tome 3, p. 464, Bakunin's footnote. This law is particular in the sense that it is not applied to the inorganic world, but it is general and fundamental for all living beings. The problem of nourishment, the great problem of social economy, is the real basis of all the subsequent developments of humanity. Sensibility and irritability, the specificity of the animal world. In the animal world itself the same universal motive power reproduces this generic law of nutrition in a new and peculiar form, by combining it with two properties which distinguish animals from plants, the properties of sensibility and irritability. Those faculties are evidently material, and the so-called ideal faculties, the feeling called moral in order to differentiate it from physical sensation, as well as the faculties of will and intelligence, are but their higher expression or their ultimate transformation. Those two properties, sensibility and irritability, are found only among animals. Combined with the law of nutrition, which is common to animals as well as to plants, those properties constitute the particular generic law of all the animal world. The genesis of animal habits. The various functions which we call animal faculties are not optional in the sense that the animal may or may not exercise them. All faculties are essential properties, necessities inherent in the animal organization. The different species, families, and classes of animals differ among themselves either by the total absence of some faculties or by the overdevelopment of some of those faculties at the expense of the others. Even within the animal species, families, and classes, individuals are not equally successful. The perfect specimen is the one in which all the characteristic organs of the order to which the individual belongs are harmoniously developed. The lack or the weakness of one of those organs constitutes a defect, and when the organ is of an essential kind, it may lead to the individual becoming a monster. Monstrosity or perfection, excellence or defect, all that is given to the individual by nature and is received by him at his birth. But once a faculty exists, it has to be exercised, and up to the time when the animal has arrived at a stage of natural decline, it necessarily tends to develop and strengthen this faculty by repeated exercise, which creates habit, the basis of all animal development. And the more it is exercised and develops, the more does it become an irresistible force within the animal, a force to be obeyed implicitly. The animal is compelled to exercise its faculties. It happens at times that a malady or external circumstances more powerful than this natural tendency of the individual, hinder the exercise and the development of one or several faculties. In that case respective organs become atrophied and the whole organism is stricken with suffering in the measure of the importance of these faculties and their corresponding organs. The individual may die from it, but insofar as he lives, insofar as he still has other faculties left, he must exercise them under the pain of death. The individual therefore is not the master of those faculties, but their involuntary agent, their slave. Being a living organism, endowed with the twofold property of sensibility and irritability, and as such capable of experiencing pain as well as pleasure, every animal, man included, is forced by its own nature to eat, drink, and to move about. This it has to do in order to obtain nourishment, as well as in response to the supreme need of its muscles. In order to maintain its existence, the organism must protect itself against anything menacing its health, its nourishment, and all the conditions of its life. It must love, mate, and procreate. It must reflect, in the measure of its intellectual capacity, on the conditions for the preservation of its own existence. It must want all these conditions for itself. And directed by a sort of prevision based upon experience, of which no animal is totally devoid, it is forced to work, in the measure of its intelligence and muscular force, in order to provide for the more or less distant future. Animal drives reach stage of self-consciousness in man. Inevitable and irresistible in all animals, the most civilized man not excepted, this imperious and fundamental tendency of life constitutes the very basis of all animal and human passions. It is instinctive, one might say mechanical, in the lowest organizations, it is more conscious in the higher species, and it reaches the stage of full self-consciousness only in man, the latter being endowed with the precious faculty of combining, grouping, and fully expressing his thoughts. Man is the only one capable of abstracting himself, in his thought, from the external world and even from his own inner world, and of rising to the universality of things and beings. Being able, from the heights of this abstraction, to view himself as an object of his own thought, he can compare, criticize, order, and subordinate his own needs, without overstepping the vital conditions of his own existence. All that permits him, within very narrow limits of course, and without being able to change anything in the universal and inevitable flow of causes and effects, to determine by abstract reflection his own acts, which gives him, in relation to nature, the false appearance of spontaneity and absolute independence. 2. What sort of free will does man possess? Does man really possess free will? Yes and no, depending upon the construction put upon this expression. If by free will is meant free arbitrary will, that is to say, the presumed faculty of the human individual to determine himself freely and independently of any external influence, if, as it is held by all religious and metaphysical systems, by this pretended free will man is to be removed from the principle of universal causality which determines the existence of everything and which renders everyone dependent upon all the others, we can do nothing else but reject such freedom as nonsense, since no one can exist outside of this universal causality. 3. Statistics as a science are possible only on the basis of social determinism. Socialism, based upon positive science, rejects absolutely the doctrine of free will. It recognizes that all the so-called vices and virtues of men are only the product of the combined action of nature and society. Nature, by the power of ethnographic, physiological, and pathological influences, produces the faculties and tendencies which are called natural, while the social organization develops them, restrains them, or warps their development. All men, with no exceptions, at every moment of their lives are what nature and society have made them. Only this natural and social necessity makes possible the rise of statistics as a science. This science does not content itself with verifying and enumerating social facts, but in addition it strives to explain the connection and the correlation of those facts in the organization of society. Criminal statistics, for instance, establish the fact that in one and the same country, in one and the same city, during a period of 10, 20, or 30 years, one and the same crime or misdemeanor is repeated every year in almost the same proportion, that is, provided no political or social crisis has changed the attitude of society there. What is even more remarkable is that the methods used in committing crimes also are repeated from year to year with the same frequency. For instance, the number of poison murders and of knifings or shootings as well as the number of suicides committed in a certain way are almost always the same. This led Catlett to make the following memorable statement: "Society prepares the crimes while individuals merely carry them out." The idea of free will leads to its corollary, the idea of providence. This periodic repetition of the same facts would be impossible if the intellectual and moral proclivities of men, as well as their acts, depended upon their free will. The term free will either has no meaning at all or it signifies that the individual makes spontaneous and self-determined decisions, wholly apart from any outside influence of the natural or social order. But if that were so, if men depended only upon themselves, the world would be ruled by chaos which would preclude any solidarity among people. Millions of free wills, independent of each other, would tend toward mutual destruction, and no doubt they would succeed in achieving it were it not for the despotic will of divine providence which guides them while they hustle and bustle, and in abasing them all at the same time, it establishes order in the midst of human confusion. The practical implications of the idea of divine providence. That is why all the protagonists of the doctrine of free will are compelled by logic to recognize the existence and action of divine providence. This is the basis of all theological and metaphysical doctrines. It is a magnificent system which for a long time satisfied the human conscience, and, one must admit, from the point of view of abstract thinking or poetical and religious fantasy, it does impress one with its harmony and grandeur. But, unfortunately, the counterpart of this system grounded in historic reality has always been horrifying, and the system itself fails to stand the test of scientific criticism. Indeed, we know that while divine right reigned upon the earth, the great majority of people were subjected to brutal, merciless exploitation, and were tormented, oppressed, and slaughtered. We know that up to now the masses of people have been kept in thraldom in the name of religious and metaphysical divinity. And it could not be otherwise, for if the world nature as well as human society, were governed by a divine will, there could be no place in it for human freedom. Man's will is necessarily weak and impotent before the will of God. Thus when we try to defend the metaphysical, abstract, or imaginary freedom of men, the free will, we end up by denying real freedom. Before God, the omnipotent and omnipresent, man is only a slave. And since man's freedom is destroyed by divine providence, there remains only privilege, that is, special rights vouchsafed by divine grace to certain individuals, to a certain hierarchy, dynasty, or class. 4. Science rejects free will. That accumulated, coordinated, and assimilated experience which we call science proves that free will is an untenable fiction. Running counter to the nature of things, what we call the will is only the manifestation of a certain kind of neural activity, just as our physical power is the result of the activity of our muscles. Consequently, both are equally the products of natural and social life, that is, of the physical and social conditions amid which every man is born and grows up. 5. Will and intelligence are only relatively independent. Thus conceived and explained, man's will and intelligence can no longer be considered an absolutely autonomous power, independent of the material world and capable, in conceiving thoughts and spontaneous acts, of breaking the inevitable chain of causes and effects which constitutes the universal solidarity of the worlds. The apparent independence of will and intelligence is largely relative, for like the muscular force of man, these forces or nervous capacities are engendered in every individual by the concurrence of circumstances, influences, and external actions, material and social, which are absolutely independent of his thought and his will. And just as we have had to reject the possibility of what the metaphysicians call spontaneous ideas, we have to reject the spontaneous acts of the will, the arbitrary freedom of will and the moral responsibility of man, in the theological, metaphysical, and juridical senses of the word. 6. Moral responsibility with man and animals. No one speaks of the free will of animals. Everyone agrees that animals, at every instant of their lives and in every act of theirs, are governed by causes that are independent of their thought and will. Everyone agrees that animals inevitably follow the impulses received from the external world as well as from their inner nature, in a word, that there is no possibility of their ideas and spontaneous acts of their will disrupting the universal flow of life, and that, consequently, They can bear no responsibility, either juridical or moral. And yet all animals are unquestionably endowed with will and intelligence. Between the corresponding faculties of animals and man there is only a quantitative difference, a difference of degree. Then why do we declare man absolutely responsible and the animal absolutely devoid of responsibility? I believe that the error consists not in this idea of responsibility, which exists in a very real manner, not only in men but in animals also, although in a different degree. It consists in the absolute sense which our human vanity, backed up by a theological or metaphysical aberration, imparts to human responsibility. The whole error is contained in this word absolute. Man is not absolutely responsible and animals are not absolutely irresponsible. The responsibility of the one as well as that of the other is relative to the degree of reflection of which any one of them is capable. Responsibility exists, but it is relative. We can accept it as a general axiom that nothing exists or ever can be produced in the human world which does not exist in the animal world, in the embryonic state at least, humanity being simply the latest development of animality upon earth. It follows then that if there is no animal responsibility, there cannot be responsibility on the part of man, the latter being subject to the absolute impotence of nature as much as the most imperfect animal on earth. From the absolute point of view animal and man are equally irresponsible. But relative responsibility certainly exists in the animal world in various degrees. Imperceptible in the lower species, it becomes quite pronounced in animals endowed with a superior organization. Beasts bring up their progeny, and they develop in the latter, in their own manner, intelligence, that is, the comprehension or knowledge of things, and will, that is, the faculty, the inner force, which enables us to control our instinctive movements. And they even punish with parental tenderness the disobedience of their little ones. So even with animals there is the beginning of moral responsibility. Man's will is determined at every moment. We have seen that man is not responsible in respect to intellectual capacities received at birth nor in respect to the upbringing, bad or good, which he received before the age of manhood or at least before the age of puberty. But then we arrive at a point where man becomes aware of himself, when, endowed with the intellectual and moral qualities already inculcated through the education received from the outside, he becomes to some extent his own creator, evidently being able himself to develop, expand, and strengthen his will and intelligence. Is a man to be held accountable if he fails to make use of this inner possibility? But how can he be held accountable? It is evident that at the moment when he finds himself capable or morally obligated to make this resolution to work upon himself, he has not yet launched upon this spontaneous, inner work which will make him to some degree his own creator. At that moment he is nothing else but the product of external influences which led him to that point. Hence, the resolution which he is about to make will depend not upon the power of the self-acquired will and thought, inasmuch as his own work has not yet started, but upon that which nature and his education has already given him and which is independent of his own resolutions. The resolution, whether good or bad, which he is about to make, will be the effect or immediate product of nature and his education, for which he is not responsible. So it follows that such a resolution does not in any way imply responsibility on the part of the individual making it. Universal inevitability rules human will. It is evident that the idea of human responsibility, an altogether relative idea, cannot be applied to man taken in isolation and considered as an individual in a state of nature, detached from the collective development of society. Viewed as such in the presence of that universal causality, in the midst of which all that which exists is at the same time the cause and effect, the creator and the creature, every man appears to us at every moment of his life as a being who is absolutely determined and incapable of breaking or even interrupting the universal flow of life, and consequently is divested of all juridical responsibility. With all the self-consciousness produced within him by the mirage of a sham spontaneity, and notwithstanding his will and intelligence, which are the indispensable conditions for building up his liberty against the external world, including the men which surround him, man, like all the animals on this earth, remains nevertheless in absolute subjection to the universal inevitability governing the world. 7. 10. Religion in man's life. The genesis of faith in God should be the object of rational study. To people who think logically and whose minds function on the level of modern science, this unity of the universe and being has become a well-established fact. One must, however, recognize that this fact, which is so simple and self-evident that anything opposed to it appears absurd to us, finds itself in flagrant contradiction to the universal consciousness of humanity. The latter, manifesting itself in the course of history in widely diverse forms, has always unanimously recognized the existence of two distinct worlds, the spiritual and material world, and the divine and real world. Beginning with the crass fetishists who worshipped in the world surrounding them the action of a supernatural power embodied in some material object, All peoples have believed and still believe in the existence of some kind of divinity. This overwhelming unanimity, in the opinion of many people, carry less more weight than the proofs of science, and if the logic of a small number of consistent but isolated thinkers contradicts this universal assent, the worse these people declare, for this logic. Thus the antiquity and universality of the belief in God have become, contrary to all science and logic, irrefutable proofs of the existence of God. But why should it be so? Until the age of Copernicus and Galileo the whole world, with the exception of the Pythagoreans, believed that the sun revolved around the earth. Did the universality of such a belief prove the validity of its assumptions? Beginning with the origin of historic society down to our own period, a small conquering minority has been and still is exploiting the forced labor of the masses of workers, slaves or wage earners. Does it follow that the exploitation of the labor of someone else by parasites is not an iniquity, robbery, and theft? Here are two examples which show that the arguments of our deists are utterly worthless. And, indeed, there is nothing more universal, more ancient, than absurdity. It is truth, on the contrary, that is relatively much younger, always being the result, the product, of historic development, and never its starting point. For man, by origin the cousin, if not the direct descendant of the gorilla, started out with the dark night of animal instinct in order to arrive at the broad daylight of reason. This fully accounts for his past absurdities and partly consoles us for his present errors. Man's whole historic development is simply a process of progressive removal from pure animality through the creation of his humanity. Hence it follows that the antiquity of an idea, far from proving anything in favor of it, should on the contrary arouse our suspicions. As to the universality of a fallacy, it proves only one thing: the identity of human nature at all times and in every climate. And since all peoples have at all times believed in and still believe in God, we must conclude, without letting ourselves be taken in by this questionable concept, which to our mind cannot prevail against logic nor science, that the idea of divinity, which no doubt we ourselves produced, is a necessary error in the development of humanity. We must ask ourselves how and why it came into existence, and why it is still necessary for the great majority of the human species. 1. Study of origin of religion as important as critical analysis of it. Not until we account to ourselves for the manner in which the idea of the supernatural or divine world came into existence, and necessarily had to make its appearance in the natural development of the human mind and human society, not until that time, strong as may be our scientific conviction as to the absurdity of this idea, shall we ever be able to destroy it in the opinion of the majority. And without this knowledge we shall never be able to attack it in the depths of the human being where it took root. Condemned to a fruitless and endless struggle, we would forever have to content ourselves with fighting it solely on the surface, in its countless manifestations, the absurdity of which is no sooner beaten down by the blows of common sense than it will reappear in a new and no less nonsensical form. While the root of the belief in God remains intact, it will never fail to bring forth new offshoots. Thus, for instance, in certain circles of civilized society, spiritualism tends to establish itself up in the ruins of Christianity. 2. How could the idea of dualism ever arise? More than ever are we convinced of the urgent necessity of solving the following question. Since man forms one whole with nature and is but the material product of an indefinite quantity of exclusively material causes, how did this duality, the assumed existence of two opposite worlds, one spiritual, the other material, one divine, the other natural, ever come into existence, become established, and take such deep roots in human consciousness? 3. The spring source of religion. The incessant action and reaction of the whole upon every single point, and the reciprocal action of every single point upon the whole, constitutes, as we have already said, the life, the supreme and generic law, and the totality of worlds which always produces and is produced at the same time. Everlastingly active and all-powerful, this universal solidarity, this mutual causality, which henceforth we shall designate by the term nature, created among the countless number of other worlds our earth, with its hierarchy of beings, from the minerals up to man. It constantly reproduces those beings, develops them, feeds and preserves them, and when their time comes, or frequently before their time arrives, it destroys, or rather transforms, them into other beings. It is then the almighty power against which no independence or autonomy is possible. It is the supreme being which embraces and permeates by its irresistible action the existence of all beings. Among living beings there is not one that does not carry within himself in a more or less developed form the feeling or the perception of this supreme influence and of this absolute dependence. 4. The essence of religion is the feeling of absolute dependence upon eternal nature. Religion, like all other human things, as one can see, has its primary source in animal life. It is impossible to say that any animal, apart from man, has anything approaching definite religion, for even the crudest religion presupposes a degree of reflection to which no animal except man has yet risen. But it is likewise impossible to deny that the existence of all the animals, with no exceptions, reveals all the constitutive elements, the materials, so to speak, of religion, excepting of course that ideal aspect thought, which sooner or later will destroy it. And, indeed, what is the real substance of all religion? It is precisely this feeling of the absolute dependence of the ephemeral individual upon eternal and all-powerful nature. Instinctive fear is the beginning of religion. It is difficult for us to observe this feeling and analyze all of its manifestations in the animals of the lower species. We can say, however, that the instinct of self-preservation, which is found in even the relatively poorest animal organizations, is a sort of common wisdom engendered in everyone under the influence of a feeling which, as we have stated, is in effect religious in its nature. In animals endowed with a more complete organization and which are nearer to man, this feeling is manifested in a manner more perceptible to us, in the instinctive and panic fear, for example, which seizes them at the approach of some great natural catastrophe such as earth tremors, forest fires, or great storms. In general, one may say, fear is one of the predominant feelings in animal life. All animals living at large are shy, which proves that they live in a state of incessant, instinctive fear, so that they are always obsessed with the feeling of danger, that is to say, they are aware to some extent of an all-powerful influence which always and everywhere pursues, permeates, and encompasses them. This dread, the theologians would say the dread of God, is the beginning of the wisdom, i.e., of religion. But with animals it does not become religion because they lack the power of reflection which dictates the feeling, determines its object, and transmutes it into consciousness, into thought. Thus there is reason in this claim of man being religious by nature. He is religious like other animals, but only he, upon this earth, is conscious of his religion. Fear the first object of nascent reflective thought. Religion is said to be the first awakening of reason, yes, but in the form of unreason. Religion, as we observed just now, begins with fear. And indeed, man, awakening with the first rays of the inward sun which we call self-consciousness, and emerging slowly, step by step, from the somnambulistic half-dream, from the entirely instinctive existence which he led while still in the state of pure innocence, that is, in the animal state, in addition, having been leorn like all animals, with fear of the external world, which, it is true, produced and nourishes him, but which at the same time oppresses, crushes, and threatens to swallow him at every moment, man was bound to make this very fear the first object of his nascent reflective thought. It can be assumed that with primitive man, at the first awakening of his intelligence, this instinctive dread must have been stronger than with the animals of other species. First, because he was born worse equipped for the struggle than other animals, and because his childhood lasts much longer. And also because that very faculty of reflective thought, just emerging into the open and not yet reaching a degree of sufficient maturity and power to discern and make use of external objects, was bound to wrench man away from the union and instinctive harmony with nature in which, like his cousin, the gorilla, he had found himself prior to the awakening of his thought. Thus the power of reflection isolated him in the midst of this nature which, having become alien to him, was bound to appear through the prism of his imagination, stimulated and enlarged by the effect of this incipient reflection, as a somber and mysterious power, infinitely more hostile and menacing than in reality. The pattern of religious sensations among primitive peoples. It is exceedingly difficult, if not altogether impossible, to render to ourselves an exact account of the first religious sensations and imaginings of savages. In their details, they probably were just as diverse as the character of the various primitive tribes who experienced them, and as diverse as the climate, the habitat, and all the other circumstances in which they were developed. But since, after all, those sensations and fancies were human in character, they were bound, notwithstanding this great diversity of details, to have a few simple general points in common, which we shall attempt to determine. Whatever the origin of various human groups and of the separation of human races on this earth, whether all men had one Adam, a gorilla or the cousin of a gorilla, as ancestor, or whether they sprang from several such ancestors created by nature at different points and in different epochs quite independently of one another, the faculty which properly constitutes and creates the humanity of all men, reflection, the power of abstraction, reason, thought, in a word, the faculty of conceiving ideas, and the laws which determine the manifestation of this faculty, remain identical at all times and places. Everywhere and always they remain the same, so that no human development can run counter to these laws. This gives us the right to believe that the principal phases observed in the first religious development of one people are certain to reproduce themselves in the development of all other populations of the earth. Fetishism, the first religion, is a religion of fear. Judging by the unanimous reports of travelers who for centuries had been visiting the Oceanic Isles, or of those who in our day have penetrated the interior of Africa, fetishism must have been the first religion, the religion of all savage peoples, who are the least removed from the state of nature. But fetishism is simply a religion of fear. It is the first turn and expression of that sensation of absolute dependence, mingled with instinctive terror, which we find at the bottom of all animal life, and which, as we have said, constitutes the religious relation with all-powerful nature of the individual of even the lowest species. Who does not know of the influence exercised and the impression produced upon all living beings, not even excepting plants, by the great and regular phenomena of nature, such as the rising and setting of the sun, moonlight, the recurrence of the seasons, the succession of cold and heat, the particular and constant action of the ocean, of mountains, deserts, or natural catastrophes such as tempests, eclipses, and earthquakes, and also the varied and mutually destructive relations of animals among themselves and with the plant species. All these constitute for every animal a totality of conditions of existence, a specific character and nature of its own, and we are almost tempted to say, a particular cult, for in all animals, in all living beings, one can find a sort of nature worship, compounded of fear and joy, hope and anxiety, and in point of feeling greatly resembling human religion. Even invocation and prayer are not lacking. The difference between the religious feeling of man and animal. Consider the tame dog imploring his master for a caress or look. Isn't he the image of a man kneeling before his God? Doesn't that dog transfer, with his imagination and even with the rudiments of thought developed within him by experience, the omnipotence of nature besetting him to his master, just as man transfers it to God? What is the difference between the religious feeling of man and dog? It is not reflection as such, it is the degree of reflection, or rather the ability to establish and conceive it as an abstract thought, to generalize it by designating it with a name. Human speech having the particular characteristic that it expresses only a concept, an abstract generality, being incapable of naming the real things which act immediately upon our senses. And since speech and thought are two distinct but inseparable forms of one and the same act of human reflection, the latter, by establishing the object or terror and animal worship or of man's first natural cult, universalizes it, transforms it into an abstract entity, and seeks to designate it by name. The object really worshipped by any individual always remains the same. It is this stone, this piece of wood, but from the moment that it is named by a word, it becomes an object or an abstract notion, a piece of wood or a stone in general. Thus with the first awakening of thought manifested by speech begins the exclusively human world, the world of abstractions. The first stirrings of the faculty of abstraction. Owing to this faculty of abstraction, as we have already said, man, born in and produced by nature, creates for himself, under the conditions of that nature, a second existence conforming to his ideal and like himself capable of progressive development. 5 This faculty of abstraction, the source of all of our knowledge and ideas, is likewise the only cause of all human emancipations. But the first awakening of that faculty, which is nothing else but reason, does not immediately produce freedom. When it begins to work within man, slowly disengaging itself from the swaddling clothes of its animal instincts, it first manifests itself not in the form of reason reflection which recognizes its own activity and is consciously aware of it, but in the form of imaginative reflection, or of unreason. As such it gradually delivers man from the natural slavery besetting him in his cradle, only to plunge him into immediate subjection to a new, thousandfold harsher, and more terrible slavery, the slavery of religion. Is fetishism a step backward, compared with the inchoate religious feelings of animals? It is this imaginative reflection of man which transforms the natural cult, elements and traces of which we have noted among all animals, into a human cult, in its most elementary form, that of fetishism. We have pointed out the example of animals instinctively worshipping the great phenomena of nature which actually exert upon their lives an immediate and powerful influence, but we have never heard of animals worshipping an inoffensive piece of wood, a dishcloth, a bone, or a stone, whereas we find that practice in the primitive religion of savages and even in Catholicism. How can one account for this to all appearances strange anomaly which, in respect to sound sense and the feeling of reality, shows man as being quite inferior to the most primitive animals? Imaginative reflection, the spring source of fetishistic religions. This absurdity is the product of the imaginative reflection of the savage. Not only does he feel the almighty power of nature as other animals do, but he makes it the object of constant reflection. He establishes and generalizes it by giving it some kind of a name. He makes it the focal center of his infantile fancies. Still unable to embrace with his paltry thought the universe, or our terrestrial sphere, or even the confined environment in which he lives, he seeks everywhere the whereabouts of this almighty power, of which the feeling, already reflected in his consciousness, continually besets him. And by the play of his ignorant fantasy, the workings of which would now be difficult to explain, he attaches this almighty power to this or that piece of wood, rag, or stone. That is pure fetishism, the most religious, that is to say, the most absurd religion of all. The sorcery cult. Following fetishism, or sometimes existing alongside of it, comes the sorcery cult. This cult, if not much more rational, is more natural than pure fetishism. It surprises us less than the latter because we are more used to it, being still surrounded by sorcerers, spiritualists, mediums, clairvoyants with their hypnotizers, and even priests of the Roman Catholic and the Greek Orthodox churches who pretend to have the power of compelling God, with the aid of a few mysterious formulas, to enter into holy water or to become transubstantiated into bread and wine. Are not all these subduers of divinity, which readily submits to their enchantments, also sorcerers of a kind? True, their divinity, the product of a development lasting several thousands of years, is much more complex than the divinity of primitive sorcery, whose only object is the idea of almighty power, already established by the imagination but still indeterminate in its connotation, whether of the moral or intellectual order. The distinction of good and bad, just and unjust, is still unknown. One is still in the dark as to what this divinity loves and hates, what it wants or does not want. It is neither good nor bad, it is just almighty power and nothing else but that. However, the character of the divinity begins to take on some outline. It is egoistical and vain, it loves flattery, genuflections, the humiliation and immolation of human beings, their adoration and sacrifices, and it cruelly persecutes and punishes those who don't want to submit to its will. THC rebels, the haughty ones, the impious. This, as is known, is the basic feature of divine nature in all the past and present gods created by human unreason. Did there ever exist in the world a being more atrociously jealous, vain, bloody, and egoistic than the Jewish Jehovah or God, the father of the Christians? The idea of God becomes separated from the sorcerer. In the cult of primitive sorcery, the divinity, or this indeterminate almighty power, appears at first as inseparable from the person of the sorcerer. He is God himself, like the fetish. But after a certain time, the role of the supernatural man, the man-God, becomes no longer tenable for the real man, especially for the savage, who has not yet found any means of refuge from the indiscreet questions of his believers. The sound sense, the practical spirit of the savage, which continues to develop parallel with his religious imagination, ends up by showing the impossibility of any man who is subject to human frailties and infirmities being a god. To him the sorcerer remains supernatural, but only for an instant, when the latter is possessed. Possessed by whom? By the almighty power, by God. The next phase, worship of natural phenomena as God. Hence the divinity is usually found outside of the sorcerer. But where is it to be sought? The fetish, the God thing, is already obsolete, and the sorcerer, the man-God, also is being lived down as a definite stage of religious experience. At a stage already advanced, developed, and enriched with cult, if not much more rational, is more natural than pure fetishism. It surprises us less than the latter because we are more used to it, being still surrounded by sorcerers, spiritualists, mediums, clairvoyants with their hypnotizers, and even priests of the Roman Catholic and the Greek Orthodox churches who pretend to have the power of compelling God, with the aid of a few mysterious formulas, to enter into holy water or to become transubstantiated into bread and wine. Are not all these subduers of divinity, which readily submits to their enchantments, also sorcerers of a kind? True, their divinity, the product of a development lasting several thousands of years, is much more complex than the divinity of primitive sorcery, whose only object is the idea of almighty power, already established by the imagination but still indeterminate in its connotation, whether of the moral or intellectual order. The distinction of good and bad, just and unjust, is still unknown. One is still in the dark as to what this divinity loves and hates, what it wants or does not want. It is neither good nor bad, it is just almighty power and nothing else but that. However, the character of the divinity begins to take on some outline. It is egoistical and vain, it loves flattery, genuflections, the humiliation and immolation of human beings, their adoration and sacrifices, and it cruelly persecutes and punishes those who don't want to submit to its will. THC rebels, the haughty ones, the impious. This, as is known, is the basic feature of divine nature in all the past and present gods created by human unreason. Did there ever exist in the world a being more atrociously jealous, vain, bloody, and egoistic than the Jewish Jehovah or God, the father of the Christians? The idea of God becomes separated from the sorcerer. In the cult of primitive sorcery, the divinity, or this indeterminate almighty power, appears at first as inseparable from the person of the sorcerer. He is God himself, like the fetish. But after a certain time, the role of the supernatural man, the man-God, becomes no longer tenable for the real man, especially for the savage, who has not yet found any means of refuge from the indiscreet questions of his believers. The sound sense, the practical spirit of the savage, which continues to develop parallel with his religious imagination, ends up by showing the impossibility of any man who is subject to human frailties and infirmities being a god. To him the sorcerer remains supernatural, but only for an instant, when the latter is possessed. Possessed by whom? By the almighty power, by God. The next phase, worship of natural phenomena as God. Hence the divinity is usually found outside of the sorcerer. But where is it to be sought? The fetish, the God thing, is already obsolete, and the sorcerer, the man-God, also is being lived down as a definite stage of religious experience. At a stage already advanced, developed, and enriched with exist for the animal, for unlike all the real objects which surround him, great or small, far or near, this representation is not given as an immediate perception to our senses. It is an abstract being, and therefore it can exist only through the abstract faculty, that is, for man only. Let us see then how it is formed within man. Man sees himself surrounded by external objects. He himself, inasmuch as he is a living being, is an object of his own thought. All these objects which he slowly and gradually learns to discern are interlinked by mutual, unvarying relations which he also will learn to comprehend to a greater or lesser extent, and still, notwithstanding these relations which bring them together without merging them into one, those objects remain apart from one another. Thus the external world presents to man only a diversity of countless objects, actions, separate and distinct relations, without the slightest semblance of unity. It is an endless juxtaposition, but it is not a totality. Whence comes unity? It lies in man's thought. Man's intelligence is endowed with an abstract faculty which enables him, after he has slowly gone over and examined separately, one after the other, a number of objects to comprehend them instantaneously in a single representation, to unite them in a single act of thought. Thus it is man's thought which creates unity and transfers it to the diversity of the external. God is the highest abstraction. It follows that this unity is not a concrete and real being, but an abstract being, produced only by the abstracting faculty of man. We say abstracting because, in order to unite so many different objects in a single representation, our thought must abstract all their differences, that is, their separate and real existence, and to retain only what they have in common. It follows that the greater the number of objects comprehended by this conceptual unity, the more extensive its sweep, which constitutes its positive determination, the more abstract it becomes and the more it is stripped of reality. Life with all its exuberance and transitory magnificence is to be found below, in diversity. Death with its eternal and sublime monotony is high above, in unity. Try to rise higher and higher through this power of abstraction, to go beyond this terrestrial world, embrace in one single thought the solar world. Imagine this sublime unity. What would remain to fill it up? The savage would find it difficult to answer such a question, but we shall answer it for him. There would remain matter with what we call the power of abstraction, matter in motion with its various phenomena such as light, heat, electricity, and magnetism, which are, as it has been proven, different manifestations of one and the same thing. But if, through the power of this boundless faculty of abstraction, which knows no limit, you rise still higher, above, the solar world, and you unite in your thought not only the millions of suns which we see shining in the firmament, but also the myriads of invisible solar systems the existence of which we infer by our thought, by the same reason which, knowing no limits to the working of its abstracting faculty, refuses to believe that the universe, that is to say, the totality of all the existing worlds, may have a limit or an end, and then abstracting from it, by the same thought, the particular existence of every one of the existing worlds. When you try to visualize the unity of this infinite universe, what remains to determine it and fill it up? Only one word, one abstraction, the indeterminate being, that is, immobility, the void, absolute nothingness, God. God is then the absolute abstraction, the product of human thought itself, which, like the power of abstraction, has passed beyond all the known beings, all the existing worlds, and, having divested itself by this act from all real content, having arrived at nothing else but the absolute world, it poses before itself, without, however, recognizing itself in this sublime nudity, as the one and only Supreme Being. 6. 11. Man had to look for God within himself. God's attributes. In all the religions which divide the world among themselves and which have a more or less developed theology, except Buddhism, the strange doctrine of which, completely misunderstood by its hundreds of millions of followers, established a religion without God, in all the systems of metaphysics, God appears to us above all as a supreme being, eternally pre-existent and predetermining, containing in himself the thought and the generating will anterior to all existence, the source and eternal cause of all creation, immutable and always equal to himself in the universal movement of created worlds. As we have already seen, this God is not found in the real universe, at least not in that portion of it which lies within the reach of man's knowledge. Not having been able to find God outside of himself, man had to look for him within himself. How did he look for him? By disregarding all living and real things, all visible and known worlds. But we have seen that at the end of this fruitless journey, man's abstracting faculty or action finds only a single object, itself, divested of all content and deprived of all movement. It finds itself as an abstraction, as an absolutely immovable and absolutely empty being. We would say, absolute non-being. But religious fantasy says, the Supreme Being, God. Man found God and became its creature. Besides, as we have observed earlier, it was led to this abstraction by taking the example of the difference or even the opposition which reflection, already developed to this point, begins to establish between the external man, his body, and his inner world, comprising his thought and will, the human soul. Not being aware, of course, that the latter is nothing but the product and the last, always renewed, expression of man's organism, seeing, on the contrary, that in daily life the body seems always to obey the suggestions of thought and will, and therefore assuming that the soul is, if not the creator, at least the master of the body, which therefore has no other mission than that of ministering to it and giving it outward expression, the religious man, from the moment that, owing to his faculty of abstraction, he arrived, in the manner we have just described, at the conception of a universal and supreme being, which is no other thing than this power of abstraction positing itself as its own object, made of it the soul of the whole universe, God. The created thing becomes the creator. Thus the true God, the universal, external, immutable God created by the twofold action of religious imagination and man's abstractive faculty, was posited for the first time in history. But from the moment that God became known and established, man, forgetting or rather not being aware of the action of his own brain which created this God, and not being able to recognize himself any longer in his own creation, the universal abstraction, began to worship it. Thus the respective roles of man and God underwent a change, the thing created became the presumed and true creator, and man took his place among other miserable creatures, as one of them, though hardly more privileged than the rest. The logical implications of the recognition of God. Once God has been posited, the subsequent progressive development of various theologies can be explained naturally as the reflection of the development of humanity in history. For as soon as the idea of a supernatural and supreme being had got hold of man's imagination and established itself as his religious conviction, to the extent that the reality of this being appeared to him more certain than that of real things to be seen and touched with his hands, it began to appear natural to him that this idea should become the principal basis of all human experience, and that it should modify, permeate, and dominate it absolutely. Immediately the Supreme Being appeared to him as the absolute master, as thought, will, the source of everything, as the creator and regulator of all things. Nothing could rival him, and everything had to vanish in his presence since the truth of everything resided in him alone, and every particular being, man included, powerful as it might appear, could exist henceforth only with God's sanction. All that, however, is entirely logical, for otherwise God would not be the supreme, all-powerful, absolute being, that is to say, he could not exist at all. God is a robber. Henceforth, as a natural consequence, man attributed to God all the qualities, forces, and virtues which he gradually discovered in himself or in his surroundings. We have seen that God, posited as a supreme being, is simply an absolute abstraction, devoid of all reality, content, and determination, and that he is naked and null like nothingness itself. And as such he fills and enriches himself with all the realities of the existing world, and though only its abstraction he appears to the religious fantasy as its lord and master. Hence it follows that God is the absolute despoiler and that since anthropomorphism is the very essence of all religion, heaven, the habitation of the immortal gods, is nothing but a crooked mirror which sends back to the believing man his own image in a reversed and swollen form. Religion distorts natural trends. But the action of religion consists not only in that it takes away from the earth its richness and natural powers, and from man his faculties and virtues in the measure that he discovers them in his historic development, in order to transfer them to heaven and transmute them into so many divine beings or attributes. In effecting this transformation, religion radically changes the nature of those powers and qualities, and it falsifies and corrupts them, giving them a direction that is diametrically opposed to their original trend. Divine love and justice become scourges of humanity. Thus man's reason, the only organ which he possesses for the discernment of truth, in becoming divine reason, ceases to be intelligible and imposes itself upon believers as a revelation of the absurd. It is thus that respect for heaven is translated into contempt for the earth, and adoration of divinity into disparagement of humanity. Man's love, the immense natural solidarity which interlinks all individuals, all peoples, and, rendering the happiness and liberty of everyone dependent upon the liberty and happiness of others, must unite all of them sooner or later, in spite of differences of race and color, into one brotherly commune. This love, transmuted into divine love and religious charity, forthwith becomes the scourge of humanity. All the blood shed in the name of religion from the beginning of history, and the millions of human victims immolated for the greater glory of God, bear witness to it. And finally, justice itself, the future mother of equality, once carried over by religious fantasy into celestial regions and transformed into divine justice, immediately comes back to the earth in the theological form of divine grace, and always and everywhere siding with the strongest. It sows among men only violence, privileges, monopolies, and all the monstrous inequalities consecrated by historic right. The historic necessity of religion. We do not pretend therewith to deny the historic necessity of religion, nor do we affirm that it has been an absolute evil in history. If it is such an evil, it was, and unfortunately still is, an inevitable evil for the vast ignorant majority of humanity, being just as inevitable as errors and divagations were in the development of all human faculties. Religion, as we have said, is the first awakening of man's reason in the form of divine unreason. It is the first gleam of human truth through the divine veil of falsehood, the first manifestation of human morality, of justice and right through the historic iniquities of divine grace, and, finally, it is the apprenticeship of liberty under the humiliating and painful yoke of divinity, a yoke which in the long run will have to be broken in order to conquer in fact the reasonable reason, the true truth, the full justice, and real liberty. Religion the first step toward humanity. In religion, man the animal, in emerging from bestiality, makes the first step toward humanity, but so long as he remains religious he will never attain his aim, for every religion condemns him to absurdity, and, misdirecting his steps, makes him seek the divine instead of the human. Through religion, peoples who have scarcely freed themselves from natural slavery, in which other animal species are deeply sunk, forthwith relapse into a new slavery, into bondage to strong men and castes privileged by divine election. All the religions with their gods were never anything else but the creation of the credulous fantasy of men who had not yet reached the level of pure reflection and free thought based upon science. Consequently, the religious heaven was nothing but a mirage in which man, exalted by faith, so long ago encountered his own image, one, however, that was enlarged and reversed, that is, deified. The history of religions, of the grandeur and decline of the gods succeeding one another, is therefore nothing but the history of the development of the collective intelligence and consciousness of mankind. In the measure that they discovered in themselves or in external nature a power, a capacity, or any kind of quality, they attributed these to their gods, after exaggerating and enlarging them beyond measure, as children do, by an act of religious fantasy. Thus, owing to this modesty and generosity of men, heaven waxed rich with the spoils of earth, and, by natural consequence, the richer heaven grew, the more wretched humanity became. Once installed, God was naturally proclaimed the master, the source, and disposer of all things. The real world was nothing but his reflection, and man, his unconscious creator, bowed down before him, avowing himself God's creature and slave. Christianity is the absolute and final religion. Christianity is precisely the religion par excellence, because it exhibits and manifests the very nature and essence of every religion, which are systematic, absolute impoverishment, enslavement, and abasement of humanity for the benefit of divinity, the supreme principle not only of every religion but of all metaphysics, and of the deistic and the pantheistic schools alike. God being everything, the real world and man are nothing. God being truth, justice, and infinite life, man is falsehood, iniquity, and death. God being master, man is the slave. Incapable of finding for himself the road to truth and justice, he has to receive them as a revelation from above, through intermediaries elected and sent by divine grace. But whoever says revelation says revealers, prophets, and priests, and these, once recognized as God's representatives on earth, as teachers and leaders of humanity toward eternal life, receive thereby the mission of directing, governing, and commanding it in its earthly existence. All men owe them faith and absolute obedience. Slaves of God, men must also be slaves of the Church and the state, insofar as the latter is consecrated by the Church. Of all the religions that existed and still exist, Christianity was the only one that understood this fact perfectly, and among all the Christian sects it was the Roman Catholic Church that proclaimed and carried it out with rigorous consistency. That is why Christianity is the absolute religion, the final religion, and why the Apostolic and Roman Church is the only consistent, legitimate, and divine Church. With all due deference to all the semi-philosophers, and to all the so-called religious thinkers, we say, the existence of God implies the abdication of human reason and justice, it is the negation of human liberty, and it necessarily ends in both theoretical and practical slavery. God connotes the negation of liberty. And unless we desire slavery, we cannot and should not make the slightest concession to theology, for in this mystical and rigorously consistent alphabet, anyone starting with A must inevitably arrive at Z, and anyone who wants to worship God must renounce his liberty and human dignity. God exists, hence man is a slave. Man is intelligent, just, free, hence God does not exist. We defy anyone to avoid this circle, and now let all choose. 2. Religion is always allied with tyranny. In addition, history shows us that the preachers of all religions, except those of the persecuted churches, were allied with tyranny. And even the persecuted priests, while combating and cursing the powers that persecuted them, were they not at the same time disciplining their own believers and thus laying the ground for a new tyranny? Intellectual slavery, of whatever nature it may be, will always have as a natural result both political and social slavery. At the present time Christianity, in its various forms, and along with it the doctrinaire and deistic metaphysics which sprang from Christianity and which essentially is nothing but theology in disguise, are without doubt the most formidable obstacles to the emancipation of society. The proof of this is that all the governments, all the statesmen of Europe, who are neither metaphysicians, nor theologians, nor deists, and who at heart believe in neither God nor devil, passionately and obstinately defend metaphysics as well as religion, and any sort of religion, so long as it teaches, as all of them do in any case, patience, resignation, and submission. Religion must be combated. The obstinacy with which the statesmen defend religion proves how necessary it is to combat and overthrow it. Is it necessary to recall here to what extent religious influences demoralize and corrupt the people? They destroy their reason, the chief instrument of human emancipation, and by filling man's mind with divine absurdities, they reduce the people to imbecility, which is the foundation of slavery. They kill man's working energy, which is his greatest glory and salvation, work being the act by which man becomes a creator, by which he fashions his world. It is the foundation and the condition of human existence and likewise the means whereby man wins at the same time his liberty and his human dignity. Religion destroys this productive power in people by inculcating disdain for earthly life in comparison with celestial beatitude and indoctrinating the people with the idea that work is a curse or a deserved punishment while idleness is a divine privilege. Religions kill in man the idea of justice, that strict guardian of brotherhood and the supreme condition of peace, ever tipping the balance on the side of the strongest, who are always the privileged objects of divine solitude, grace, and benediction. And, finally, religion destroys in men their humanity, replacing it in their hearts with divine cruelty. Religions are founded on blood. All religions are founded on blood, for all, as is known, rest essentially on the idea of sacrifice, that is, on the perpetual immolation of humanity to the insatiable vengeance of divinity. In this bloody mystery man is always the victim, and the priest, a man also, but one privileged by grace, is the divine executioner. That explains why the priests of all religions, the best, the most humane, the gentlest, almost always have at the bottom of their hearts, and if not in their hearts, in their minds and imaginations, and we know the influence exercised by either upon the hearts of men, something cruel and bloody. And that is why whenever the question of abolishing capital punishment comes up for discussion, the priests, of the Roman Catholic, Russian, and Greek Orthodox, and the Protestant churches, are unanimously for preserving this punishment. Triumph of humanity incompatible with survival of religion. The Christian religion, more than any other religion, was founded upon blood, and was historically baptized in it. One can count the millions of victims which this religion of love and forgiveness has sacrificed to the vengeance of its God. Let us recall the tortures which it invented and inflicted upon its victims. And has it now become more gentle and humane? Not at all. Shaken by indifference and skepticism, it has merely become powerless, or rather less powerful, for unfortunately even now it is not altogether deprived of its power to cause harm. Observe it in the countries where, galvanized by reactionary passions, it gives the outward impression of coming to life again. Is not its first motto vengeance and blood, and its second the abdication of human reason, and slavery its conclusion? While Christianity and the Christian preachers, or any other divine religion for that matter, continue exercising the slightest influence upon the masses of the people, reason, liberty, humanity, and justice will never triumph on the earth. For so long as the masses of the people are sunk in religious superstition, they will always be a pliable instrument in the hands of all despotic powers leagued against the emancipation of humanity. That is why it is of the utmost importance to free the masses from religious superstition, not only because of our love for them, but for our own sake, in order to save our own liberty and security. This aim, however, can be attained only in two ways, through rational science and through the propaganda of socialism. 3. Only social revolution can destroy religion. It is not the propaganda of free thought that will be able to kill religion in the minds of the people. The propaganda of free thought is certainly very useful, it is indispensable as an excellent means of converting individuals of advanced, progressive visives. But it will hardly be able to make a breach in the people's ignorance because religion is not only an aberration or a deviation of thought but it still retains its special character of a natural, living, powerful protest on the part of the masses against their narrow and wretched lives. The people go to church as they go to a pothouse, in order to stupefy themselves, to forget their misery, to see themselves in their imagination, for a few minutes at least, free and happy as others, the well-to-do people. Give them a human existence, and they will never go into a pothouse or a church. And it is only the social revolution that can and shall give them such an existence. 4. 12. Ethics, divine or bourgeois morality. The dialectics of religion. Religion, as we have said, is the first awakening of human reason in the form of divine unreason. It is the first gleam of human truth through the divine veil of falsehood, the first manifestation of human morality, of justice and right, through the historic iniquities of divine grace. And, finally, it is the apprenticeship of liberty under the humiliating and painful yoke of divinity, a yoke which in the long run will have to be broken in order to conquer in fact reasonable reason, true truth, full justice, and real liberty. Religion inaugurates a new bondage in place of natural slavery. In religion, man, the animal, in emerging from bestiality, makes his first step toward humanity, but so long as he remains religious, he will never attain his aim, for every religion condemns him to absurdity, and, misdirecting his steps, makes him seek the divine instead of the human. Through religion, peoples who have scarcely freed themselves from natural slavery in which other animal species are deeply sunk, forthwith relapse into a new slavery, into bondage to strong men and castes privileged by divine election. Gods as founders of states. One of the principal attributes of the immortal gods consists, as we know, in their acting as legislators for human society, as founders of the state. Man, so nearly all religions maintain, were he left to himself, would be incapable of discerning good from evil, the just from the unjust. Thus it was necessary that the divinity itself, in one or another manner, should descend upon earth to teach man and establish civil and political order in human society. Whence follows this triumphant conclusion, that all laws and established powers consecrated by heaven must be obeyed, always and at any price. Morality rooted in the animal nature of man. This is very convenient for the rulers but very inconvenient for the governed. And since we belong with the latter, we have a particular interest in closely examining this old tenet, which was instrumental in imposing slavery upon us, in order to find a way of freeing ourselves from its yoke. The question has now become exceedingly simple, God not having any existence at all, or being only the creation of our abstractive faculty, united in first wedlock with the religious feeling that has come down to us from our animal stage, God being only a universal abstraction, incapable of movement and action of his own, absolute non-being, imagined as absolute being and endowed with life only by religious fantasy, absolutely void of all content and enriched only with the realities of earth, rendering back to man that of which he had robbed him only in a denaturalized, corrupted, divine form. God can neither be good nor wicked, neither just or unist. He is not capable of desiring, of establishing anything, for in reality he is nothing, and becomes everything only by an act of religious credulity. The root of ideas of justice and good. Consequently, if this credulity discovered in God the ideas of justice and good, it was only because it had unconsciously endowed him with it. It gave, while it believed itself to be the recipient. But man cannot endow God with those attributes unless he himself possesses them. Where did he find them? In himself, of course. But whatever man has came down to him from his animal stage, his spirit being simply the unfolding of his animal nature. Thus the idea of justice and good, like all other human things, must have had their root in man's very animality. 1. Basis of morality is to be found only in society. The common and basic error of all the idealists, an error which flows logically from their whole system, is to seek the basis of morality in the isolated individual, whereas it is found, and can only be found, in associated individuals. In order to prove it, we shall begin by doing justice, once and for all, to the isolated or absolute individual of the idealists. The solitary individual is a fiction. This solitary and abstract individual is just as much of a fiction as is God. Both were created simultaneously by the fantasy of believers or by childish reason, not by reflective, experimental, and critical reason, but at first by the imaginative reason of the people, later developed, explained, and dogmatized by the theological and metaphysical theorists of the idealist school. Both representing abstractions that are devoid of any content and incompatible with any kind of reality, they end in mere nothingness. I believe I have already proved the immorality of the God fiction. Now I want to analyze the fiction, immoral as it is absurd, of this absolute and abstract human individual whom the moralists of the idealist school take as the basis of their political and social theories. The self-contradictory character of the idea of an isolated individual. It will not be very difficult for me to prove that the human individual whom they love and extol is a thoroughly immoral being. It is personified egoism, a being that is preeminently antisocial. Since he is endowed with an immortal soul, he is infinite and self-sufficient, consequently, he does not stand in need of anyone, not even God, and all the less of other men. Logically he should not endure, alongside or above him, the existence of an equal or superior individual, immortal and infinite to the same extent or to a larger degree than himself. By right he should be the only man on the earth, and even more than that, he should be able to declare himself the sole being, the whole world. For infinity, when it meets anything outside of itself, meets a limit, is no more infinity, and when two infinities meet, they cancel each other. The contradictory logic of the self-sufficient individual can be overcome only by the materialist point of view. Why do the theologians and metaphysicians, who otherwise have proven themselves subtle logicians, let themselves run into this inconsistency by admitting the existence of many equally immortal men, that is to say, equally infinite, and above them the existence of a God who is immortal and infinite to a still higher degree? They were driven to it by the absolute impossibility of denying the real existence, the mortality as well as the mutual independence of millions of human beings who have lived and still live upon the earth. This is a fact which, much against their will, they cannot deny. Logically they should have inferred from this fact that souls are not immortal, that by no means do they have a separate existence from their mortal and bodily exterior, and that in limiting themselves and finding themselves in mutual dependence upon one another, in meeting outside of themselves an infinity of diverse objects, human individuals, like everything else existing in this world, are transitory, limited, and finite beings. But in recognizing that, they would have to renounce the very basis of their ideal theories, they would have to raise the banner of pure materialism or experimental and rational science. And they are called upon to do it by the mighty voice of the century. Idealists escape from reality into contradictions of metaphysics. They remain deaf to that voice. Their nature of inspired men, of prophets, doctrinaires, and priests, and their minds, impelled by the subtle falsehoods of metaphysics, and accustomed to the twilight of idealistic fancies, rebel against frank conclusions and the full daylight of simple truth. They have such a horror of it that they prefer to endure the contradiction which they themselves have created by this absurd fiction of an immortal soul, or hold it their duty to seek its solution in a new absurdity, the fiction of God. From the point of view of theory, God is in reality nothing else but the last refuge and the supreme expression of all the absurdities and contradictions of idealism. In theology, which represents metaphysics in its childish and naive stage, God appears as the basis and the first cause of the absurd, but in metaphysics, in the proper meaning of the word, that is to say, in a refined and rationalized theology, he, on the contrary, constitutes the last instance and the supreme recourse, in the sense that all the contradictions which seem to be insoluble in the real world, find their explanation in God and through God, that is, through an absurdity enveloped as much as possible in rational appearance. The idea of God is the only solution of contradictions. The existence of a personal God and the immortality of the soul are inseparable fictions, they are two poles of one and the same absolute absurdity, one evoking the other and vainly seeking in the other its explanation and its reason for being. Thus, to the evident contradiction between the assumed infinity of every man and the real fact of the existence of many men, and therefore an infinite number of beings who find themselves outside of one another, thereby necessarily limiting one another, between their mortality and their immortality, Between their natural dependence and absolute independence of one another, the idealists have only one answer: God. If this answer does not explain anything to you, if it does not satisfy you, the worse it is for you. They have no other explanation to offer. 2. The fiction of individual morality is the negation of all morality. The fiction of the immortality of the soul and the fiction of individual morality, which is its necessary consequence, are the negation of all morality. And in this respect one has to render justice to the theologians, who, being more consistent and more logical than the metaphysicians, boldly deny what in the general acceptance is now called independent morality, declaring with much reason that once the immortality of the soul and the existence of God are admitted, one also must recognize that there can be only one single morality, that is, the divine revealed law, religious morality, the bond existing between the immortal soul and God, through God's grace. Outside of this irrational, miraculous, and mystic bond, the only holy and saving bond, and outside of the consequences that it entails for men, all the other bonds are null and insignificant. Divine morality is the absolute negation of human morality. The egoism of Christian morality. Divine morality found its perfect expression in the Christian maxim, "Thou shalt love God more than thyself and thou shalt love thy neighbor as much as thyself," which implies the sacrifice of both oneself and one's neighbor to God. One can admit the sacrifice of oneself, this being an obvious act of sheer folly, but the sacrifice of one's fellow man is from the human point of view absolutely immoral. And why am I forced toward this inhuman sacrifice? For the salvation of my own soul. That is the last word of Christianity. Thus in order to please God and save my soul, I have to sacrifice my fellow man. This is absolute egoism. This egoism, by no means destroyed or diminished but only disguised in Catholicism by its forced collective character in the authoritarian, hierarchic, and despotic unity of the Church, appears in all its cynical frankness in Protestantism, which is a sort of religious let her and save himself who can. Egoism is the basis of idealistic systems. The metaphysicians in their turn try to mitigate this egoism, which is the inherent and fundamental principle of all idealistic doctrines, by speaking very little, as little as possible, of man's relations with God, while dealing at length with the relations of men to one another. That is not so nice, candid, or logical on their part. For, once the existence of God is admitted, it becomes necessary to recognize the relations of man to God. And one has to recognize that in the face of those relations to the absolute and supreme being, all other relations necessarily take on the character of mere pretense. Either God is no God at all, or his presence absorbs and destroys everything. The contradictions in the metaphysical theory of morality. Thus metaphysicians seek morality in the relations of men among themselves, and at the same time they claim that morality is an absolutely individual fact, a divine law written in the heart of every man, independently of his relations with other human individuals. Such is the ineradicable contradiction upon which the moral theory of the idealists is based. Since prior to entering into any relation with society and therefore independently of any influence which society exerts upon me, I already bear within me the moral law inscribed by God himself in my heart. This moral law must necessarily be strange and indifferent, if not hostile, to my existence in society. It cannot have as its concern my relations with men, it can only determine my relations with God, as it is quite logically affirmed by theology. So far as men are concerned, from the point of view of this law, they are perfect strangers to me. And inasmuch as the moral law is formed and inscribed in my heart apart from my relations with men, it therefore has nothing to do with them. The moral law is not an individual but a social fact. But, we are told, this law specifically commands us to love people as ourselves because they are our fellow creatures, and not to do anything to them which we would not like to have done to ourselves, and in our relations with them to observe equality, justice, and identical morality. To this I shall answer that if it is true that the moral law contains such a commandment, I must hence conclude that it was not created nor inscribed in my heart. For it necessarily presupposes an existence preceding in time my relations with other men, my fellow creatures, and so it did not create those relations, but, having found them already established, it only regulates them, and is in a certain way their developed manifestation, explanation, and product. It follows that the moral law is not an individual but a social fact, a creation of society. The doctrine of innate moral ideas. Were it otherwise, the moral law inscribed in my heart would be an absurdity. It would regulate my relations with beings with whom I have no relations and of whose very existence I am completely unaware. The metaphysicians have an answer to this. They say that every human individual, when he is born, brings with him this law inscribed by God's hand in his heart, but that this law is at first found in a latent state, in a state of mere potentiality, unrealized or unmanifested for the individual himself, who cannot realize it and who succeeds in deciphering it within himself only by developing in the society of his fellow creatures, in a word, that he becomes conscious of this law which is inherent in him only through his relations with other men. The Platonic soul. This plausible, if not judicious, explanation leads us to the doctrine of innate ideas, feelings, and principles. It is an old familiar doctrine. The human soul, immortal and infinite in its essence, but corporeally determined, limited, weighed down, and so to speak blinded and debased in its real existence, contains all those eternal and divine principles, without, however, being consciously aware of them. Since it is immortal, it necessarily had to be eternal in the past as well as in the future. For if it had a beginning, it is inevitably bound to have an end, and therefore can by no means be immortal. What was its nature? What had it been doing during all the time it had left behind it? Only God knows that. As for the soul itself, it does not remember, it is clearly ignorant of this alleged previous existence. It is a great mystery, full of crying contradictions, and in order to solve it one has to turn to the supreme contradiction, God himself. At any rate, the soul, without being aware of it, carries within some mysterious portion of its being all these divine principles. But, lost in its earthly body, brutalized by the grossly material conditions of its birth and its existence upon the earth, it is no more capable of conceiving them, or even of bringing them back into its memory. It is as if it had never possessed them at all. The soul is stirred into self-awareness. But here a multitude of human souls, all equally immortal in their essence and all equally brutalized, debased, and materialized by their earthly existence, meet one another as members of human society. At first they recognize one another so little that one materialized soul devours another. Cannibalism, as we know, was the first human practice. Then, continuing to wage their fierce wars, every one of them strives to enslave the others. This is the long period of slavery, which is still far from having drawn to an end. Neither cannibalism nor slavery reveals any traces of divine principles. But in this incessant struggle of peoples and men against one another which constitutes history and which has resulted in immeasurable sufferings, the souls gradually begin to stir from their torpor, begin to come into their own, recognize themselves, and get an ever deeper knowledge of their intimate being. In addition, roused and provoked by one another, they begin to recollect themselves, at first in a form of presentiment, and then in glimpses, finally grasping ever more clearly the principles which God from time immemorial had traced with his own hand. Discovery and dissemination of divine truths of morality. This awakening and recollection take place at first not in the more infinite and immortal souls. That would be absurd since infinity does not admit of any comparative degrees. The soul of the worst idiot is just as infinite and immortal as that of the greatest genius. It takes place in the less grossly materialized souls, which are therefore the most capable of awakening and recollecting themselves. These are men of genius, inspired by God, men of divine revelation, legislators and prophets. Once these great and saintly men, illumined and inspired by the Spirit, without whose aid nothing great or good is done in this world, have discovered within themselves one of those divine truths which every man subconsciously carries within his own soul, it naturally becomes easier for the more grossly materialized souls to make the same discovery within themselves. It is thus that every great truth, all the eternal principles which manifested themselves at first in history as divine revelations, are later reduced to truths which no doubt are divine but which nevertheless everyone can and should find in himself and recognize as the basis of his own infinite essence or his immortal soul. This explains how a truth, at first revealed by one man, spreads outwardly little by little, makes converts, few in number at the start and usually persecuted, as well as the master himself, by the masses, and by the official representatives of society, and then, spreading more and more because of those persecutions, it ends up by getting hold sooner or later of the collective mind. After having been an exclusively individual truth, it finally is changed into a socially accepted truth, actualized, for good or evil, in the public and private institutions of society. It becomes law. The metaphysical theory of morality is old theology in disguise. Such is the general theory of the moralists of the metaphysical school. At first sight, as I have already said, it appears to be a quite plausible theory, seemingly successful in reconciling the most disparate things, divine revelation and human reason, immortality and the absolute independence of individuals, with their mortality and their absolute dependence, individualism, and socialism. But when we examine this theory and its consequences, we can easily see that this is only an apparent reconciliation revealing under the false face of rationalism and socialism the old triumph of divine absurdity over human reason, and individual egoism over social solidarity. In the last instance, it leads to the absolute isolation of the individual and consequently to the negation of all morality. A social character of metaphysical morality. What we have to consider here is the moral consequences of this theory. Let us establish first that its morality, notwithstanding its socialistic appearance, is a deeply and exclusively individualistic morality. That having been established, it will not be difficult to prove that, such being its dominant character, it is in fact the negation of all morality. In this theory the immortal and individual soul of every man, which is infinite and absolutely complete in its essence, and as such not standing in need of anyone else, nor having to enter into any kind of interrelations in order to FMD its completion, finds itself at first imprisoned and as if annihilated in the mortal body. While in this fallen state, the reason for which probably will always remain unknown to us, the human mind being incapable of discovering those reasons which are to be found only in the absolute mystery, in God, reduced to this material state and to absolute dependence upon the external world, the human soul stands in need of society in order to wake up, to bring back to mind the memory of itself, to become aware of itself and of the divine principles which from time immemorial have been lodged in it by God and which constitute its true essence. Contemplation of divine absurdity. Such is the socialistic character and the socialistic aspect of this theory. The relations of man to men and of every human individual to the rest of his kind, in short, social life, appear only as a necessary means of development, as a bridge, and not as a goal. The absolute and final goal of every individual is himself. Apart from all the other human individuals, it is himself facing the absolute individuality, God. He needs other men in order to emerge from his state of near annihilation upon earth, in order to rediscover himself, to grasp again his immortal essence. But once he has found this essence, henceforth finding his source of life in that alone, he turns his back upon other people and sinks into contemplation of the mystical absurdity, into adoration of his God. 13. Ethics, exploitation of the masses. Self-sufficiency of the individual. If he, the human individual, still retains some relations with other people, it is not because of an ethical urge, and not because of his love for them, for we love only those whom we need or who need us. But a man who has just rediscovered his infinite and immortal essence, and who is complete in himself, stands in need of no one but God, who, because of the mystery, which only metaphysicians understand, seems to possess an infinity which is more infinite and an immortality which is more immortal than that of men. Henceforth, sustained by divine omniscience and omnipotence, the self-centered and free individual does not feel any more the need of associating with other men. And if he still continues to maintain relations with them, he does it only for two reasons. First, while he is still wrapped up in his mortal body, he has to eat, get clothes and shelter, and defend himself against external nature as well as against attacks by men, and if he is a civilized man, he stands in need of a certain minimum of material things which give him ease, comfort, and luxury, some of which, unknown to our ancestors, are now considered objects of prime necessity. Exploitation is the logical consequence of the idea of morally independent individuals. He could, of course, follow the example of the saints of past centuries and seclude himself in a cave, subsisting upon roots. But this does not appear to be to the taste of modern saints, who no doubt believe that material comfort is necessary for the salvation of the soul. Man thus cannot get along without those things. But those things can be produced only by the collective labor of men. The isolated labor of one man would not be able to produce 1/1,000,000th part thereof. So it follows that the individual in possession of his immortal soul and his inner liberty independent of society, the modern saint, has material need of society, without feeling the slightest need of society from a moral point of view. But how should we name relations which, being motivated only by material needs, are not sanctioned nor backed up by some moral need? Evidently there is only one name for it: exploitation. And, indeed, in the metaphysical morality and in the bourgeois society which, as we know, is based on this morality, every individual necessarily becomes the exploiter of society, that is, of everyone else, and the role of the state, in its various forms, beginning with the theocratic state and absolute monarchy and ending with the most democratic republic based upon genuine universal suffrage, consists only in regulating and guaranteeing this mutual exploitation. Gera omnium contra omnia, the inevitable result of metaphysical morality. In bourgeois society, based upon metaphysical morality, every individual, through necessity or by the very logic of his position, appears as an exploiter of others, for materially he stands in need of everyone else, though morally he needs no one. Consequently, everyone escaping social solidarity as a hindrance to the full liberty of his soul, but seeing it as a necessary means to maintain his own body, considers society only from the point of view of personal, material utility, contributing only that which is absolutely necessary, to have not the right but the power to obtain for himself this utility. Everyone views society from the angle of an exploiter. But when all are exploiters, they necessarily must divide into fortunate and unfortunate exploiters, for every exploitation presupposes the existence of persons exploited. There are actual exploiters and those who can be classed in that category only when taken in the potential sense of this term. The latter constitute the majority of people who simply aspire to become exploiters but are not such in reality, being in fact ceaselessly exploited. Here then is what metaphysical or bourgeois ethics lead to in the realm of social economy, to a ruthless and never-ending war among all individuals, to a furious war in which the majority perishes in order to assure the triumph of and prosperity for a small number of people. Love for men takes second place after love of God. The second reason which may lead an individual who has already arrived at the stage of self-possession to maintain his relations with other people is the desire to please God and to carry out the duty he feels to fulfill the second commandment. The first commandment enjoins man to love God more than himself, the second, to love men, one's fellow creatures, as much as oneself, and to do to them, for the love of God, all the good which one would like to have flown to oneself. Note these words, for the love of God. They express perfectly the character of the only human love possible in metaphysical ethics, which consists precisely in not loving men for their own sake, for their own need, but solely in order to please the sovereign master. This, however, is the way it must be. Once metaphysics admits the existence of God and the relations between God and men, it must, like theology, subordinate to them all human relations. The idea of God absorbs and destroys all that which is not God, replacing human and earthly realities with divine fictions. God cannot love his subjects. In the metaphysical morality, as I have said, the man who has arrived at conscious awareness of his immortal soul and its individual freedom before God and in God, cannot love men, for morally he does not need them anymore, and one can only love those who have need of one. If theologians and metaphysicians are to be believed, the first condition has been fulfilled in the relations of men to God, it being claimed by both that man cannot get along without God. Man then can and should love God, for he needs him so much. As to the second condition, the possibility of loving only the one who feels the need of this love, it has not in the least been realized in the relations of man to God. It would be impious to say that God may feel the need of man's love. For to feel any need whatsoever is to lack something essential to the fullness of being, and it is therefore a manifestation of weakness, an avowal of poverty. God, absolutely complete in himself, cannot feel the need of anyone or anything. Not standing in need of men's love, he cannot love them, and that which is called God's love for men is in reality nothing but absolute overbearing power, similar to and naturally more formidable than the power exercised by the mighty German emperor toward his subjects. True love can exist only among equals. True, real love, the expression of a mutual and equally felt need, can exist only among equals. The love of the superior for the inferior is oppression, effacement, contempt, egoism, pride, and vanity triumphant in a feeling of grandeur based upon the humiliation of the other party. And the love of the inferior for the superior is humiliation, the fears and the hopes of a slave who expects from his master either happiness or misfortune. God's relation to man is a master-slave relation. Such is the character of the so-called love of God for men and of men for God. It is despotism on the part of one and slavery on the part of the other. What do these words signify? To love men and to do good to them, for the love of God. It means to treat them as God would have them treated. And how does he want them to be treated? Like slaves. God by his nature is forced to treat them in the following manner: being himself the absolute master, he is compelled to consider them as absolute slaves, and since he considers them slaves, he cannot treat them otherwise. There is only one way to emancipate those slaves, and that is self-abdication, self-annihilation, and disappearance on the part of God. But that would be too much to demand from this almighty power. He could sacrifice his only Son, as the Gospels tell us, to reconcile the strange love which he bears toward men with his no less peculiar eternal justice. But to abdicate, to commit suicide for the love of men, that he will never do, at least not so long as he is not forced to do it by scientific criticism. So long as the credulous fancy of men suffers his existence, he will be the absolute sovereign, the master of slaves. It is clear then that to treat men according to God can mean nothing else but treat them as slaves. Man's love according to God. Man's love in the image of God is love for their slavery. I, the immortal and complete individual by the grace of God, who feel myself free precisely because I am the slave of God, don't need any man to render my happiness and my intellectual and moral existence more complete, but I maintain my relations with them in order to obey God, and in loving them for the sake of the love of God, in treating them pursuant to God's love, I want them to be God's slaves like myself. If it then pleases the sovereign Lord to choose me for the task of making His holy will prevail upon the earth, I shall know well how to force men to be slaves. Such is the true character of that which God's sincere worshippers call their love for men. It is not so much devotion on the part of those who love as the forced sacrifice of those who are the objects, or rather the victims, of that love. It is not their emancipation, it is their enslavement for the greater glory of God. And it is thus that divine authority was transformed into human authority and that the Church became the founder of the state. Rule by the elect. According to this theory, all men should serve God in this fashion. But, as we know, many are called, but few are chosen. And besides, if all were capable of fulfilling it in equal measure, that is to say, if all had arrived at the same degree of intellectual and moral perfection, of saintliness and liberty in God, this service would become superfluous. If it is necessary, it is because the vast majority of human individuals have not yet arrived at that point, from which follows that this still ignorant and profane mass of people has to be loved and treated in accordance with the ways of God, that is to say, to be governed and enslaved by a minority of saints, whom God, in one way or another, never fails Himself to choose and to establish in a privileged position, enabling them to fulfill this duty. Everything for the people, nothing by the people. The sacramental formula for governing the masses of people, for their own good no doubt, for the salvation of their souls, if not their bodies, used by the saints as well as by the nobles in the theocratic and aristocratic states, and also by the intellectuals and the rich people in the doctrinaire, liberal, and even republican states based upon universal suffrage, is always the same, everything for the people, nothing by the people. Which signifies that saints, nobles, or privileged groups, privileged in point of wealth or in point of possession of scientifically trained minds, are all nearer to the ideal or to God as some say, or for reason, justice, and true liberty as others have it, than the masses of people, and therefore have the holy and noble mission of governing them. Sacrificing their own interests and neglecting their own affairs, they are to devote themselves to the happiness of their lesser brethren, the people. Government to them is no pleasure, it is a painful duty. They do not seek to gratify their own ambitions, vanity, or personal cupidity, but only the occasion to sacrifice themselves for the common weal. And that no doubt is why the number of people competing for public offices is so small, and why kings, ministers, and large and small office holders accept power only with reluctant hearts. To exploit and to govern mean one and the same thing. Such are, in a society conceived according to the theory of the metaphysicians, the two different and even opposed kinds of relations which may exist among individuals. The first are those of exploitation, and the second are those of government. If it is true that to govern means to sacrifice oneself for the good of the governed, this second relation contradicts in fact the first, the one of exploitation. But let us look more closely into the matter. According to the idealistic theory, theological or metaphysical, those words, the good of the masses, do not signify their earthly well-being, nor their temporal happiness. What do several decades of earthly life amount to in comparison with eternity? Therefore the masses should be governed not with a view to the crass happiness afforded by material blessings upon the earth, but with a view to their eternal salvation. To complain of material privations and sufferings can even be regarded as a lack of education, once it is proven that a surfeit of material enjoyment blights the immortal soul. But then the contradiction disappears. To exploit and to govern mean the same thing, one completing the other and in the long run serving as its means and end. Exploitation and government. Exploitation and government are two inseparable expressions of that which is called politics, the first furnishing the means with which the process of governing is carried on, and also constituting the necessary base as well as the goal of all government, which in turn guarantees and legalizes the power to exploit. From the beginning of history both have constituted the real life of all states, theocratic, monarchic, aristocratic, and even democratic states. Prior to the Great Revolution toward the end of the 18th century, the intimate bond between exploitation and government was disguised by religious, loyalist, knightly fictions, but ever since the brutal hand of the bourgeoisie has torn off these rather transparent veils, ever since the revolutionary whirlwind scattered all the vain fancies behind which the church, the state, the theocracy, monarchy, and aristocracy were carrying on serenely and for such a long time their historic abominations, ever since the bourgeoisie, tired of being the anvil, in turn became the hammer, and inaugurated the modern state, this inevitable bond has revealed itself as a naked and incontestable truth. This bond is fully revealed in the ethics of the bourgeois society in which man's morality is determined, by his ability to acquire property when he is born poor, or to preserve and augment it if he is lucky enough to have come into wealth by inheritance. The criterion of bourgeois morality. Morality has for its basis the family. But the family has property for its basis and condition of real existence. It follows that property had to be considered as the condition and the proof of the moral value of man. An intelligent, energetic, and honest individual will never fail to acquire this property, which is the necessary social condition of respectability on the part of man and citizen, the manifestation of his manly power, the visible sign of his capacities as well as of his honest dispositions and intentions. The barring of non-acquisitive abilities, from directing social life, is then not only a fact but in principle it is even a perfectly legitimate measure. It is a stimulus for honest and capable individuals and a just punishment for those who, being capable of acquiring property, neglect or disdain doing it. This negligence, this disdain, can have for its source only laziness, laxness, inconsistency of mind or character. Those are quite dangerous individuals. The greater their abilities, the more are they to be condemned and the more severely are they to be punished. For they carry disorganization and demoralization into society. Pilate did wrong in hanging Jesus Christ for his religious and political opinions. He should have thrown him into prison as a sluggard and a vagabond. To bourgeois morality and the Gospels. Therein lies the deepest essence of the bourgeois conscience, of all bourgeois morality. There is no need to point out here the extent to which this morality contradicts the basic principles of Christianity, which, scorning the blessings of this world, it is the Gospels that are emphatic in scorning the good things of this world, while the preachers of the Gospels are far from disdaining them, forbids the amassing of earthly treasures, because, as it says, where thy treasure is there will thy heart be also. It is the Gospels that bid us to imitate the birds of heaven, which neither labor nor sow, but which live just the same. I have always admired the marvelous ability of the Protestants to read the words of the Gospels in their own construction, to transact their business, and at the same time to regard themselves as sincere Christians. We will let that go, however. But examine carefully in all their minute details the bourgeois social relations, social and private, the speeches and acts of the bourgeoisie of all countries, and you will find in all of them the deeply implanted naive and basic conviction that an honest man, a moral man, is he who knows how to acquire, conserve, and augment property, and that a property owner is the only one worthy of respect. In England two prerequisites are attached to the right to be called a gentleman: he must go to church, but most of all he must own property. And the English language has a very forceful, picturesque, and naive expression, that man is worth so much, that is to say, 5, 10, or perhaps £100,000 sterling. What the British, and the Americans, say in their grossly naive manner, the bourgeoisie all over the world have in their thoughts. And the vast majority of the bourgeoisie, in Europe, America, Australia, in all the European colonies scattered throughout the world, is so convinced of this basic view that it never even suspects the deep immorality and inhumanity of such ideas. The collective depravity of the bourgeoisie. The only thing that speaks in favor of the bourgeoisie is the very naivete of this depravity. It is a collective depravity imposed as an absolute moral law upon all the individuals belonging to that class, which comprises priests, the nobility, functionaries, military and civil officers, the bohemian world of artists and writers, industrialists and salesmen, and even workers who strive to become bourgeois, all those who, in a word, want to succeed individually, and who, tired of being an anvil like the great majority of people, want to become in turn a hammer, everybody, with the exception of the proletariat. This thought, being universal in its scope, is the great immoral force underlying all the political and social acts of the bourgeoisie, and being the more mischievous and pernicious in its effects because it is regarded as the basis and measure of all morality. This circumstance extenuates, explains, and to some extent legitimizes the fury displayed by the bourgeoisie and the atrocious crimes committed by it against the proletariat in June, 1848. There is no doubt that the bourgeoisie would have shown itself no less furious if in defending property privileges against the socialist workers, it believed that it was only acting in defense of its own interests, but, in that event, it would not have found within itself the energy, the implacable passion, and the unanimity of rage which was instrumental in bringing about its victory in 1848. The bourgeoisie found this power within itself because it was deeply convinced that in defending its own interests it was at the same time defending the sacred foundations of morality, because very seriously, much more seriously than they themselves realize, property is their God, their only God, which long ago replaced in their hearts the heavenly God of the Christians. And, like the latter in the days of yore, the bourgeois are capable of suffering martyrdom and death for the sake of this God. The ruthless and desperate war which they wage for the defense of property is not only a war of interests, it is a religious war in the full meaning of the word. And the fury and atrocity of which religious wars are capable are well known to any student of history. The theology and metaphysics of the religion of property. Property is a god. This god already has its theology, called state politics and juridical right, and also its morality, the most adequate expression of which is summed up in the phrase, that man is worth so much. Property, the god, also has its metaphysics. It is the science of the bourgeois economists. Like any metaphysics, it is a sort of twilight, a compromise between truth and falsehood, with the latter benefiting by it. It seeks to give falsehood the appearance of truth and leads truth to falsehood. Political economy seeks to sanctify property by labor and to represent it as the realization, the fruit, of labor. If it succeeds in doing this, it will save property in the bourgeois world. For labor is sacred, and whatever is based upon labor is good, just, moral, human, legitimate. One's faith, however, must be of a sturdy kind to enable him to swallow this doctrine, for we see the vast majority of workers deprived of all property. And what is more, we know from the avowal of the economists and their own scientific proofs, that in the present economic organization, which they defend so passionately, the masses will never come to own property, and that, consequently, their labor does not emancipate and ennoble them, for, notwithstanding all their labor, they are condemned to remain eternally without property, that is, outside of morality and humanity. On the other hand, we see that the richest property owners, and consequently the most worthy, humane, moral, and respectable citizens, are precisely those who work the least or who do not work at all. The reply to this is that now it is impossible to remain rich, to preserve and even less so, to increase one's wealth, without working. Then let us agree upon the proper use of the word work. There is work and work. There is productive labor and there is the labor of exploitation. The first is the labor of the proletariat, the second, that of property owners. The one who turns to good account the lands cultivated by someone else, simply exploits the labor of someone else. The one who increases the value of his capital, whether in industry or in commerce, exploits someone else's labor. The banks which grow rich as a result of thousands of credit transactions, the stock exchange speculators, the shareholders who get large dividends without doing a stitch of work, Napoleon III, who became so rich that he was able to raise to wealth all his protégés, King Wilhelm I, who, proud of his victories, is already preparing to levy billions upon poor France, and who already has become rich and is enriching his soldiers with his plunder. All these people are workers, but what kind of workers? Highway robbers. Thieves and ordinary robbers are workers to a much greater extent, for, in order to get rich in their own way, they work with their own hands. It is evident to anyone who does not want to be blind that productive work creates wealth and yields to the producer only poverty, and that it is only non-productive, exploiting labor, that yields property. But since property is morality, it follows that morality, as the bourgeois understands it, consists in exploiting someone else's labor. 3. Exploitation and government are the faithful expression of metaphysical idealism. Exploitation is the visible body, and government is the soul of the bourgeois regime. And as we have just seen, both of them in this intimate bond are, from the theoretical and practical point of view, the necessary and faithful expression of metaphysical idealism, the inevitable consequence of this bourgeois doctrine which seeks the liberty and morality of individuals outside of social solidarity. This doctrine has as its aim an exploiting government by a small number of fortunate and elect people, an exploited slavery of a great number, and for all, the negation of any morality and any liberty whatever. 4. 14. Ethics, morality of the state. The theory of social contract. Man is not only the most individual being on earth, he is also the most social being. It was a great fallacy on the part of Jean-Jacques Rousseau to have assumed that primitive society was established by a free contract entered into by savages. But Rousseau was not the only one to uphold such views. The majority of jurists and modern writers, whether of the Kantian school or of other individualist and liberal schools, who do not accept the theological idea of society being founded upon divine right, nor that of the Hegelian school, of society as the more or less mystic realization of objective morality, nor the primitive animal society of the naturalist school, take nolens volens, for lack of any other foundation, the tacit contract, as their point of departure. A tacit contract. That is to say, a wordless, and consequently a thoughtless and will-less contract, a revolting nonsense. An absurd fiction, and what is more, a wicked fiction. An unworthy hoax. For it assumes that while I was in a state of not being able to will, to think, to speak, I bound myself and all my descendants, only by virtue of having let myself be victimized without raising any protest, into perpetual slavery. 1. Lack of moral discernment in the state preceding the original social contract. From the point of view of the system which we are now examining, the distinction between good and bad did not exist prior to the conclusion of the social contract. At that time every individual remained isolated in his liberty or in his absolute right, paying no attention to the freedom of others except in those cases wherein such attention was dictated by his weakness or his relative strength, in other words, by his own prudence and interest. At that time egoism, according to the same theory, was the supreme law, the only extant right. The good was determined by success, the bad only by failure, and justice was simply the consecration of the accomplished fact, however horrible, cruel, or infamous it might be, as is the rule in the political morality which now prevails in Europe. The social contract is the criterion of good and bad. The distinction between good and bad, according to this system, began only with the conclusion of the social contract. All that which had been recognized as constituting the general interest was declared to be the good, and everything contrary to it, the bad. Members of society who entered into this compact, having become citizens, having bound themselves by solemn obligations, assumed thereby the duty of subordinating their private interests to the common weal, to the inseparable interest of all. They also divorced their individual rights from public rights, the only representative of which, the state, was thereby invested with the power to suppress all the revolts of individual egoism, having, however, the duty of protecting every one of its members in the exercise of his rights in so far as they did not run counter to the general rights of the community. The state formed by the social contract is the modern atheistic state. Now we are going to examine the nature of the relations which the state, thus constituted, is bound to enter into with other similar states, and also its relations to the population which it governs. Such an analysis appears to us to be the more interesting and useful inasmuch as the state, as defined here, is precisely the modern state in so far as it is divorced from the religious idea. It is the lay state or the atheist state proclaimed by modern writers. Let us then see wherein this morality consists. The modern state, as we have said, has freed itself from the yoke of the Church and consequently has shaken off the yoke of universal or cosmopolitan morality of the Christian religion, but it has not yet become permeated with the humanitarian idea or ethics, which it cannot do without destroying itself, for in its detached existence and isolated concentration the state is much too narrow to embrace, to contain the interests and consequently the morality of humanity as a whole. Ethics identified with state interests. Modern states have arrived precisely at that point. Christianity serves them only as a pretext and a phrase, only as a means to fool the simpletons, for the aims pursued by them have nothing in common with religious goals. And the eminent statesmen of our times, the Palmerstons, the Muraviefs, the Cavers, the Bismarcks, the Napoleons, would laugh a great deal if their openly professed religious convictions were taken seriously. They would laugh even more if anyone attributed to them humanitarian sentiments, considerations, and intentions, which they have always treated publicly as mere silliness. Then what constitutes their morality? Only state interests. From this point of view, which, with very few exceptions, has been the point of view of statesmen, of strong men of all times and all countries, all that is instrumental in conserving, exalting, and consolidating the power of the state is good, sacrilegious though it might be from a religious point of view and revolting as it might appear from the point of view of human morality, and vice versa. Whatever militates against the interests of the state is bad, even if it be in other respects the most holy and humanely just thing. Such is the true morality and secular practice of all states. The collective egoism of particular associations raised into ethical categories. Such also is the morality of the state founded upon the theory of social contract. According to this system, the good and the just, since they begin only with the social contract, are in fact nothing but the content and the end purpose of the contract, that is to say, the common interest and the public right of all individuals who formed this contract, with the exception of those who remained outside of it. Consequently, by good in this system is meant only the greatest satisfaction given to the collective egoism of a particular and limited association, which, being founded upon the partial sacrifice of the individual egoism of every one of its members, excludes from its midst, as strangers and natural enemies, the vast majority of the human species whether or not it is formed into similar associations. Morality is coextensive only with the boundaries of particular states. The existence of a single limited state necessarily presupposes the existence, and if necessary provokes the formation, of several states, it being quite natural that the individuals who find themselves outside of this state and who are menaced by it in their existence and liberty, should in turn league themselves against it. Here then we have humanity broken up into an indefinite number of states which are foreign, hostile, and menacing toward one another. There is no common right, and no social contract among them, for if such a contract and right existed, the various states would cease to be absolutely independent of one another, becoming federated members of one great state. Unless this great state embraces humanity as a whole, it will necessarily have against it the hostility of other great states, federated internally. Thus war would always be the supreme law and the inherent necessity of the very existence of humanity. Jungle law governs interrelations of states. Every state, whether it is of a federative or a non-federative character, must seek, under the penalty of utter ruin, to become the most powerful of states. It has to devour others in order not to be devoured in turn, to conquer in order not to be conquered, to enslave in order not to be enslaved, for two similar and at the same time alien powers cannot coexist without destroying each other. The universal solidarity of humanity disrupted by the state. The state then is the most flagrant negation, the most cynical and complete negation of humanity. It rends apart the universal solidarity of all men upon earth, and it unites some of them only in order to destroy, conquer, and enslave all the rest. It takes under its protection only its own citizens, and it recognizes human right, humanity, and civilization only within the confines of its own boundaries. And since it does not recognize any right outside of its own confines, it quite logically arrogates to itself the right to treat with the most ferocious inhumanity all the foreign populations whom it can pillage, exterminate, or subordinate to its will. If it displays generosity or humanity toward them, it does it in no case out of any sense of duty, and that is because it has no duty but to itself, and toward those of its members who formed it by an act of free agreement, who continue constituting it on the same free basis, or, as it happens in the long run, have become its subjects. Since international law does not exist, and since it never can exist in a serious and real manner without undermining the very foundations of the principle of absolute state sovereignty, the state cannot have any duties toward foreign populations. If then it treats humanely a conquered people, if it does not go to the full length in pillaging and exterminating it, and does not reduce it to the last degree of slavery, it does so perhaps because of considerations of political expediency and prudence, or even because of pure magnanimity, but never because of duty, for it has an absolute right to dispose of them in any way it deems fit. Patriotism runs counter to ordinary human morality. This flagrant negation of humanity, which constitutes the very essence of the state, is from the point of view of the latter the supreme duty and the greatest virtue. It is called patriotism and it constitutes the transcendent morality of the state. We call it the transcendent morality because ordinarily it transcends the level of human morality and justice, whether private or common, and thereby it often sets itself in sharp contradiction to them. Thus, for instance, to offend, oppress, rob, plunder, assassinate, or enslave one's fellow man is, to the ordinary morality of man, to commit a serious crime. In public life, on the contrary, from the point of view of patriotism, when it is done for the greater glory of the state in order to conserve or to enlarge its power, all that becomes a duty and a virtue. And this duty, this virtue, are obligatory upon every patriotic citizen. Everyone is expected to discharge those duties not only in respect to strangers but in respect to his fellow citizens, members and subjects of the same state, whenever the welfare of the state demands it from him. 2. The supreme law of the state. The supreme law of the state is self-preservation at any cost. And since all states, ever since they came to exist upon the earth, have been condemned to perpetual struggle, a struggle against their own populations, whom they oppress and ruin, a struggle against all foreign states, every one of which can be strong only if the others are weak, and since the states cannot hold their own in this struggle unless they constantly keep on augmenting their power against their own subjects as well as against the neighbor states, it follows that the supreme law of the state is the augmentation of its power to the detriment of internal liberty and external justice. 3. The state aims to take the place of humanity. Such is in its stark reality the sole morality, the sole aim of the state. It worships God himself only because he is its own exclusive God, the sanction of its power and of that which it calls its right, that is, the right to exist at any cost and always to expand at the cost of other states. Whatever serves to promote this end is worthwhile, legitimate, and virtuous. Whatever harms it is criminal. The morality of the state then is the reversal of human justice and human morality. This transcendent, superhuman, and therefore anti-human morality of states is not only the result of the corruption of men who were charged with carrying on state functions. One might say with greater right that corruption of men is the natural and necessary sequel of the state institution. This morality is only the development of the fundamental principle of the state, the inevitable expression of its inherent necessity. The state is nothing else but the negation of humanity. It is a limited collectivity which aims to take the place of humanity and which wants to impose itself upon the latter as a supreme goal, while everything else is to submit and minister to it. The idea of humanity, absent in ancient times, has become a power in our present life. That was natural and easily understood in ancient times when the very idea of humanity was unknown, and when every people worshipped its exclusively national gods, who gave it the right of life and death over all other nations. Human right existed only in relation to the citizens of the state. Whatever remained outside of the state was doomed to pillage, massacre, and slavery. Now things have changed. The idea of humanity becomes more and more of a power in the civilized world, and, owing to the expansion and increasing speed of means of communication, and also owing to the influence, still more material than moral, of civilization upon barbarous peoples, this idea of humanity begins to take hold even of the minds of uncivilized nations. This idea is the invisible power of our century, with which the present powers, the states, must reckon. They cannot submit to it of their own free will because such submission on their part would be equivalent to suicide, since the triumph of humanity can be realized only through the destruction of the states. But the states can no longer deny this idea nor openly rebel against it, for having now grown too strong, it may finally destroy them. The state has to recognize in its own hypocritical manner the powerful sentiment of humanity. In the face of this painful alternative there remains only one way out, and that is hypocrisy. The states pay their outward respects to this idea of humanity, they speak and apparently act only in the name of it, but they violate it every day. This, however, should not be held against the states. They cannot act otherwise, their position having become such that they can hold their own only by lying. Diplomacy has no other mission. Therefore what do we see? Every time a state wants to declare war upon another state, it starts off by launching a manifesto addressed not only to its own subjects but to the whole world. In this manifesto it declares that right and justice are on its side, and it endeavors to prove that it is actuated only by love of peace and humanity and that, imbued with generous and peaceful sentiments, it suffered for a long time in silence until the mounting iniquity of its enemy forced it to bear its sword. At the same time it vows that, disdainful of all material conquest and not seeking any increase in territory, it will put an end to this war as soon as justice is re-established. And its antagonist answers with a similar manifesto, in which naturally right, justice, humanity, and all the generous sentiments are to be found respectively on its side. Those mutually opposed manifestos are written with the same eloquence, they breathe the same virtuous indignation, and one is just as sincere as the other, that is to say, both of them are equally brazen in their lies, and it is only fools who are deceived by them. Sensible persons, all those who have had some political experience, do not even take the trouble of reading such manifestos. On the contrary, they seek to uncover the interests driving both adversaries into this war, and to weigh the respective power of each of them in order to guess the outcome of the struggle. Which only goes to prove that moral issues are, not at stake in such wars. Perpetual war is the price of the state's existence. The rights of peoples, as well as the treaties regulating the relations of states, lack any moral sanction. In every definite historic epoch they are the material expression of the equilibrium resulting from the mutual antagonism of states. So long as states exist, there will be no peace. There will be only more or less prolonged respites, armistices concluded by the perpetually belligerent states, but as soon as a state feels sufficiently strong to destroy this equilibrium to its advantage, it will never fail to do so. The history of humanity fully bears out this point. 4. Crimes are the moral climate of the states. This explains to us why ever since history began, that is, ever since states came into existence, the political world has always been and still continues to be the stage for high knavery and unsurpassed brigandage and knavery which are held in high honor, since they are ordained by patriotism, transcendent morality, and by the supreme interest of the state. This explains to us why all the history of ancient and modern states is nothing more than a series of revolting crimes, why present and past kings and ministers of all times and of all countries, statesmen, diplomats, bureaucrats, and warriors, if judged from the point of view of simple morality and human justice, deserve 1,000 times the gallows or penal servitude. For there is no terror, cruelty, sacrilege, perjury, imposture, infamous transaction, cynical theft, brazen robbery, or foul treason which has not been committed, and all are still being committed daily by representatives of the state, with no other excuse than this elastic, at times so convenient and terrible phrase, reason of state. A terrible phrase indeed. For it has corrupted and dishonored more people in official circles and in the governing classes of society than Christianity itself. As soon as it is uttered everything becomes silent and drops out of sight, honesty, honor, justice, right, pity itself vanishes, and with it logic and sound sense. Black becomes white and white becomes black, the horrible becomes humane, and the most dastardly felonies and most atrocious crimes become meritorious acts. 5. Crime, the privilege of the state. What is permitted to the state is forbidden to the individual. Such is the maxim of all governments. Machiavelli said it, and history as well as the practice of all contemporary governments bear him out on that point. Crime is the necessary condition of the very existence of the state, and it therefore constitutes its exclusive monopoly, from which it follows that the individual who dares commit a crime is guilty in a twofold sense. First, he is guilty against oath and conscience, and, above all, he is guilty against the state in arrogating to himself one of its most precious privileges. 6. State morality according to Machiavelli. The great Italian political philosopher, Machiavelli, was the first who gave currency to this phrase, reason of state, or at least he gave it its true meaning and the immense popularity which it has enjoyed ever since in governmental circles. Realistic and positive thinker that he was, he came to understand, and he was the first one in this respect, that the great and powerful states could be founded and maintained only by crime, by many great crimes, and by a thorough contempt for anything called honesty. He wrote, explained, and argued his case with terrible frankness. And since the idea of humanity was wholly ignored in his time, since the idea of fraternity, not human, but religious, preached by the Catholic Church had been, as it always is, nothing but a ghastly irony belied at every instant by the acts of the Church itself, since in his time no one believed that there was such a thing as popular rights, the people having been considered an inert and inept mass, a sort of cannon fodder for the state, to be taxed, impressed into forced labor and kept in a state of eternal obedience. In view of all this, Machiavelli arrived quite logically at the idea that the state was the supreme goal of human existence, that it had to be served at any cost, and that since the interest of the state stood above everything else, a good patriot should not recoil from any crime in order to serve the state. Machiavelli counsels recourse to crime, urges it, and makes it the sine qua non of political intelligence as well as of true patriotism. Whether the state is called monarchy or republic, crime will always be necessary to maintain and assure its triumph. This crime will no doubt change its direction and object, but its nature will remain the same. It will always be the forced and abiding violation of justice and of honesty, for the good of the state. Wherein Machiavelli was wrong. Yes, Machiavelli was right, we cannot doubt it now that we have the experience of 3.5 centuries added to his own experience. Yes, history tells us that while small states are virtuous because of their feebleness, powerful states sustain themselves only through crime. But our conclusion will differ radically from that of Machiavelli, and the reason thereof is quite simple. We are the sons of the revolution and we have inherited from it the religion of humanity which we have to found upon the ruins of the religion of divinity. We believe in the rights of man, in the dignity and necessary emancipation of the human species. We believe in human liberty and human fraternity based upon human justice. 7. Patriotism deciphered. We have already seen that by excluding the vast majority of humanity from its midst, by placing it outside of the obligations and reciprocal duties of morality, of justice, and of right, the state denies humanity with this high-sounding word, patriotism, and imposes injustice and cruelty upon all of its subjects as their supreme duty. 8. Man's original wickedness, the theoretical premise of the state. Every state, like every theology, assumes that man is essentially wicked and bad. In the state which we are going to examine now, the good, as we have already seen, begins with the conclusion of the social contract, and therefore is only the product of this contract, its very content. It is not the product of liberty. On the contrary, so long as men remain isolated in their absolute individuality, enjoying all their natural liberty, recognizing no limits to this liberty but those imposed by fact and not by right, they follow only one law, the law of natural egoism. They insult, maltreat, rob, murder, and devour one another, everyone according to the measure of his intelligence, of his cunning, and of his material forces, as is now being done by the states. Hence human liberty produces not good but evil, man being bad by nature. How did he become bad? That is for theology to explain. The fact is that the state, when it came into existence, found man already in that state and it set for itself the task of making him good, that is to say, of transforming the natural man into a citizen. One might say to this that inasmuch as the state is the product of a contract freely concluded by men and since good is the product of the state, it follows that it is the product of liberty. This, however, would be an utterly wrong conclusion. The state, even according to this theory, is not the product of liberty, but, on the contrary, the product of the voluntary negation and sacrifice of liberty. Natural men, absolutely free from the point of view of right, but in fact exposed to all the dangers which at every instant of their lives menace their security, in order to assure and safeguard the latter sacrifice, abdicate a greater or lesser portion of their liberty, and inasmuch as they sacrifice it for the sake of their security, Insofar as they become citizens, they also become the slaves of the state. Therefore we have the right to affirm that from the point of view of the state the good arises not from liberty, but, on the contrary, from the negation of liberty. Theology and politics. Is it not remarkable, this similitude between theology, the science of the Church, and politics, the theory of the state, this convergence of two apparently contrary orders of thoughts and facts upon one and the same conviction, that of the necessity of sacrificing human liberty in order to make men into moral beings and transform them into saints, according to some, and virtuous citizens, according to others? As for us, we are hardly surprised at it, for we are convinced that politics and theology are both closely related, stemming from the same origin and pursuing the same aim under two different names. We are convinced that every state is a terrestrial church, just as every church with its heavenly abode of the blessed and the immortal gods, is nothing but a celestial state. The similarity of the ethical premises of theology and politics. The state then, like the church, starts with this fundamental assumption that all men are essentially bad and that when left to their natural liberty they will tear one another apart and will offer the spectacle of the most frightful anarchy wherein the strongest will kill or exploit the weaker ones. And is not this just the contrary of what is now taking place in our exemplary states? Likewise the state posits individuality, enjoying all their natural liberty, recognizing no limits to this liberty but those imposed by fact and not by right. They follow only one law, the law of natural egoism. They insult, maltreat, rob, murder, and devour one another, everyone according to the measure of his intelligence, of his cunning, and of his material forces, as is now being done by the states. Hence human liberty produces not good but evil, man being bad by nature. How did he become bad? That is for theology to explain. The fact is that the state, when it came into existence, found man already in that state and it set for itself the task of making him good, that is to say, of transforming the natural man into a citizen. One might say to this that inasmuch as the state is the product of a contract freely concluded by men and since good is the product of the state, it follows that it is the product of liberty. This, however, would be an utterly wrong conclusion. The state, even according to this theory, is not the product of liberty, but, on the contrary, the product of the voluntary negation and sacrifice of liberty. Natural men, absolutely free from the point of view of right, but in fact exposed to all the dangers which at every instant of their lives menace their security, in order to assure and safeguard the latter sacrifice, abdicate a greater or lesser portion of their liberty, and inasmuch as they sacrifice it for the sake of their security, insofar as they become citizens, they also become the slaves of the state. Therefore we have the right to affirm that from the point of view of the state the good arises not from liberty, but, on the contrary, from the negation of liberty. Theology and politics. Is it not remarkable, this similitude between theology, the science of the Church, and politics, the theory of the state, this convergence of two apparently contrary orders of thoughts and facts upon one and the same conviction, that of the necessity of sacrificing human liberty in order to make men into moral beings and transform them into saints, according to some, and virtuous citizens, according to others? As for us, we are hardly surprised at it, for we are convinced that politics and theology are both closely related, stemming from the same origin and pursuing the same aim under two different names. We are convinced that every state is a terrestrial church, just as every church with its heavenly abode of the blessed and the immortal gods, is nothing but a celestial state. The similarity of the ethical premises of theology and politics. The state then, like the church, starts with this fundamental assumption that all men are essentially bad and that when left to their natural liberty they will tear one another apart and will offer the spectacle of the most frightful anarchy wherein the strongest will kill or exploit the weaker ones. And is not this just the contrary of what is now taking place in our exemplary states? Likewise the state posits necessary as primitive bestiality and theological divagations were necessary in the past. The state is not society, it is only one of its historical forms, as brutal as it is abstract in character. Historically, it arose in all countries out of the marriage of violence, rapine, and pillage, in a word, of war and conquest, with the gods created in succession by the theological fancies of the nations. From its very beginning it has been, and still remains, the divine sanction of brutal force and triumphant iniquity. Even in the most democratic countries, like the United States of America and Switzerland, it is simply the consecration of the privileges of some minority and the actual enslavement of the vast majority. Revolt against the state. Revolt against the state is much easier because there is something in the nature of the state which provokes rebellion. The state is authority, it is force, it is the ostentatious display of an infatuation with power. It does not seek to ingratiate itself, to win over, to convert. Every time it intervenes, it does so with particularly bad grace. for by its very nature it cannot persuade but must impose and exert force. However hard it may try to disguise this nature, it will still remain the legal violator of man's will and the permanent denial of his liberty. Morality presupposes freedom. And even when the state enjoins something good, it undoes and spoils it precisely because the latter comes in the form of a command, and because every command provokes and arouses the legitimate revolt of freedom, and also because, from the point of view of true morality, of human and not divine morality, the good which is done by command from above ceases to be good and thereby becomes evil. Liberty, morality, and the humane dignity of man consist precisely in that man does good not because he is ordered to do so, but because he conceives it, wants it, and loves. 15. Ethics, truly human or anarchist morality. Socialism and materialism lead to a truly human morality. Having shown how idealism, starting with the absurd ideas of God, immortality of the soul, the original freedom of individuals, and their immorality independent of society, inevitably arrives at the consecration of slavery and immorality, I now have to show how real science, materialism and socialism, the second term being but the true and complete development of the first, precisely because they take as their starting point the material nature and the natural and primitive slavery of men, and because they bind themselves to seek the emancipation of men. Not outside but within society, not against it but by means of it, are bound to end in the establishment of the greatest freedom of individuals and the highest human morality. The instinct for individual self-preservation and for preservation of species. The elements of what we call morality are already found in the animal world. In all the animal species, with no exception, but with a great difference in development, we find two opposed instincts, the instinct for preservation of the individual and the instinct for preservation of the species, or, speaking in human terms, the egoistic and the social instincts. From the point of view of science, as well as from the point of view of nature itself, those two instincts are equally natural and hence equally legitimate, and, what is even more important, they are equally necessary in the natural economy of beings. The individual instinct is in itself the basic condition for the preservation of the species, for if the individuals did not defend themselves with all their power against all the privations and against all the external pressures constantly menacing their existence, the species itself, which only lives in and through the individuals, would not be able to maintain its existence. But if those two drives are to be judged only from the absolute point of view of the exclusive interest of the species, one may say that social instinct is good, and individual instinct, inasmuch as it is opposed to it, is bad. The unbalanced development of those instincts in the animal world and among higher insects. With the ants and bees it is virtue that predominates, for in both of them social instinct appears to override individual instinct. It is altogether different among wild beasts, and in general one may say that in the animal world egoism is the predominant instinct. Here the instinct of the species, on the contrary, awakens only during short intervals and lasts only so long as it is necessary for the procreation and education of the family. Egoism and sociability are paramount in man. It is altogether different with man. It seems, and this has provided one of the pillars of his great superiority over other animal species, that both these opposed instincts, egoism and sociability, are much more powerful and much less distinct from each other in man than among all the other animals. He is more ferocious in his egoism than the wildest beasts, and at the same time he is more sociable than ants and bees. 2. Humanity is present even in the lowest character. All human morality, every collective and individual morality, rests basically upon human respect. What do we mean by human respect? It is recognition of humanity, of human right and of human dignity in every man of whatever race, color, and degree of intellectual and even moral development he may be. But if a man is stupid, wicked, contemptible, can I respect him? If that were the case, no doubt I would find it impossible to respect his villainy, his stupidity, and brutality. They would make me feel disgusted and indignant, and if necessary I would take most energetic measures against them, not even stopping at killing such a man if no other means were left to defend my life against him, my rights, or whatever I respect or is dear to me. But in the midst of the most energetic and fierce, and if necessary even mortal struggle against him, I would have to respect his human nature. Regeneration of character possible with change of social conditions. Only at the price of showing such respect can I retain my own human dignity. But if he himself does not recognize this dignity in others, can we recognize the same in himself? If he is a kind of ferocious animal, or even worse, as it sometimes happens, would it not be to indulge in fictions if we acknowledged human nature in him? Not at all. For whatever depths his intellectual and moral degradation may reach at any particular moment, unless he is congenitally insane or an idiot, in which case he should be treated not as a criminal but as a sick person, and if he is in full possession of the sense and intelligence allotted to him by nature, then his human character, amid the most monstrous deviations, still exists in him, in a very real manner, as a possibility, always present with him so long as he lives, that somehow he may become aware of his humanity if only a radical change is effected in the social conditions which made him what he is. Social environment the determining factor. Take the most intelligent ape possessing the finest character, put it under the best, most humane conditions, and you will never succeed in making a man out of it. Take the most hardened criminal or a man of the poorest mind, and, provided neither one of them suffers from some organic lesion which may bring about either idiocy or incurable madness of the other, you will soon come to recognize that if one has become a criminal and the other has not yet developed to the conscious awareness of his humanity and human duties, the fault lies not with them nor with their nature, but with the social environment in which they were born and have been developing. Free will is denied. Here we come to touch upon the most important point of the social question or the science of man in general. We already have declared repeatedly that we absolutely deny the existence of free will, in the meaning given to it by theology, metaphysics, and jurisprudence, that is, in the sense of a spontaneous self-determination of the individual will of man, independent of all natural and social influences. Intellectual and moral capacities are the expression of bodily structure. We deny the existence of a soul, of a moral entity having existence separate from the body. On the contrary, we affirm that just as the body of the individual, with all of its instinctive faculties and predispositions, is nothing but the result of all the general and particular causes that have determined its particular organization, so, what we improperly call the soul, his intellectual and moral capacities, is the direct product or rather the natural immediate expression of this very organization, and especially of the degree of organic development reached by the brain as a result of the concurrence of the totality of causes independent of his will. Individuality fully determined by the sum total of preceding causes. Every individual, even the most insignificant one, is the product of centuries of development. The history of causes working toward the formation of such an individual has no beginning. If we possess the gift, which no one ever has had and no one ever will have, of apprehending and embracing the infinite diversity of transformations of matter or of being that have inevitably succeeded one another from the emergence of our terrestrial globe until the birth of this particular individual, we might be able to say with mathematical precision, without ever knowing that individual, what his organic nature is, and to determine to the minutest detail the measure and character of his intellectual and moral faculties, in a word, his soul, as it was in the first hour of his birth. We have no possibility of analyzing and embracing all these successive transformations, but we can say without fear of being mistaken that every human individual from the moment of his birth is entirely the product of historic development, that is, of the physiological and social development of his race, of his people, of his caste, if there are castes in his country, of his family, his ancestors, and the individual natures of his father and mother, who have directly transmitted to him by way of physiological heritage, as the natural point of departure for him, and as the determination of his individual nature, all the inevitable consequences of their own previous existence, material as well as moral, individual as well as social, including their thoughts, their feelings, and their acts, including the various vicissitudes of their lives, and the great or small events in which they took part, and likewise including the immense diversity of accidents to which they were subject, along with all that they themselves had inherited in the same way from their own parents. Differences are determined. There is no need to mention again, for no one disputes it, that differences among races, peoples, and even among classes and families, are determined by geographic, ethnographic, physiological, and economic causes. The economic cause comprises two important points: the question of occupation, the collective division of labor in society and the distribution of wealth, and the question of nourishment, in respect to quantity as well as quality, and also historic, religious, philosophic, juridical, political, and social causes, and that all these causes, combined in a manner differing for every race, every nation, and, more often, for every province and every commune, for every class and every family, impart to everyone his or her own specific physiognomy, that is, a different physiological type, a sum of particular predispositions and capacities, independently of the will of the individuals, who are made up of them and who are altogether their products. Thus every human individual, at the moment of his birth, is the material, organic derivative of all that infinite diversity of causes which produced him in their combination. His soul, that is, his organic predisposition toward the development of feelings, ideas, and will, is nothing but a product. It is completely determined by the individual physiological quality of his neurocerebral system which, like the other parts of his body, absolutely depends upon the more or less fortuitous combination of causes. It mainly constitutes what we call the particular, original nature of the individual, Development brings out the implicit individual differences. There are as many different natures as there are individuals. Individual differences manifest themselves the clearer as they develop, or rather, they not only manifest themselves with greater power, they actually become greater as the individuals develop, for the external things and circumstances, the thousand elusive causes that influence the development of individuals, are in themselves extremely diverse in character. As a result, we find that the farther an individual advances in life, the more his individual nature becomes delineated, the more he stands out from other individuals by reason of his virtues as well as of his faults. The uniqueness of the individual. To what point is the particular nature or the soul of the individual, that is, the individual particularities of the neurocerebral apparatus, developed in newborn infants? The proper answer to this question can be given only by physiologists. We know only that all these particularities must necessarily be hereditary, in the sense that we have tried to explain. That is, they are determined by an infinity of the most diverse and most disparate causes, material and moral, mechanical and physical, organic and spiritual, historical, geographical, economic, and social, great and small, permanent and casual, immediate and far removed in space and time, and the sum total of which is combined in a single living being and is individualized, for the first and last time, in the current of universal transformations, in this child only, who, in the individual acceptance of this word, never had and never will have an exact duplicate. It remains now to find out to what point and in which sense this individual nature is really determined at the moment the child leaves its mother's womb. Is that determination only material, or spiritual and moral at the same time, at least in its tendency and natural capacity or its instinctive predisposition? Is the child born intelligent or foolish, good or bad, endowed with will or deprived of it, predisposed to develop along the lines of some particular talent? Can the child inherit the character, habits, and defects, or the intellectual and moral qualities of its parents and ancestors? Are there innate moral characteristics? What interests us above all in this question is to know whether moral attributes, goodness or wickedness, courage or cowardice, strong or weak character, generosity or avarice, egoism or love for one's fellowmen, and other positive or negative characteristics of this kind, whether, like intellectual faculties, they can be physiologically inherited from parents or ancestors, or again, whether quite independently of all heredity, they can be formed by the effect of some accidental cause, known or unknown, working in the child while it is still in its mother's womb. In a word, does the child, when it is born, bring into the world any moral predispositions? The idea of innate moral propensities leads to the discredited phrenological theory. We do not think so. The better to deal with this problem, we shall first note here that, if we admitted the existence of innate moral qualities, we would have to assume that they are interlinked in the newborn infant with some physiological, wholly material particularity of its own organism. Upon coming out of the womb of his mother, the child has neither soul nor mind, nor feelings, nor even instincts. It is born into all these. It is therefore only a physical being, and its faculties and qualities, if it has them at all, are only anatomic or physiological. Thus, for a child to be born good, generous, devoted, courageous, or wicked, avaricious, egoistical, and cowardly, it would be necessary that each one of those virtues or defects should correspond to the specific material and, so to speak, local particularities of his organism, and especially of his brain. Such an assumption would lead us to the system of Gall, who believed that he had found, for every quality and every defect, corresponding bumps and cavities upon the cranium. His theory, as we know, has been unanimously rejected by modern physiologists. The logical implications of the idea of innate moral propensities. But if it were a well-grounded theory, what would be its implications? Once we assumed that defects and vices as well as good qualities are innate, then we would have to ascertain whether they could or could not be overcome by education. In the first case, the responsibility for all the crimes committed by men would fall back upon the society which failed to give them a proper upbringing, and not upon the individuals themselves, who, on the contrary, could be considered only as victims of this lack of foresight on the part of society. In the second case, innate predispositions being recognized as inevitable and incorrigible, no other way would be left for society but to do away with all individuals who are afflicted with some natural or innate vice. But in order not to fall into the horrible vice of hypocrisy, society should then recognize thereby that it would be doing so solely in the interests of self-preservation, and not of justice. Only the positive has real existence. There is another consideration which may help us to clarify this question. In the intellectual and moral as well as in the physical world, only the positive has existence, the negative does not exist, it does not constitute a being in itself, it is only a more or less considerable diminution of the positive. Thus cold is not a different property from heat, it is only a relative absence, a very great diminution of heat. The same is true of darkness, which is but light attenuated to the extreme. Absolute cold and darkness do not exist. In the intellectual world, stupidity is but weakness of mind, and in the moral world malevolence, cupidity, and cowardice are only benevolence, generosity, and courage reduced not to zero but to a very small quantity. Yet small as it is still a positive quantity, which, with the aid of education, can be developed, strengthened, and augmented in a positive sense. But that would be impossible if vices or negative qualities themselves were positive things, in which case they would have to be eradicated and not developed, for their development could proceed only in a negative direction. Physiology versus the idea of innate qualities. Finally, without allowing ourselves to prejudge these serious physiological questions, about which we admit our complete ignorance, let us add the following consideration, on the strength of the unanimous opinion of the authorities of modern physiological science. It seems to have been proved and established that in the human organism there are no separate regions and organs for instinctive, sensory, moral, and intellectual faculties, and that all these faculties are developed in one and the same part of the brain by means of the same nervous mechanism. Hence it would seem clearly to follow that there can be no question of various moral or immoral predispositions inevitably determining in the organization of an infant particular qualities or hereditary and innate vices, and that moral innateness does not differ in any manner from intellectual innateness, both reducing themselves to the more or less high degree of perfection attained in general by the development of the brain. 3. Moral characteristics are transmitted not by heredity but by social tradition and education. Thus the general scientific opinion seems to agree that there are no special organs in the brain corresponding to diverse intellectual qualities, nor to the various moral characteristics, affections and passions, good or bad. Consequently, qualities or defects cannot be inherited or be innate. As we have already said, in the newborn child this heredity and innateness can be only material and physiological. Wherein then consists the progressive, historically transmissible improvement of the brain, in respect to the intellectual as well as the moral faculties? Only in the harmonious development of the whole cerebral and neural system, that is, in the faithful, refined, vivid character of the nervous impressions, as well as in the capacity of the brain to transform those impressions into feelings and ideas, and to combine, encompass, and permanently retain in one's mind the widest associations of feelings and ideas. The associations of feelings and ideas, the development and successive transformations of which constitute the intellectual and moral aspect of the history of humanity, do not bring about in the human brain the formation of new organs corresponding to every separate association, and consequently cannot be transmitted to individuals by way of physiological heredity. What is physiologically inherited is the more and more strengthened, enlarged, and perfected aptitude to conceive and create new associations. But the associations themselves and the complex ideas represented by them, such as the ideas of God, fatherland, and morality, since they cannot be innate, are transmitted to individuals only through social traditions and education. They get hold of the child from the first day of its birth, and inasmuch as they have already become embodied in the surrounding life, in the material and moral details of the social world into which the child has been born, they penetrate in 1,000 different ways, first the childish consciousness, and then the adolescent and juvenile consciousness, as it comes to life, grows, and is shaped by their all-powerful influences. 4. 16. Ethics, man wholly the product of environment. Taking education in the broadest sense of the word, and understanding by it not only the inculcation of moral maxims, but above all the examples given to the child by the persons surrounding him, and the influence of everything he hears and sees, understanding by the term education not only the cultivation of the child's mind but also the development of his body through nourishment, hygiene, and physical exercise, we can say, fully convinced that no one will seriously dispute this opinion, that every child, youth, adult, and even the most mature man, is wholly the product of the environment that nourished and raised him, an inevitable, involuntary, and consequently irresponsible product. He enters life without a soul, without a conscience, without the shadow of an idea or any feeling, but with a human organism whose individual nature is determined by an infinite number of circumstances and conditions preceding the emergence of his will, and which in turn determines his greater or smaller capacity to acquire and assimilate the feelings, ideas, and associations worked out by centuries of development and transmitted to everyone as a social heritage by the education which he receives. Good or bad, this education is imposed upon man, and he is in no way responsible for it. It shapes him, in so far as his individual nature allows, in its own image, so that a man thinks, feels, and desires whatever the people around him feel, think, and desire. Natural differences are not denied. But then, we may be asked, how can one account for the fact that education which is completely identical, in appearance at least, often yields widely diverse results in point of development of character, heart, and mind? But, to begin with, do not natures themselves differ at birth? This natural and innate difference, small as it may be, is nevertheless positive and real. Difference in temperament, in vital energy, in the predominance of one sense or one group of organic functions, over others, difference in vivacity and natural capacities. We have tried to prove that vices as well as moral qualities, facts of individual and social consciousness, cannot be physically inherited, and that man cannot be physiologically predetermined toward evil, nor irrevocably rendered incapable of good. But we have never meant to deny that individual natures differ widely among themselves, that some of them are endowed to a greater extent than others with a capacity for a full human development. True, we believe, that these natural differences are now quite exaggerated and that most of them should be attributed not to nature but to the different education which has been allotted to each individual. Physiological psychology and pedagogy are still in a state of infancy. In order to decide this question, it is necessary that the two sciences which are called upon to solve it, physiological psychology, or the science of the brain, and pedagogy, the science of education or of the social development of the brain, should emerge from the infantile state in which both of them still are. But once the physiological differences of individuals, of whatever degree they may be, are admitted, it clearly follows that a system of education, excellent in itself as an abstract system, may be good for one but bad for another. Physiological heredity is not altogether denied. It may be argued that however imperfect education may be, it alone cannot explain the undeniable fact that in families which are the most lacking in moral sense we often encounter individuals who strike us because of the nobility of their instincts and feelings. And, on the contrary, we very often meet, in families highly developed in a moral and intellectual sense, individuals base in heart and intellect. But this is only an apparent contradiction. In reality, although we have stated that in most cases man is almost entirely the product of the social conditions among which he is formed, and although we have assigned a comparatively small part to the influence of the physiological heredity of the natural qualities received at birth, we have not altogether denied such a part. We have even recognized that in some exceptional cases, in men of genius or of great talent for example, as well as idiots or highly perverse natures, this influence of natural determination upon the development of the individual, a determination as inevitable as the influence of education and society, may be great. The last word on these questions belongs to the physiology of the brain, but this science has not yet arrived at a point enabling it to solve them even approximately. The only thing we can affirm now with certitude is that all such questions gravitate between two fatalisms, the natural, organic, physiologically hereditary fatalism, and the fatalism of heritage, social tradition, education, and the civic, social, and economic organization of every country. In neither of these two fatalisms is there room for free will, accidental and intangible factors making for particular developments. But apart from the natural, positive, or negative determination of the individual, which may place him in contradiction to the spirit reigning in his whole family, there may exist in each separate case other hidden causes that in most cases remain unknown, but which nevertheless have to be taken into account. The concurrence of special circumstances, an unforeseen event, an accident insignificant in itself, the chance meeting of some particular person, and sometimes a book falling into the hands of an individual at just the right moment, all that which in a child, in an adolescent, or in a young man, when his imagination is in a state of ferment and when it is still open to the impressions of life, may produce a radical revolution toward good or bad. To this must be added the elasticity proper to all young natures, especially when they are endowed with a certain natural energy which makes them revolt against too authoritarian and despotically persistent influences, and owing to which even an excess of evil may sometimes produce good. When good results in evil, can an excess of goodness, or what goes by the name of good, produce evil? Yes, when it is imposed as a despotic, absolute law, religious, philosophical in a doctrinaire way, political, juridical, social, or as the patriarchal law of the family, in a word, when the good, or what appears to be good, is imposed upon the individual as a negation of freedom, and is not the product of his freedom. But in such a case the revolt against good thus imposed is not only natural but also legitimate. Such rebellion, far from being evil, is, on the contrary, good, for there is nothing good outside of freedom, and freedom is the absolute source and condition of all good that is truly worthy of that name, for good is nothing else but freedom. 1. Socialism is based on determinism. Socialism, being founded upon positive science, absolutely rejects the doctrine of free will. It recognizes that whatever is called human vice and virtue is absolutely the product of the combined action of nature and society. Nature, through its ethnographical, physiological, and pathological action, creates faculties and dispositions which are called natural, and the organization of society develops them, or on the other hand halts or falsifies their development. All individuals, with no exception, are at every moment of their lives what nature and society have made them. Improvement of man's morality is conditioned by moralization of social environment. Hence it clearly follows that to make men moral it is necessary to make their social environment moral. And that can be done in only one way, by assuring the triumph of justice, that is, the complete liberty of everyone in the most perfect equality for all. Inequality of conditions and rights, and the resulting lack of liberty for all, is the great collective iniquity begetting all individual iniquities. Suppress this source of iniquities and all the rest will vanish along with it. A moral environment will be created by revolution. In view of the lack of enthusiasm shown by men of privilege for moral improvement or what is the same thing, for equalizing their rights with others, we fear that the triumph of justice can be effected only through a social revolution. 3 things are necessary for men to become moral, that is, complete men in the full meaning of the word: birth under hygienic conditions, a rational and integral education accompanied by an upbringing based upon respect for work, reason, equality, and liberty, and a social environment wherein the human individual, enjoying full liberty, will be equal, in fact and by right, to all others. Does such an environment exist? It does not. It follows then that it has to be created. 2. Human justice versus legal justice. When we speak of justice we mean not the justice contained in the legal codes and in Roman jurisprudence, based largely upon deeds of violence achieved by force, violence consecrated by time and by the benedictions of some church, Christian or pagan, and as such accepted as the absolute principles from which all law is to be deduced by a process of logical reasoning. We speak of justice that is based solely upon human conscience, the justice found in the conscience of every man, and even in that of children, and which can be expressed only in the words equal rights. This universal justice, which, owing to conquests by force and influences of religion, has never yet prevailed in the political, juridical, or economic world, is to serve as the basis of the new world. Without this justice, there can be neither liberty nor republic nor prosperity nor peace. It must, then, govern all our decisions, so that we may work together effectively for the establishment of peace. Moral law in action. What we ask is the proclaiming anew of the great principle of the French Revolution, that every man should have the material and moral means to develop his whole humanity, a principle which must be translated into the following problem. To organize society in such a manner that every individual, man or woman, should, at birth, find almost equal means for the development of his or her various faculties and the full utilization of his or her work. To organize society in such a fashion that exploitation of the labor of others should be made impossible and that every individual should be enabled to enjoy the social wealth, which in reality is produced only by collective labor, only insofar as he contributes directly toward the creation of this wealth. 3. The moral law emanates from human nature. The moral law, the existence of which we, materialists and atheists, recognize in a more real manner than the idealists of any school, is indeed an actual law, which will triumph over all the conspiracies of all the idealists of the world, because it emanates from the very nature of human society, the root basis of which is to be sought not in God but in animality. 4. The primitive, natural man becomes a free man, becomes humanized, and rises to the status of a moral being. In a word, he becomes conscious of, and realizes within himself and for himself, his own human form and his rights, only to the degree that he becomes aware of this form and these rights in all his fellow beings. It follows that in the interests of his own humanity, his own morality and personal freedom, man must aspire toward the freedom, morality, and humanity of all other men. 5. Freedom is not the negation of solidarity. Social solidarity is the first human law, freedom is the second law. Both laws interpenetrate each other and, being inseparable, constitute the essence of humanity. Thus freedom is not the negation of solidarity, on the contrary, it represents the development and, so to speak, the humanizing of it. 6. Thus respect for the freedom of someone else constitutes the highest duty of men. The only virtue is to love this freedom and serve it. This is the basis of all morality, and there is no other basis. Since freedom is the result and the clearest expression of solidarity, that is, of mutuality of interests, it can be realized only under conditions of equality. Political equality can be based only upon economic and social equality. And justice is precisely the realization of freedom through such equality. 7. What has been said above enables us to draw a clear line of demarcation between the bases of divine and state morality on the one hand, and human morality on the other. Wherein divine morality differs from human morality. Divine morality is based upon two immoral principles: respect for authority and contempt for humanity. Human morality, on the contrary, is based only upon contempt for authority and respect for liberty and humanity. Divine morality considers work a degradation and a punishment. Human morality sees in work the supreme condition of human happiness and dignity. Divine morality leads inevitably to a policy which recognizes only the rights of those who, owing to their privileged position, can live without working. Human morality accords such rights only to those who live by working. It recognizes that only by working does man reach the stature of man. 8. 17. Society and the individual. Society is the basis of human existence. Society, preceding in time any development of humanity and fully partaking of the almighty power of natural laws, actions, and manifestations, constitutes the very essence of human existence. Man is born into society, just as an ant is born into an anthill or a bee into its hive. Man is born into society from the very moment that he becomes a human being, that is, a being possessing to a greater or lesser extent the power of speech and thought. Man does not choose society, on the contrary, he is the product of the latter, and he is just as inevitably subjected to natural laws governing his necessary development as to all other natural laws which he must obey. Society antedates and at the same time survives every human individual, being in this respect like nature itself. It is eternal like nature, or rather, having been born upon this earth, it will last as long as our earth itself. Revolt against society is inconceivable. A radical revolt by man against society would therefore be just as impossible as a revolt against nature, human society being nothing else but the last great manifestation or creation of nature upon this earth. And an individual who would want to rebel against society, that is, against nature in general and his own nature in particular, would place himself beyond the pale of real existence, would plunge into nothingness, into an absolute void, into lifeless abstraction, into God. It follows that it is just as impossible to ask whether society is good or evil as it is to ask whether nature, the universal, material, real, absolute, soul, and supreme being, is good or evil. It is much more than that. It is an immense, overwhelming fact, a positive and primitive fact, having existence prior to all consciousness, to all ideas, to all intellectual and moral discernment. It is the very basis, it is the world in which inevitably, and at a much later stage, there begins to develop what we call good and evil. There is no humanity outside of society. During a very long period, lasting thousands of years, our species roamed the earth in isolated herds. That was before, together with the first emergence of speech and the first gleam of thought, there awakened within the social and animal environment of one of those human herds, the first self-conscious or free individuality. Apart from society, man would never cease to be a speechless and an unreasoning animal, 1,000 times poorer and more dependent upon external nature than most of the quadrupeds, above which he now towers so proudly. Even the most wretched individual of our present society could not exist and develop without the cumulative social efforts of countless generations. Thus the individual, his freedom and reason, are the products of society, and not vice versa. Society is not the product of individuals comprising it, and the higher, the more fully the individual is developed, the greater his freedom, and the more he is the product of society, the more does he receive from society and the greater his debt to it. Society is acted upon by individuals. Society in turn is indebted to individuals. One might even say that there is not an individual, inferior though he may be by nature and ill-favored by life and upbringing, who does not in turn influence society, be it even to the smallest extent, by his feeble labor, his even more feeble intellectual and moral development, and his attitudes and actions even though they may be almost unnoticed. It stands to reason, of course, that he himself does not even suspect and does not will this influence exerted by him upon the society which produced him. Individuals are the instrumentalities of social development. For the real life of society, at every instant of its existence, is nothing but the sum total of all the lives, developments, relations, and actions of all the individuals comprising it. But these individuals got together and united not arbitrarily, not with a compact, but independently of their will and consciousness. They are not only brought together and combined into one, but are begotten, in the material, intellectual, and moral life they express and embody in actuality. Therefore the action of those individuals, the conscious, and in most cases, unconscious action, upon society, which begot them, is in reality a case of society acting upon itself by means of the individuals comprising it. The latter are the instrumentalities of social development begotten and promoted by society. Man is not born a free and socially independent individual. Man does not create society but is born into it. He is born not free, but in fetters, as the product of a particular social environment created by a long series of past influences, developments, and historic facts. He bears the stamp of the region, climate, ethnic type, and class to which he belongs, the economic and political conditions of social life, and finally, of the locality, the city or village, the house, family, and circle of people into which he was born. All that determines his character and nature, gives him a definite language, and imposes upon him, with no chance of resistance on his part, a ready-made world of thoughts, habits, feelings, and mental vistas, and places him, before consciousness awakens in him, in a rigorously determined relationship to the surrounding social world. He becomes organically a member of a certain society, and fettered, inwardly and outwardly, permeated to the end of his days with its beliefs, prejudices, passions, and habits. He is but the most unconscious and faithful reflection of this society. Freedom is generated at a later stage of individual revolt. Therefore every man is born and, in the very first years of his life, remains the slave of society, and perhaps, not even a slave, because in order to be a slave one has to be aware of his state of slavery, but rather an unconscious and an involuntary offshoot of that society. 2. Social environment, and public opinion, which always express the material and political opinion of that environment, weigh down heavily upon free thought, and it takes a great deal of power of thought, and even more of antisocial interest and passion, to withstand that heavy oppression. Society itself, by its positive and negative action, generates free thought in man, and in turn, it is society which often crushes it. Man is so much of a social animal that it is impossible to think of him apart from society. 3. The idealist's point of view. The point of view of the idealists is altogether different. In their system man is first produced as an immortal and free being and ends up by becoming a slave. As a free and immortal being, infinite and complete in himself, he does not stand in need of society. From which follows that if man does enter society he does it because of the original fall, or because he forgets and loses the consciousness of his immortality and freedom. 4. Individual freedom, according to them, is not the creation, the historic product of society. They maintain that this freedom is prior to all society and that every man, at his birth, brings with him his immortal soul as a divine gift. Hence it follows that man is complete in himself, a whole being, and is in any way absolute only when he is outside of society. Being free prior to and apart from society, he necessarily joins in forming this society by a voluntary act, by a sort of contract, whether instinctive and tacit, or deliberated upon and formal. In a word, in this theory, it is not the individuals who are created by society, but on the contrary, it is they who create it, driven by some external necessity such as work or a war. The state takes the place of society in the idealistic theory. One can see that in this theory, society, in the proper meaning of the word, does not exist. The natural, human society, the real starting point of all human civilization, the only environment in which the freedom and individuality of man can arise and develop is altogether foreign to this theory. On the one hand it recognizes only individuals, existing for themselves and free in themselves, and on the other, this conventional society, the state, formed arbitrarily by these individuals and based upon a contract, whether formal or tacit. They know very well that no historic state ever had any kind of contract for its basis, and that all states were founded by violence, by conquest. But this fiction of free contract as the foundation of the state is quite necessary for them, and without further ceremony they make full use of it. The asocial character of Christian saints, their lives the acme of idealistic individualism. The human individuals whose mass, united by a convention, forms the state, would appear in this theory as beings altogether singular and full of contradictions. Endowed with an immortal soul and with freedom or free will which is inherent in them, they are on the one hand infinite and absolute beings and as such complete in themselves and for themselves, self-sufficient and needing no one else, not even God, for being immortal and finite they are themselves gods. On the other hand, they are beings who are very brutal, feeble, imperfect, limited, and absolutely dependent upon external nature, which sustains, envelops, and finally carries them off to their graves. Regarded from the first point of view, they need society so little that the latter appears actually to be a hindrance to the fullness of their being, to their perfect liberty. Thus we have seen in the first centuries of Christianity that holy and steadfast men who had taken in earnest the immortality of the soul and the salvation of their own souls broke their social ties, and, shunning all commerce with human beings, sought in solitude perfection, virtue, God. With much reason and logical consistency they came to regard society as a source of corruption and the absolute isolation of the soul as the condition on which all virtues depend. If they sometimes emerged from their solitude, this was not because they felt the need of society but because of generosity, Christian charity, felt by them in regard to the rest of the people who, still continuing to be corrupted in the social environment, needed their counsel, their prayers, and their guidance. It was always to save others and never to save themselves, nor to attain greater self-perfection. On the contrary, they risked losing their own souls by re-entering society, from which they had escaped in horror, deeming it the school of all corruption, and as soon as their holy work was completed, they would return as quickly as they could to their desert in order to perfect themselves again by incessant contemplation of their individual beings, their solitary souls, alone in the presence of God. An immortal soul must be the soul of an absolute being. This is an example to be followed by all those who still believe in the immortality of the soul, in innate freedom or free will, if only they want to save their souls and worthily prepare themselves for eternal life. I repeat, the saintly anchorites who, because of their self-imposed isolation, ended in complete imbecility, were entirely logical. Once the soul is immortal, that is, infinite in its essence, it should therefore be self-sufficient. It is only transitory, limited, and finite beings that can complete one another. The infinite does not have to complete itself. In meeting another being which is not itself, it feels itself confined by it and therefore it has to shun and ignore whatever is not itself. Strictly speaking, as I have said, the immortal soul should be able to get along without God himself. A being that is infinite in itself cannot recognize alongside of it another being equal to it, and even less so, a being which is superior and above it. For every other infinite being would limit it and consequently make it a fine and determined being. In recognizing a being as infinite as itself and outside of itself, the immortal soul would thus necessarily recognize itself as a finite being. For infinity must embrace everything and leave nothing outside of itself. It stands to reason that an infinite being cannot and should not recognize an infinite being which is superior to it. Infinity does not admit anything relative or comparative. The terms infinite superiority and infinite inferiority are absurd in their implication. The idea of God and that of immortality of soul are mutually contradictory. God is precisely an absurdity. Theology, which has the privilege of being absurd and which believes in things precisely because those things are absurd, places above immortal and consequently infinite human souls, the supreme absolute infinity, God. But by way of offsetting this infinity it creates the fiction of Satan, who represents precisely the revolt of an infinite being against the existence of an absolute infinity, a revolt against God. And just as Satan revolted against the infinite superiority of God, the holy recluses of Christianity, too humble to revolt against God, rebelled against the equal infinity of men, rebelled against society. The logic of personal salvation. They declared with much reason that they did not need society in order to be saved, and since they were by a strange fatality, here follows an illegible word in Bakunin's manuscript, degraded infinities, the society of God, and self-contemplation in the presence of that absolute infinity, were quite sufficient for them. I repeat again, their example is one to be followed by all those who believe in the immortality of the soul. From their point of view society cannot offer them anything but certain perdition. And in effect what does it give to men? First, material wealth, which can be produced in sufficient amount only by collective labor. But to one who believes in eternal existence, wealth can be only an object of contempt. For did not Jesus Christ say to his disciples, "Lay not up for yourself treasures upon the earth, for where thy treasure is there will thy heart be also," and it is easier for a great rope, or a camel in another version, to pass through a needle's eye than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God? I can very well picture to myself the expression upon the faces of the pious and wealthy bourgeois Protestants of England, America, Germany, and Switzerland, as they read those gospel sentences which are so decisive and disagreeable with regard to them. Production of wealth is necessarily a social act and is incompatible with personal salvation. Jesus Christ was right, the lust for material riches and the salvation of the immortal soul are absolutely incompatible, and if one believes in the immortality of the soul, is it not better to renounce the comfort and luxury afforded by society and subsist upon roots, as was done by the saintly hermits in saving their souls for eternity, than to lose one's soul as the price of a dozen years of material pleasures? This calculation is so simple, so evidently just, that we are compelled to think that the pious and rich bourgeois, the bankers, industrialists, and merchants who do such wonderful business by means so well known to us, and who still keep on repeating the sayings of the Gospels, count in no wise upon immortality of soul for themselves, generously abandoning it to the proletariat, while humbly reserving for themselves those miserable material goods which they amass upon this earth. Culture and civilized values are incompatible with the idea of immortality of the soul. Apart from material blessings, what else does society give to men? Carnal, human, earthly affections, civilization, and culture of the mind, all of which loom so vastly from the human, transitory, and terrestrial point of view, but which are a mere zero in the face of eternity, immortality, and God. And is not the greatest human wisdom but mere folly before God? There is a legend of the Eastern Church which tells of two saintly hermits who voluntarily imprisoned themselves for several decades on a desert island, and having isolated themselves from each other and passing their days and nights in contemplation and prayer, finally arrived at a point where both nearly lost the power of speech. Of their old vocabulary they retained only 3 or 4 words, all of which, taken together, did not make any sense, but which nevertheless expressed before God the most sublime aspirations of their souls. Of course they lived naturally on roots like herbivorous animals. From the human point of view those two men were imbeciles or madmen, but from the divine point of view, from the point of view of the belief in the immortality of the soul, they showed themselves to be more profound calculators than Galileo and Newton. For they sacrificed a few decades of earthly prosperity and the spirit of this world in order to gain eternal beatitude and the divine spirit. Society as a result of man's original fall. It is clear then that man, in so far as he is endowed with an immortal soul, with infinity and liberty inherent in this soul, is preeminently an antisocial being. And had he always been wise, if, exclusively preoccupied with his eternity, he had had the intelligence to turn his back upon all the good things, affections, and vanities of this earth, he never would have emerged from the state of divine innocence or imbecility and never would have had to form a society. In a word, had Adam and Eve never tasted the fruit of the tree of knowledge, we would still be living like beasts in the earthly paradise which God assigned to them for their habitation. But as soon as men wanted to know, to become civilized, humanized, to think, speak, and enjoy material blessings, they necessarily had to emerge from their solitude and organize themselves into a society. For just as they are inwardly infinite, immortal, and free, so are they externally limited, moral, feeble, and dependent upon the external world. 5. A contradictory being, inwardly infinite as the spirit, but outwardly dependent, defective, and material, man is compelled to combine with others into a society, not for the needs of his soul, but in order to preserve his body. Society then is formed by a sort of sacrifice of the interests and the independence of the soul to the contemptible needs of the body. It is a veritable fallen enslavement for the individual who is inwardly free and immortal. It is at least a partial renunciation of his primitive liberty. The stock theory of individual renunciation of liberty for the sake of forming a society. We all know the sacramental phrase which in the jargon of all the partisans of the state and juridical right expresses this fall and this sacrifice, this first fateful step toward human enslavement. The individual enjoying complete liberty in his natural state, that is, before he has become a member of any society, sacrifices a part of this freedom when entering society in order that the latter guarantee to him the remaining liberty. When an explanation of this phrase is requested, the usual rejoinder is another phrase of that kind: the freedom of every human individual should be limited only by the liberty of all other individuals. In appearance nothing is more just. But this theory, however, contains in embryo the whole theory of despotism. In conformity with the basic idea of idealists of all schools and contrary to all the real facts, the human individual is presented as an absolutely free individual in so far, and only in so far, as he remains outside of society. Hence it follows that society, viewed and conceived only as a juridical and a political society, that is, as a state, is the negation of liberty. Here then is the result of idealism. As one can see, it is altogether contrary to the deductions of materialism which, in agreement with that which is taking place in the real world, makes individual human freedom emerge from society as the necessary consequence of the collective development of humanity. 6. 18. Individuals are strictly determined. Considered from the point of view of their earthly existence, that is, not their fictitious but their real existence, human beings in the mass present such a degrading spectacle, appearing to be so hopelessly lacking in initiative, power of will, and mind, that it takes a great deal of the capacity for self-delusion to be able to find in them an immortal soul in the shadow of any free will whatever. To us they appear as beings that are absolutely and inevitably determined above all by external nature, by the physical relief of the country surrounding them, and by all the material conditions of their existence. They are determined by countless relations of political, religious, and social character, by customs, usages, laws, by a world of prejudices or thoughts slowly evolved during past centuries, by all that they find at birth already present in society, which they do not create but of which they are first of all products and afterward instruments. Among 1,000 people one can hardly find a single person of whom it can be said, from a relative and not an absolute point of view, that he wills and thinks independently. The majority think and will according to given social patterns. The great majority of human individuals, not only among the ignorant masses but among the civilized and privileged classes as well, do not will and do not think any differently from what the world around them wills and thinks. No doubt they believe that they do their own thinking and willing, but in reality they only reproduce slavishly, by rote, with insignificant and scarcely perceptible modifications, the thoughts and wishes of other people. This slavishness, this routine, the never-failing source of commonplaces, this lack of rebellion in the will and the lack of initiative in the thoughts of individuals, are the principal causes of the dismaying slowness of the historic development of humanity. To us materialists and realists, who believe in neither the immortality of the soul nor in free will, this slowness, distressing as it may be, appears only as a natural fact. Man is a social animal. Emerging from the condition of the gorilla, man arrives only with difficulty at the awareness of his humanity and the realization of his liberty. In the beginning he is neither liberty nor the awareness thereof, he comes into the world as a ferocious beast and as a slave, and he becomes humanized and progressively emancipated only in the midst of society, which necessarily precedes the emergence of man's thought, speech, and will. Man can attain that only through the collective efforts of all the past and present members of this society, which therefore is the natural basis and starting point of his human existence. Hence it follows that man realizes his individual freedom only by rounding out his personality with the aid of other individuals belonging to the same social environment. He can achieve that only by dint of labor and the collective power of society, without which man would no doubt remain the most stupid and most miserable of all wild animals living upon this earth. According to the materialist system, which is the only natural and logical system, society, far from limiting and decreasing, creates the freedom of the individual, creates, on the contrary, this freedom. Society is the root, the tree of freedom, and liberty is its fruit. Consequently, in every epoch man has to seek his liberty not at the beginning but at the end of history, and one may say that the real and complete emancipation of every individual is the true, great objective, the supreme purpose of history. 1. Rousseau's fallacy. It was a great fallacy on the part of Jean-Jacques Rousseau to have assumed that primitive society was established by a free contract entered into by savages. But Rousseau was not the only one to uphold such views. Most of the jurists and modern writers, whether of the Kantian or the other individualist and liberal schools, too, since they do not accept the theological idea of society being founded upon divine right, nor that of the Hegelian school, of society being determined as the more or less mystic realization of objective morality, nor the primitive animal society of the naturalist school, take nolens volens, lacking any other foundation, the tacit contract, as their point of departure. A tacit contract. That is to say, a wordless and consequently a thoughtless and will-less contract. A revolting nonsense. An absurd fiction, and what is more, a wicked fiction. An unworthy hoax. For it presupposes that while I was in the state of not being able to will, to think, to speak, I bound myself and my descendants, simply by reason of having let myself be victimized without raising any protest, into perpetual slavery. Absolute domination by the state implied by the social contract theory. The consequences of the social contract are in effect disastrous, for they lead to absolute domination by the state. And still, the principle itself, taken as a starting point, seemed extremely liberal in character. Prior to forming this contract, the individuals are supposed to have enjoyed unbounded liberty, for, according to this theory, the natural man, the savage, is in possession of complete freedom. We already have expressed our opinion about this natural liberty, which is simply the absolute dependence of the man-gorilla upon the permanent and besetting influences of the external world. But let us assume, however, that man was really free at the starting point of his historic development. Why then was society formed? In order to assure, we are told, his security against all possible invasions of this external world, including invasions by other men, either combined into an association or as isolated individuals, but who do not belong to this newly formed society. Society is the result of limitation of liberty. So here then we see those primitive men, absolutely free. Every one of them by himself and for himself, enjoying this unlimited freedom so long as they do not meet one another, so long as every one of them is immersed in the state of absolute individual isolation. The freedom of one man does not stand in need of the freedom of any other man. On the contrary, every one of those individual liberties is self-sufficient and exists by itself. so that it necessarily appears as the negation of the freedom of all the others, and all of them meeting together, are bound to limit and detract from one another, are bound to contradict, to destroy one another. In order not to carry out this mutual destruction to the bitter end, they enter into a contract, tacit or formal, by which they abandon some of those liberties, so as to assure for themselves the remainder. This contract becomes the foundation of society, or rather of the state, for, it is to be noted, that under this theory there is no room for society, it is only the state that has existence, or rather, society, according to this theory, is altogether absorbed by the state. Social laws should not be confounded with juridical and political laws. Society is the natural mode of existence of the human collective, and is independent of any contract. It is governed by customs or traditional usages and never by laws. It progresses slowly through the moving power of individual initiative, but not because of the thought or will of the legislator. There are many laws which govern society without the latter being aware of their presence, but those are natural laws, inherent in the social body, just as physical laws are inherent in material bodies. The greater part of those laws still remain unknown, and yet they have been governing human society ever since its birth, independently of the thought and will of men comprising such society. Those laws, therefore, should not be confounded with the political and juridical laws which, promulgated by some legislative power, are deemed to be, according to the social contract theory, logical deductions from the first compact knowingly formulated by men. The negation of society is the meeting point of the absolutist and liberal theories of the state. The state is not a direct product of nature, it does not precede, as society does, the awakening of thought in man, and later we shall try to show how religious consciousness created the state in the midst of a natural society. According to liberal political writers, the first state was created by man's free and conscious will, but according to the absolutists, the state is a divine creation. In both cases it dominates society and tends to absorb it altogether. In the second case, the absolutist, this absorption is quite self-explanatory, a divine institution must necessarily devour all natural organizations. What is more curious in this case is that the individualistic school, with its free contract theory, leads to the same result. And, indeed, this school begins by denying the very existence of a natural society and antedating the contract. Since such a society would presuppose the existence of natural relations among individuals and, consequently, a reciprocal limitation of their liberties, which would be contrary to the absolute liberty enjoyed, according to this theory, prior to the conclusion of the contract, and which would be neither less nor more than this contract itself, existing as a natural fact and preceding the free contract. According to this theory, human society begins only with the conclusion of the contract. But what then is this society? It is the pure and logical realization of the contract with all of its implied tendencies and legislative and practical consequences. It is the state. 2. The hypothetical absolute freedom of the pre-contract individuals. How ridiculous then are the ideas of the individualists of the Jean-Jacques Rousseau school and of the Proudhonian mutualists who conceive society as the result of the free contract of individuals absolutely independent of one another and entering into mutual relations only because of the convention drawn up among them. As if these men had dropped from the skies, bringing with them speech, will, original thought, and as if they were alien to anything of the earth, that is, anything having social origin. Had society consisted of such absolutely independent individuals, there would have been no need, nor even the slightest possibility of them entering into an association. Society itself would be non-existent, and those free individuals, not being able to live and function upon the earth, would have to wing their way back to their heavenly abode. 3. Absolute individual liberty is absolute non-being. Nature, as well as human society, which is nothing else but that same nature, everything that lives, does so under the categorical condition of decisively interfering in the life of someone else. The worse it is for those who are so ignorant of the natural and social law of human solidarity that they deem possible and even desirable the absolute independence of individuals in regard to one another. To will it is to will the disappearance of society, for all social life is but the continuous mutual interdependence of individuals and masses. All men, even the most intelligent and the strongest, are at every instant of their lives the producers and the products. Freedom itself, the freedom of every man, is the ever-renewed effect of the great mass of physical, intellectual, and moral influences to which this man is subjected by the people surrounding him and the environment in which he was born and in which he passed his whole life. To wish to escape this influence in the name of some transcendental, divine freedom, some self-sufficient and absolutely egoistical freedom, is to aim toward non-being. It means to forego influencing one's fellow man, to forego any social action, even the expression of one's thoughts and feelings, that is, again to tend toward absolute non-being. This notorious independence, so greatly extolled by idealists and metaphysicians, and personal freedom thus conceived, is just non-existence, plain and simple. To do away with this reciprocal influence is tantamount to death. And in demanding the freedom of the masses we do not intend to do away with natural influences to which man is subjected by individuals and groups. All we want is to do away with factitious, legitimized influences, to do away with privileges in exerting influence. 4. Natural and social laws are of the same category. Man can never be free with respect to natural and social laws. Laws, which for the greater convenience of science, are divided into two categories, belong in reality to one and the same category, for they all are equally natural laws, necessary laws which constitute the basis and the very condition of all existence, so that no living beings can rebel against them without destroying themselves. Natural laws are not political laws. But it is necessary to distinguish natural laws from authoritarian, arbitrary, political, religious, and civil laws which the privileged classes have created in the course of history, always to enable exploitation of the work of the masses, always with the sole aim of curbing the liberty of the masses, laws which under the pretext of a fictitious morality, have always been the source of the deepest immorality. Thus we have involuntary and inevitable obedience to all laws which constitute, independently of all human will, the very life of nature and society, but on the other hand, there should be independence, as nearly unconditional as it is possible to attain, on the part of everyone with respect to all claims to dictate to other people, with respect to all human wills, collective as well as individual, tending to impose not their natural influence but their law, their despotism. Human personality grows only in society. As to the natural influence which men exercise upon one another, it also is one of those conditions of social life against which revolt would be impossible. This influence is the very basis, material, moral, and intellectual, of human solidarity. The human individual, a product of solidarity, that is, of society, while remaining subject to its natural laws, may well react against it when influenced by feelings coming from the outside and especially from an alien society. But the individual cannot leave this particular society without immediately placing himself in another sphere of solidarity and without becoming subjected to new influences. For to man, life outside of all society, and outside of all human influences, a life of absolute isolation, is tantamount to intellectual, moral, and material death. Solidarity is not the product but the mother of individuality, and human personality can be born and can develop only in human society. 5. Individual and social interests are not incompatible. We are told that in reality it will never be possible to obtain the agreement and universal solidarity between individual interests and those of society, the reason being that these interests are contradictory and therefore cannot counterbalance each other or arrive at some mutual understanding. Our reply to this objection is that if up to now those interests have not arrived at a mutual agreement, it is due solely to the state, which has sacrificed the interests of the majority for the benefit of a privileged minority. That is why this famed incompatibility and the struggle of personal interests with the interests of society reduce themselves to lies and trickery, born out of the theological lie which connive the doctrine of original sin in order to dishonor man and destroy in him the awareness of his own inner worth. 6. 19. Philosophy of history. The struggle for existence in human history. Whoever has studied history even a little cannot fail to notice that, underlying all the religious and theological struggles, however abstract, sublime, and ideal they may have been, there was always some outstanding material interest. All the racial, national, state, and class wars had only one object, and that was domination, which is the necessary condition of and guarantee for the possession and enjoyment of wealth. Human history, considered from this point of view, is simply the continuation of the great struggle for life, which, according to Darwin, constitutes the basic law of the organic world. 1. Struggle for existence is a universal law. Considered from this point of view, the natural world presents to us a deadly and bloody picture of a fierce and perpetual struggle, a struggle for life. Man is not the only one to wage this struggle. All animals, all living beings, nay, what is more, all existing things, carry within themselves, although in a less apparent manner than man, the germs of their own destruction, and so to speak are their own enemies. The same natural inevitability begets, preserves, and destroys them. Every class of things, every plant and animal species, lives only at the expense of others. One devours the other, so that the natural world can be regarded as a bloody hecatomb, as a grim tragedy incited by hunger. The natural world is the arena of a ceaseless struggle which knows no mercy nor respite. Is it possible that this inevitable law also exists in the human and social world? 2. Wars are mainly economic in their motivation. Alas! We find cannibalism at the cradle of human civilization, and along with that, and following in point of time, we find wars of extermination, wars among races and nations, wars of conquest, wars to maintain equilibrium, political and religious wars, wars waged in the name of great ideas like the one now waged by France with the present emperor at its head, patriotic wars for greater national unity like those contemplated now on the one hand by the pan-German minister of Berlin and on the other hand by the pan-slavist Tsar of St. Petersburg. And what do we find beneath all that? Beneath all the hypocritical phrases used in order to give these wars the appearance of humanity and right? Always the same economic phenomenon, the tendency on the part of some to live and prosper at the expense of others. All the rest is mere humbug. The ignorant, the naive, and the fools are entrapped by it. But the strong men who direct the destinies of the state know only too well that underlying all those wars there is only one motive: pillage, the seizing of someone else's wealth and the enslavement of someone else's labor. 3. Political idealism is no less pernicious and absurd, no less hypocritical than the idealism of religion, of which it is but a different manifestation, the worldly or earthly application. 4. Phases of historic development. Men, who are preeminently carnivorous animals, began their history with cannibalism. Now they aspire toward universal association, toward collective production and collective consumption of wealth. But between these two extreme points, what a horrible and bloody tragedy! And we are not yet through with this tragedy. Following cannibalism came slavery, then came serfdom, then wage serfdom, which is to be followed by the terrible day of retribution, and later, much later, the era of fraternity. Here are the phases through which the animal struggle for life must pass in its gradual transformation in the course of historic development into a humane organization of life. 3. It has been well established that human history, like the history of all other animal species, began with war. This war, which did not have and still has not got any other aim but to conquer the means of existence, had various phases of development running parallel to the various phases of civilization, that is, of the development of man's needs and the means to satisfy them. The invention of tools marks the first phase of civilization. At the beginning man, who was an omnivorous animal, subsisted like many other animals on fruits and plants, and by hunting and fishing. During many centuries man no doubt hunted and fished just as the beasts are still doing, without the aid of any other instruments but those with which he was endowed by nature. The first time he made use of the crudest weapon, a simple stick or a stone. Therewith he performed an act of thinking and asserted himself, no doubt without suspecting it, as a thinking animal, as a man. For even the most primitive weapon had to be adapted to the projected aim, and this presupposes a certain amount of mental calculation, which essentially distinguishes the man animal from all the other animals. Owing to this faculty of reflecting, thinking, inventing, man perfected his weapons, very slowly, it is true, in the course of many centuries, and thereby was transformed into a hunter or an armed ferocious beast. Multiplying of animal species is always in direct proportion to the means of subsistence. Having arrived at the first stage of civilization, the small human groups found it much easier to obtain their food by killing off living beings, including other men, who also were used as food, than did animals which lacked instruments for hunting or carrying on of wars. And since the multiplying of animal species is always in direct proportion to the means of subsistence, it is evident that men were bound to multiply more rapidly than the animals of other species, and that finally the time was bound to arrive when uncultivated nature was not capable any more of sustaining all the people. Cattle breeding, the next phase of civilization. If human reason were not progressive by its nature, if it did not develop to an ever greater extent, resting on one hand upon tradition, which preserves for the benefit of future generations all the knowledge acquired by past generations, and on the other hand expanding in scope as a result of the power of speech, which is inseparable from the faculty of thought, if it were not endowed with the unlimited faculty of inventing new processes to defend human existence against all natural forces that are hostile to it, this insufficiency of nature necessarily would have put a limit on the propagation of the human species. But owing to that precious faculty which permits him to know, think, and understand, man is able to overcome this natural limit which curbs the development of all other animal species. When natural sources became exhausted, he created new artificial sources. Profiting not by physical force but by superior intelligence, he went beyond killing for immediate consumption, and began to subdue, tame, and break in some wild beasts in order to make them serve his ends. Thus in the course of many centuries groups of hunters became transformed into groups of herdsmen. Cattle breeding superseded by agriculture. This new source of subsistence helped to increase even more the human species, which in turn placed before the human race the necessity of inventing ever new means of subsistence. The exploitation of animals was not sufficient anymore, and so men began to cultivate land. Nomadic peoples and herdsmen were transformed in the course of many more centuries into agricultural people. It was at this stage of history that slavery in the proper sense of the word began. Men, who were savages in the full sense of that word, began at first by devouring the enemies who had been killed or made prisoners. But when they realized the advantages obtained by making use of dumb animals instead of killing them, they likewise were led to see the advantage accruing from making the same use of man, the most intelligent of all animals. So the vanquished enemy was not devoured any longer, but instead became a slave, forced to work in order to maintain his master. Slavery makes its appearance with the agricultural phase of civilization. The work of the pastoral peoples is so simple and easy that it hardly requires the work of slaves. That is why we see that with the nomadic and pastoral tribes the number of slaves was quite limited, if they were not altogether absent. It is different with agricultural and settled peoples. Agriculture demands assiduous, painful, day-to-day labor. And the free man of the forests and plains, the hunter or cattle breeder, takes to agriculture with a great deal of repugnance. That is why, as we see it now, for example, with the savage peoples of America, it was upon the weaker sex, the women, that the heaviest burdens and the most distasteful domestic work were thrown. Men knew of no other occupation but hunting and war-making, which even in our own times are still considered the most noble callings, and, holding in disdain all other occupations, they lazily smoked their pipes while their unfortunate women, those natural slaves of the barbarous man, succumbed under the burden of their daily toil. Another forward step is made in civilization, and the slave takes the part of the woman. A beast of burden, endowed with intelligence, forced to bear the whole load of physical labor, he creates leisure for the ruling class and makes possible his master's intellectual and moral development. 6. The goals of human history. The human species, having started out with animal existence, tends steadfastly toward the realization of humanity upon the earth. And history itself set us this vast and sacred task of transforming the millions of wage slaves into a human, free society based upon equal rights for all. 1.7. The three constituent elements of human history. Man emancipated himself through his own efforts, he separated himself from animality and constituted himself a man. He began his distinctively human history and development by an act of disobedience and knowledge, that is, by rebellion and by thought. Three elements, or if you like, three fundamental principles, constitute the essential conditions of all human development, collective or individual, in history, human animality, 2. Thought, and 3. Rebellion. To the first properly corresponds social and private economy, to the second, science, and to the third, liberty. 8. What is meant by historic elements? By historic elements I mean the general conditions of any real development whatever, for example, in this case, the conquest of the world by the Romans and the meeting of the God of the Jews with the ideal of divinity of the Greeks. To impregnate the historical elements, to cause them to run through a series of new historic transformations, a living spontaneous fact was needed, without which they might have remained many centuries longer in a state of unproductive elements. This fact was not lacking in Christianity, it was the propaganda, martyrdom, and death of Jesus Christ. History is the revolutionary negation of the past. But from the moment that this animal origin of man is accepted, everything is explained. History then appears to us as the revolutionary negation of the past, now slow, apathetic, sluggish, now passionate and powerful. It consists precisely in the progressive denial of the primitive animality of man through the development of his humanity. Man, a wild beast, cousin of the gorilla, has emerged from the profound darkness of animal instinct into the light or the mind, which explains in a wholly natural way all his past mistakes and partly consoles us for his present errors. 1. Degree. The dialectics of idealism and materialism. Every development implies the negation of its starting point. The basis or starting point, according to the materialistic school, being material, the negation must necessarily be ideal. Starting from the totality of the real world, or from what is abstractly called matter, it logically arrives at the real idealization, that is, at the humanization, at the full and complete emancipation, of society. On the contrary, and for the same reason, the basis and starting point of the idealistic school being ideal, it necessarily arrives at the materialization of society, at the organization of brutal despotism and an iniquitous and ignoble exploitation, in the form of church and state. The historic development of man, according to the materialistic school, is a progressive ascension. In the idealistic system it can be nothing but a continuous fall. Whatever human question we may want to consider, we always find the same essential contradiction between the two schools. Thus materialism starts from animality to establish humanity, Idealism starts with divinity to establish slavery and condemn the masses to perpetual animality. Materialism denies free will and ends in the establishment of liberty. Idealism, in the name of human dignity, proclaims free will, and, on the ruins of every liberty, founds authority. Materialism rejects the principle of authority, because it rightly considers it the corollary of animality, and because, on the contrary, the triumph of humanity, which is the object and chief significance of history, can be realized only through liberty. In a word, whatever question we may take up, we will always find the idealists in the very act of practical materialism, while we see the materialists pursuing and realizing the most grandly ideal aspirations and thoughts. Matter in the idealist conception. History, in the system of the idealists, can be nothing but a continuous fall. They begin with a terrible fall, from which they can never recover, by a somersault from the sublime regions of the pure and absolute idea into matter. And into what kind of matter? Not into matter that is eternally active and mobile, full of properties and forces, life and intelligence, as we see it in the real world, but into abstract matter, impoverished and reduced to absolute through the regular looting by those Prussians of thought, that is, the theologians and metaphysicians, who have stripped it of everything to give it to their emperor, to their god, into the matter which, deprived of all action and movement of its own, represents, in opposition to the divine idea, nothing but absolute stupidity, impenetrability, inertness, and immobility. 11. Humanistic values in history. Science knows that respect for man is the supreme law of humanity, and that the real goal of history, its only legitimate objective, is the humanization and emancipation, the real liberty, the prosperity and happiness of each individual living in society. For, in the final analysis, if we would not fall back into the liberty-destroying fiction of the public weal represented by the state, a fiction always founded on the systematic immolation of the great masses of people, we must clearly recognize that collective liberty and prosperity exist only insofar as they represent the sum of individual liberties and prosperities. Man emerged from animal slavery, and passing through divine slavery, a transitory period between his animality and his humanity, he is now marching on to the conquest and realization of human liberty. Whence it follows that the antiquity of a belief, of an idea, far from proving anything in its favor, ought, on the contrary, to make it suspect. For behind us is our animality and before us our humanity, and the light of humanity, the only light that can warm and enlighten us, the only thing that can emancipate us, and give us dignity, freedom, and happiness, that can make us realize fraternity among us, is never at the beginning, but in relation to the epoch in which we live, always at the end of history. Let us then never look backward, let us look ever forward, for forward is our sunlight and salvation. If it is permissible, and even useful and necessary, to turn back to study our past, it is only in order to establish what we have been and must no longer be, what we have believed and thought and must no longer believe or think, what we have done and must do nevermore. The uneven course of human progress. So long as a people has not fallen into a state of decadence, there is always progress in this salutary tradition, this sole teacher of the masses. But one cannot say that this progress is the same in every epoch of the history of a people. On the contrary, it proceeds by leaps and bounds. At times it is very rapid, very sensitive, and far-reaching, at other times it slows down or stops altogether, and then again it even seems to go backward. What accounts for all that? This evidently depends upon the character of events in a given historic epoch. There are events which electrify people and push them ahead, other events have such a deplorable, disheartening, and depressing effect upon the people's state of mind as very often to crush, lead astray, or at times altogether pervert them. In general, one can observe in the historic development of people two inverse movements which I shall permit myself to compare to the ebb and flow of the oceanic tides. Humanity has meaning only in the light of its basic humanistic drives. In certain epochs, which ordinarily are the precursors of great historic events, great triumphs of humanity, everything appears to proceed at an accelerated rate, everything exhales vigor and power. Minds, hearts, and will seem to act in unison as they reach out toward the conquest of new horizons. It seems then as if an electric current were set running throughout all society, uniting individuals the furthest removed from one another in one and the same feeling, and the most disparate minds in a single thought, and imprinting on all the same will. At such a time everyone is full of confidence and courage, because he is carried away by the feeling which animates everybody. Without getting away from modern history, we can point to the end of the 18th century, the eve of the Great French Revolution, as being one of those epochs. Such also was, although to a considerably lesser degree, the character of the years preceding the Revolution of 1848. And finally, such, I believe, is the character of our own epoch, which seems to presage events that perhaps will transcend those of 1789 and 1793. And is it not true that all we see and feel in those grand and mighty epics can be compared to the spring tides of the ocean? The ebbing of the great creative tides of human history. But there are other epics, gloomy, disheartening, and fateful, when everything breathes decadence, prostration, and death, and which present a veritable eclipse of the public and private mind. Those are the ebb tides which always follow great historic catastrophes. Such was the epoch of the First Empire and that of the Restoration. Such were the 19 or 20 years following the catastrophe of June, 1848. Such will be, to an even more terrible extent, the 20 or 30 years which will follow the conquest of France by the armies of Prussian despotism, that is, if the workers, if the French people, prove cowardly enough to give up France. 14. History is the gradual unfoldment of humanity. One can clearly conceive the gradual development of the material world, as well as of organic life and of the historically progressive intelligence of man, individually or socially. It is an altogether natural movement, from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher, from the inferior to the superior, a movement in conformity with all of our daily experiences, and consequently in conformity also with our natural logic, with the distinctive laws of our mind, which, being formed and developed only through the aid of these same experiences are, so to speak, only its mental, cerebral reproduction or its recapitulation in thought. 15. Part 2, Criticism of Existing Society. 1. Property could arise only in the state. The doctrinaire philosophers, as well as the jurists and economists, always assume that property came into existence before the rise of the state, whereas it is clear that the juridical idea of property, as well as family law, could arise historically only in the state, the first inevitable act of which was the establishment of this law and of property. 1. Property is a god. This god already has its theology, which is called state politics and juridical right, and also its morality, the most adequate expression of which is summed up in the phrase, "This man is worth so much." The theology and metaphysics of property. The property god also has its metaphysics. It is the science of the bourgeois economists. Like any metaphysics, it is a sort of twilight, a compromise between truth and falsehood, with the latter benefiting by it. It seeks to give falsehood the appearance of truth and leads truth to falsehood. Political economy seeks to sanctify property through labor and to represent it as the realization, the fruit, of labor. If it succeeds in doing this, it will save property in the bourgeois world. For labor is sacred, and whatever is based upon labor, is good, just, moral, human, legitimate. One's faith, however, must be of the sturdy kind to enable him to swallow this doctrine, for we see the vast majority of workers deprived of all property, and what is more, we have the avowed statements of the economists and their own scientific proofs to the effect that under the present economic organization, which they defend so passionately, the masses will never come to own property, that, consequently, their labor does not emancipate and ennoble them, for, all their labor notwithstanding, they are condemned to remain eternally without property, that is, outside of morality and humanity. Only non-productive labor yields property. On the other hand, we see that the richest property owners, and consequently the most worthy, humane, moral, and respectable citizens, are precisely those who work the least or who do not work at all. To that the answer is made that nowadays it is impossible to remain rich, to preserve, and even less so, to increase one's wealth, without working. Well, let us then agree upon the proper use of the term work. There is work and work. There is productive labor and there is the labor of exploitation. The first is the labor of the proletariat, the second that of property owners. He who turns to good account lands cultivated by someone else, simply exploits someone else's labor. And he who increases the value of his capital, whether in industry or in commerce, exploits the labor of others. The banks which grow rich as a result of thousands of credit transactions, the stock exchange speculators, the shareholders who get large dividends without raising a finger, Napoleon III, who became so rich that he was able to raise to wealth all his protégés, King William I, who, proud of his victories, is preparing to levy billions upon poor unfortunate France, and who already has become rich and is enriching his soldiers with this plunder. All those people are workers. But what kind of workers? Highway robbers. Thieves and plain ordinary robbers are workers to a much greater extent, for in order to get rich in their own way they have to work with their own hands. It is evident to anyone who is not blind about this matter that state politics and juridical right, and also its morality, the most adequate expression of which is summed up in the phrase, "This man is worth so much." The theology and metaphysics of property. The property god also has its metaphysics. It is the science of the bourgeois economists. Like any metaphysics, it is a sort of twilight, a compromise between truth and falsehood, with the latter benefiting by it. It seeks to give falsehood the appearance of truth and leads truth to falsehood. Political economy seeks to sanctify property through labor and to represent it as the realization, the fruit, of labor. If it succeeds in doing this, it will save property in the bourgeois world. For labor is sacred, and whatever is based upon labor, is good, just, moral, human, legitimate. One's faith, however, must be of the sturdy kind to enable him to swallow this doctrine, for we see the vast majority of workers deprived of all property, and what is more, we have the avowed statements of the economists and their own scientific proofs to the effect that under the present economic organization, which they defend so passionately, the masses will never come to own property, that, consequently, their labor does not emancipate and ennoble them, for, all their labor notwithstanding, they are condemned to remain eternally without property, that is, outside of morality and humanity. Only non-productive labor yields property. On the other hand, we see that the richest property owners, and consequently the most worthy, humane, moral, and respectable citizens, are precisely those who work the least or who do not work at all. To that the answer is made that nowadays it is impossible to remain rich, to preserve, and even less so, to increase one's wealth, without working. Well, let us then agree upon the proper use of the term work. There is work and work. There is productive labor and there is the labor of exploitation. The first is the labor of the proletariat, the second that of property owners. He who turns to good account lands cultivated by someone else, simply exploits someone else's labor. And he who increases the value of his capital, whether in industry or in commerce, exploits the labor of others. The banks which grow rich as a result of thousands of credit transactions, the stock exchange speculators, the shareholders who get large dividends without raising a finger, Napoleon III, who became so rich that he was able to raise to wealth all his protégés, King William I, who, proud of his victories, is preparing to levy billions upon poor unfortunate France, and who already has become rich and is enriching his soldiers with this plunder. All those people are workers. But what kind of workers? Highway robbers. Thieves and plain ordinary robbers are workers to a much greater extent, for in order to get rich in their own way they have to work with their own hands. It is evident to anyone who is not blind about this matter that economists and with them all the lawyers, all the worshippers of unbelievers in the juridical right, all the priests of the civil and criminal code, let us suppose that this economic relationship between the exploiter and the exploited is altogether legitimate, that it is the inevitable consequence, the product of an eternal, indestructible social law, yet still it will always be true that exploitation precludes brotherhood and equality. And it goes without saying that such relationship precludes economic equality. 3. Class monopoly of means of production is a basic evil. Can the emancipation of labor signify any other thing but its deliverance from the yoke of property and capital? And how can we prevent both from dominating and exploiting labor so long as, while separated from labor, they are monopolized by a class which, freed from the necessity of working for a living by virtue of its exclusive use of capital and property, continues to oppress labor by exacting from it land rent and interest upon capital? That class, drawing its strength from its monopolistic position, takes possession of all the profits of industrial and commercial enterprises, leaving to the workers, who are crushed by the mutual competition for employment into which they are forced, only that which is barely necessary to keep them from starving to death. No political or juridical law, severe as it may be, can prevent this domination and exploitation. No law can stand up against the power of this deeply rooted fact. No one can prevent this situation from producing its natural results. Hence it follows that so long as property and capital exist on the one hand, and labor on the other hand, the first constituting the bourgeois class and the other the proletariat, the worker will be the slave and the bourgeois the master. Abolition of inheritance of right. But what is it that separates property and capital from labor? What produces the economic and political class differences? What is it that destroys equality and perpetuates inequality, the privileges of a small number of people, and the slavery of the great majority? It is the right of inheritance. So long as the right of inheritance remains in this sense,
Socrates
there never
loved
will
the
be
youths,
economic,
but as
social,
apparent,
and political
this is a
equality
negative
in this
love.
world.
No
And so
doubt his
long as
relation to the
inequality
youths was
exists,
not without
oppression
meaning.
and exploitation
But, as
also
pointed
will
out
exist.
earlier,
When the relation was to
consequently,
gain a deeper
from the
meaning,
point of view
it
of
was
the
over.
integral
That
emancipation
is,
of
the
labor and of
relation
the
to the
workers
youth was the
we should
beginning
aim
of
at
the
relation.
abolition of the inheritance
That this
right.
relation,
However, what we want to and what we should abolish is that the young man could very well feel attached to Socrates after the latter had detached himself from the judicial family. This I have tried to show above. Strictly speaking, but if we bear in mind that this relation between Socrates and the youth is the last possibility to show a positive possibility of living without working, how much could be demanded in that respect of the man who, whether it be having emancipated himself from every other real relation, had concentrated on this one. In a word, if we bear all the instruments and materials necessary for work, the negativity described here unless we assume that Socrates' position become forever the collective property of all the producers and additional relations Socrates entered into with another person, possible to attain equality and consequently the emancipation of labor and of the workers. Perceives that Socrates was not exactly a model husband. The present economic interpretation of his relation to our tendencies of capitalism, according to capitalist production and banking speculation, that he had the same benefit in the long run swallows up trainers from wild horses. Ceaselessly the benefit of learning to constrain smaller speculative and productive enterprise controlling mankind. They must be finished with her, he would easily be able to tolerate other embracing. This view, I say, competition does not in the economic field destroys and swallows up a considerable measure of medium-sized capitalist enterprises, factories, land estates, and commercial houses for the benefit of huge capital. We go back to the indictment in the industrial condemnation of Socrates and mercantile firms. The judges declared him guilty. Growing concentration of more or less disregarding this wealth is exclusive and everyday. We were to describe his crime in one word. We could call it an ever smaller number of persons, and by throwing the lower stratum of admittedly he was not idle, petty bourgeoisie, admittedly he was not the ranks of the proletariat, but in his relation to the state he was indifferent, directly related to the growing poverty of the masses of workers. Consequently, hence it follows that the gulf separating the lucky but the punishment was still not from the millions of workers who maintained this minority through their own labor is to stipulate the punishment of the exploiters of within certain limits. The more wretched the great mass of workers are in detail what was wrong with Socrates' conduct of the peasantry. He shows that the small peasant deservedly condemned to death, by death, that his crime was refusing to recognize the sovereignty of the nation and asserting instead his subjective conviction over against the objective judgment of the growing possessions of the refusal in this respect may very well be regarded as him in turning to the ranks of the proletariat. But he nevertheless brought his death upon himself. What is property? The state was just as justified in condemning Socrates as he was in emancipating and the property owner. Socrates thereby became a tragic hero by the state. So far without working. And since neither property nor capital produce anything when not fertilized by labor, that means the power and the right to live by exploiting the labor of someone very closely. The right to exploit the labor to give those who possess neither property nor capital and who thus are forced to sell their productive power to the lucky must have been most welcome to Socrates. Exploitation, for just as the course of life has shown itself to be incommensurate with common standards, being maintained punishment also is bound to be the same, and with him by all the entirely consistent for him to think that the only punishment he could impose upon himself was a fine. Civil and criminal code. Suppose that this economic relationship between the exploiter and the exploited is altogether legitimate, because that it is the inevitable consequence in the case the product would cancel itself. Indestructible social law. It was also entirely consistent for him to suggest that the judges be content with a little bit for the exploited. Entirely consistent. Workers forced to sell their labor. Since money on the whole without saying reality precludes economic equality for him. The punishment would be the same whether you were paid a large amount of money or if I offer my labor at the lowest price. The punishment would amount to nothing. If I consent to have you live off my labor, it is certainly punishment he considered for brotherly love. The punishment that was no punishment. And no bourgeois economist would dare to say that it was. However idyllic and naive their reasoning becomes when they begin to speak about the reciprocal affections and mutual relations which should exist between employers and employees. That he does not see in the state's sentence an objectively valid view in contrast if I did not work for an employer. To a certain degree, I am forced to sell you my labor at the lowest possible price, and I am forced to do it by the threat of hunger. He seems to have no intimation that a labor power is not a free shift into a qualitative one. The economists dwells on the oddity that property owners, the capitalists, decide the employers, and are likewise forced to seek out and purchase the labor of the proletariat opposite. If Anarchism and Bakunin had not gone forced to do it, he says, but not in the same measure as himself would have been quality between those who offer their labor. Here we see again how Socrates between the necessity of selling one's labor and the qualification of his life. The slavery and misery of the proletariat would not exist. Their verdict has only numerical value, and if the majority pronounce him guilty, then nor the proletariat nothing nor less is said thereby than that there would be only such a number of individuals have condemned him. Because such equality does not exist clearly see here the entirely negative view of the state. An ironic proletariat outstrips the productive capacity of capitalism. This equality does not exist because in modern society where wealth is produced by the intervention of capital, the sort of the wages to labor, by a horsehair growth of the population outstrips the growth of human life, which results in the supply of labor necessarily surpassing the demand and leading to a relative sinking of the level of wages is as absorbed as an old competition and finishing monopolized. in getting
exploited
his
by
life to
bourgeois
conform to the
capital,
state's
is
conception.
pushed on the one
A
hand by
problem
the
is
mutual
difficult
competition
of
of capitalists to concentrate ever more in the hands of an ever-diminishing number of powerful capitalists, or in the hands of joint stock companies which try to conjugate his life according to the paradigm of the state, than the biggest isolated life was entirely irregular, and the small and situation becomes even more comic because of the dear produce at the same price as the big constraint of necessity naturally succumb in the penalty of death bids him find the likeness in this enterprises are forced by the same competition to sell their products at the lowest possible related in relation to each other. But it is even more comic when the pronouncement is made result only by forcing out an ever-growing number of small or medium-sized capitalist isolation. Socrates' life is bound to appear entirely heterogeneous from the world of the every qualification of the state, and for this reason the thought process, and at the same time squeezing out ever greater savings from the wages of the same proletariat, also manifests the growing competition for jobs forces down wage levels. He is pronounced guilty by the state. On the other hand, now the mass of the proletariat, punishment he has as a result of the general increase of the population, however, feels that his life is utterly incomprehensible to the state. It is apparent that he could just as well deserve a proletarianization of the petty bourgeoisie, therefore, that he be maintained at public merchants and industrialists. If the state, however, as I have already should not feel called upon to reward him in this productive capacity, he will accommodate himself to it as exploited punishment he could have deserved. This growing mass of the proletariat is placed in a condition wherein the workers themselves are forced into disastrous competition against one another. But he is unable to make no other means of existence but their own manual labor. They are driven by the fear of seeing themselves replaced by others. For he in fact does not know whether death is a good or an tendency of the workers. So it seems that Socrates himself thinks that death would be their own appropriate punishment, combined with precisely because no one knows to sell the products of their work heft, and consequently because here the punishment at the lowest price with the fine constantly reproduces and consolidates the poverty of the proletariat not choose, since he finds himself in a state of poverty. The worker's financial situation would not allow him to pay, and because he sells the product he is very well aware that he is even less fitted for living in another state than in Athens, intensified so that in a short time he would be banished also from that state, etc. Greater misery. He cannot choose a fine or for in this galley slave labor the productive force of the workers bring suffering upon him, ruthlessly exploited, excessively wasted and underfed, and is rapidly used up. Besides, and once it is used I am not accustomed to think of myself as deserving punishment. Of what worth is this sole commodity in so far as there is a question of what sale of which he depends for a livelihood? He has deserved nothing. His answer is that nothing is left for the worker but to die, either death. What? Since no one knows whether it is a good or an possible or a fine, it is the price of that which is considered by the proletarians of the country is absolutely necessary money has no value himself alive. But as for a more specialized punishment, agreement on a punishment that would be felt by the iron law, he finds that every such punishment is inappropriate. Primary necessities constitutes since his life the prevailing constant level above the conception of the wages can never rise just for a very long reward as punishment, beneath which they drive very often, leader, which constantly results in a second reason, sickness, namely, and death. That he is until a sufficient number of workers disappear to equalize. Thus we see how supply of and demand is entirely negative toward the state. There is no equality of bargaining power between employer and worker, but we see it. Even more clearly in the equalized supply and demand because of the course of his real equality would most likely have their labor for sale in this relation to the state. Suppose despite this, a manufacturer hanging over his head, 100 workers, he nevertheless undaunted carries to present themselves in the market. His delivery, only one, however, does not have the powerful pace supply would exceed the demand. His resulting in not have the absolute authority of personality. But since only 100 appear, his indifference is not a blissful relation in his own repletion. Need only that number. We find nothing of more nor less, but we do find at first that complete equality lets the objective power of the state break up on the non-firm negativity of irony be equal in other respects. The objective power of the state does it follow that the workers can demand from the individual and conditions of work assuring them the means of everything loses its absolute validity and human existence. He divests himself of all of them as if I grant them those conditions as ever. Wages, 13,278. The capitalist shall not gain thereby any more than they will beneath him in his ironic bird's eye view. Why should I have to plague myself and become ruined by offering them the profits of my capital? By the absolute self-consistency of infinite negativity, I will invest my capital somewhere else, into the whole wherever I can get the highest interest. However much will offer my labor for sale to some capitalist, just as my workers has no predicate for if, profiting by the powerful initiative afforded another by my capital, I ask those hundreds the negativity that still has engendered their positivity. It is not because of my plans why even life and death nor because of a spirit of justice for him, nor because of love for humanity. We have the actual. The capitalists are by no means pinnacle of irony. They would be ruined if they practiced the idea of the good. It is because I hope to draw from the labor of the workers sufficient profit to be able to live comfortably as possible, even richly, while at the same time increasing my capital. After these ideas have acquired their actuality and personality, of course I shall work too, But my work will be of an altogether different kind,
isolates itself,
and I will be remunerated at a much higher
negativity
rate
again
than the
opens
workers.
its chasm in order
It
to
will
swallow
not be
this
the
actuality
actuality
of the
but
spirit
that of administration
irony
manifests
exploitation
itself in a
and
more alarming way.
Monopolization
3.
of administrative work.
The view made
But
necessary.
isn't administrative work also productive work? No doubt it is.
For the observer,
lacking a good and
Socrates'
intelligent
life is like a
administration,
magnificent
manual
pause in the
labor
course
will
of
not
history.
produce anything,
We do
or it
not
will
hear him
produce
at all.
very little and
A
very
profound
badly.
stillness prevails.
But from the point
until
of
it
view
is
of
broken
justice
by
and
the noisy
immediate
attempts of the
production
many and very
itself, it is
different
not at all
schools of
necessary
followers
to
to
trace
trace
their
their
origin in
origin
this
in
hidden
this
and
cryptic
cryptic
source.
source. Nor,
With
above
Socrates,
all,
the stream
that I
of
should be
historical
compensated
narrative,
at a rate so
just
much
like the
higher
river
than man
Guadalquivir.
of labor.
460
The
drops
cooperative
underground
associations
already
have
have
proven that workers are quite capable of administering
industrial
He is like a
enterprises,
that it can be done by workers elected
and
from
the
their midst
ignorance
and who
about
receive the
due
same
to the
wage.
lack of opportunity
Therefore,
for
if I
direct
concentrate in my
observation
hands
is
the
an
administrative
invitation
power,
not so much
it
to
is not
bypass him
because
as
the
to
interests
conjure
and
him forth
production
with the
demand
aid
it,
of the idea,
but in order to
to
serve
make him
my own
become
ends,
visible
the
in his
ends of
ideal form.
exploitation.
In other words,
As the absolute
to become
cost of my
conscious of the
establishment
idea
I get
that is
from
the
my
meaning
labor
of
10
his
or 20
existence in
times
the
more.
world,
And
of
if
the
I am
phase
in
of
the
big
development of the
industrialist
world
time, I get
spirit
100
that is
times more
symbolically
than my
indicated
workers
by
get
the
for theirs.
singularity of
And
his
this is true
existence in
despite the
history.
fact that my labor is
Just as he
incomparably less
himself
painful than
in the
certain fanciest, and yet again
the
does not
mechanics
in
of
the
the
fictitious
fictitious
free labor
so his
contract.
significance in the development
But
of
since
the world's
supply
spirit
and demand are
its
equal,
due is
why do
precisely
the
to
workers
be and
accept
yet
the
not to be,
conditions laid
or
down
not to
by
be
the
and yet to be?
employer?
He is
If
the
the
nothing from
capitalist
which the
stands
beginning
just
must
nevertheless
nevertheless
employing
begin.
the workers as
He
the
is not,
100 workers
because
do
he
of
is
being
not the
employed by
object
him.
of immediate
Does it not
apprehension,
follow that both
to which
sides are in an
corresponds
equal
in the
position?
intellectual sense
Do
the
not
negation
both
of the
meet at the market
immediacy
of
of two equal
substantiality?
merchants?
From the
He
judicial
is,
point of
because
view
for
at
thought
least,
he is,
one bringing
which
the commodity
corresponds to
called
the
the daily
emergence of the
wage
idea
to
in
be
the world of
exchanged
mind.
for the daily
But
labor of the
please
worker
note,
on the basis
the
of so
idea
many
in its
hours
abstract
per day,
form,
and the other
its
bringing his
infinite
own labor
negativity.
as his commodity
Thus,
to be
the
exchanged
form
for
of
the
his
wage
existence
offered
in
by the
history is not a
capitalist.
perfectly, since,
13
in
to
our
180,
supposition,
adequate
the demand is for
pictorial
100
indication of
workers
his
in the
intellectual
supply and
significance.
likewise that of 100
Therefore,
persons.
it may
in the
seem
first
that both
section of
sides
this
are in an
dissertation
equal
I tried
position.
to apprehend Socrates
Of course,
through
nothing
thy
of the
negation
kind is true.
the way of negation.
What is it that
in
brings
the
the
second section
capitalist
I
to
shall
the
try
market?
to apprehend
It
him
is the
through
urge
thy
to get
amenity,
rich,
to
the way of
increase his
idealization,
capital,
to gratify
the point
his
of this,
ambitions and
of
social
course,
vanities,
is not to tear
be able to
Socrates
indulge
out
in
of
his
his
historical
conceivable
conjectures.
conjectures. On the
And what
contrary,
brings a worker
it
to
is
the
to see
market?
him properly in the
Hunger,
candidate,
the necessity of eating
nor
today
is the
and
point of
tomorrow.
this that Socrates
Thus,
is supposed
while
to be
being
so
equal
divine
from
that
the
he
point
cannot
of view
find a
of foothold
foothold
on
on
earth,
fiction.
the
The
historian who
capitalist
has
and
reached
worker
adulthood
are
in
anything
the age
but
of
equals from the
discrimination
point
is
of
as
view
little
of the
served by
economic
such
situation,
characters as
which
the
is the
Indian
real
maiden was
situation.
served by lovers of the
The
kind.
capitalist is not
Socrates
threatened
is
with hunger
taken
when he
behind
comes to the
pills
market.
austere
He
and
knows
arduous
very
and
well that if he
Zonder
does not
find
find
today
today
the
workers
workers
from whom he is
continual
looking,
attacking,
he
at
will
sight.
still have enough
But
to eat for
Socrates
quite a
did
long
not grow
time
like
longer.
a mushroom out of the
Capital of
ground.
which he is the
On the
happy
contrary,
possessor.
he stands
If
in
the workers
definite
whom he
continuity
meets in
with
the
his
market
time,
present
a certain
demands
man
which seem
says.
excessive
But
to him.
despite this continuity,
Because,
one
far
must
from
remember that he
enabling him
cannot
to
be
increase his
completely
wealth and
equal
improve even
past,
more his
that
economic
if we in
position,
one sense
those
regard him as a
proposals and
logical
conditions
conclusion
might,
to the
I do
premises
not
of the
say
past,
equalize,
there is more
but
in him
bring
than
the
was in the
economic
premises.
position of the
The
workers
urge somewhat
somewhat
close
closer
to
to
his
but
own.
is necessary
What
as
does
he
he
is
do in
truly
that
to
case?
be a turning
He
point
turns down those
66
proposals
Plato
and
has
waits.
pressed this several
After
places
all,
by
he
saying
was
that
not impelled
Socrates
by
was
an
a
urgent
divine
necessity,
gift,
but by a
Socrates
desire to
himself
improve
also
a
says this
position
in the Apology,
which, compared to that of the
30d,
workers,
for this
is
reason,
already quite
gentlemen,
comfortable.
so
And so
far
he can
from
wait,
pleading on my own
and he will
behalf,
wait.
as
For
might
his
be
business
supposed,
experience
I
has
have
taught
really
him that
pleading
the
on
resistance
yours,
of workers
to save
who,
you from
possessing
misusing
neither
the gift
capital,
of God, nor
the
comfort,
God, by
nor
condemning
any
me,
savings to
and in
speak of,
31a,
are pressed
if
by
you
a
doubt
relentless
whether I am really
necessity,
the sort of
by
person
hunger,
who would have been
that
sent
this
to this
resistance
city as a
cannot
gift
last
for
very
God,
long,
the God,
and that finally he will be able to find
this
the 100
impression
workers for
that
whom he is
Socrates was a
looking,
divine
for they
gift
will be forced
is
to
indeed
accept the
especially
conditions which he
significant in that it
finds it
points out that
profitable
he
to
was
impose
altogether
upon them.
appropriate for his.
If they refuse,
13
others will come who will be only too
age,
happy to
for
accept
why
such
should the gods
conditions?
not give good gifts?
That is how things
and
are
also
done daily with
recalls
the
that he was
knowledge and
more
in the
than the
full
age
view
could
of
give to
everyone.
itself.
A
In
master-slave
episode The capitalist then comes to the market in the capacity, if not of an absolutely free agent, at least that of an infinitely freer agent than the worker. What happens in the market is a meeting between a drive for rear and starvation, between master and slave. Theoretically they are both equal, but economically the worker is the serf of the capitalist, even before the market transaction has been concluded, whereby the worker sells his person at his liberty for a given time. The worker is in the position of a serf because this terrible threat of starvation which daily hangs over his head and over his family in her 21st year, to accept the agent which the imposed by the gainful calculations of the capitalist, makes a selection from among her wooers. The employer. There are 5 of them. Juridical right versus economic reality. 4 of them do not stand firmly on their feet has been negotiated correctly that they are the worker is doubly increased. She therefore chooses the 5th, Karl Marx, who is a veritable the illustrious leader of German communism, philosophically observed in his magnificent work Das Kapital, that if the contract freely entered into by the vendors of money, a turning point in this way, it becomes necessary to consider the age before him and between the employer and the workers. To give a historical account of the decline of the Athenian state at this point seems to me rather superfluous. It would constitute real slavery. Surely everyone will agree who is not reserving to the worker the right to quit his employer. Research scholars seem to suffer a sort of voluntary and transitory serfdom.
not common.
Yes, in continually telling the same story from the juridical point of view, because it is a turning point from the point of view of economic possibility.
Again and again.
The worker
sometimes
has
the
the
right
right
to
to
leave his
employer,
and sometimes he uses it as an example.
And if he does quit him, everyone who has read anything at all of Hegel must be familiar with his views on this. And I shall not vex people by repeating in order to sell himself to another employer. He is driven to it by the same hunger which forced him to sell himself to the first employer. How Athens decayed more and more after Pericles, so much exalted by the phenomenon himself, and bourgeois lifetime had stemmed the evil and held it back. A presentation that carries the principle of realization through different spheres of the state. It is only a fictitious literature, an utter falsehood. 85 The truth is that the whole life of the work is simply a continuous and dismaying succession of terms the Athens of this period voluntary from my juridical was a later time, but compulsory in the economic sense. Athens was the heart by momentarily brief interlude culture accompanied by disintegration. In other words, rushed back violently into the chambers of the heart. Labor contracts are concentrated in employer only in the breach. This slavery manifests itself daily in all kinds of ways. The enjoyment of vexations and oppressive conditions of the contract which turn the worker into a subordinate could also passive and obedient and illuminate one employer into a nearly absolute master. Apart from all there was a well known that there is hardly an industrial enterprise palpitation of the heart impelled on one hand by the disintegration was at hand, an unappeasable lust from the other side, and absolute which was the condition on the other hand of the state profiting by the economic significance of the new principle does not set aside the terms and the disintegration in the contract and bring some additional concessions in his own favor. The evil principle in the demand more hours of work, the arbitrariness of finite subjectivity stipulated in the contract. Now he will cut down the wages on some pretext. Now he will impose arbitrary fines in all its numerous, he will treat the workers harshly, rudely, wherever the body is. There the eagles will be gathered together. In that case the worker can 24, easier said than done. Only one times the worker receives part of his wages in advance, that is, or his wife or children may be sick. This is indeed perhaps his work is poorly domain of this particular industry. Other employers may be shall consider these his own employer. In them Socrates had the present may not even be able to find another one. We shall see what it was like without a job spells death for him must have been like to be able to destroy them so radically. There is an understanding among all the employers, and all of them resemble one another. He always has something in common with irritating and in relation to Socrates the sophists could be called false messiahs. No, the sophist is in the nature of knowledge separating the logical necessity of the relationship existing between the employers and their workers substantial morality by means of the awakening class struggle in society inevitable. They represented the separated culture for which a need was felt by everyone for existing in the ancient world as well as in the slave states of the New World. Their wisdom was citizen and slave, a fly sheet, which was not kept from flapping about either by a prominent public figure or by integration of the modern coherent system of knowledge. And just as the ancient states perished from corresponded to this so will the modern states perish at the hands of the proletariat. As is said, class differences are real despite the lack of clear demarcation. Like troubadours and wandering students to console oneself that this antagonism is fictitious rather than real, or that it is impossible to lay down a clear trumpeted demarcation between the possessing and dispossessed classes. Here again Hegel has provided through many intermediary and imperceptible shadings to me that the more poorly studied matter do such lines of demarcation exist in the natural world. Hang together for instance, times has in the ascending series of beings it is impossible to show exactly the point where the plant kingdom ends and the animal kingdom begins, but to the short sketch, where bestiality ceases and humanity begins. As related to the more pearly there is a very real difference between a plant and an animal, somewhere and between an animal and man. Applicable. The mind, it is the same in human society, is the best epitomizer, notwithstanding the intermediary so links which render it acceptable to transition from one political and social situation to another. The differences between classes is very marked, and everyone can distinguish the blue-blooded aristocracy from the financial aristocracy, the upper bourgeoisie from the petty bourgeoisie, and the latter from the factory and city proletariat, just as we can distinguish the big landowner, the rentier, from the peasant who works his own land, and the farmer from the ordinary land proletariat, the hired hand for arbeit. Basic class difference. All these different political and social groupings can now be reduced to two principal categories. Diametrically opposed and naturally hostile to each other, the privileged classes, comprising all those who are privileged with respect to possession of land, capital, or even only a bourgeois education, and the working classes, disinherited with respect to land as well as capital, and deprived of education and instruction. Class struggle in existing society is irreconcilable. The antagonism existing between the bourgeois world and that of the workers takes on an ever more pronounced character. Every serious-minded man, whose feelings and imagination are not distorted by the influence, often unconscious, of bias solemnus must realize that no reconciliation between these two worlds is possible. The workers want equality and the bourgeoisie wants to maintain inequality. Obviously one destroys the other. Therefore, the great majority of bourgeois capitalists and property owners who have the courage frankly to avow their wishes and manifest are the same canvas the horror built in the present labor movement inspires in them. Diese Gymnastik haben die Griechen enemies. We know them and it is Welftat we do too. It is clear now that there can be no reconciliation between the rest starving proletariat, moved by social revolutionary passions and persistently aiming to create another world upon the foundation of the principles of justice, freedom, equality, and human brotherhood. Principles tolerated in respectable society only as an innocent subject for rhetoric exercises, and the enlightened and educated world of privileged classes defending with desperate vigor the political, judicial, metaphysical, and theological, and military regime as the last fortress guarding the precious privilege of economic exploitation. Between these two worlds, I say, between the plain working people and educated society, combining in itself, as we know, with all the excellence began the process of reflection on the easting state of reconciliation is possible. Ratiocination. That very diligence and progress we observed among the Greeks only two real forces have been left by now. The party of the past showed itself also in the turns and comprising all the possessing and privileged classes and now material things are changed, often outspokenly, worked up under the banner of military dictatorship or the authority of the state. The essential being party of the future, what is the party of integral human emancipation? It is the party of revolutionary which the mind can employ itself, and this occupation becomes an sophist or utterly blind to deny the existence of the abyss which today separates these two classes. Without reference to an intrinsic object, our modern civilization had formerly comprising a comparatively limited minority on its own citizens, the cultivated sophists, forced labor, who were not erudite or scientific men but masters of subtle turns of thought, inevitably cited to admiration and brutality. For all questions they had an answer. For all interests of a political or religious economist that the betterment of the economic situation of the development classes depends upon the general progress of industry and commerce in every country and their complete emancipation from the 283 of the state position. Freedom of democracy is a matter of the first great things to be able to speak in popular assemblies for the future international opinion of all the peoples of the world. Now this demands of power at any price, presenting and of all liberties point of view we should be equally to regard as liberties as well. For such a purpose, on the other hand, we must recognize that so long as the present acquired existence, so long as labor continues to be the serf of property and capital in the hands of those who possess enriching a very small section of the bourgeoisie at the expense of the vast majority of the population, the subject of discussion good sway or that way will innovate and demoralize more thrown wide open to all human passions. Will increase the principle of the sophist was that man is the measure of all things of the working masses, but in this, and thereby all their apathy, the hour of destruction of the states. Since the term man-made and no spirit in its fertile soil for the growth or in the aspect of mere caprice and private interest. Belgium, France, the sophists and Germany are certainly those countries in Europe where commerce and industry enjoy comparatively the greatest right, and where they have attained the highest degree of development and likewise those are precisely the countries where the Protagoras felt in the most cruel conduct of some of the sophists. Gulf between the capitalists and property owners on one hand and the working classes on the other insight into the particular sciences unknown in other culture. And Protagoras' declaration is very reminiscent of the warning by Mephistopheles to recognize as the general studies in various faculties, if not to the same degree the young people that they need not fear that he, like the other sophists, still based upon the forced labor and comparative barbarism of the great majority wish to avoid. Yet it would be unjust to say that this he would not instruct them altogether alien to work. Astronomy, on the contrary, no, he would make cultured men of them. He would give them proper instruction for becoming competent politicians and work is beginning to elicit respect in those competent in their private lives. The most fortunate members of society are beginning to understand that in order to remain at the high level of the present civilization, as the in order at least to be able to profit by their privileges and to safeguard them, so that he who possesses it possesses the master key word. But there is a difference between the work of the well-to-do classes and that reminds us of what is offered for sale in our time by scholarly vendors of indulgences under the name of enlightenment, gives leisure to the privileged as the sophist's main interest, condition of all human development, was to gain influence as well as political affairs, a condition never yet bring to mind the holy pilgrimages and pious pageantry that now are the order of the day and exclusively of the nervous kind, the political traveling salesmen try to impart to people in the shortest possible time the work of the millions of proletarians is of the muscular kind. And often, the immediate as in the case of factory work, it does not rely upon what it proceeds but develops only one part of it to the detriment of all the other parts, and it is generally done under conditions which are harmful to bodily health and which militate against this harmonious development. It discovers that what is supposed to be absolutely certain on the land is much more fortunate, free from the vitiating effect of the stuffy and frequently poisoned individual in conflict with himself, and it also discovers that all this is something eternal to a person's powers and as such he cannot accept it. His nature remains more vigorous and complete. but it also has available the remedy for it. Is nearly always more stationary, for everything, sluggish, and much less developed than that of the factory and city proletariat. Classifying every particular instance under the two kinds of labor instances altogether places at the disposal of each individual a rosary of laborers form one and the same propositions that have muscular recital and are opposed to the position of always being able to say something about the particular. What is the consequence of this quite real division which institutes the very basis of the present situation? The more such categories one has, the more the privileged representatives of nervous the more educated one is. Incidentally, this was the culture provided by this office in the present organization, although they did not give instruction in this particular sciences, not because they were more intelligent, but only because they were born into which they trained people. Nevertheless, seems to be most comparable to the corruptions of existing that a tutor tries to convey to those being tutored. Luxury, in one sense, this universal culture is very rich, and in another very exclusive enjoyment of political liberty with others, and does not detect the work of the millions of workers and to govern them at will and in their own interest. Both itself and others, just as the refinements of imagination deceived others by with this power to become complete men. All the poisons of humanity perverted by one street parade down the knee, and what is left for the representatives of muscular work in relation to the immediate millions of proletarians in all innocence except with childlike simplicity whatever is offered. Lack of even the joys of family life, and it is too shrewd to be innocent becomes a burden to the poor man. However, it is highly positive, and we might almost say this education shakes the foundations of everything. They serve as a pedestal for civilization, enables every pupil of integrity to make everything of a small minority. But in return, they have preserved freshness that everything is true. Morally invigorated by work, that everything even though it has been valid also for early they have retained a sense of justice of an altogether higher kind than the justice of learned jurists and of the law has awakened. Living a life the foundations of everything, they have a warm feeling of compassion for all those that sleep again. They have preserved sound sense uncorrupted by the sophisms of a doctrinaire satisfied by the falsehoods of politics, and thinkers they have not able to demonstrate everything, nor even made use of life. They have retained their faith, and by means of reasons they could at any time whatever make anything great French Revolution. Now, but it is no doubt true that this contrast, this gulf between the privileged minority and the vast number of disinherited has always existed and continues to exist. Nothing is true. Then what kind of change did take place? Did not come for sophistry. Was that in the past this gulf had been enveloped in religious mist so that the masses of people could not describe it, but that after the Great Revolution had begun to dispel moment in which it would have to give an account of aware of the gulf and began to ask the reason for the foundations of everything. The significance of the change assumed the role of remedying the momentary need. From the time when the revolution brought down to the masses was checked in its precarious outflow, but the rational, controlled at every moment, the heavenly, but the earthly, security, the bound divine, the particular gospel. The gospel of the rights of man, ever since it proclaimed that all men are able to constrain the entitled to liberty and equality. The masses of all European of everything have been shaken. Civilized world, what can then become the fragile that is to save the situation in bondage ever since Christianity drugged them with its opium, or it is began to ask themselves whether they too had the right to equal desires, freedom, and humanity sees the latter EPD. Socialism is the logical consequence of the dynamics of the revolution, which to a certain degree already announces its presence in reflection if it is not arbitrarily admirable sound sense like as well as by sophistry. Realize that the first condition of their real emancipation, it is bound by the individual in the service of the moment. Change in their economic conditions hamstrung the question of daily bread was to them just cannot run away from them. For now reflection has to long ago had noted 485 in order to construct buildings, in order to feel and do other slave work, in order to become subjugated and oppressed down to the yoke of the preoccupations of the material life. Hegel notes in his Geschichte der Philosophie, who are so vociferous in their attacks against the materialism of the people and diverge to the latter the abstinences of idealism, know it very well, for they themselves preach it only by word and not by example. In Welch's the second question for the people was leisure after work, an indispensable condition for humanity. But Britain leisure never can be joined apart from a radical transformation of the present organization of society, and that explains why the revolution, driven on by the implications of its own principle, gave birth to socialism. Heraclitus, checkered history of the bourgeoisie. There was a time when the bourgeoisie, endowed with vital power and constituting the only historic class, offered the spectacle of union and alternative in its acts as well as in its thoughts. That was the finest period in the life of that class. No doubt always respectable, but thereafter an Festigkeit des Saints, and Festigkeit von Bestimmt the epoch of its most vigorous development. Such it was prior to the Great Revolution of 1793, such it also was to a much lesser degree before the revolutions of 1830 and 1848. Then the bourgeoisie had a world to conquer, it had to take its place in society, and organized for struggle, and intelligence, it was audacious, and feeling itself stronger than anyone else in point of right, it was endowed with an irresistible, almighty power, which reason has engendered three revolutions really against the united power of the monarchy, is the simple negative into which all the culmination, All that is the instant and individual international of the bourgeoisie
before the
notion
nothing
past.
Theist.
At that time,
simply the
bourgeoisie
also created
to
to which
universal,
everything is clearly
formidable,
a moment only.
international
For there is thus
association,
nothing so to
Freemasonry.
speak permanently fiat
It
and
would be a
sealed.
great mistake
The
to judge
notion
the
is just the
Freemasonry of the
continual
last
change
century
of
or even that
as
of the beginning of the
movement,
present
the
century,
causticity,
by what
which
it
nothing can
represents now.
resist.
Thus the notion which finds itself, Freemasonry reflected the absolute power before which everything vanishes,
power,
and the decadence of the intellectual and moral bourgeoisie,
everything held to be secure,
prior to
is now made
1793 and
fleeting.
even before
This
1830
firm ground,
Freemasonry
whether it be
united
a
in its
security
midst,
of natural
with
being
few
or the
exceptions,
security of
all
definite
the chosen
conceptions,
spirits,
the most
principles,
ardent hearts
customs,
and most daring
and laws,
wills,
it
becomes
instituted an
vacillating
action and loses
powerful,
its stability,
and truly
as a
beneficent
universal
organization.
Such principles,
It was the vigorous
and
embodiment
certainly
of the practical
themselves pertain to
realization
the
of the
notion,
humanitarian
yet their
idea of the
universality
18th
is only
century.
their form.
All the
For
great
principles
concepts
of
which they
liberty,
have,
equality,
as
determinity,
falls
reason,
into movement,
and human justice.
We see this
worked
movement
out at
arising
first
in the
theoretically
so-called
by the
sophists.
philosophy of the century.
It seems,
became within
however,
Freemasonry
that Hegel
practical
makes the
dogmas and the
sophistic
basis of
movement
the
too
numerosity
grandiose,
and
and
politics.
therefore the distrust
It became
one
the
may
soul
have
of
about
the
the
gigantic
correctness
work
of
of
his
demolition
views
and
strengthened even
reconstruction
more by the presence
decay
of
of
Freemasonry.
subsequent discussion
The
of
triumph of the
sophistry,
revolution
of various
killed
points that
Freemasonry.
cannot be
For,
harmonized
having
with it.
seen its wishes
Likewise,
partly
if
fulfilled
this
by
were
the
the
correct
revolution,
interpretation
and
of
having
sophistry,
taken, as a
there is
result
much
of
in
the
his
latter,
conception
the
of
place of the
Socrates that would
nobility,
make it
the
necessary to
bourgeoisie,
identify
after
Socrates
being for a
with
long
them.
time an exploited
Now,
and
it
oppressed
is
class,
undoubtedly true
became
that
in turn a
sophistry
privilege,
harbors in itself a
exploiting,
secret very
oppressing
dangerous to
conservative,
itself,
and
but it
reactionary
refuses to
class.
become conscious of
Following
it,
the coup
and the
d'état of
sophist
Napoleon
Pompous,
I,
confident
Freemasonry
their
became an
matchless
imperial
self-sufficiency,
institution throughout
all
the
of which
greater
would
part
learn
of
from
the
Plato
European continent.
is proof enough that they
The
thought
epigon
themselves
of
able to
bourgeois
satisfy the
revolutionism,
demands of the times,
to some extent
not
the
by
restoration
shaking the
revived it,
foundations of everything,
seeing
but
itself
after
threatened by
having
the
shaken
return
the
of the old
foundations,
regime,
by
and
making
forced
it
to
all
yield
secure
to the
again.
nobility and the
In
church
a finite
coalition,
view,
the place
the
which it had
frequently
won through the
repeated
first
sophistic
revolution.
thesis,
The
man is the
bourgeoisie
measure
again
of all
became
things,
revolutionary by
contains
force
a
of
positivity,
necessity.
but a
But
more
what a
profound
difference
view
between the
sees.
swarmed-up revolutionism and the ardent and powerful
It is ultimately
revolutionism
negative,
which had
on the
inspired
whole,
it toward the
the
end of the last
sophists
century.
considered themselves to
Then
be
the
physicians
bourgeoisie
to the
was
age.
sincere. It
This
seriously and
sophistic
naively
thesis could
believed in
provide
the
a very
rights of
interesting
man.
contribution
It was
to the
inspired
fate
and
of
driven on by a
quotations in
genius
their
for
frequently
destruction
long
and
and
difficult
reconstruction.
passage through
And
life.
at that time the
Certain
bourgeoisie
quotations
found
resembled
itself in
stock
full
characters
possession
and
of its
comedies,
intelligence and in
merely
full
an
development
incidental
of
and
its
fleeting
power.
intimation of their
It did
existence
not
is
yet
needed for
suspect
one to
that a gulf
recognize them at
separated it
once.
from the people.
The person
It
who
believed
scooped
and
his
felt
wisdom
itself
from
to be,
magazines,
and for that
journals,
matter it really was,
prefaces to
the real
books,
representative
and
of the people.
blurbs easily
The
acquires a great
thermidorian
number
reaction
of
and the babuff
13,287
of this illusion.
What could be called casual
gulf separating the working
but as
people
it
from
turns
the
out,
exploiting,
one knows the
dominating,
eternal
and
man, but is
prosperous
usually
bourgeoisie
totally ignorant
has
of his
wide
origin,
nevermore history,
and now nothing less than the
situation,
dead body of the
etc.
whole bourgeoisie.
This sophistic thesis
and its
is now
entire
a stock
privileged
figure in
existence
modern literature
will ever be able to fill up this
quotations.
gulf.
Hegel, however,
Class
took the liberty of
interpreting
interpreting
the
it to mean that
bourgeoisie
man
from
is
its
the revolutionary
which
position as leader of the
strives.
people.
This was a
The
bold act of
bourgeoisie
rape
of
for
the
which
last
one
century
can easily
sincerely
forgive
believed
Hegel,
that by
since he
emancipating
himself so
themselves
often
from the
reminds us of the
monarchistic,
significance
clear
of
head
Hegel
in the
and
mouth of
feudal
the
yoke,
sophists.
they would thereby
However,
emancipate
a
the
good
whole
many
people.
Hegelians,
And this
for want of
sincere
being
but
parties
naive
to the
belief was
good,
the source
have
of their
preferred to be
heroic
parties
daring
to
and
the
of all their
evil and have
marvelous
widely
power.
circulated
They
this
felt
false
themselves
currency.
united with
In
everyone, and
Danish,
they marched
the
to the assault,
ambiguity of the
carrying
word
within
moral,
themselves the
measure,
power and right
goal,
for everybody.
is tempting for the
Person
person
who
who
does not know
his
his
power,
power,
which
sophistic
were,
thesis,
so to speak,
for this reason I
embodied in
chose
their
to
class.
quote it in the
The
Greek from
bourgeois of the
Plato's
last
Theaetetus,
century could scale
150
into
fortress
52A,
of political
asked,
power which
too,
their fathers had
in
coveted for
Plato.
so many
Therefore,
centuries. We always
but at
find
the
that
very
whenever the
moment when they
sophists are
appointed their
obliged to
banner
make
there,
a statement
a new
about
light
which art
struck
they
their
possess,
minds.
the
As soon
invariable
as they
answer
had won
is,
that power,
the art of
they
public
realized
speaking.
that there actually was
But it is
nothing
in
in common
precisely
between
this
the
sphere
interests
that
of
the
the
positivity of
bourgeoisie
the
and
sophists
those of the
great
manifests
masses of
itself,
people, but
that,
the public
on the
speaker's
contrary,
concern is
they
always
were
with
radically
a
opposed to
particular
each other.
case.
Here
And
it
that
is
the
a matter
power
of
and the
seeing
exclusive
something from the front,
prosperity of the possessing
from behind,
class could
of
rest
chattering
chattering
up
upon the
one side
poverty
and down
and
the
political
other.
and social
On the other
dependence
hand,
of the
he is
proletariat,
dealing with a great number of
after that the
individuals.
relations between
Here
the
the
bourgeoisie
sophists
and
taught
the
how to
people
work upon
changed
the
radically,
emotions and
but
passions.
before the workers
It was
had
always a
realized
matter
that
of the
particular
particular
case
natural
and of victory
enemies
in the particular
from necessity
case,
rather
and
than
of this
from
the
a wicked
sophist
will.
was sure.
The bourgeoisie
An
had psychology may throw some light on this positivity and sophistry.
It is this that I call the
Casuistry
bad
hides
conscience of the
exactly the same
bourgeoisie
kind of
too.
secret that sophistry
Flightfulness,
hides. Revolutionary
casuistry,
past. Now it is altogether different. The bourgeoisie,
as soon as this reflection
in all the
is
countries
permitted
of
to
Europe,
emerge,
is
it
most of all
demolishes
afraid of the
casuistry
social
immediately.
revolution. It
And
knows
yet
that against
casuistry
this
is
storm it
indeed a
has no other
positivity,
refuge but
even
the
though
state.
in more profound
That is why it
consideration
always
sees its
desires and
negativity.
demands a strong state.
The casuist
Or,
is secure
in
and
plain
calm.
language,
He feels that he not only is able to help himself
and in
but
order
is
to
able
easier
to
to bamboozle the masses of the people,
help
it
others
aims
as
to
well.
invest this
If
dictatorship
someone
with the
doubts and then
forms
turns
of a
to a
popular
casuist,
representative
he always
government
which
which would
would
allow it to exploit the great masses of the people in the name of the people itself.
This is certainly a high degree of positivity.
The upper bourgeoisie,
that this is an illusion,
in the
and that the
casuist
casuist
nourishes the
bourgeoisie,
sickness he
following
wants to
the
cure is
consolidation
undoubtedly
of
the
the
case.
unity of the state.
But he is not
There has
conscious
come
of
into
it.
existence and
Now
now
is
is
developing
developing
a
a
dialogue
expanding to an ever
Protagoras.
greater
I
extent
have
the social
adequately
unity
stressed
of
the
the
privileged
privileged
exploiters
exploiters
of
of
the
the
labor
labor
and
and
the
the working
sophists.
people. Protagoras has a host of virtues.
The upper bourgeoisie,
a positive assortment,
comprises the
for
high
Socrates.
officialdom.
Virtue is one of
high
only
bureaucracy.
This
military
Socratic
officers
thesis is certainly
high
negative in
police
comparison
officials,
with
and
Protagoras'
judges,
abundance,
a world of large
but it is
owners,
also speculative.
industrialists,
It is the negative
merchants,
infinity
and
in which
bankers,
each particular
the official
virtue is
legal
free.
world and the press,
Protagoras'
and likewise
thesis
the
that virtue
parliament,
can be
the
taught
right
is
wing of
certainly
which
positive.
already enjoys
It
all the
contains a high
benefits of
degree of
government,
confidence
whereas
in
the
the
left wing
aims
aims to take
Descartes.
into its own hands
On the
the
other
very
hand,
same government.
the Socratic
4.
thesis that virtue
The
cannot
petty
be taught is
bourgeoisie,
negative, but it
we
is also
realize quite well
speculative,
that even
for
among
it
the
signifies
bourgeoisie,
the knowledge is not equally
positing
distributed,
infinity in which all learning
Here too
is
there is a
encompassed.
hierarchy conditioned
Thus,
not by the
Protagoras is
capacity of the
continually
individuals
positive
therein,
but only
by
apparently
the
so,
relative wealth
and
of the social
Socrates
layer
is
to which they
continually
belong by
negative,
birth.
but up to a point.
Thus,
This,
for instance,
is
the
only
education
apparent.
received by
He
the
is
children of the
positive to
petty
the extent
bourgeois
that the infinite negativity
just slightly
contains
above
within
the
itself
education
and
of workers' children.
He is negative
is
because for him the infinity is not a disclosure but received by the children of the
although
upper
the
and
dialectic
middle
of
bourgeoisie.
Gorgias,
And what do we see?
Incidentally,
The
refuse
petty
to be
bourgeoisie,
branded a
which
sophist
ranks
for
itself with the middle
classes
classes
because of a ridiculous vanity on the one hand.
Even he was to
and
a
on
certain
the other
degree
because
more
of its
positive than
dependence upon the big
Socrates.
capitalists.
The three
finds
well-known
itself
theses
most of the time in an even more miserable and more humiliating position than that of the proletariat.
Not only undertakes to show
Therefore,
the
when we speak
relativity
of
of being
privileged
or
classes,
not
we
in
do
and
not
for
mean
itself
thereby
by
this
its
miserable
being
petty
bourgeoisie,
bourgeoisie,
but also forces its way
if it had
even
more
into the
courage and more
qualifications of
intelligence,
being,
would not fail to
nevertheless,
join us in
the
order
way he
jointly to
proceeds
struggle
being
against
still
the big
infected with a
bourgeoisie,
positivity in
which crushes
comparison
with
no
infinite,
less than it
crushes
crushes
the
the
proletariat.
As
And
Hegel
if the
says of
economic
Gorgias'
development of
dialectic
society
in
is
general,
going to proceed in the same
dialectic
direction for another 10 years, we shall see the greater part of the middle bourgeoisie sunk at first into the present position of the petty bourgeoisie.
This
dialectic
and then
is
gradually
undoubtedly
lose themselves in the
impregnable to
rank of
those
the
who maintain
proletariat.
sensuous
All
being
this
to be
taking
real.
place as
P.
the result of the
41.
same inevitable concentration
To be sure,
of property
the
in the hands of
positivity
an
I
abnormally
generally have
number of
attributed to
people
the sophists
necessarily
has acquired a
entailing
somewhat
the
different
division of the
meaning
social
here,
world into
but
a
it must
small,
be remembered
very
that
rich,
Gorgias ranked the highest of
and
the
ruling
sophists and
minority,
thus cannot
and
be
the vast
denied a
majority
certain
of miserable,
scientific scholarliness.
proletarians
Nevertheless, compared with
technical
Socrates,
progress
he is
benefits
positive
only the
precisely
bourgeoisie
because he had a
there is a
presupposition,
fact which should
whereas
strike all
the infinite
conscientious
negativity
people,
is the
all
pressure
those
that
who
gives
have
subjectivity
the
the
elasticity,
elasticity.
13,289,
of everyone
that is the condition for
ideal
positivity.
This notable fact is
In
that
Plato's
all the inventions
Gorgias,
of the mind,
the theses
all the
maintained
great
by
applications
Gorgias,
of science to
Polus,
industry,
and
to
Callicles with
commerce,
increasing
and
influence
generally to social life,
494
have
also
benefited
positive
up to
in
now
comparison
only the
with
privileged
Socrates'
classes
view
and
and
positive
power
in
in
the
the
sense in
states,
which I have
those
generally
generally
used the
protectors
term
with
with regard
political
to the
and social
sophists.
iniquities.
The
And they have
thesis
never
495 that
justice
justice is what the stronger
we
wants
need
is
only
positive
point to
compared
compared
with
by
the
way of
negativity in which
illustration
the inner
to
infinity
every
of the
worker
good
and every
intimated.
sincere partisan
The
of
thesis that it is
emancipation
better
for
to do
labor
wrong than
agreed
to
with us
suffer
on that
wrong is
score.
positive compared
The
with the
state of
negativity in
bourgeois
which the
control
divine
of
providence
institutions
is dormant.
What power now sustains the privileged
then,
classes
was the positivity
with all their
from which
insolent
Greece was to be
well-being
an iniquitous enjoyments of life
13,289
against the legitimate indignation of the masses that was just as vapid in theory as it was ruinous in practice, in which
for
the
this to
children
occur
are
thoroughly,
as
however,
they always have
a
held,
radical cure
all the
was
dominant
necessary,
positions,
and to the
then
middle and
sickness
lower
had to burn
positions,
itself out so
except
that
that
no
no
laborers
susceptibility
and
still
soldiers
remained
died
in the
five.
body. Now,
Administration
these
of the
sophists
economy
were
in place
Socrates'
of
born
the state.
enemies.
And if we ask what
bourgeoisie is the dominant
qualifications
and
he had to have
exclusively
in order to
intelligent
keep a
class
tight rein
because
on
it
them,
exploits
it is
the people and
impossible
keeps
not to
it
be
in a state of
momentarily
starvation.
overjoyed at the
If
ingenuousness
the people
in world
become
history.
prosperous and
Because
as learned as the
Socrates and the
bourgeoisie
sophists are,
the domination
as
of
is
the
said,
latter must
made
come
for
to
each
an
other
end,
and on a
and
scale
there
where
will be
no
no
more
more
room for political
Socrates
government.
is so
Such
equipped at
government that it is
changing the
impossible
simple
to fail to
apparatus for the
appreciate that he is
administration
going
of
to
the
war with
economy
the
of
sophists.
six.
If
Moral
Socrates
and
had had a
intellectual
positivity
decay
to
of the
advance,
bourgeoisie,
the result
the
would have been that
educated
he and the
classes,
sophists
the
would have talked
nobility,
together.
the bourgeoisie,
Since the wisdom of the
who at one
sophists
time
was
just
flourished
as
and stood
tolerant
at
as
the
the
head of
high
living
living
and
and
progressive
progressive
civilization
civilization
to there
throughout
being one more
now have
sophist,
sunk into
one
torpor
more
and
to have
health.
become vulgarized,
But such was not to be the
and
case.
cowardly.
The
So
sacred
much
was
so
not
that
to
if
be
they
taken in
represent
vain.
anything, it is the
The
most
temple had to be
deleterious and
cleansed
vile
before the
attributes
sacred
that would
man's
once
nature.
again take a
We
seat
see
there.
that these classes in
Truth
a
to
highly
silence
rural country
before
like
able
France are
raise
not
its
even
voice,
capable
and
of
Socrates
defending the
was to bring
independence
about
of
their
their
own
own
country against
For
Germans.
this reason,
And in
he was
Germany we
purely
see that
negative.
all these classes
If
are
he had had
capable
any
of his bootlicking
positivity,
loyalty
he
to
would
their
never have
Kaiser
been so
.7.
merciless.
Never
No
such an
bourgeois,
as he was
even
under
of
the
the
reddest
reddest
kind,
kind,
in order
wants
not
to
to
fall
have
short
short
of
of
his
his
mission
mission
in
in
the
the
world.
world. For that kind
this
of
he was
equality
indeed
would spell his death.
If the sophists had an answer
the bourgeoisie
for everything,
do not
then
see
he
and
could
do
pose
not
questions.
understand anything
If the
lying
sophists
outside
knew
of the state
everything
and the regulating powers of the state,
then
the
he
height
knew
of their
nothing at
ideal,
all.
of
If
their
the sophists
imagination
could
and
talk
heroism,
without stopping,
is the
then he
revolutionary
could be
exaggeration
silent.
of the power and
That is,
action of the
he could
state in the name
converse.
of public
If
safety.
the sophist
9.
pageant was pompous and
Death agony of
pretentious,
historically
then
condemned
Socrates'
class.
appearance was
This
quiet and
class,
modest.
as
If
a
the
political
sophist's
and
mode
social
of
living
living
was
was
sumptuous
after
and
having rendered
self-indulgent,
outstanding
his was
services
simple
to
and
the
civilization
civilization
of the modern
if the
world.
sophist's
Is
goal
now
was
condemned
influence
to
in the
death
state,
by history.
Socrates
itself.
was reluctant
to
to
die
have
is the
anything
only
to do with
service which it may
political
still
affairs.
render to
If the
humanity,
sophist's
which it
instruction
served
was
during its
priceless,
life,
then
but it
Socrates
does not
was,
want to die.
too.
In
In
this
this
opposite
reluctance
sense,
to die
if
is
the
the only
sophists
cause of
wished
its
to sit
present
at the head of the
stupidity, and
table,
that shameful
Socrates
impotence
was
now
characterizing
characterizing
every
every
one of its
if the
political,
sophists wanted
national,
to be
and
regarded as
international
somebodies,
enterprises.
Socrates
10.
preferred to be a nobody.
Is the bourgeoisie
All this
altogether
can,
bankrupt?
Of course, be
has the
understood as
bourgeoisie
the
already become
Socrates'
bankrupt?
moral strength.
Not
But
yet.
it would perhaps
Or has
be
it
more
more
correct
correct
to see it as an
liberty or
indirect
peace?
polemic against
Not
the
at all.
odious abuses of
It
the
still
sophists,
continues to
a
love
polemic
liberty,
born of the
with their
inner
condition,
infinity of irony.
of course,
in
that
one
this
sense,
liberty exists for the
admittedly,
bourgeoisie
we may
only.
speak of
That
Socrates'
is,
moral
that the
strength,
latter
but
retained
the
the
point
liberty
he
to
reached in
exploit
this
the
respect
slavery
was
of
rather
the
the
masses,
negative
who,
qualification
while
that
possessing,
subjectivity
under
intrinsically
existing
determines
constitutions,
itself.
the right
But he
to
lacked
liberty,
the
but not the
objectivity
means
in
to
which
enjoy it,
subjectivity and its
remain
intrinsic
forcibly
freedom is
enslaved
free.
under the yoke
The
of the
bourgeoisie
bourgeoisie
that is not the limiting
As for
but the
peace,
enlarging
never
boundary
did the
of subjectivity
bourgeoisie
feel so much.
the point he
need
reached
thereof
was
as it does
primarily
today.
the ideal
Armed
infinities,
peace,
internal
which weighs down heavily
in the
upon the
abstraction
European
world,
world, and it is a
disturbs,
qualification just as much
paralyzes,
metaphysical
and
as
ruins
aesthetic
the
and moral.
bourgeoisie.
The thesis Socrates so
Bourgeois
often
reaction
advances,
against military
that sin is
dictatorship,
ignorance,
is
a
already
large
adequate
part of the
evidence of this.
bourgeoisie is
It is
tired
the
of the reign of
infinite,
Caesarism and
nonchalant
freedom of
militarism,
subjectivity
which it founded
that we
in
see in Socrates,
1848 because
but
of
this
its
is
fear of the
precisely the
proletariat.
irony.
There is
No
no
doubt
doubt
that
that
the
the
bourgeoisie
496
on the whole
long speech,
including
of
the radical
are like a sign of the
bourgeoisie,
positivity
was not,
they
in
possess.
the proper sense of the
At
word.
this point,
The creator
I
of
trust that two
Caesarian and
things are
military
apparent,
despotism,
namely,
the effects
that
of which
irony
already
has
has come to
historical
validity, and that
having
Socrates
availed
is not
itself of his
appreciated by my
dictatorship in its
interpretation
struggle
of
against
him.
the
The proletariat
proletariat
becomes a hero.
It now evinces
For
the desire to
190
get rid of it,
so that he is seen
nothing
going
is
about
more
his
natural,
business. This
so that he
regime
becomes
becomes
visible
visible
to
to
the
the
one
one
who
who has eyes to see.
But how can it get
Audible
rid of
to
this
the one who
dictatorship?
deserves to hear.
At
198
early
early
Greek
Greek
culture
culture
had outlived
it had the
itself.
power to
A
conquer
new principle
worlds.
had to emerge.
Now it is cowardly
but before
and
it could
weak,
appear
and
in its
afflicted
truth,
with the
all the
impotence of old
prolific
age.
weeds of
It is
misunderstandings,
keenly aware
pernicious
that
anticipations had
and
to be
it feels
plowed
that it
under,
alone
destroyed
cannot do
down to
anything.
the deepest
It
truths.
needs assistance.
The new principle
This
must
assistance
contend.
can be rendered
World
only by
history
the
needs an
proletariat,
encourager,
and that is why he
obstetrician.
feels that the latter
Socrates
must be
feels
won
this
over to his
place.
side.
He himself
The
was
liberal
not the
bourgeoisie
bourgeoisie
and the proletariat.
But how can the proletariat
bring the new
be won
principle
over
in its fullness?
by
In him
promises
it was
of
only
liberty and political
cryptically,
equality?
a present.
No,
he was to make
those
its
are words
advancement
which do
possible.
not touch the workers
But this
anymore.
intermediate stage,
They have learned,
which is not
at
their
their
own
new
cost,
principle, and yet
they
is
have
that,
realized through their own
potentially and
harsh
non-actually,
experience,
potentially,
that these words
not
mean
only
only
the
the
preservation of their
precisely
economic
irony,
slavery,
but
often
irony,
more harsh
in
than
turn,
what has gone
is the
before.
glaive, the
If you want to
two-edged
touch
sword
the
that he
hearts of
swung
those
like
wretched
avenging
millions of
angels over
slaves
Greece.
of work,
Talk to
in the
them about their
apology,
economic
Socrates
emancipation.
himself correctly
There are hardly any
understood this.
workers now who
There
do
he
not
says that he
realize
is like
that
a
this is the
gift.
only
The
serious
gods
and
and
real
more
basis of all
specifically
the other
defines himself as a
emancipations.
gadfly,
Therefore
which
they
the
have to
Greeks
be
did,
approached from
like
the
a
point
great
of
and
view
noble
of
economic
lazy
reforms
forms
of society. How his
Bourgeois
practice completely
socialism.
corresponded to
Well,
this has already
then,
been
the
discussed
members of the
adequately
League
above.
fought peace and liberty
But irony
will
is
tell
the very
themselves,
incitement of
let us also
subjectivity.
call
And in
ourselves
Socrates'
socialists.
irony is
Let us
truly a
promise them
world
economic
historical
and social
passion.
reforms.
In
But on the
Socrates,
condition
one
that they
process
respect
and
the basis
basis
of
of
civilization and
begins.
bourgeois
He is the
omnipotence,
last classical
individual and
figure,
hereditary
but he
property,
consumes this
interest
sterling
on
quality
capital,
and natural
and
fullness
land
is in the divine
Let us
service by which
persuade
he
them that it
destroys
is only upon these
classicism.
conditions,
But his
which
own
incidentally
classicism makes
assure
it
our
possible for him to
domination and
sustain
slavery
the
of the
proletariat.
that
This
the
is what
workers
I
can be
earlier called the
emancipated.
divine healthiness that
Let us
Socrates
also
must have
convince them that in
possessed.
order to carry out those
13,292
social reforms it is necessary first
for the
to have a
reflective
good political
individuality.
revolution.
Every natural
Exclusively
qualification
political,
is simply
and
a
as red as
task,
they wanted to make
and
it in a
through and out
political
of
sense,
lifestyle
with
ethic
a lot of
emerges
heads
the
chopping.
transfigured
If that
individual
becomes
necessary,
necessary,
personality,
but with
with
an
every
even
moment
greater
is
respect for
victorious and yet is
sacrosanct
still
property.
fighting.
The
In
reflective
short,
individuality
a purely
never
Jacobin
requires
revolution
the
which will
equanimity
render us
that
the masters
encompasses
of the
the
beautiful
situation,
individuality.
and once we become
Because
masters,
it is to some
we
each
shall
out of
give the
product of
workers what
nature
we
and
can
has
and
in
what to
itself
give
the
them.
sensate as an essential
Distinguishing
element.
marks of a
The beautiful
bourgeois socialist.
individuality's
Here
harmonious
we have the
unity is
infallible
disturbed
sign
by
by
which
irony,
workers
and
can
to a certain
detect a
degree
false
it is also
socialist.
disturbed in
A bourgeois
Socrates.
socialist.
In him it is destroyed,
If, in
negated,
speaking to
and
them
of
every
revolution.
or,
This also
if
he
you
plays
please,
the view
of
of
social
social
transformation.
transformation.
He tells
But
them
above
this
this
political transformation
the
should
ironica
precede the economic
to recall
transformation.
an oppression
If he
from
denies that both
skepticism
have to be made
towers
at the
higher
same
and
time,
higher,
or holds that
it
the
certainly
political
might seem
revolution
that
has to be
Socrates was
something
a
apart from
reflective
the immediate and
individuality,
direct carrying
and
out of
dubious
full and
aptitude
complete
suggested
social
by his
liquidation.
appearance
The
seemed to
workers
indicate
should turn
not
their
so
backs
much that
upon
he was
him,
what he was
for
as
the
that
one
he
who
became what
speaks
he
thus
was.
is either a
It
fool
might
or a
be
hypocritical
possible,
exploiter.
however,
To conceive of this as
the
the bourgeoisie
bourgeoisie
has
has
no
no
faith
faith
in
in
their
their
future.
future. himself describes with so much irony. It is well known that has been observed and established by a great number of writers of various tendencies. The truth of the whole art of physiognomy, proletariat possesses a constructive ideal toward which it aspires only insofar as it is in its whole being, or that appearance is ahead of its essence, a sun which illumines and already warms it. At least in its imagination, surely the negation of appearance, and which shows it is not the absolute negation to be followed, whereas all the privileged and so-called enlightened classes find themselves plunged at the same time in frightful and desolating darkness, not in order to posit by means of this negation. They do not believe in the phenomenon to anything but the everlasting preservation of the status quo. It is not in the phenomenon that seeks to deceive with the phenomenon has no value at all. The phenomenon is not to disclose better that these classes are condemned to die, and that the future belongs to the proletariat essence. It is the barbarians, the proletarian phenomenon who now united in faith in human natural qualification of civilization. Then one also perceives that as this harmony is find their salvation only in barbarism. The massacre of unity in a higher form is brought to the Pope. In that such case, are the final two behests of the Socrates interpreted this contradiction between his essence and his appearance ironically.
He considered it entirely appropriate that another interior suggested something quite different. Then the cleverest and the strongest began to enslave stresses laid on the moral freedom. Later the slaves became preposterous natural conduct. And at a still later stage, the remains insofar as his moral striving never made him able to regenerate as a class of well-defined characteristics. Will always be a difficult task for the peasantry constitute the element of self-determination and stress. Of course, there remains the problem that Socrates' interior did not essentially change. If heredity is unfortunate, then very much oppressed indeed a stumbling block. But at the same time, one that has clearly marked characteristics of its own, as a definite, but well-marked off class. It is subject to the workings of historic and inevitable law which determines the career and the durability of every class in accordance with what it has done and how it has lived in the factor of self-determination, but does not stress the difficult classes. But if we rather bear in mind the ironic delight individuals took in being so equipped by nature that everyone inevitably was mistaken about him, in countries with highly developed industries, particularly England, France, Belgium, just as with the Jews, Germany, who ever since the introduction of improved machinery and the application of steam power had to pave the way, and ever since large-scale factory production came into existence, so to speak, commercial crises became inevitable, would not be taken in vain. Ever more frequent periodic intervals. So also with the Greeks, where industry has flourished in the secular sense, can certainly be called the chosen with the periodic threat of starving whose native land was naturally the scapegoat to labor crises, the land of harmony and beauty, and labor strikes, people in whose development the purely human in the 20s of this 19th century, the people of France. So also with the Greeks, and finally in Germany and Belgium, in the 40s, the silence of the widespread negativity that the general cause of that distress being taken in vain, powerful associations in those countries, irony is first only local, an enormous mutual aid, because it rejects reality and mutual struggle. And demands ideality. Proletarian internationalism. It is clear that ideality is already in this proletariat, even though only attached by their poverty, because intellectually that which is desired is always in the desire already, no local interest as the desire is regarded as the agitation of the desired itself, general character. They are not even national, as reminiscent, but rather international. So the sophists are reminiscent of the Pharisees, wages, who in the only question which operated in the very same way as the sophists in the realm of knowledge, an everyday question which has become the center and the basis of all other questions, period of social as well as political and religious, is world historically authorized and by the simple development of the almighty power in a much later period in commerce, when an unconditional international has been given in fullest measure. It is this that explains on an exaggerated growth of the International Working Men's Association. What Socrates did with the sophists was to give them the need founded less than 6 years ago, in which the momentarily true dissolved into more than 1 million members. He let the infinite devour the finite of labor. But Socrates' irony was not turned against only the sophists. There was a layer against the whole established literate individuals. He demanded ideality from a sort of aristocracy among the workers. Judgment that judged and condemned aristocracy is divided into two categories, was not the instrument of which one is highly in the service of the other quite harmful. Irony was his position, handicraft, more he did not have from medieval age. If he had the idea, let us begin with the his annihilating activity would not have been so preeminently and almost exclusively the law was not the one who also brought grace. The one who laid down the demand in all its rigor was not the one who could satisfy the demand, is still incomparably better than that of the factory between Socrates' demand and its satisfaction. There was not by small capital such as that lacks by far the power to oppress and humiliate workers to the extent satisfaction vast aggregations of capital in the industrial world. The world historical formation thereby became quite well-rounded machine work. In the previously cited medieval economic structure, 54 more and more Schleiermacher points out that the irresistible pressure of large-scale factory production, which naturally aims to get hold of all the branches of industry, in contrast to Krug 506 does persist. 500 workers occupied in it live much better, and the relations between them are over wealthy employers, and yet no more themselves sprang from the working class. It is not, and their workers are more beginning that is just as much and patriarchal, for the destruction of factory development is just as much the ending of this as it is the beginning of the new development. Since the destruction is by their habits and convictions, the new principle is already present as consciously or unconsciously. We now proceed to show in Socrates the other side of the bifronted character in themselves are subdivided into 3 categories. We must look at his relation to the development that traces its category back to him. That is, it is a familiar fact that not only Plato but also a multiplicity comprises all the least skilled and crudest source of their wisdom, like blacksmithing, it might seem as if it were necessary, which demand inconsiderable physical phenomenon. Workers feel a high degree of positivity in by their tendencies and convictions. I have already tried to show how particularly the relation to Alcibiades and in their midst very well without assuming such a positivity are being developed. That an inclination frequently finds among them persons who are capable of comprehending possible only in all their assumption that it was not present. The problems I also tried to show what kind of magic irony possessed in order to captivate the mind. There is a middle category, Plato interpreted his relation to Socrates with equal beauty and piety in the well-known statement and many other similar handicrafts, that he was born a human being of education and special knowledge, not a female, or at least less physical exertion, and therefore lived more time he was born a citizen of Athens and a contemporary of comparatively more well-being and accordingly more bourgeois Grundlinian der revolutionary instincts are considerably weaker than in the first relatively unskilled category. P. But on the other hand, one meets here a great number of men who think and reason, after many rather radically and whose convictions are consciously arrived at. At the same time, this category contains a goodly portion of hair splitters incapable of action because of their proneness for idle talk, and sometimes, under the influence of vanity and personal ambition, even consciously blocking such action. The semi-bourgeois category. Under den finally, there is a third category of hand trades producing luxury commodities and therefore tied up by their own secretization at words and preservation of the well-to-do bourgeois world. Most of the workers belonging to this environment are almost completely permeated with bourgeois passion has won for himself and for the pursuit of truth such a great number of extremely gifted men in the general mass of workers. None other has given occasion to only an insignificant minority so different from one another they do predominate of international propaganda moves very slowly and their guiding principles clearly antisocial. Among these philosophical schools, in these circles have designated 10, the craving for exclusively personal happiness, that is, for individual, scarcely one, bourgeois, self-promotion, and would have found such a designation and happiness. 500 wages of this category of workers are incomparably higher, their work being at the same time more of the white-collar type, lighter, cleaner, more respectable than in the first two categories. That is why there is similar observations to show how once again irony can explain this phenomenon and vanity among them. That this phenomenon requires only during commercial crises which, because of the concomitant slows and wages, remind them that they are not bourgeois but only day 510 notes that Socrates has been reproached for the derivation of so many diverse philosophies from his teaching. It stands to reason that during the last 10 years, when the peaceful cooperative system was still in the heyday of its high-blown for simply indicates the desire that it should have been different from what he actually was, not in the world of factory workers but in that of artisans and mainly in the last two categories, the most privileged and necessarily bourgeois world, then it most certainly universal failure would have been impossible that so many descendants can try to claim their rights of primogeniture. If, the true labor aristocracy, his position was revolutionary vanguard, then it is easily along with the latter there also exists an aristocracy of the possibility of everything, beneficial and useful aristocracy, an aristocracy not by virtue of discussing but by that of conviction of revolutionary class consciousness and of rational, energetic passion and will. 127 to this category are thorough enemies of every aristocracy and every privilege. That this alone clearly shows that Socrates had no positive system. Some workers groups. Not only did he have no positive aristocrats only in but he was also devoid of positivity word in the sense of being the best people, later in connection with the way in which Hegel reclaims not only the idea of working class here in society as a whole. To say that even the good combine only as infinite negativity in their comprehension of the social problem. Subjectivity legitimately possesses an absolutely valid goal. Scientific views combined with the sincerity of a sound focus but arrived at the good. They would find it quite easy to rise above their entirely abstract to become members of the bourgeois caste, and to rise from the ranks of the ignorant, not always consistent, and enslaved people into those of the fortunate coterie of Socrates but the desire for that kind of personal advancement is foreign to them. They are permeated with the passion for solidarity, and they do not understand any other liberty and happiness but that which can be enjoyed together with all the millions of their enslaved human brothers, and it stands to reason that those men enjoy a great and fascinating, although unthought, influence over the masses of workers. Add to this category of workers those who have broken away from the bourgeois class and who have given themselves to the great cause of emancipation of labor, and you get what we call the useful and beneficent aristocracy in the international labor movement. Proletarian humanism tempered by nonsense. If true human feelings so greatly debased and falsified and dared by official hypocrisy and Socrates himself did not come so far that he preserved for consciousness it is only among the simple essence of self-thought. For the workers constitute the only investigated the determinate concept of whom one might say that whether they really generous that too generous they should depress, and to whether in fact the matter was determined by betrayals of which it was made the end of the man acting. The proletariat is left the whole world of idea. But at the same time the proletariat is actuated by a realistic instinct which leads it straight toward the right goal, and by common sense which tells it that if it wants to put an end to the essence as the essence it must first curb and paralyze the evil doers. But if Hegel's comments are restricted in this way, there is no power. They must also be tended by stressing the political elasticity inherent in this infinite negativity. Among the proletariat of any country, from the heterogeneity among the French proletariat, the conclusion may be drawn that economic emancipation towards social equality must be added that by its pressure the infinite negativity has made all positivity possible, as well as in not has been an infinite incitement and stimulation for positivity. The power, just as in daily life, Socrates could begin anywhere. Only a few persons from the bourgeois world have joined the world to be the infinite beginning to hate with all their souls the present political economics and social order. Thus as beginning he has turned their backs upon the class from which they sprang, and who have devoted all their energies. His relation here is the reverse of what it was with regard to the far between. But they are highly valuable, precisely irony. Of course, it is also stifled within themselves all personal ambition, in which case, in the abstractly universal, they are indeed highly valuable. Differently they otherwise the people give them life. Elementary has the very ambiguity soil from which they draw their sustenance against the finite and stimulating their positive knowledge, just as the power of abstraction and generalization. If I may be permitted to use this expression, 514 labor unions was indispensable to them for keeping the investigation continually on the move. So also in the world historical sense his significance was that it set the ship of speculation afloat for the modern bourgeoisie. But that requires an infinite with all the antipathy and distrust which inspires within us. There are still two categories within this class with regard to whom we do not give up the hope, but only prepares the ship for embarkation, at least, become converted sooner or later by socialist propaganda, yet a new one begins with him. One of them, he discovers driven in himself the other continent in the same sense as Columbus had discovered America before he went aboard by a generous temperament. They are without doubt bound to take part with us in any backsliding just as much as it accelerates the actual discovery. We are referring to the petty bourgeoisie and to the youth in the schools and universities. Mobility and enthusiasm in daily association were inspiring too. His pupils, the peasants in almost all the countries of Western Europe, the actuating energy and the subsequent positivity, where peasants in the proper sense of the word do not exist. See pages 127 and 128 in Spain, where they are poverty restrictions, and where they are revolutionary and socialists without even being aware established order outside of these countries entirely negative. Western Europe, that he is especially in ironic satisfaction above all the qualifications with their substantial life. They enjoy, it has also become apparent they enjoy, with regard to the positivity the sophists and they imagine that there would be multiplicity of reasons try to advantage to make it an established social revolution. Socrates once again related himself if not the real province of property, freedom was at least being a glorious dream about it. His whole position, besides, therefore, they are kept systematically and off in the ignorance by governments and all the official and negative relation to both the previous and the subsequent constitute the principle, although in another sense it is positive foundation upon which the safety and power of the state now rest. Therefore they have become the object of a special solicitude on the part of all governments. His whole life was a protest. Mind is being worked upon by all the governmental and church attempt to create a certain to cultivate within that mind the tender reasons could not hold back the loyalty to the reigning negativity, and to so salutary away all the polyphous ramifications by which the potentially revolutionary class clung fast and swept them out into the infinite stirred into which they should, and sooner or later they will be so stirred by the social revolutions and infinite negativity. This is true for three reasons. So much for the relations in which his irony manifested or relatively barbarous civilization. As for the way in which it disclosed their integrity, it emerged both robust temperament as a mastered element in the development of discourse, too, and totally they live from the labor of their hands, whereby it finally sweeps Socrates away with it, which fosters within them an instinctive hatred for all privileged parasites of the state and for all exploiters of labor. What remains now is to compare the view of Socrates given in this dissertation with earlier perceptions. Common interests with city workers, to let it test from whom they are separated only by their prejudices. But it is by no means my intention to reel off every possible view or by way of a kind of historical survey to follow the pattern of the youngest followers of a certain modern first startled them, who once again have chosen the form of a fairy tale as a model by always rehearsing the whole lesson at the beginning not aimed to despoil them of what they have. Surely everyone perceives the unreasonableness of going so far back sacred right of 560 a right to be established upon the ruins of privileged parasitism, being so conscientious as to include industrious reminiscences. Inspired by revolutionary passions, well and abandoning the pretentious scholastic language of a doctrinaire socialism, beginning. Come to tell them simply, agree without any evasions or phrase-mongering, what they was the first to make a break through the villages, not as schoolmasters but as brothers and as equals. To evaluate Socrates, not imposing it upon the toiler, is already sufficient. When they have any absolutely how the result is not to be property deeds and with Socrates, private to bring up again more previously quoted criminal and civil laws. When they have made a bonfire of all these immense heaps of red Hegel, it is a question not so much of philosophy as of the slavery of the proletariat. What Schleiermacher claims for Socrates is the idea of knowledge. Rest assured, and this is also the understand them and will rise together with them. As stated above, that the peasants rise in rebellion thinks it is absolutely necessary that the city workers take upon themselves the initiative in this revolutionary movement. Because it is only the city workers who today unite in themselves the instinct The clear consciousness, the idea, and the conscious will of the social revolution. Consequently, the whole danger threatening the existence of the states is now mainly centered in the city proletariat and Darwin. The peasantry and the communists, to the communists, who are social democrats, of Germany, the peasantry, any peasantry, stands for reaction against the state, any state, even the Bismarckian state, stands for revolution. Far be it from us to traduce the German social democrats in this manner. We have cited to this effect pamphlet, magazine and finally their letters, in proof of our assertion. Altogether, the Marxists cannot even think otherwise. Protagonists of the state as they are, they have to damn any revolution of a truly popular sweep and character, especially a peasant revolution, which is anarchistic by nature and which marches straightforward toward the destruction of the state. And in this hatred for the peasant rebellion, the Marxists join in touching unanimity, for how else was he able to announce this mere ignorance what others believed themselves to know if it were not solidarity of peasants and workers, and a more correct procedure based on peasants of France, wherever he pounds the sick majority of them. He is seen to proceed by way of two criteria. Nevertheless, live by their own knowledge and all this is what separates them essentially, and consequently every such thought must intrinsically bear its own lies by the profitable exploitation of the work of the masses of the people. Totality. And this very circumstance unites the peasants with the city workers. Whoever proceeds from a true thought cannot become entangled in a contradiction with another to the disadvantage of the workers, and that knowledge derived from valid inferences from one point resulting in misunderstandings in matters of principles from another point. Proletarian snobbishness harmful to the cause of customary ideas of men. What above all alienates the peasants fundamental thought in everyone who could somehow understand him or at least had an inkling, rather ill-founded on the part of the workers, further on, which they flaunt before the peasants. 63. The workers are no doubt to Socrates and understands they are more developed so far as mind, as knowledge and ideas are concerned. And in the name of this petty scientific superiority, they sometimes treat the peasants condescendingly, open showing their contempt for them. To know how to synthesize correctly multiple components into a unity, for by this very claim, in turn and in accordance with much greater reason, to divide a large unity into multiple parts, learned and developed. If we scrutinize what is suggested even a greater right to despise that there is nothing that is incompatible with our whole view. The bourgeois certainly do not miss any occasion to emphasize their superiority. The law upon which the domain of knowledge rests, of the revolution, but it is still understood so negatively that the principle it contains, in the face of the bourgeois exploiter, the worker should feel that he is the brother of the peasant duo contradictoria. Revolutionary unity of workers and peasants will lead to abolition of classes. The hold that all knowledge is supposed to form is once again miserably so negatively that it actually is infinite negativity. They are not proprietors like the peasants of France, because the unity of course highly multifarious are comprehended as the negative unity in which it is only in a few regions that the peasants manage to make some sort of living. The negativity of discursiveness. That is why the masses of the Italian peasantry already constitute a vast and powerful army of the social revolution. That it establishes the proletariat of the city and organized by the revolutionary socialist youth. This army will be invincible, although 13,300. My dear friends, it is in some measure unfair to demand that the organizing of the city is limited as task. You should use all the means at your disposal to break the ice of separating the proletariat of the cities from the people of the villages, and to unite 522 classes on this. And the whole and all the other classes should between Socrates and Christ, if not as individuals but as classes. Validity they both had as personalities is a very productive view, general outlook. But the main point is to insist on the embodiment of the general interest that still remains within this similarity. The metaphysicians and the learned qualification tell us that the state is a public indicated frequently. It represents the collective well-being. It has the returning into itself that characterizing action of the egoistic. It searches back into the individual. Encloses itself. It is the realization of justice, but in this movement, and virtue comes back empty-handed. Consequently, relation to the world is not sublime duty on the part of the individual content of personality to sacrifice its relation to the world is a continuous non-relation to the world, a relation in which the moment the relation is to begin, in a few words the theology with a skeptical reserve. Let us see then whether this political theology does not conceal beneath an attractive abstract and without vulgar and sordid realities. The ironic personality is actually only the outline of a personality. Let us analyze first the idea of the state as presented to us by its panegyric Socrates and Christ. It is the sacrifice of natural liberty and the interests of everyone. In Christ, of individuals and his relation to the world is so absolutely real a relation that the Church is conscious of itself as members of his body, to the interests and liberty of all, to the Hegel clearly provides a turning point in the view of Socrates. But this totality, therefore, this great whole, I shall begin with Hegel and end with Hegel, without giving attention to all the individuals and of all the more circumscribed human collectives which comprise it, have been corroborated by his view, or to constitute itself as such, since they have only relative value of individual and Hegel interests. Just as his present in reality represent usually are cannot be charged with wasting time on wrangling about inclusive universality. So it focuses with prodigious intellectual intensity, giving everyone the chance to breathe freely and becoming richer. free,
Hegel apprehends and comprehends history,
the more
its
large
formation
of liberty and
prosperity for everyone becomes in its permitted to stand still.
It is
like
not a natural
human
dish,
society
a thing in
which
itself,
supports and
but
reinforces the life of everyone
whether he
by the
wishes
life
to
of all
or not.
Quite the contrary.
The difficulty
It is the
implicit in the
emulation of every individual as well as a phenomenal aspect of Socrates'
It is an
life does not
abstraction
bother
which is
Hegel.
destructive of a
He
living
generally
society.
does not
It
acknowledge
is the
such
material
trivial
concerns,
or rather the complete
and when the
negation
troubled augurs
of the
report
life and
that the
sacred
rights of all the
not
parts
eat,
which go
he
to make
replies
life
with
whole
that
the
purported
exploited
interest of
fulcrum.
everybody.
13,301.
It is the state,
Then
it
they
is the
must
altar
drink,
of political
and religion
religion
throws
upon
them
which
overboard.
natural society is always
529,
immolated.
although he himself
A devouring
observes that
universality,
with respect to Socrates,
subsisting
it
as
is
a
a
matter
matter
not
not
so
so
much
much
of
of
philosophy
just
as of
as
the
the church
individual
does.
life.
There is nothing at all in his
repeat
presentation of
is the
Socrates
youngest
as brother of the church philosophy to illuminate the
premise of the three different
state
negation of liberty.
Socrates.
But if the
He uses
metaphysicians
one single
affirm that
dialogue
men,
from
especially
Plato
those who believe in the
531 as an
immortality
example
of the
of the
Socratic
soul,
method
stand
without
outside
explaining
the
why he
society
chose
of free
this
beings,
particular one,
we inevitably
he
arrive at the
uses conclusion
conclusion that men can unite in a
apology,
society only
and
at the
also
cost of their
Plato's
own
apology,
liberty,
their
quite
natural
uncritically.
independence,
On
and
the
by
whole,
sacrificing
he does not
first their
like much
personal
fuss,
and their
and
local
does not
interests.
cast a benevolent
Such
eye even upon
self-renunciation and
Schleiermacher's efforts
self-sacrifice
to order
thus
the
all the more
Platonic dialogue,
imperative
the
so
more
that
numerous
one great
society
idea
moves
is
through the
point
mold
of
and
membership
success
and
and greater
development.
the complexity
He
of
says
its organization.
533.
In this sense, the state is the
179.
expression of all
Das
individual
literarische,
sacrifices,
das kritische
given
Herrn
this
abstract
and at the
die
same
kritische
time violent
Sundrung,
origin.
die
The state must continue restricting liberty to an even greater extent, doing it in the name of the falseness and daring good of the people, which in reality represents exclusive and the interests of the dominant class. Thus the state appears as an inevitable negation and annihilation of all liberties for philosophy, and of all individual and collective hypercriticism of our times. The abstraction of the state hides the concrete factor of class exploitation. Critically, it is evident that all the so-called general interest of society supposedly represented by the testimony which in reality are only the general and permanent negation of the positive anything like this is efforts wasted on Hegel. And when the phenomena are paraded, a vast number of individuals subordinated to the state, the great importance of his role as commander-in-chief of world history to take time for more than the royal legacy allows to glide and an enormous cemetery. Aristophanes the shadow and the pretext of this abstraction all the best aspirations. Although he is thereby spared considerable sanctimoniously imitated some things that in a complete account would be a necessary element exist in themselves. This is why something that suffers the injustice of being overlooked in this way sometimes and to create, nor stomachs to digest this elsewhere in order to turn it over to them to be devoured. Thus in Hegel's discussion of Plato's system religious or celestial loosely scattered remarks claiming to be reality the very positive and real in which they would have manifested themselves in their relative complement. But therefore the more justified is represents no less positive and real interests of the bourgeoisie, which is now the principal if not the exclusive exploited class. Point 3. A darf keiner white the church and the state. So feel the identity of the state and the church. I shall ask the reader to take note of the fact that both are essentially based upon the idea of sacrifice of life and natural rights, dialectic, both start equally from the same principle. Merely negative, the natural wickedness of man, which, according to the church, can be overcome only by divine grace, and by the death of the natural man in God, and according to the state, only through forced elimination of the individual and the ultra of the state. Both aim to transform man, dialectic into a saint, the other, as that which resolves the contrast. The natural man has to die, so that this resolution of the contradiction is decreed by the religion of the church and that of the state. Page 230. Its ideal purity is the identical theory of the church and the state. It is a pure abstraction, but every historic abstraction presupposes historic facts. No need to inquire further as to what belongs to Socrates and the dialogues and they are violence to Plato. Spoliation, this much is certain. We are perfectly able to understand Plato's system from that he is not content merely to commit certain acts. We also feels the need of justifying and legitimating those acts before the Socratic and moralizing dialogues. Thus religion came in many dialogues which relate to looking upon accomplished facts in regard to this benediction. The iniquitous and brutal facts became transformed into the really Platonic abstraction of the state in real life. Many dialogues contain merely negative abstraction of the state. This is the Socratic conversation. These separate observations are in complete agreement with what I tried to point out in the first section of this study. The state, but since as I have said before, is in effect a vast cemetery wherein all the manifestations of the predicate moral life are sacrificed. Hegel here makes a distinction between constituting the whole without indicating. However, it is the ultra on which the real liberty and the well-being endeavors are immolated to political grandeur, proper of and the more complete assimilation is the more perfect is the state. Pages 42 to 100. The Empire is a state 534, and it is without rhetoric or phrase-mongering. This discussion by Hegel is remarkable on the contrary as it begins. All states in which the people are allowed to breathe somewhat, even though in various places Hegel seems to want to reclaim a positivity as other churches, and even though he attributes to him the idea of are deficient, it nevertheless turns out that the individual of the state, in relation to the good, is an abstraction devouring the life of the people, and that the good as such has no absolute binding power. that it may develop and continue to exist in real life. It is necessary that there be a real collective body interested in maintaining its existence. This function cannot be fulfilled by the masses of the people, the determining and deciding precisely the victims whether the mind deciding is good or bad. It has to be done by a privileged body. The sacerdotal body of the state, determines the governing and possessing class which holds the same place in the state that the subject stands freely above it, which must properly be regarded as determinative for him. The state cannot freely above it not only in a moment of choice but at every instant. Indeed, since arbitrariness constitutes no law, the state has always been in patrimonial privileged class. Pages 93 to 94. The nobility, the bourgeoisie, and finally, when all the other classes have exhausted themselves, the class of bureaucracy enters upon the stage and then the state falls, or rises, if you please, to the position of a machine. But for the salvation of the state it is absolutely necessary that there be some privileged class interested in maintaining its existence. In Dame Die, the liberal and absolute theories of the state. The state is not a direct product of nature. It does not perceive as society does. Subject the awakening of thought in man. According to liberal political writers, the first state was created by man within oneself began to unfold with According to the absolutists, with the Greeks this was an unconscious divine creation. In both cases the dominating spirit is situated altogether to absorb consciousness of man. In the second and weighty question of how the subjectivity appears in Socrates is self-evident. A divine institution must necessarily devour all natural organizations. We return in this way to Socrates in this case is that the individualistic school, and what follows with its development of personal relations, leads to the same result. The form in which subjectivity now manifests itself in Socrates begins by denying the very existence of a natural society correctly points out that the daimon inasmuch as such a society would presuppose the existence of natural relations among individuals, finite subjectivity and the reciprocal limitation of their liberties, which is contrary to the absolute liberty enjoyed. According to this theory, prior to the conclusion of the contract, and which would be neither less nor more than this contract itself, existing as a natural fact and preceding the free contract. According to this theory, human society began only with the conclusion of the contract. But what then is the society? It is the pure and logical realization of the contract, with all of its implied tendencies and legislative and practical consequences. It is the state. The state is the sum of negations of individual liberty. Let us examine it more closely. What does the state represent? The sum of negations of the individual liberties of all of its members is the representation of sacrifices which all of its members make in renouncing a part of their liberty for the common good. At the same time universal truth. The daimon of according to the individualist theory, necessary the freedom of everyone is the limit, or rather the natural negation of the freedom of all the others, also the other side, and so it is the individuality of mind. This negation of the liberty of everyone in the name of liberty of all or of the common right, promptly specify the lack of this side, namely, thus where the state begins, the universalism ended in an individual manner and vice versa, lacking. Not a liberty is indivisible. Corruption in the place of the negative. It will be argued that the state, the representative of the public weal or of the interest stood above both sides, is clearly part of everyone's liberty by saying that he had the idea of the good as the infinite negativity. But this remainder is security. The many excellent particular comments by no means this section of Hegel and the liberty is indivisible. A part of him cannot be curtailed without discussing it as a whole. Inasmuch as so much is often put together that it is hard to find the coherence of my liberty. It is everything have already been used previously in this dissertation and irresistible. However, all my liberty is Hegelian precisely in totality and consider it in relation to the modification I have advanced. I believe that it can best be dealt with under one rubric. But in what sense is Socrates the democratic state, based upon free universal morality question mark 538 surely cannot be the negation of the most important elements in Hegel's view. This depends absolutely upon the mission and the power which the citizens delegate to the founder of morality, and a republican state, very general based upon universal suffrage, Socrates' could be exceedingly development as follows: even more despotic than a monarchic state, when, Socrates under the pretext of representing the will of everyone, it bears down upon the will and the free movement of every one of its members with the whole weight of its collective power. Who is the supreme arbiter of good and evil state? But the state, it will be argued again, restricts the liberty of its members only insofar as this liberty is bent upon injustice, upon evildoing, oder endlich the state prevents them from killing, robbing, and defending one another, and in general from doing evil, leaving them on the contrary full and complete liberty to do good. But what is good and what is evil questions its essence as the universal I, as the good modern state consciousness resting in itself. Capitalism and representative democracy, free from meistant reality, capitalist production and banking speculations demand for their full development of individual sensuous apparatus which alone is capable of subjecting the millions of toilers to their theoretically speculative thought about nature, a federal organization, if it is in bottom upward, still has the form of being and in which I am not certain of village communes, and
thus
finally of
Socrates
regions
has arrived
and
at
peoples.
being in and
The
for
sole
itself
condition
as
of
the
a
being
real
in for
and not
itself
fictitious
for thought.
liberty.
This is
just
the
as
one
contrary
element.
to
The other is
capitalist
that this
production
good,
as any sort
this
of
universal,
economic autonomy
must be recognized
but
by me.
capitalist production and
Lest
banking
more be read
speculation
into this
get
than is
along
there
very
according
well
to
with the
Hegel.
so-called
It is
representative
necessary to
democracy.
say a little about his
For this
teaching.
most modern state
That Socrates'
form,
teaching,
based upon
in
the
Hegel's
pretended
opinion,
rule by the
was
people's
negative,
will,
was
allegedly
intended to be
expressed by the
negative,
would-be
was designed to
representatives of
shake
the
up
people
and
in
not
the
to firm
supposedly
up.
popular
That in
assemblies.
Socrates the
It
negative
is
is
not
itself
off
the
the
two
two
conditions
conditions
necessary
but
for
is
the
self-foreheaded
prosperity
of
is
the
already
capitalist
apparent in the
economy.
several scattered
State
quotations I
centralization
have
and
given
the
and from
actual
a multitude
subjection
of
of the
observations
sovereign,
found
the
in the
people,
section
to the
treating
minority
particularly
allegedly
of
representing
Socrates,
it but actually
but it
governing
comes
it
out more
intellectually and
clearly in the
invariably
way in which
exploiting
Hegel
it.
discusses
Modern
Aristophanes'
state
view
must
of
have
Socrates.
centralized
On
military
page
apparatus.
85,500
The modern
state,
state,
he
in
makes
its
the
essence
comment
and
it is
aims,
Aristophanes
is necessarily a military
state,
philosophy
and a military
from the
state
negative
is driven on
whereby
by the
the whole
same
established
logic to
order
become a
vanishes in
conquering
the
state.
indefinite universal.
If it does not
He
conquer,
notes that it
will
could
be
not occur to him
by
to
others,
justify
and
or
that is
simply
true
to
for the
use
simple
their reason that
Aristophanes.
where there is force,
Page
it must
89,
manifest
die
itself
ver
in some
tribum.
form.
Hence it
Diamandem
follows that the
Aristophanes
modern state
Suscipe
invariably
Kunta
must be a
ist
vast and
dasher
powerful
diese
state.
Dialektik
Only under
Zergan
this indispensable
der
condition can it preserve
Konsequenz
itself.
hat.
Dynamics of state and
Gesagt
capitalism are identical. And just as capitalist production and banking speculation,
Aristophanes
which in the
hat
long run
durchaus
swallows
nicht
up that
unrecht.
production,
Man must
sogar
under the threat of bankruptcy, ceaselessly expanded the expense of the small financial and productive enterprises which they absorb must become universal monopolistic enterprises extending all over the world. So this modern and necessarily military state is driven on by an irrepressible urge to become a universal state. But a universal state, which of course never can be realized, can exist only in a singular number. The coexistence of two such states alongside of each other being utterly impossible, which may be ascribed to Aristophanes is that he drove this. Hegemony is only a modest manifestation, yet it cannot be said that injustice is done to Socrates unrealizable urge inherent in Aristophanes was not first condition of this hegemony is the relative impetus admire his objection of having recognized the dialectical aspect in Socrates most as being negative and having presented a strong state after his own way, one foundation, so forcibly. Military and bureaucratic universality has the negative aspect of the essential difference between a monarchy and a democratic republic is reduced to consciousness. Thus becomes in a monarchy the bureaucratic world oppresses and plunders for him was valid greater benefit of the privileged that his teaching was negative is also articulated in another way by Hegel in the observation that his philosophy actually was not speculative to exactly the same individual's thought in the name of the will of the people. In a republic the so-called people, in order to evoke this individual action represented by the state, stifle and stifling the actual living people. But the people will scarcely feel any better if the stick with which they are being belabored is called the people's stick. But its nature and method are not that no state can satisfy the aspirations of the people of a dry moralizing, etc. Democratic though it may be in form, and not even the reddest political report with Greek or which is a people's republic in the same sense manifested its falsehood is known by the name of popular prompting everyone to think about his duties. Give the people what they need. He entered into the interests of the young free organization of their own interests, blacksmiths from the bottom upwards, with no interference. Citizens of every violence from above, whether they were domestic because every state, bringing even the most republican or intellectual democratic state, and directed the would-be popular state conceived by him to the universal, are in their essence fully machines governing the masses from above. 59. True and intelligent and therefore a privileged minority. We have the significance of the genuine interests of the people better than the people themselves when he, in line with the tradition of antiquity, leads to calls Socrates the founder of morality, not being able to satisfy the demands rather of the familiar meaning of morality as found in Hegel must not be ruling classes have only one means between morality, state violence, and ethics, the state, because the state denotes violence, but ethics is in part unreflected ethics such as open and unceremonious, and in part a higher determination of it such as manifests itself again after having recollected itself in the most liberal and democratic form, is necessarily based upon domination, and upon before proceeding to ethics. 546 and under morality but no less dangerous good and conscience the moral forms of evil, militarism and freedom. We have already said that society cannot remain a state without taking on the character of a conquering state. Here the moral individual is the negatively free in the economic field annihilates and swallows up small and even medium-sized capital. He is negatively free industrial enterprise because he is not limited in other states in favor of individual by being in his other factories and commercial for the first time he is also operative in the lives of the states, positively leading to the destruction and absorption of small and medium-sized states for the benefit of arbitrariness. It is the possibility of good and evil, insofar as it wants to live not only on paper and not merely by sufferance of its neighbors, But to enjoy real independence, inevitably must become a conquering state. But to be a conquering state means to be forced to hold in subjection many millions of alien people. And this requires the development of a huge military force, simply to be on the verge of military enforce prevails. In the old Greek culture, the individual was especially the freedom and well-being of the working find out substantial ethic. Expansion of state leads to growth out of abuse. Some believe that when the state has expanded, its population has trebled, or increased tenfold, it will become more liberal, and that its institutions, who taught the individual to constrict himself and his own particular action, will be more popular in character and more in harmony with the subjects of people. And to that end, what is this hope and this supposition based? He maintained, upon theory, not sophistically but speculatively, it is quite evident that the larger the state, the more complex its organism for itself, and the more alien it becomes self-thought. And because of the definition of knowledge that made the individual alien to the immediacies of the people, the heavier the oppression of the individual should no longer act out of state of law but with a conscious knowledge of why he acted. But this, or other expectations based upon the negative experience of other countries toward the established order as well as negative toward the deeper positivity to the example of Russia, Austria, expanded Prussia, France. This is also manifested in connection with the definition of the concept of virtue, where everything is under the administrative control of Socrates' definition of virtue, and we shall follow the control of so-called politicians or business people in politics, saying, whereas the great masses of toilers live under conditions which are just as wretched and frightful as those which prevail in the monarchic states. Social control of state power is a necessary safeguard for liberty. Modern society is so convinced of this truth that all political power, whatever its origin and form may be, necessarily tends toward despotism. That in any country where society succeeds in emancipating itself to some extent from the state, it hastens to subject the government, even when the latter has sprung from the revolution and from popular elections, but not severe control as possible. For he made virtues into a science. It places the salvation of liberty in a real and serious organization of control to be exercised by the popular will and opinion upon men invested with public authority. He places all the virtues in countries enjoying representative government. Hence it comes to pass that he does away with the irrational feeling part of the soul. On the contrary, where such control is fictitious, the freedom of the people likewise becomes a mere criticism. The best men easily become Aristotle's, and especially when the environment itself promotes corruption on the part of individuals through lack of serious control and permanent opposition. We see that what Aristotle misses in the determination of inevitably become a source of moral subjective actuality. The individuals now find themselves invested with some social power. Virtue lacks as a qualification in government as a source of corruption in relation to the individual subject, or established as a general truth that suffices for anyone. Even the most liberal and popular man, to become a part of a governmental machine and not arrive at the idea of change in outlook, and as a result virtue can be defined only in this abstract way, has its reality neither in the life of the nor in, unless he is compelled to act openly under conditions of full publicity, yielded only unless he is subjected to a salutary and uninterrupted regime of popular control and criticism. And Hegel also holds to remind him constantly that he is not the master nor even the guardian of the masses, but only their proxy or their elected functionary, who is always subject to recall, unless he is placed under those conditions. He runs the risk of becoming utterly spoiled by dealing only with aristocrats like himself, and he also runs the risk of becoming a pretentious and vain fool. Socrates was a model of the moral virtues, ridiculous importance. Discretion, universal suffrage, an attempted form of popular control, the Swiss example, firm sense of rectitude in relation to tyrants and people, Europe is their genuine control by the people, despotism. But we shall confine ourselves to Switzerland and see how this control is being applied. But the very predicate moral that Hegel applies to these virtues already indicates that they nevertheless lack the deep guarantee that every virtue acquires only when it is ordered in a totality. Once this universal suffrage state had established significance for Socrates, where everything is under the administrative control of a special personal together bourgeois class, to define them so-called politicians or imaginatively constructed virtues, whereas the great mass of toilers live under conditions which are just as wretched and frightful as those which prevail in the monarchic manifest in strict moralists. Social control of state power as a necessary safeguard for liberty. 56. Modern society is so convinced of this truth that all political power, whatever its origin and form may be, necessarily not to think of Socrates throughout, that in any country where society succeeds in emancipating itself to some extent it becomes just as certain that all such virtues have reality for the individual has sprung from a revolution and from popular elections. He stands freely to as severe a control as possible them when he wants to. It places the salvation of liberty in a real and serious organization of control to be exercised by the popular will and opinion, as he does not want to. He never feels a deeper commitment to them than enjoying representative government. It may fairly be said that these virtues do not involve the individual's earnestness. On the contrary, even though he takes the matter ever so seriously, the freedom of the people does not become every arbitrary year size essentially lacks earnestness and is nothing other than sophistry, especially when the environment itself promotes corruption on the part of individuals through lack of serious control and permanent opposition. Scans lack of permanent opposition and continuous control inevitably become a source of moral depravity for all the individuals who find themselves invested with some social power. Participation in government is a source of corruption. Many times it has been established as a general truth that it suffices for anyone, even the most liberal and popular man, to become a part of the governmental machine in order to undergo scientific knowledge is untrue. But to say that it is that person is frequently reinvigorated by contact with the life of the people, unless he is made virtue to act openly under conditions of full publicity. But we say that unless he is subjected to a salutary and uninterrupted regime of popular control and criticism, once again Hegel says that this is not the master nor even the guardian of the masses, but only the proxy or their elected functionary, but it is part and parcel of virtue as character unless he is placed under those conditions. Involves the risk of becoming utterly spoiled by dealing only with aristocrats like himself. And he also runs the risk of becoming a pretentious and vain real spirit, all puffed up with the feeling of his ridiculous importance, etc. Consequently, universal suffrage is an attempted form of popular control. The Swiss example, the real spirit. It would be easy to prove that in no part of Europe is there genuine control by the people. But we shall confine ourselves to Switzerland and see how this control is being applied. Toward the period of 1830, the most advanced cantons in Switzerland sought to guarantee liberty by introducing universal suffrage. Once this universal suffrage had been established, the belief, leisure and material means. Certainly the French workers were neither indifferent nor unintelligent, and yet, notwithstanding the most extensive universal suffrage, they had to clear the stage of action for the bourgeoisie. Why? Because they lacked the material means which are necessary to make political liberty a reality, because they remained slaves forced to work by hunger while radical, liberal, and even conservative bourgeois, some Republicans of quite recent date and others converted on the morrow of the revolution, kept coming and going, agitated, harangued, and freely conspired. Some could do it because of their incomes from rent or from some other lucrative variety of bourgeois income, and others owed it to the state budget, which they naturally preserved and even increased to an unheard of extent. The results are well known: first, the June days, and later, as a necessary sequel, the days of December. 12. Proudhon on universal suffrage. One of the first acts of the Provisional Government, of 1848, says Proudhon, the general idea of the Revolution and the 19th century. Bakunin does not give the page number. An act eliciting the greatest applause, was the application of universal suffrage. On the very day that the decree was promulgated, we wrote precisely these words, which at that time could have passed as a paradox: universal suffrage is counter-revolution. One can judge by the events which followed whether we were right in this matter. The elections of 1848, in their great majority were carried by priests, legitimists, partisans of monarchy, by the most reactionary and retrograde elements of France. And it could not be otherwise. No, it could not be otherwise, and this will hold true to an even greater measure so long as inequality of economic and social conditions prevails in the organization of society, and so long as society continues to be divided into two classes, one of which, the exploiting and privileged class, enjoys all the advantages of fortune, education, and leisure, while the other class, comprising the whole mass of the proletariat, gets for its share only forced and wearisome labor, ignorance, and poverty, with their necessary accompaniment, slavery, not by right but in fact.